Chapter 1. The road to school was full of cars, as usual. Parents were dropping their children off in time for class. As always, Koi pedaled as fast as he could, weaving past the line of cars waiting at the traffic light. A car approaching from the opposite direction spotted his bike and stopped, allowing him to cross. He pushed harder on the pedals and rode straight through the school gates. At the same time, students climbed out of their parents' cars, greeting one another. "Sarah, over here. Did you watch Eternity yesterday? I actually cried during that scene. How does it end? Dad wants to go camping again. It sucks." Koi parked his bike in the designated area and walked past the groups of chatting students toward the lockers. Everyone was gathered in little circles, laughing and talking, but no one greeted him or even spoke to him. It was such a familiar situation that he didn't think much of it. He opened his locker and took out the textbook for his first class. As he closed the locker with the book tucked under his arm, a sudden burst of excitement echoed through the hallway. Curious, Koi turned his head toward the commotion. The 6 core players of the ice hockey team were walking down the hall together, chatting casually. Of course, they immediately drew everyone's attention. The 6 boys, who were almost always seen together, were not only much bigger than the other students, but they were also admired for their good looks. Among them, Ashley Dominic Miller stood out the most. Standing naturally at the center of the group, he joked with his friends as though he were completely oblivious to the stares surrounding him. Yet everyone was watching him as if they were mesmerized. Koi was no exception. He was so much more beautiful when he smiled. Koi watched him, almost holding his breath. There wasn't anyone at school who didn't know him. No, anyone who followed ice hockey knew his name. Normally, Koi thought Ashley's nickname was childish and embarrassing. But every time he saw him, he couldn't help but understand. The Prince on Ice. Oh my God. Koi almost pretended to gag, clutching at his throat. He hated admitting that the nickname suited him. Ashley was absurdly handsome. His silver blonde hair shimmered beneath the morning sunlight, while his slightly furrowed brows only made him more striking. His deep-set silver blue eyes, full lips, sharp nose, and perfectly defined jawline looked as though they had been carved from marble. Even the subtle shadows along his face seemed sculpted with impossible precision. And then there was his body. Even dressed casually in nothing more than a t-shirt and jeans instead of his school uniform, his nearly 190-centimeter frame looked flawless. Broad shoulders, a wide chest, powerful thighs, and firm hips. Everything about him reflected years of athletic training. After all, he was the captain of Buffalo High School's ice hockey team, a team that had never lost a championship. Koi, whose body had only enough muscle to get through everyday life, couldn't even dream of comparing himself to someone so perfect. All he could do was admire him from afar and quietly feel crushed. Then it happened. Ashley turned his head, spotted Koi, and immediately smiled brightly before waving at him. Koi, who had been trying to quietly slip away, froze. "Huh, me?" He cautiously pointed a finger at himself. Ashley smiled even wider, laughter dancing in his eyes. "Does Ashley Miller know me?" They did take several AP classes together. Ashley was always surrounded by friends, while Koi usually sat alone in the corner, practically invisible. But somehow, the school's biggest sports star knew who he was. Maybe it's because we share some classes. That seemed like the only reasonable explanation. Koi watched as Ashley walked toward him. Only a few seconds passed, but they felt impossibly long. Ashley, with his platinum blonde hair and dazzling smile, was so overwhelmingly attractive that Koi forgot how to breathe for a moment. And the fact that the most popular guy in school was approaching him first made his heart race even faster. "I don't." Koi awkwardly raised a hand, his face twisting with uncertainty. Suddenly, someone rushed past him. A girl slipped between them. Ashley's gaze, which had been directed toward Koi, naturally shifted to her instead. "Hi, Ash." Smiling brightly, she kissed Ashley affectionately. She was Ashley's girlfriend, and, naturally, the captain of the cheerleading squad. Watching the perfect sports star couple together, Koi finally realized his mistake. He was smiling at his girlfriend. Heat rushed to Koi's face. A moment ago, he'd been miserable because he was nothing more than dust in the corner. Now, he was grateful for it. If anyone had noticed what he'd assumed, they would have laughed at him. Still burning with embarrassment, he was suddenly shoved aside as one of Ashley's teammates walked past. "Move, idiot." Caught in the way, Koi was carelessly pushed into the lockers. His shoulder slammed against the metal door. No one paid any attention. Everyone's eyes remained fixed on the group as they continued down the hallway. Coy rubbed his aching arm and lowered his head. Ashley Miller doesn't know me. Of course he doesn't. To someone like Ashley, Coy was just another ordinary classmate. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. He scratched his head awkwardly and reached for his locker to lock it. Then, someone suddenly smacked him hard on the back of the head. Ow! Coy cried out, instinctively shrinking his shoulders. The blow knocked the textbook from his hands. He desperately tried to catch it, but it only brushed his fingertips before crashing onto the floor. You little punk. Wake up, asshole. Nelson and his friends walked away laughing. Coy sighed as he crouched to gather his scattered books. Class would be starting soon. By the time he hurried down the hallway and reached the classroom, most of the seats were already occupied. Ashley and his friends were sitting in the center of the room, as always. Normally their group consisted of 6 people, but only 3 of them, including Ashley, were there today. The others were probably in different classes. Coy glanced at them briefly before making his usual way to the corner. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but their conversation naturally reached his ears. So what are you going to do? Can you bring in someone new? I don't think they'll want to change the choreography. I heard they're trying to see if there are any decent guys available. Did they ask you to, Ash? Ashley shrugged. They asked me to, but it's not going to be easy finding someone who can suddenly join the cheer team in the middle of the season. It's probably better to change the choreography. But what about Ariel? You don't like her? I heard they really need that choreography. Is it really that good? Ashley answered casually. I don't know. Me neither. Anyway, if they can't make it work, Ariel will probably give up. As he finished speaking, Ashley glanced toward Coy. Coy happened to be walking past at that moment. For an instant, their eyes met. Just like before, Ashley gave him nothing more than a polite, automatic smile before turning away and continuing his conversation. So that's all it was. Disappointment quietly settled inside Coy's chest. He took his usual seat in the corner while Ashley and the others continued chatting about yesterday's game, random stories, and arguments with younger siblings at home. Not long afterward, the teacher entered the classroom. The room quickly fell silent. As always, the lesson began in calm, orderly fashion. It was just another ordinary morning. Chapter 2. Whoa. After taking out the trash for the last time, Coy sighed and straightened his back. He looked around the small shop one final time, making sure everything was finished before switching off the lights. After locking the front door from the outside, his shift was finally over. He hurried to his bike and immediately started pedaling as fast as he could. He had skimmed through his homework beforehand, but he knew it would take a long time to finish. He might have to stay up all night. The harder he pedaled, the cooler the night breeze rushing past his ears. The part-time job he'd started a few months earlier mostly involved running the small convenience store alone, handling payments, and organizing the shelves. After closing, he was also expected to clean the shop and take out the garbage. Those extra chores were supposed to be paid overtime, but the owner never bothered. Finding another job wasn't easy for Coy, so he simply worked the extra hours without complaining. Every night, he stayed another 30 minutes to an hour after closing. By the time he got home, it was almost midnight. There was barely any time left for homework or studying. Growing more anxious, Coy pedaled even faster through the dark streets. When he reached the old truck parked outside his home, Coy left his bike and hurried inside. After washing up, he sat down at the small table, turned on his computer, and prepared his homework while it booted up. He checked the assignment one more time, sighed, opened his notebook, and began organizing his notes. The assignment was to analyze one of the Latin literature books that had been assigned earlier. Since he had already finished reading it, all that remained was writing his analysis according to the given theme. Before long, he became completely absorbed in the assignment. Mr. Martinez was notoriously strict about deadlines. Missing one was even worse than not doing the assignment at all. Getting good grades was essential if Coy wanted to attend the university he dreamed of. Just as important was keeping the scholarship the school had awarded him. Rubbing his tired eyes, he struggled to put together another sentence. Just then, a loud engine rumbled outside. His father's old truck had returned. Coy immediately turned off the computer monitor, switched off the desk lamp, and climbed into bed. He had barely pulled the blanket over himself when the door burst open and his father stumbled into the cramped old motorhome. Tension made Coy's palms damp. His heart pounded violently. Keeping his eyes tightly shut, he lay perfectly still, listening to every movement. His father was drunk again. Muttering incoherently, he staggered through the small space, bumping into furniture and making loud crashes before continuing to wander around. After a while, Koi heard the refrigerator door open. Then the windows rattled. As always, his father was getting more alcohol. Ugh! With an exhausted groan, his father dropped into a chair and opened another beer. He was already drunk. Now he was drinking even more. Strangely, that was the better outcome for Koi. If his father kept drinking, he wouldn't bother him tonight. After a few more bottles, he'd pass out. Then Koi could quietly turn the computer back on and finish his homework. It happened often enough that the routine had become predictable. Koi silently waited for his father to fall asleep. Ugh! Eventually, the drunken muttering faded away. Moments later, the loud sound of snoring filled the room. Koi slowly peeked over the edge of his blanket. His father was asleep, slumped face down over the tiny kitchen table beside Koi's bed. Several empty beer bottles lay scattered across the floor. After watching him for a moment, Koi carefully climbed out of bed. His father's snoring never stopped. Quietly, Koi returned to his desk. When he checked the clock, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. If he could finish within the next 2 hours, he might still get a little sleep. Forcing his exhausted eyes open, he buried himself in the assignment once again. Yeah. A sudden groan startled him. Koi quickly turned around. His father was still asleep. Letting out a relieved sigh, Koi looked back at the monitor. Miranda. Koi froze. For several long seconds, he couldn't move. He listened carefully, wondering if he'd imagined it. Silence. His father remained asleep, face down on the table. There wasn't another word. Koi tried to focus on his homework again, but this time it was impossible. Her name. It had always been forbidden between them. Mentioning her only reopened old wounds, especially for his father. So Koi had never dared to bring her up. Yet, even now, his father still carried her in his heart. Whether it was love, longing, or hatred, Koi couldn't tell. One memory suddenly resurfaced. If only you hadn't looked so much like her. Since that day, Koi had lived burdened by guilt. Because he believed all of this misfortune had begun with him. His nose suddenly stung. He hurriedly shook his head. Not now. Right now, finishing his homework mattered most. Taking a deep breath, Koi forced himself to continue writing. Oh God. He finished his homework at dawn and immediately fell asleep. As a result, he overslept. When he finally opened his eyes, his father was still asleep with his face on the table. But the sun was already high in the sky. Startled, Koi leaped out of bed, splashed water on his face, grabbed his bag, and rushed outside. He jumped onto his bike and pedaled with everything he had. There were far fewer cars on the road than usual. I'm doomed. He raced across campus at full speed. His classroom was in the building farthest away. Fortunately, his first class didn't require any textbooks, so he didn't need to stop by his locker. He threw open the classroom door. Immediately, Mr. Martinez looked up. Koi froze in the doorway. He had been about to slip into his usual seat in the corner. But someone was sitting there. That had never happened before. Of all days. Today, embarrassed, Koi looked around the room. His eyes met someone completely unexpected. Ashley Miller. Sitting in the center of the classroom as usual, Ashley smiled at him. Unfortunately, the only empty seat left was directly behind Ashley. Ashley wore the same easy, cheerful smile as always. Koi, however, couldn't even force himself to smile back. He searched desperately for another seat. There wasn't one. Mr. Martinez, who had been patiently waiting, finally spoke. What are you doing? Please sit down. Koi had no choice. He reluctantly walked toward the empty desk. Before sitting down, he accepted the late pass the teacher handed him. Setting his backpack on the floor, he hurriedly prepared for class. As soon as he sat up and looked toward the front, a wall blocked his view. It was Ashley Miller's broad back. Why? Why does it have to be like this? No matter how far Koi stretched his neck, he couldn't see the front of the classroom. Even the professor's voice sounded distant, as though it were coming from behind a mountain. Now you're literally blocking the view for ordinary people like me. For the entire class, Koi stared resentfully at Ashley Miller's broad shoulders. Of course, Ashley never noticed. Koi, Niles, come here for a moment. After class, the students gradually filed out of the room. Just as Koi was about to leave, Mr. Martinez called him over. Hesitantly, Koi approached the teacher's desk. Mr. Martinez looked at him seriously. Do you know why I asked you to stay? Koi shook his head. No. Is it because I was late? If it was about being late, he planned to explain that he'd stayed up all night finishing the assignment. Instead, Mr. Martinez said quietly, You didn't turn in your homework. Did something happen? What homework? Koi's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Martinez nodded. Don't tell me you forgot the due date. The submission date was written right on the assignment. Professor, I saw it. I'm sure I turned in my homework. Koi stammered, suddenly feeling dizzy. He couldn't believe it. He had stayed up all night. Had all of that effort been for nothing? Chapter 3. I definitely sent the email. I submitted it this morning before I fell asleep. I really did. Mr. Martinez responded with a doubtful expression as he opened his laptop. After entering his password, he turned the screen toward Koi. Dozens of emails filled the inbox. But the one Koi had sent wasn't there. Mr. Martinez folded his arms. Have you checked carefully? What? That can't be. Koi stared back and forth between the screen and the teacher, unable to believe what he was seeing. I definitely sent it, Mr. Martinez. You can check my email too. There has to be a record of it. I swear I sent it. This doesn't make any sense. Mr. Martinez remained calm. It was obvious he had dealt with this kind of protest before. Looking quietly at Koi, he finally spoke. Let's do this. Koi immediately looked up. Send it to me again by tonight. I'll accept the assignment. Before Koi could celebrate, the professor continued sternly. But rules are rules. Since it was submitted late, I can't give you an A. He gestured toward the door. You may go. What? But. That's enough. The professor cut him off firmly. There was no room left to argue. With a defeated sigh, Koi turned toward the door. What am I supposed to do now? His mind went blank. Will my scholarship be okay? How many points am I going to lose? What about my grades? Why didn't the email arrive? Why did I stay up all night? This is so unfair. His eyes burned as tears threatened to form. Just then, wait a moment. Koi stopped and slowly turned around. Mr. Martinez sighed, rubbing his forehead. There's still one major assignment left. Koi looked at him hopefully. If you do exceptionally well on that one, I'll take this incident into consideration. Really? Koi's eyes widened. Mr. Martinez nodded. I'll explain the assignment during the next class. He looked directly at Koi. This time, make sure you follow every instruction carefully. Understood? Yes. Yes, of course, Mr. Martinez. Koi nodded repeatedly. The professor waved him away. Go on. Unable to hide his smile, Koi left the classroom. What a relief. His steps felt much lighter. It had been a terrible accident that the email hadn't gone through. But at least, he'd been given another chance. Next time, I have to get a perfect grade. He took a deep breath and silently renewed his determination. This project will be completed in teams. Koi immediately looked up in surprise. Standing at the front of the classroom, the teacher continued. I'm not assigning individual topics this time. The topic will be the same for everyone. He glanced around the room. Form groups of 2 and submit a joint report. Both partners will receive the same grade, so make sure you work together diligently. Everything would have been fine, if not for one thing. A partner. Koi immediately froze. He didn't have a single friend he could team up with. He'd never really had friends. Over time, he'd convinced himself that being alone was better. Whenever he'd tried forcing himself to make friends, he'd only ended up being bullied. Studying and working his part-time job made better use of his time anyway. Besides, even if he had friends, he barely had enough time to sleep. That's what he'd always told himself. But now, it felt as though an enormous wall had appeared in front of him. He couldn't give up on the assignment. Normally, everyone paired up with close friends. The students left over would somehow find partners among themselves. But even that required knowing someone. For Koi, someone at the very bottom of the school's social hierarchy. A group assignment was practically a nightmare, just as panic began to set in. This time, I'll assign partners randomly. Koi immediately looked up. The teacher held up a small box. When I call your name, come up and draw a slip of paper. Whoever's name you pick will be your partner. He smiled. Leave it up to luck. Whether or not the teacher had intended it, those words completely saved Koi. Finally able to breathe again, he watched as the first student approached the box. Each student unfolded a slip of paper and handed it to the teacher, who announced the pairings one after another. As more names were called, an odd tension settled over the classroom. Koi quietly looked around. His heart pounded. Half the class had already been paired. The number of students remaining, including Koi, kept getting smaller. Connor Niles. Koi jumped to his feet so suddenly that his leg caught on the chair. Crash. He fell flat onto the floor. Laughter immediately erupted around the classroom. Face burning with embarrassment, Koi lowered his head and hurried to the front as quickly as he could. I just want this to be over. Without even looking, he reached into the box, grabbed the first folded slip he touched, and handed it to the teacher. Then he immediately turned to return to his seat. Connor Niles. Koi stopped. The teacher unfolded the paper. Your assigned partner is... A brief pause. Ashley Miller. Where are you? The captain of the ice hockey team lazily raised a hand. There you are. The teacher nodded. You two are partners. He immediately continued calling the next student's name. But Koi couldn't move. Ashley Miller. And I'm on the same team? Meanwhile, Ashley rested his chin on one hand, casually scrolling through messages on his phone, seemingly unconcerned. Hey, Ashley. Ash. At the sound of his name, Ashley finally looked up. Standing just outside the classroom after school, Koi took a deep breath before forcing himself to speak. About today's assignment. He nervously fidgeted with his hands. We're partners now, so I thought we should discuss how we're going to do the project. There was a lot to plan. How they would research the material. How they would divide the sections. Who would write which parts. They'd probably need to meet several times before finishing the report. Koi had already decided they should work around Ashley's practice schedule and his own part-time job. The school cafeteria would be the best place to meet. They wouldn't have to buy anything to sit there. Just as Koi was mentally organizing the schedule, Ashley smiled politely. Oh, right. Then he hesitated. What should I do? He frowned thoughtfully for a moment before brushing his hair back with an awkward smile. I have practice after school. He scratched his cheek. I could meet afterward, but it'd be pretty late. That's okay. Koi answered immediately. What time do you usually finish? Ashley blinked. That clearly wasn't the response he'd expected. For a brief moment, Koi wondered. Does he not want to do this assignment? Ashley smiled awkwardly. It'll be really late. I can wait. Koi answered without hesitation. There wasn't any other choice. Ashley let out a dramatic sigh. Hey, Koi hurriedly interrupted, waving his hands. It's Connor Niles. He smiled awkwardly. But everyone calls me Koi. Right? Ashley nodded easily. Koi. Without the slightest hesitation, he used the nickname. Then he shrugged. It's only homework. He smiled casually. We don't have to work that hard, do we? That easygoing smile could probably charm almost anyone. Almost. Koi was the exception. No. He met Ashley's eyes. I want to do my best. Chapter 4. No. I want to do my best. Koi answered without hesitation. Ashley stared at him for a moment before changing the subject. Don't you have any sports practice? I do. Koi deliberately avoided saying it was the cross-country team. Almost every day, they trained around the school grounds. Admitting it out loud to someone who barely knew he existed somehow hurt his pride. Ashley didn't seem interested anyway. With another heavy sigh, he finally asked. So, what exactly do you want me to do? He raised both hands in surrender. Taking a deep breath, Koi explained the plan he'd already prepared. First, they would gather research materials. Then they'd discuss how to organize the project. Finally, they'd schedule regular meetings. I have practice every day this week. Ashley folded his arms and looked at him, as if that settled the matter. Fortunately, Koi had already thought of that. Practice ends at 6, right? Even if you shower afterward, you should be free by 7. For a moment, Ashley looked genuinely annoyed. Then he narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You're not secretly stalking me, are you? What? Of course not. Ashley laughed. I'm kidding. Narcissist. Koi glared at him. That's not it. I only know because I play sports too. Ashley shrugged. I guess that's why smart people are scary. Koi puffed out his cheeks. If you think everyone likes you, you're imagining things. That's a relief. Ashley sighed dramatically, placing a hand over his chest. Koi quickly ignored the smug expression on Ashley's face and continued. Since you're free at 7 today, let's get started tonight. The sooner we finish, the better. Fine. Ashley accepted surprisingly easily. Koi was just about to suggest meeting in the school cafeteria when Ashley said, Then I'll see you at Greenbell at 7. What? Koi stared at him in shock. Greenbell? That place was ridiculously expensive. Wait. Ashley. Wait. Ashley, who had already started walking away, stopped as Koi hurried after him. What? Do we really have to go to a restaurant? Couldn't we just meet in the school cafeteria and talk? Ashley looked at him. At 7? Koi froze. Right. The cafeteria closed at 5. He had completely forgotten. Unable to say anything, Koi stood there speechless. Just then, one of Ashley's friends called out to him. Ashley gently pulled his arm free. So, he looked back at Koi. Green bell. 7 o'clock tonight. Okay. There really wasn't another option. Every other place Koi knew was either already closed or too far away. Ashley gave him a casual wave before joining his friends. Left standing alone, Koi let out a long sigh and ran a hand through his hair. Ashley arrived at Green Bell exactly at 7. Since the cross-country team finished practice an hour earlier than the ice hockey team, Koi had managed to get there about 10 minutes ahead of him. Of course, Koi had arrived on his bicycle. Ashley pulled up in a beautiful Porsche Cayenne. For no real reason, Koi found himself pouting. Ashley stood at the entrance, looking around until their eyes met. He walked over and sat across from Koi. You're early. Koi nodded. I haven't ordered anything yet. Really? Ashley turned toward the server, who immediately approached their table. Koi picked up the menu. The prices nearly made him stop breathing. He quietly closed it again. Meanwhile, Ashley casually flipped through the pages, humming to himself. Koi pretended to look at his phone while Ashley decided. Finally, Ashley looked up and raised a hand. The server returned with a notepad. Ashley began ordering without hesitation. A tuna salad sandwich. A double cheeseburger. No onions. Add 2 extra slices of cheese. Pancakes with bananas. Extra crispy bacon. 2 hard-boiled eggs. Maple syrup. Oh, and make the burger a double patty. And, wait. Koi couldn't help interrupting. Ashley looked at him in confusion. Isn't that way too much food? There are only 2 of us. Ashley blinked. Who said we were sharing? Huh. I'm eating all of this. What? Ignoring Koi's stunned expression, Ashley continued. And add the house steak. Finally, he ordered sparkling water before closing the menu. Then he smiled. Your turn. Still in a daze, Koi hurriedly opened the menu again. There was only one thing he could afford. A Coke. He hesitated. No ice. The server looked at him. That's all. Before the server could say anything else, Ashley asked. That's really all you're ordering? Koi forced a smile while ignoring the ache in his stomach. I already ate. Oh, fortunately, Ashley didn't ask any more questions. He didn't need to know that a single glass of Coke was all Koi could afford. After the server walked away, Koi immediately took out his notebook. I've been thinking about the project. Taking a deep breath, he opened it. Our assignment is to choose a Latin American country and research its culture. He looked at Ashley. Is there any particular country you'd like to do? No. The answer came immediately. Short. Simple. Exactly what Koi had expected. Ashley noticed the disappointment on Koi's face and smiled awkwardly. I don't really like thinking when I'm hungry. Was that supposed to be an excuse? Koi blinked. Right on cue. Ashley let out a huge yawn. I'm listening. His voice sounded tired. You go ahead. He really must be exhausted. Koi nodded. I printed out information on several countries. He showed Ashley the papers. Would you like to look through them, or should I choose one? You decide. Okay. Koi smiled. Homework probably wasn't very important to someone like Ashley. That just meant Koi would have to take the lead. How about Argentina? He flipped through his notes. We could divide the report into sections like food, history, traditions, and daily life. Sounds good. Ashley answered briefly. Just as expected. Koi nodded and continued. Then we'll gather our research first and decide how to divide the sections afterward. Ashley finally spoke again. Wouldn't it be easier if we split the work by topic from the beginning? He rested his chin on one hand. You could handle food and coffee. I'll do history and culture. If we find overlapping information, we can organize it later. Koi's eyes brightened. That's a good idea. It was the first real suggestion Ashley had made. For the first time, Koi felt hopeful. From then on, the conversation flowed naturally. Ashley mostly listened. Occasionally, he offered an opinion or pointed out something worth changing. Koi eagerly responded to every suggestion. Unexpectedly, Ashley was easy to talk to. Or maybe Koi was simply enjoying himself too much to notice anything else. Now he finally understood why Ashley was so popular. It wasn't just because he was handsome. After only 30 minutes together, Koi found himself completely captivated. Ashley had an effortless charm that drew people in, even without saying very much. Especially whenever those silver blue eyes curved into a smile. Koi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder everyone falls for him. Thinking that, Koi continued enthusiastically taking notes. Just then, the food they had ordered finally arrived at the table. Chapter 5. Hey, I thought I was starving. Ashley spoke loudly and dramatically as she grabbed a burger and took the first bite. It was a double cheeseburger with 2 slices of cheese. The amount of food they had ordered was enormous, but the speed at which she ate it was even more terrifying. After finishing 3 hamburgers, Ashley moved on to the sandwiches. Then she returned to another double patty burger, sandwiched it between maple syrup-soaked pancakes, and stuffed the whole thing into her mouth. Meanwhile, Koi slowly sipped his glass of Coke without ice. Are you sure that's enough? Ashley asked as she finished her 3rd bottle of sparkling water and ordered a 4th. Koi raised his glass of Coca-Cola, pretending he was still drinking it. Ashley tilted her head. It's unusual to drink Coke without ice. That way, you can make it last longer. The waiter didn't offer free refills, so Koi had been carefully nursing the same glass of Coca-Cola while watching Ashley Miller eat enough food to make anyone's stomach burst just from looking at it. It's amazing that you can eat so much. I train every day. Ashley casually replied while cutting a huge piece of steak and popping it into her mouth, as though it were nothing. And I'm still growing. You're still getting taller? From where you are now. Ashley answered as if it were completely ordinary. I grew 4 centimeters last month. How tall are you now? Koi asked nervously. 192. He somehow resisted the urge to yell at her to stop eating immediately. The only reason he didn't ask whether she was trying to become a professional basketball player or make it into the Guinness World Records was because he knew those thoughts came entirely from jealousy. In ice hockey, there are a lot of physical fights, so the bigger your body, the better. Ashley answered with a fresh smile. She was already the biggest star on the ice hockey team. As the captain, she could say whatever she wanted. Koi decided not to argue anymore. From his perspective, it might have been a debate, but to Ashley, it was probably no more significant than casually kicking a soccer ball. Are you planning to become a professional? The question came out sounding like someone who already felt inferior. It couldn't be helped. That was simply how he felt. But Ashley Miller, who seemed to have lived a life with very few setbacks, answered immediately. No, I'll only play until high school. It was such a realistic answer that it caught Koi off guard. Looking at him casually, Ashley cut another large piece from the half-finished pancake. I don't have enough talent to become a serious player. No way. Koi instinctively denied the words. Ashley responded with the same polite, refreshing smile she had worn throughout the past couple of hours. Thank you. She accepted the compliment as naturally as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. I'm more likely to take over my father's work, so I'll probably just go to college. She spoke quietly, almost as casually as if she were commenting on the weather. But Koi couldn't let that pass. Your father's work? Does he own a business? Judging by the car Ashley drove, her family had to be incredibly wealthy, making him even more curious. Ashley narrowed her eyes, amused by Koi's obvious interest. He protects the rich people's wealth from the poor. Koi blinked. Are you the devil? Oh. Instead of laughing, Ashley actually looked surprised. That's pretty close. He's a lawyer. Oh. Only then did Koi realize she wasn't entirely wrong. If Ashley's family was that wealthy, then her father had to be a very famous lawyer. As if reading his thoughts, Ashley added, it's one of the most well-known law firms in the East. When people mention Lawyer Miller, they're talking about my father. Even while saying something so impressive, she showed no trace of pride or arrogance. She simply took another sip of sparkling water. So after graduation, you're going back east? You'll go to college there too. Probably. It seemed likely she would attend the same university her father had graduated from. Koi hesitated before cautiously asking another question. Then, why are you here? Is your family living here too? Maybe Ashley was just staying here temporarily. She immediately answered. I'm the only one here. My parents are in the East. You're living alone? What? The moment the question left his mouth, Koi wished he could take it back. Ashley had answered every question so politely that he had crossed the line without realizing it. They weren't nearly close enough for something so personal. Still, Ashley answered in the same calm voice. I wanted to live alone. Wow, me too. I'm jealous. Wasn't that every teenager's dream? A nice car. A comfortable life. A house all to yourself. This girl really had everything. Ashley gave a faint, amused smile. Koi quickly tried to change the subject. Still, don't you get lonely? What about cleaning? Washing dirty clothes? He expected her to complain. Instead, she answered matter-of-factly. Not really. I have cleaners come every weekend. So I can live like a normal person. What did I just hear? Koi completely lost his composure. It felt as though his brain had overloaded after hearing so many things from a world completely different from his own. He wanted to ask just how enormous her house was, but barely stopped himself. I've already asked too much. I've crossed the line. Ashley Miller and I aren't even that close. He silently scolded himself. Then the awkward silence settled over the table. Ashley calmly finished the rest of her meal. Koi couldn't stand the silence. I have to say something. Come on, think. Oh, right. No one on your team has manifested yet, has anyone? Ashley nodded. Yeah, most people don't. Statistically, the chances of becoming an alpha or an omega were very small. Koi himself believed he would live his entire life as a beta. If Ashley ever manifested, she would definitely become an alpha. It suited Ashley Miller perfectly. She already seemed like someone who could overwhelm an entire room without even trying. Isn't it difficult to keep playing sports after you manifest? Most people quit. She answered calmly. It's almost impossible to become a professional. Alphas and omegas faced many restrictions because of their heat cycles. One of the biggest problems was competitive sports. If someone went into heat during the season, they couldn't perform properly, affecting the entire team. In individual sports, athletes could sometimes skip part of a season. Team sports were different. Although some athletes used inhibitors to continue competing, doing so severely affected their physical condition. Most people believed it placed far too much strain on the body. Professional teams therefore preferred beta or gamma athletes, who didn't have to deal with heat cycles. No owner wanted to risk hundreds of millions of dollars on a player whose condition could suddenly become unstable. Have you ever taken the predictive manifestation test? Ashley shook her head. What about you? I haven't either. Koi answered honestly. I'll probably be a beta anyway. Me too. Somehow, Koi felt Ashley wasn't particularly interested in talking about manifestation. He searched for another topic. His eyes landed on the clock. It was almost 9 o'clock. The restaurant would be closing soon. Only then did he realize he had spent the entire evening chatting with the school's biggest celebrity. We came here to work on our homework. Wake up. Scolding himself again, Koi hurried back to the real reason they had met. How about we clean this up? We can each research the information ourselves, exchange everything by email, organize it, and then divide up the sections and chapters the next time we meet. What do you think? Sounds good. After answering, Ashley picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth. Before they knew it, every plate on the table had been completely emptied. So we're done talking now, right? Can we head back? Chapter 6. Oh yes. Koi hurriedly took the money from his pocket and placed it on the table. After checking the bill, Ashley pulled out a card and handed it to the waiter. Koi's heart pounded as he watched Ashley leave a 20% tip. The tip alone costs more than my lunch. Koi had almost never eaten at restaurants where tipping was expected, so the amount completely shocked him. Isn't she tipping way too much? Hey, where do you live? As they left the restaurant, Ashley asked while walking toward the van. Over there. Koi followed the direction Ashley pointed and froze. It was an enormous gated community with security guards at the entrance. It would take more than 3 hours to drive around the entire neighborhood. And Ashley Miller lived in the largest, most extravagant mansion at the top of the hill. No wonder she spends money so casually. Ashley looked at the completely speechless Koi. If you were a girl, I'd walk you home, but... Koi hurriedly shook his head. No, it's okay. We can split up here. All right. Just as Ashley turned to leave, Koi suddenly remembered something. Wait, you should give me your email address. Oh, right. Ashley stopped, nodded, and held out a hand. Give me your phone. Oh, okay. Koi handed over his phone without thinking. Ashley quickly entered something, then handed it back. You don't even use a password? There's no one who'd snoop through it. Koi looked down and found Ashley's phone number and email address saved in his contacts. Naturally, he thought it was now his turn, but Ashley made no move to hand over her own phone. Send me an email first. I'll reply afterward. That's fine, right? Something about it felt strange, but Koi couldn't figure out what. So he simply nodded. Yeah. Before another awkward silence could settle in, Koi spoke first. Well, bye, Ash. I'll send you an email. Ashley paused before turning around. Looking back at Koi, she asked, "Where's your car?" Oh, only then did Koi realize what she meant. Trying not to feel embarrassed, he pointed behind him. "I came on that." At the end of Ashley's gaze sat nothing more than an old bicycle. Only a few seconds passed, but somehow Koi felt as though he could almost hear Ashley thinking, "You really don't have to walk me home. It's completely the opposite direction." Ashley crossed her arms with a serious expression. Koi was genuinely surprised. Until this assignment, Ashley probably hadn't even known he existed. Yet here she was, sincerely worrying about whether her homework partner could get home safely after spending only a couple of hours together. What doesn't this person have? Then Ashley suddenly seemed to think of something. "Then let's do this." Huh. Before Koi could react, Ashley took off her jacket. She draped the warm jacket over Koi's shoulders. Seeing Koi staring with wide eyes, Ashley chuckled softly. "It'll be a problem if my project partner catches a cold. Of course, it would also be a problem if you caught a cold. You're the one who should be wearing this. You're huge, broad-shouldered, and practically built like a wall. I'm the short one. Do you remember the Greek mythology lesson from last semester? If you were a god, you'd be Apollo. I'd probably be the grass beneath your feet, or maybe one of the tiny bugs living in it. Wow, the gods are giving their clothes to bugs now. Connor Niles, you're unbelievably lucky." Countless thoughts raced through his head. Not a single word came out. The daytime heat had completely disappeared, replaced by the cool night breeze. His bare arms, exposed beneath his thin t-shirt, had already begun to shiver. The jacket resting on his shoulders was warm. Koi looked blankly at Ashley. No one had ever taken off their own clothes to keep him warm. No matter how cold he had been, no matter how lonely, he had always endured it alone. Ashley smiled as warmly as the jacket itself. "It's much better this way." Right then, the wind swept through Ashley's blonde hair. She casually brushed the platinum strands back with her long fingers. For some reason, Koi suddenly felt like crying. "Thank you." He forced the words out, afraid his voice might crack. The streetlights outside the restaurant illuminated the two of them. They stood there in silence, looking at each other. The world was so quiet that even their breathing seemed to disappear. Somewhere, he thought he could hear a faint heartbeat. Koi stared at Ashley in astonishment. So, this is what falling in love feels like. The realization struck him all at once. If either he or Ashley had been a girl, he would have undoubtedly fallen in love. But then he remembered, neither of them was a girl. So, this wasn't love. It only felt very similar. "I guess I understand why you're so popular." His quiet murmur made Ashley laugh happily. Even the sound of that laughter made Koi's heart skip a beat. Ashley smiled. "Thanks for the compliment. I'll see you later, Connor." The fantasy shattered instantly. Koi frowned. "You can just call me Koi." "Yeah, it's all right, Connor." Ashley answered casually until the very end before climbing into the van. The large vehicle, as imposing and cool as its owner, hummed softly before disappearing into the night. Koi stood there for a while, watching it drive away. Then he climbed onto his old bicycle and began riding home. His heart felt much lighter than it had when he first arrived at the restaurant. Ashley was far kinder than he had expected. The homework wouldn't be a problem anymore. It felt as though all the worries he'd carried had disappeared at once. The only flaw, Ashley still kept calling him Connor. But that was something he could live with. He decided he would figure out how to return the jacket later. For now, he simply wanted to enjoy this rare feeling of happiness. As he pedaled home, replaying every conversation he'd had with Ashley, something suddenly came back to him. "I want to become a lawyer too." That optimism lasted less than 3 days. Koi stared nervously at Ashley's inbox. There was still no reply. What the hell happened? He sat in front of his computer with his head in his hands. He had been checking the screen over and over, but nothing had changed. The bigger problem was that Ashley hadn't come to school since that day. If Ashley had been there, Koi could have asked in person. Instead, Ashley had completely disappeared. Finally, Koi couldn't take it anymore. He picked up his phone. He had delayed it again and again, but he had reached his limit. If he waited any longer, they wouldn't finish the assignment on time. "I still have plenty of other homework to do." Taking a deep breath, he finally typed a message. Connor Niles' message. "Ashley, do you remember? We were supposed to work on our Spanish assignment together. It's already been 3 days since I emailed you. What happened? If you've seen it, please send me a message. We need to decide when we're meeting next so we can finish the project. There's not much time left. Please hurry." After sending the rather long message, Coy let out a heavy sigh. For a brief moment, he felt relieved. Then a new kind of torture began. Now he had to worry about when Ashley would actually read it. I should have either messaged earlier or waited longer. Regret came too late. All Coy could do was endure another anxious day while waiting for a reply. Chapter 7. I can't take this anymore. Coy clenched his teeth, his eyes red from lack of sleep. He had stayed up all night working on his other assignments, and exhaustion had made it impossible to think clearly. More than anything, Ashley Miller had been driving him crazy for days. How could someone with such an innocent face fool me like this? In Coy's mind, Ashley Miller had already become a heartless criminal. If Ashley didn't show up immediately and explain herself, nothing would calm his anger. But in reality, he couldn't even find her, let alone argue with her. Ashley hadn't replied to his emails or his messages. As a last resort, Coy waited outside before class for Ashley's usual group of friends. Surely they would know what had happened. When the opportunity finally came, what he heard was completely unexpected. Ashley's sick. One of her friends looked surprised by the question. Yeah, just a cold. She'll be back after she gets some rest. What? No. It's nothing. Thanks. Coy hurried away, feeling guilty for getting so angry all by himself. Maybe it's because she gave me her jacket. That was the only explanation he could think of. Ashley hadn't come to school the following day either. If she had caught a cold immediately afterward, the timing made it seem obvious. Is it really bad? Coy asked anxiously. The student simply shrugged. I don't know. She'll come back when she's feeling better. Why? Do you need something from her? Coy froze. He couldn't exactly tell everyone that Ashley had gotten sick after giving her jacket to him. If people found out Ashley had become ill because she had been too kind, no one would praise her. They'd probably just think she was an idiot. Coy hurriedly shook his head. No, it's nothing. Thanks. Bye. After rushing through the words, he quickly ran away. Only after ducking behind a nearby wall did he stop. Leaning against it, he let out a long breath. No one seemed suspicious of him. Phew. Being invisible really is the best. By now they've probably already forgotten what I look like. After calming himself, he sighed again. Still, I feel bad that Ashley got sick. But right now, the homework comes first. How am I supposed to solve this? As he climbed the stairs toward his next class, he desperately searched for an answer. Figures. I thought things would work themselves out. Why did I ever believe that? Nothing in my life has ever gone smoothly. It's only a school project. Why does it have to turn into something like this? He wanted to curse someone. Unfortunately, he wasn't even good at swearing. Why can't I even insult people properly? After a brief session of mentally beating himself up, Coy finally forced himself to calm down. This isn't the time to feel sorry for yourself. I need a solution. The answer came surprisingly quickly. As cruel as it felt while Ashley was sick, he had no choice but to ask her to help. There simply wasn't enough time left to finish the entire assignment alone, especially with the mountain of homework he already had. Once he made up his mind, he acted immediately. He pulled out his phone and searched for Ashley Miller's number. It wasn't difficult. He had fewer than 10 contacts altogether, including the number for the convenience store where he worked. Ashley was right at the top because her name started with the letter A. Taking a deep breath, Coy pressed the call button before he could lose his nerve. As the phone rang, he took several more deep breaths to calm his pounding heart. Finally, after what felt like forever, someone answered. Yeah, it was Ashley Miller. The moment he heard the weak, exhausted voice, Coy's heart seemed to stop. Then it started pounding twice as fast. He covered his mouth with one hand, afraid his heart might leap right out. After a few seconds, Ashley spoke again. Hello? Who is this? Her tired voice clearly sounded like someone with a bad cold. Coy felt even more conflicted. He was worried. He felt guilty, but he still needed to talk about the assignment. Hey, it's Connor Niles. We take Spanish together, and we're partners for the project. We met at Greenbell, remember? He explained everything at length. Ashley didn't answer immediately. Oh, Coy couldn't tell whether that sound had been a sigh or simply an exhale. He nervously took the phone away from his ear for a second before putting it back. Hey, I sent you an email and a message, but you never replied. I heard you were sick. Are you okay? Don't you think you should have asked whether I was okay before talking about the assignment? Ashley answered in a hoarse, sarcastic voice. Coy wasn't offended. She was sick. Anyone would be irritable. Besides, the two of them weren't close enough to worry about each other. Ashley was the most popular person in school. She probably already had plenty of people taking care of her. Koi cleared his throat. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for asking so many personal questions last time. I won't do it again. But can we finish the homework together? Ashley sounded reluctant. Homework. The response was far colder than Koi had expected. He had assumed Ashley wasn't as invested in the assignment as he was. But he hadn't expected complete indifference. We already made a plan, remember? I was researching Argentine coffee culture. You were going to do sandwiches. I already finished my research. Even to Koi himself, his voice sounded weak and unconvincing. He hated how timid he always sounded. But he couldn't change it. Ashley sighed. I don't know. Huh. Koi blinked. Ashley already sounded completely uninterested. It's just homework. Why don't you do the whole thing yourself? No, wait, Ashley. Koi hurriedly called out before Ashley could hang up. The deep sigh from the other end of the phone almost crushed his courage. Even so, he forced himself to keep talking. Then I'll do all the research. You can just write some of the later sections. I'll organize everything. I'll make the outline. I'll handle the theme. You don't have to do much. Before Ashley could reject him again, Koi blurted out the truth. I have to get a good grade. Silence filled the line. Please. Ashley. Please. After several long seconds, Ashley finally answered. It's none of my business. Oh, but. Before Koi could say another word, the call ended. He stared blankly at the dark screen of his phone. She really hung up on me. He still couldn't believe it. He called again. No answer. He tried once more. Still nothing. Finally, Koi was forced to accept the truth. Ashley had absolutely no intention of doing the assignment. Chapter 8. What am I supposed to do now? Koi had never even considered a plan B. He had never imagined Ashley would be this irresponsible. But now, he had to think of something. I never thought Ashley could be this irresponsible. Koi lowered his head and took a deep breath, feeling tears well up in his eyes. You're sick, so maybe you're exhausted. But you still have responsibilities. You could have at least warned me that you couldn't do it. If you'd told me earlier, I would have had more time. How am I supposed to finish this by myself now? Even while complaining to himself, Koi felt embarrassed. He was probably the only person in the world who took a school project this seriously. For someone as talented as Ashley Miller, this assignment probably meant nothing. Even if Ashley didn't get a good grade, he could still get into any university he wanted. I hate smart people. Koi wiped away his tears and forced himself to calm down. It couldn't be helped. I'm the one who needs this grade, so I have to finish it before the deadline. Once he made up his mind, he acted immediately. Finishing Ashley's share would take twice as much time. He couldn't reduce the hours at his part-time job. The only thing left to sacrifice was sleep. If I die, I can sleep forever. Repeating those words like a mantra, Koi pedaled furiously toward the library. Hey Ash, what's up? Just a cold. As expected, Ashley Miller became the center of attention the moment he returned to school. The usual crowd gathered around the lockers, chatting excitedly. Students farther away secretly took pictures. Koi quietly packed his things and closed his locker. To get to class, he had to pass straight through the crowd. That wasn't unusual. For Koi, slipping through unnoticed was practically second nature. He pressed himself against the lockers and squeezed through the narrowest gaps without asking anyone to move. Someone laughed and slammed a locker door beside him, nearly knocking him over. Fortunately, he managed to avoid getting hit. After escaping the crowd, Koi rubbed his sore neck and glanced back. Ashley was still surrounded by his friends, laughing and joking as though nothing had happened. His complexion was still a little pale. The lingering illness showed clearly on his face. He must still be feeling sick. But Koi couldn't bring himself to sympathize. Because of Ashley, he had stayed awake for 3 straight nights. He had even been scolded after accidentally falling asleep during his shift at work. Turning away, Koi headed toward the classroom. Behind him, he could still hear Ashley and the boys from the ice hockey team laughing together. I have the results from your last assignment. Mr. Martinez's words immediately made Koi tense. Every bit of his attention focused on what the teacher would say next. Pushing up his glasses, Mr. Martinez smiled. Everyone worked hard. Of course, a few people clearly rushed through it. Oh, Dixon, I'm not talking about you, so don't worry. The quality of your work shows how much effort you put into it. The class burst into laughter. Dixon laughed along with everyone else. Koi couldn't smile. Since this was an AP class, almost everyone took their assignments seriously. Ashley had been the one exception, but no one else knew that. Mr. Martinez continued calling names. Connor Niles. Ashley Miller. Why yes. Coy nearly jumped out of his seat as he raised his hand. Ashley lazily raised his as well, his expression completely indifferent. Of course, he hadn't contributed anything to the assignment. Coy stared anxiously at Mr. Martinez. After looking down at the grading sheet, the teacher smiled. You two worked very hard. This was the best project in the class. I gave you an A+. If it were possible, I'd give you an even higher score. Really? Mr. Martinez nodded with a smile. Coy's eyes sparkled. A huge smile spread across his face before he even realized it. I did it. All that hard work. It was worth it. So many times, he had struggled with everything he had only to end up disappointed. But this time, he had finally earned exactly what he wanted. There couldn't be a happier moment. He covered his mouth with both hands to stop himself from shouting with joy. Mr. Martinez continued announcing everyone else's grades. Coy didn't hear another word. The sounds around him faded away. He simply sat there, breathing hard, overwhelmed with happiness. For those few moments, he was alone in his own little world. He never noticed Ashley watching him with a strange expression. Don't fall asleep today. And keep your eyes open, understand? The store owner pointed sternly toward the security camera mounted on the ceiling. After giving Coy one last warning, he left the store. Now alone behind the counter, Coy let out a deep sigh. The joy of getting an A+ had lasted only a moment. Now, all that remained was exhaustion. As soon as no one was watching, he yawned widely. He wiped the tears from his sleepy eyes and looked around the convenience store. There were no customers. Perfect. He pulled out his homework. But his vision blurred. His eyelids kept drooping. Oh, come on. He rubbed his eyes as hard as he could. It didn't help. At this rate, I'll have to splash some cold water on my face. Just as he stepped away from the register, the front door chimed. The timing couldn't have been worse. Coy looked up automatically. Then he froze. It was Nelson and his group. He wanted to act calm. His body refused to cooperate. Nelson grinned. Hey, where are you going? Aren't part-time workers supposed to stay behind the counter? The others burst into laughter. Wow. The owner actually left Coy Niles in charge. That takes guts. Guess the owner trusts Coy a lot. Isn't that right, Mr. Niles? What are you going to do about us? One of them laughed before poking Coy hard in the forehead. He stumbled backward, straight into another boy. The boy immediately shoved him away. Damn it, idiot. Watch where you're going. Another boy wrinkled his nose dramatically. Ugh. This guy stinks. I can smell him from here. Come over here. Let me smell you. Oh crap. My nose is going to rot. The last boy grabbed Coy by the back of the neck and forced him downward. Coy desperately struggled to stay on his feet. Even so, his body bent forward until he was nearly doubled over. Stop. Coy cried out desperately. The only response was more laughter. While everyone else mocked him, Nelson casually opened the refrigerator. He grabbed a can of beer and tossed it to one of the boys. The boy barely caught it. Hey, how am I supposed to drink it if you throw it like that? So, Nelson smirked. Then he grabbed another beer for himself. Oh no, Coy shouted. No one listened. Nelson pulled the tab. The instant it opened, a jet of white foam exploded upward. Whoa, what the hell? Holy crap. Everyone shouted as they burst into laughter. Beer splattered across the ceiling before raining back down. Only after soaking Nelson's hand did the foam finally stop. Nelson took a long drink. Then he frowned. Damn, it's not even half full anymore. Of course it wasn't. Half the beer had sprayed onto the ceiling. The rest had splashed across the floor. Beer was everywhere. Before Coy could even process what had happened, Nelson opened the refrigerator again. He grabbed several more cans of beer and stuffed them into his pockets. Chapter 9. Oh no. Stop. Coy shouted desperately. His mind raced. He had to stop them somehow and get them out of the store. But the other boys kept grabbing him whenever he tried to move. I said stop. Everyone get out. Put everything down and leave. You little punk. Just as one of the boys grabbed Coy by the back of the neck. Wait. Let him go. At Nelson's command, the boy released him with a rough shove. Coy stumbled forward before catching his balance. Then Nelson walked over. Hey, what did you just say? As Nelson drew closer, his large frame seemed even more intimidating than usual. Coy instinctively stepped backward. Out of the corner of his eye, He could still see the others laughing as they stuffed sandwiches from the display into their mouths and filled cups from the slushy machine. But all he could focus on now was Nelson. What did you say? What was that? Nelson sneered. Koi couldn't force a single word out. Grinning at his trembling expression, Nelson shoved him hard with both hands. Hey. Koi staggered backward. Nelson shoved him again. What? Stop. Get out. He grabbed Koi by the front of his shirt and yanked him close. Their faces were only inches apart. Nelson's expression twisted with anger. How dare you order me around? You pathetic loser. Do you even know who you're talking to? Ugh. Koi struggled to pry Nelson's hand away. His face turned red as he gasped for air. But Nelson only tightened his grip. Koi looked up at him through tear-filled eyes. Nelson glared back with his chin raised arrogantly. Something inside Koi suddenly snapped. Stop it. Pay for what you took. You trashed the store. You're thieves. All of you are nothing but thieves. What did you say? Nelson's voice exploded. The veins on his forehead bulged as he raised his fist. Koi squeezed his eyes shut. In that split second, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What if he knocks me unconscious? When am I supposed to clean all this up? How much did they steal? Will my paycheck even cover it? I'd rather just get knocked out and never wake up. Just then, the front door chimed. Someone had entered. A customer? Koi barely noticed. Whoever it was, they couldn't possibly help. Anyone who saw this would probably panic and run away. What are you all doing? Huh? The calm, refreshing voice startled everyone. The store instantly fell silent. Koi slowly opened his eyes. No way. It couldn't be. There was only one person whose voice sounded like that. But there's no way Ashley Miller is here. He finally opened his eyes completely. His breath caught. It really was him. Ashley Miller. For a moment, Koi's mind went completely blank. He wasn't the only one frozen in shock. Nelson and the rest of the gang stared in disbelief as Ashley casually walked into the store. The glass door swung shut behind him with a soft chime. Completely ignoring everyone's stares, Ashley walked forward as though nothing unusual was happening. To him, this was probably just another ordinary day. Stopping a few feet away, Ashley glanced at Koi before turning to Nelson. What are you doing? You're not about to hit him, are you? Nelson froze with one hand still gripping Koi's shirt. Then, realizing he'd hesitated, he raised his voice. Yeah. So what if I am? Everyone thought the same thing. He's dead. Talking back to Nelson was one thing. Talking back to Ashley Miller was something else entirely. Ashley simply smiled. Never mind that. Is that alcohol you're drinking? Huh. One of the boys quickly hid the beer behind his back. Nelson immediately dropped the half-empty can onto the floor. Ashley watched the foaming beer roll across the tiles before looking back at Nelson. That's a problem. Underage drinking. Aren't we all a little too young for that? So what? Nelson shot back defiantly. Ashley answered in the same calm voice. I'm calling the police. He pulled out his phone. The gang exchanged panicked looks. Even Nelson's eyes widened. Are you seriously trying to mess with me? What? I'm just trying to follow the law. Ashley smirked as he unlocked his phone. Seeing him about to make the call, Nelson shoved Koi violently toward him. You bastard. Koi stumbled forward in panic. Oh no. I'm in trouble now. His mind went blank. Please, don't wreck the store anymore. You punk. Nelson roared as he swung his fist. The rest of the gang gasped. Koi instinctively covered his head. It was over. Just as he braced himself for the impact, Ashley casually took a single step backward. The punch missed completely. Wah! Unable to stop his own momentum, Nelson lurched forward and slammed shoulder first into the checkout counter. Nelson! Hey! The gang cried out in alarm. Nelson crashed awkwardly into the corner of the counter before stumbling to the floor. Someone snorted. Another quickly covered his mouth. No one dared laugh openly. Red-faced, Nelson struggled back to his feet and clenched his fists. He looked ready to charge again. Ashley only smiled. Are you really going to fight me? Think carefully. Koi felt as though he'd heard those words somewhere before. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who thought it was good advice. Nelson ground his teeth. His confidence visibly wavered. The others looked at one another uneasily. Hey, we were just leaving anyway. Right? Yeah. Of course. This place is boring. Come on, Nelson. Let's go. After several people urged him, Nelson reluctantly backed down. Before leaving, he glared at Ashley. You're lucky today. Then he stormed out of the store, the rest of the gang hurrying after him. Watching Nelson's retreating back, Koi couldn't help thinking he looked exactly like the defeated villains from the cartoons he'd watched as a child. Silence filled the convenience store. Koi hesitated before slowly looking at Ashley. Ashley watched the gang disappear outside before finally turning around. The moment their eyes met, Koi unconsciously flinched. Ashley smiled the same warm, easy smile Koi had seen before. "Are you okay?" "Huh. Koi nodded awkwardly before asking carefully. What are you doing here? Did you come looking for me?" The thought crossed his mind. But once again, he was wrong. "I was just passing by. I needed to buy something. I figured." Koi let out a quiet sigh. Ashley looked around the store. "What a mess. If you're done looking, please just buy what you came for and leave. I have a lot to clean up." His voice sounded utterly exhausted. It was true. Just looking at the wrecked store, thinking about everything Nelson's gang had eaten, stolen, and destroyed, made Koi want to run away. Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage to do that. Chapter 10. Koi let out a long breath and finally relaxed his shoulders. "I'll help you." "Huh." For a moment, Koi thought she'd misheard him. Ashley smiled. "I'll help you. What should I do first?" "Clean up." "Why?" This time, she had heard him clearly, but she still couldn't believe it. Ashley Miller was offering to help her clean? Why? There had to be a reason. Her first instinct was suspicion, but that didn't make sense either. What could Ashley Miller possibly gain from Connor Niles? Nothing. That was the only answer she could come up with. Koi gave Ashley a suspicious look before letting out an awkward laugh. Even so, she still couldn't believe he was offering to help without expecting anything in return. "I don't believe in kindness without a reason." She spoke cautiously. The smile slowly faded from Ashley's face. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Finally, Ashley sighed. "I actually wanted to ask you something." "I knew it." "What is it?" Ashley hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's about the assignment." "The assignment?" Koi blinked. Ashley scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I mean Mr. Martinez's team project. We both got A+. "Oh." Only then did Koi understand. Now she knew what he wanted to ask. Ashley spoke slowly, looking genuinely confused. "Why did you put my name on it?" He really didn't understand. Oddly enough, that made Koi feel a little relieved. She crossed her arms and asked with a hint of annoyance. "Why? Do you have a problem with it?" "It's strange." Ashley frowned. "You just told me you don't believe in kindness without a reason. So why did you do it?" "I don't understand." Ashley folded his arms and looked down at her expectantly. Koi straightened her back, refusing to be intimidated by his height. "There wasn't any special reason. We were partners. So I put both our names on it." "You didn't have to." Ashley still looked unconvinced. Koi thought for a moment before answering honestly. "It was a team project. I was worried Mr. Martinez might lower the grade if I turned it in by myself. Most people leave off the names of partners who don't contribute." "Maybe." Koi shrugged. "But what if Mr. Martinez thought our team hadn't worked together properly? The grade was important to me." Ashley studied her face. "Even so, weren't you angry?" "I was." Koi answered without hesitation. "That's why I put my name first." Ashley's eyes widened. A second later, he burst into laughter. Koi stared at him in confusion as he bent over, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. After a long while, Ashley finally managed to stop. "I owe you one. I just did what I thought was right." Koi didn't mention that Ashley had saved her earlier. She figured they were even now. She expected him to leave. Instead, Ashley remained where he was, glancing around the convenience store. "You're going to clean all this up now, right? Let's do it together." "You were serious?" Ashley ignored the question. "What about the ceiling? I should clean that first, right?" Koi looked up at the beer stains covering the ceiling. After a moment, she nodded. "Wait here. I'll get the cleaning supplies." She hurried outside to the storage room and returned with a bucket, detergent, mops, and cleaning cloths. Ashley took the long-handled mop from her without another word and immediately started scrubbing the ceiling. Koi watched him for a moment. He was tall enough to reach it without needing a ladder. She quickly came back to her senses. There was still plenty to do. She hurried over to straighten the shelves and clean the mess Nelson's group had left behind. With Ashley helping, the cleanup went much faster than Koi had expected. Before long, the store looked almost as good as new. The only problem was the empty shelves. 5 cans of beer were missing, along with plenty of snacks and drinks. "How much is all of this going to cost?" Koi let out another heavy sigh. "Is that everything?" Ashley looked over at her. He looked exactly the same as when he'd started cleaning, as though none of the work had tired him. Koi nodded weakly. Yeah, you can go now. Thanks for helping. You're welcome. Ashley glanced toward the half-empty shelves. What about everything they took? You're just going to leave it like this? I don't really have a choice. Another sigh escaped her. Ashley fell silent for a moment. Then he said, I'm having a party on Friday. Koi looked up in confusion. Ashley continued, I need a lot of snacks and drinks. I'll buy them here. Will that cover it? Of course. Koi waved a hand absent-mindedly. Buy whatever you want. She walked back behind the register and sat down. Ashley silently wandered through the aisles, gathering what he needed. By the time he returned to the counter, Koi had fallen asleep with her head resting beside the register. Ashley looked at her quietly for a moment. Then he picked up a pen and a notepad beside the register. He wrote down everything he had taken. After that, he placed 5 $100 bills beside the note. When the automatic door rattled shut, Koi jerked awake. She looked up in surprise. Ashley was already gone. Through the front window, she caught a glimpse of his Porsche Cayenne pulling out of the parking lot. Still dazed, she walked over to the register. Only then did she notice the stack of cash. $500? Her eyes widened. She quickly picked up the note Ashley had left behind. It contained a detailed list of everything he'd taken. Confused, Koi tilted her head. She didn't understand until closing time, when she checked the remaining inventory and realized Ashley had deliberately bought almost everything Nelson's gang had stolen. The next morning, Koi arrived at the university as usual. She glanced around nervously. Normally, Ashley and his friends were impossible to miss. Today, there was no sign of them. That's strange. She checked the time before looking around again. He isn't absent again, is he? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the atmosphere around her shifted. She recognized that feeling immediately. Ashley Miller was nearby. Koi turned instinctively. Sure enough, Ashley and his friends had just arrived. But another familiar group caught her eye. Nelson's gang. Without thinking, Koi took a step backward. Then she spun around and ran. After what had happened yesterday, Nelson was definitely furious. If he caught her now, she was certain he'd make yesterday's bullying look mild by comparison. No matter what, she had to stay out of Nelson's sight. The semester would be over soon. She just had to endure until then. What if they come to the store again? The uneasy thought lingered in her mind. But that was a problem for later. Right now, escaping was all that mattered. Panting, Koi sprinted toward the classroom building. Ashley's quiet murmur caught his friend's attention. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Ashley continued staring in the direction Koi had disappeared. He didn't answer. A moment later, he finally noticed Nelson's gang walking the same way. Seeing Nelson glare at Koi just before she fled, everything clicked. I see. Ashley rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His friends exchanged confused looks. None of them had any idea what he was thinking. Chapter 11. Whoa. Koi, who ran to the cafeteria as soon as it was time for lunch, let out a deep sigh when he saw the long line. Chemistry class was after lunch, and the chemistry building was the farthest one from the cafeteria. He had to hurry. Fortunately, the line moved quickly. Before long, there was another line forming behind him. He shuffled forward step by step while waiting for his turn when, all of a sudden, someone struck him hard on the back of the neck. Oh! Koi nearly stumbled forward with a startled cry, but somehow managed to catch himself. Who was that? He turned around in confusion, then froze. The group that had been deliberately avoiding him all morning was standing there. To be precise, only Nelson was glaring at him. The rest of the boys stood behind him with eager, excited expressions, as though they were looking forward to a show. Did you really think you could avoid me forever? Nelson gritted his teeth. The students nearby all turned to look. No one wanted to get caught up in a fight. Everyone knew that. Koi had experienced this countless times before, and every single time, he had been alone. Was it possible to get used to the realization that no one would help you? No. You never got used to the pain. You never got used to the heartbreak either. Koi knew that. The ache in his heart would probably stay with him for the rest of his life. Just as Nelson tightened his grip around the back of Koi's neck. Hammock, someone called out. Not only Koi, but Nelson also froze. Nelson's gang stiffened in shock. Then Koi noticed everyone's faces, including Nelson's, turning pale. No way. Koi slowly turned toward the voice. His eyes widened. It couldn't be. Yet no matter how many times he blinked, the scene didn't change. Ashley Miller was standing there, waving at him. After saying something to the friends beside him, Ashley casually walked over. Everyone remained frozen in place. Only Ashley approached. The whole scene felt unreal, like something carefully staged in a movie. Nobody moved. Ashley stopped directly in front of Coy and Nelson. Everyone watched while holding their breath as Ashley slowly raised a hand. Coy himself felt completely mesmerized. Then Ashley smiled. "What are you doing? Come on, lunch break is short." Ashley reached out and gently grabbed the wrist Nelson was using to hold Coy by the neck. Still smiling, Ashley said, "You should eat quickly so you'll be ready for the next class, don't you think?" Although he was speaking to Coy, Ashley's eyes never left Nelson. The smile remained on Ashley's face. But Nelson looked utterly shaken. The pressure around Coy's neck disappeared. A moment later, Nelson stumbled backward. Coy watched as Nelson stared at Ashley with unsteady eyes, then suddenly turned and ran away. The rest of his gang hurried after him. Only then did the silent crowd begin talking and laughing. Coy couldn't believe the situation had ended in such an absurd way. Ashley hadn't cursed. He hadn't thrown a single punch. He had simply said a few words, grabbed Nelson's wrist. And Nelson had run away. Was that really Nelson? Still dazed, Coy looked up at Ashley. His cheeks suddenly grew warm beneath Ashley's familiar, gentle smile. Thank you." Ashley simply nodded as though it were nothing. To Ashley, it probably wasn't a big deal. He had only walked over, taken a few steps, said a few words. But Ashley Miller would never know how much that meant to Coy. Someone had actually stepped forward to help him. And not just anyone. Ashley Miller, the biggest star in school, had helped someone as insignificant as him. Maybe this was all a dream. Coy slapped his own cheek. Smack. Ashley stared at him with wide eyes as Coy hurriedly rubbed the stinging spot. "What are you doing?" Oh, it's nothing." Coy shook his head. He still couldn't believe this was real. Then something even more unbelievable happened. Ashley jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Come on. Lunch is almost over." "Huh? Me?" Coy asked in disbelief. Ashley had already turned around. He laughed again, bright as sunshine. "Of course you. Connor Niles." Coy blinked, then hurried after Ashley. Even as he rushed to keep up with Ashley's long strides, his mind remained completely blank. Ashley had stood up for him, saved him, and now he was inviting him to eat together. Ashley Miller. And this time, he had even said Coy's name correctly. That wasn't all. Ashley's friends, who had been waiting nearby, casually greeted both Ashley and Coy. "Hey." "Hello." They nodded naturally before continuing their conversation as though nothing was unusual. Coy couldn't believe he was suddenly walking alongside the 6 members of the ice hockey team. Who could have imagined this? Someone who had always eaten lunch alone, now sitting with the 6 most popular boys in school. And this was actually real. If an angel had appeared before he went to sleep last night and told him this would happen today, he would have thought it was a demon trying to trick him. Nothing this unbelievable could possibly happen in real life. Surrounded by 6 tall boys, each as big as Ashley or only slightly smaller, Coy couldn't even see the outside world anymore. A large shadow covered him completely, but he didn't mind. You didn't need to look at the sun all the time. Coy was perfectly happy. "You're up first, Coy." Ashley gently nudged him forward. Still in a daze, Coy realized he was the first in the group to receive his lunch. Is today my birthday? Maybe I'm going to die tomorrow. Perhaps he'd already used up all the luck in his life today, and fate had decided to reward him out of pity before sending him off. Even so, he didn't care. Coy felt as though he were floating through a wonderful dream. It didn't even feel like his feet were touching the ground. Soon, all 6 of them naturally gathered around the same table with Coy. He couldn't really join their conversation. Instead, he simply listened while his eyes wandered from one speaker to another. Even that made him incredibly happy. The 6 boys laughed constantly, jumping from one topic to another. Having friends. It really looked like fun. Coy's thought. "I'm so happy. I seriously don't get it. Wait, are you actually wiggling your ears?" Chapter 12. The loud chatter of the boys quickly left Coy feeling overwhelmed. Without waiting for anyone else to finish speaking, they all talked over one another, each blurting out whatever came to mind. They were obviously speaking English. Yet somehow, Coy couldn't understand a single word. His eyes darted around nervously as panic set in. "Look at him. It's a monkey. No, it's a dog. Get down on all fours, you idiot. Woof. Woof. Come on, give it a try. Woof. Woof." Their roaring laughter echoed in his ears. Cold sweat ran down his back. His vision almost blurred. He had let his guard down. He should have known better. When Nelson's gang had first discovered that his ears could move, they had teased him endlessly. Whenever they got bored, they would drag him over just to laugh at him. And now, he had finally managed to become part of a new group, only for the exact same thing to happen again. Koi wanted to cry. Ashley and the others probably thought he was weird too. He could already imagine them mocking him just like Nelson always had. Biting his lip, he trembled. Then Ashley's voice cut through the noise. Koi, are you okay? Everything's ruined. I should have known. Connor Niles. How could someone like you ever have anything good happen? You couldn't even keep up with the conversation. Now you've ruined everything. Of course, nothing ever works out for you. Idiot. While Koi drowned in self-loathing, Ashley suddenly raised his voice. Okay, everyone calm down. You're going to scare him. The table immediately quieted. Ashley turned back to Koi. Sorry about these guys. Sometimes they forget how intimidating they can be. Hey, aren't you one of us? Yeah, that's unfair. Ash Miller, you're the biggest one here. The boys burst into laughter again. Only then did Koi slowly realize. This wasn't what he had imagined. Huh. He looked up cautiously. Ashley and the others were still joking with each other exactly as before. No one was laughing at him. No one was mocking him. The terrible situation he had imagined never happened. Confused, Koi slowly lowered the hand covering his ear. The moment he looked up, he met Ashley's eyes. Ashley simply smiled, as though nothing unusual had happened. Koi, who had been tense the entire time, gradually relaxed. Just then, another boy leaned forward eagerly. So, can you really wiggle your ears? The moment Koi froze, the first boy protested. I told you I saw it. Do you think I'm making it up? Nobody paid any attention to him. Instead, everyone looked at Koi with sparkling curiosity. Really? Show us. I want to see. Come on. Please. Just once. Koi had never received this kind of reaction before. Embarrassed, he had no idea what to do. But there wasn't even the slightest hint of malice. Even Ashley looked at him with genuine interest. Gathering his courage, Koi carefully twitched one ear. Oh, a chorus of cheers immediately erupted. Wow, that's amazing. Your ears really move. I've never seen anyone do that before. How do you do it? Did you practice? Were you just born like that? Can you move both ears? Can you move them separately? What about together? That's incredible. The questions came one after another. But none of them were mocking him. None of them were making fun of him. They were simply fascinated. Encouraged by their reactions, Koi grew a little braver. He moved one ear, then both. The boys clapped, laughed, pointed excitedly, and even grabbed their own ears, trying to imitate him. Some frowned in concentration. Others strained so hard their faces turned red. Of course, none of them succeeded. How do you even do that? Ashley frowned in concentration as well before giving up. Koi answered shyly, his face bright red. I've just been able to do it since I was little. That's awesome. So you can do it whenever you want. Another boy asked. Koi nodded awkwardly. Sometimes, but most of the time it just moves on its own depending on my mood. Your mood. When I'm really happy, or when I'm surprised, it kind of twitches by itself. Wow, you're definitely born with a special talent. After admiring his unusual ability for a while, the boys naturally drifted into another conversation. Koi sat there in a daze. He had never imagined that something he had always been embarrassed about would be accepted so easily. So, it really wasn't strange. Still feeling lightheaded, Koi picked up his vegetable juice. Just then, one of the boys absent-mindedly reached over while talking to someone else. Without looking, he grabbed Koi's drink instead of his own. Koi tried to stop him, but it was too late. The boy had already taken a big sip. What is this? He stared at the cup in horror. Feeling guilty, Koi mumbled. I tried to warn you. It's not your fault. Ashley immediately spoke up. He grabbed the wrong drink. Even so, the unfortunate victim frowned as he handed the cup back. Why are you drinking this? It tastes like someone washed their underwear in a sewer. Have you actually tasted that before? You'll understand if you drink this. The others immediately joined in. Nobody drinks that unless they're trying to build muscle. I thought everyone who drank that stuff was already dead. Hey, wasn't that pancake you made this morning basically attempted murder? The conversation instantly shifted to teasing someone else. Koi quietly let out a sigh of relief. Ashley laughed along with everyone else. chatting naturally as though nothing unusual had happened. There had been a few frightening moments, but everything had turned out well. Koi felt as though he had survived the two greatest crises of his short life in a single afternoon. As the tension faded, a warm feeling of happiness spread through his chest. Even now, it still didn't feel real. He had actually eaten lunch with the 6 most popular boys in school. After returning their trays and heading toward the next classroom, Koi quietly called out, "Ashley." Ashley stopped and turned around. Koi reached into his pocket and took out the money he had been carrying all morning. "This is for what you paid yesterday." Ashley looked surprised. "Oh, wasn't that already settled?" Koi instinctively looked up. "No, that's not it." Ashley tilted his head. "Then what?" For some reason, the words wouldn't come. After standing there awkwardly for a moment, Koi hurriedly pulled the money from his pocket. At the same time, a crumpled lottery ticket slipped out and fluttered to the ground. "Oh." Before Koi could bend down, Ashley picked it up first. He chuckled as he handed it back. "You've been carrying this around for a long time, haven't you?" There was a reason for that, but Koi couldn't explain it. Instead, he hurriedly changed the subject. "You paid for a lot of things yesterday." Carefully choosing his words so his voice wouldn't shake, he continued, "You paid for the things that couldn't be returned." It was obvious Ashley had intentionally left extra money because he knew Koi had suffered a loss. Even though they weren't close enough to exchange favors like that, Ashley had quietly helped him anyway. Koi couldn't simply accept it. Swallowing his embarrassment and the last bit of his pride, he held out the remaining change. "Thank you." Ashley smiled as warmly as ever. "I was just returning the favor. You've already paid me back more than enough." "I'm glad." Ashley accepted the money, slipped it into his pocket, waved goodbye, and walked back toward his waiting friends. Koi remained standing there, watching Ashley's back disappear into the distance, his heart pounding inside his chest. Chapter 13. You've been acting weird lately. After finishing practice, Ashley and the rest of the ice hockey team met up with their friends at Greenbell. Ariel watched her boyfriend devour his meal after practice with the appetite of a wild animal. After a moment, she finally spoke. Ashley frowned. "Have I?" "Yeah." The other boys at the table looked over with interest. Ariel continued. "You've been hanging around that weird nerd lately. You never used to pay any attention to him." "Who?" "You're talking about Koi, right?" One of the boys answered for her. Only then did Ashley nod in realization. "Oh, him." Ariel crossed her arms and pursed her lips. "You've never treated someone like that before. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Do you have a soft spot for him, or something?" "Me?" Ashley laughed out loud. The members of the hockey team burst into laughter as well. Ariel blushed slightly before muttering, "You know what I mean." "Actually," Bill spoke up, "we've been wondering the same thing. You always invite him to eat with us now. What's the deal? I didn't know you had such a soft heart." Bill deliberately emphasized the last part with a teasing grin. Ariel frowned at him. Ashley swallowed a huge bite of his burger before answering. "It's nothing like that. He just makes me feel sorry for him." "Sorry." Ariel looked at him in disbelief. Before Ashley could answer, another boy nodded. "Well, he has been getting bullied pretty badly." Someone else agreed. "Yeah, they were picking on him the first time Ash met him, weren't they?" "They hadn't hit him yet." Ashley corrected him. "They were about to. Same difference." "No." Ashley shook his head. "It's completely different." After letting the conversation settle, he added, "Anyway, just be nice to him. He's had it rough." Everyone exchanged glances before nodding. "At least return his greeting when he says hello," Bill said. Ashley nodded absent-mindedly while grabbing another fry. Ariel, still looking dissatisfied, spoke again. "Just don't get too close to him. You've been acting a lot less distant lately." She took a sip of her cola before adding, "We're not like him." Ashley stared quietly at the ice floating in his drink. "Of course we're different." He absent-mindedly noticed that. He was the only one at the table who always ordered his soda without ice. The random thought made him smile before he quickly pushed it aside. Bill suddenly remembered something. "Come to think of it, he's in the same classes as us." Another teammate nodded. "I've got a few classes with him too. He's basically taking the same schedule as Ash. Guess he's in all the AP classes too." One of the girls let out an impressed whistle. "If he has that much free time, maybe he should spend it making friends." "He doesn't have any, does he?" Another boy laughed. "Who would want to hang out with a loser like that?" Everyone laughed. Even Ashley laughed along. Still, somewhere deep inside, a tiny feeling of guilt lingered. Why did I suddenly remember his smile? Ashley crushed the ice between his teeth until it cracked loudly. Then he forced the thought out of his mind and returned to chatting with everyone else. Hi, Coy. Hi, Bill. One of the hockey team's star players waved to him in front of the lockers. Coy smiled warmly and returned the greeting before walking to his own locker. After that day, the boys who usually spent time with Ashley had begun greeting Coy whenever they saw him. It was only a simple hello, but for Coy, it changed everything. Until now, no one at school had ever greeted him first. No one else could understand how overwhelming a single greeting could be. That wasn't the only change. The other students' attitudes toward Coy slowly changed as well. People no longer acted as though he didn't exist. The whispering behind his back gradually disappeared. Instead, classmates greeted him. Some even made small talk. One day, a classmate casually asked if he'd watched a television show the night before. Coy was so shocked he nearly fainted. When he admitted he hadn't seen it, the conversation quickly ended. But even that felt like tremendous progress. That evening, Coy searched for the show on his phone, read everything he could about it, and even watched the free clips uploaded online. The greatest change of all was that Nelson's gang completely stopped harassing him. How peaceful, how wonderful, to go through an entire day without being mocked, without being beaten, without constantly looking over his shoulder in fear. For the first time in his life, Coy genuinely enjoyed going to school. Every day filled him with happiness. And it was all thanks to Ashley Miller. How can someone like him even exist? Coy felt his heart pounding once again. Handsome, tall, athletic, smart, kind. Was there really anyone more perfect in the world? If there were a religion devoted to Ashley Miller, Coy would gladly become its first believer. That was how important Ashley had become to him. Perhaps Ashley thought he'd done nothing special. But to Coy, Ashley had transformed a life filled with despair into one filled with happiness. No amount of gratitude would ever be enough. One day, if Ashley ever needed help, Coy promised himself he would do absolutely anything for him. Though, he was certain Ashley Miller would never have any need for someone like Connor Niles. Soon, the semester ended. Summer vacation began. Ashley woke early to the sound of his phone ringing. Ugh. Without lifting his face from the pillow, he stretched one long arm toward the bedside table and fumbled for his phone. The ringtone continued. Ash. As soon as he answered, Ariel's voice came through. Huh. Still half asleep, Ashley mumbled into the phone. Ash, don't tell me you're still sleeping. What time is it? He forced open his heavy eyelids and looked at the clock on his phone. He nearly swore. So, what's up? After a brief pause, Ariel spoke. I don't think we can meet today. Dad wants us to have dinner together. Ashley frowned. Then he remembered. It's the 4th of July. Yeah. Ariel sighed. I'm sorry. Your parents aren't coming to visit? Most people knew Ashley's parents lived on the East Coast while he stayed here by himself. Ashley answered calmly. No. Families should spend Independence Day together. It's fine. I'll call you later, Ash. Ariel blew him a kiss through the phone before hanging up. Ashley stared silently at the disconnected screen for a moment. Then he tossed the phone onto the bed and rolled over with a sigh. Yeah, you should spend the holidays with your family. He repeated his own words quietly. After that, silence. The apartment was completely silent. In the distance, the sound of fireworks echoed through the air. Boom. Coy, standing inside the convenience store where he worked, looked out through the front window. Only the fading glow of fireworks was visible above the rooftops. Sounds like everyone's having fun, he thought absent-mindedly. Independence Day was one of the biggest holidays of the year. People filled every street. Restaurants were packed with families celebrating together. But none of that had anything to do with him. It had been a long time since he had celebrated any holiday with family. Days like this were better spent working. He lowered his head again. The college entrance exams were only a month away. His preparations were nearly complete. All that remained was more studying. He was struggling with a difficult math problem he hadn't solved the day before when the bell above the shop door suddenly rang. Welcome. Coy looked up in surprise. The customer who had just walked in stopped as well the moment he saw Coy behind the counter. Ash. Chapter 14. Ash. Coy murmured quietly. Ashley answered just as softly. Hi, Coy. After an awkward pause, Ashley cleared his throat and turned to browse the shelves. Coy couldn't believe it. Meeting Ashley here. Of all places. And for the first time since summer vacation had begun. His heart was pounding. He couldn't take his eyes off Ashley until Ashley gathered a few sandwiches and brought them to the register. As Koi scanned the barcodes, Ashley finally spoke. "Don't you get Independence Day off?" No," Koi answered while continuing to ring up the items. "My family doesn't really celebrate holidays like this." "I see," Ashley replied quietly. Koi slipped the sandwiches into a bag before asking, "What about you? Didn't your parents come to visit?" Ashley pulled out his card and handed it over. "My family doesn't really celebrate holidays like this either." Hearing Ashley repeat his own words made Koi laugh. Then he smiled brightly. "So, we have something in common." Ashley looked at him silently. Koi wasn't joking. He was genuinely happy. His bright, unwavering eyes sparkled as though he had discovered something wonderful. For some reason, Ashley quickly took his shopping bag and turned to leave. "Oh, Ash. Wait. Just a second." As Ashley reached his parked car, Koi rushed out of the store. Ashley stopped and turned around. Koi held something out toward him. "Here. What's this?" Instead of answering, Koi said enthusiastically, "It's an Independence Day souvenir. I saved one for you." Ashley reluctantly accepted it. He looked down. It was an incredibly ugly pink doll. Koi asked nervously, "You don't like it?" Ashley looked at the doll, then at Koi, then back at the doll. No matter how many times he looked, it was unbelievably ugly. Its face even looked grumpy. Honestly, he wouldn't have taken it even if someone had offered it for free. But, looking at Koi's expression, he couldn't bring himself to say that. Koi looked so happy. Ashley suddenly laughed. Koi blinked in confusion as Ashley burst into laughter. Ashley's eyes curved into crescents, his cheeks lifted, and he smiled brighter than he realized. "Yeah, it's cute." The words escaped before he could stop them. Fortunately, Koi didn't notice his hesitation. His smile widened until his eyes nearly disappeared. "Right. It's cute, isn't it? Actually, it's a limited edition. They sold out already. I had one for you because you said you wouldn't have time to buy one." "What? No, you should keep it." Ashley tried to hand it back. Koi immediately waved both hands. "No, I wanted to give it to you. So please, take it." Faced with Koi's earnest expression, Ashley couldn't refuse anymore. "Okay. Thanks." Koi beamed once again. At that moment, Ashley noticed something. Koi's ears were gently twitching. Without thinking, Ashley almost reached out to touch one of them. His hand stopped halfway. He quickly lowered it before Koi noticed. Then he hurriedly spoke. "I should get going." "Okay. Bye. And Happy Independence Day." Koi waved enthusiastically until Ashley climbed into his car and started the engine. Ashley's Kian rolled smoothly out of the parking lot. Only after checking the rearview mirror and confirming that Koi was no longer watching did Ashley glance toward the passenger seat. The ugly little doll sat there. "What happened to your face?" Ashley muttered to the doll. Then, without realizing it, he smiled. "Ashley." The moment Ariel saw him, she threw herself into his arms. It had been 10 days since they'd last seen each other. Only after several kisses did she finally speak. "I missed you so much. I could barely sleep last night. My parents kept driving me crazy." Ashley quietly listened to the familiar complaints. He'd heard stories like this countless times before. Even the guys on the hockey team complained about their parents. He knew those complaints were only possible because they were close to their families. Ashley didn't really have anything to complain about. His parents had always provided him with everything he needed. Materially, he had never lacked anything. Complaining would almost feel ungrateful. Still, he had never been particularly attached to them either. Because of that, whenever his friends complained affectionately about their parents, it always felt a little strange to him. This time was no different. Even while criticizing her father for being old-fashioned, Ariel's voice was filled with affection. "Oh, what's this?" As she was about to sit in the passenger seat, Ariel spotted the doll. Ashley stopped halfway into the driver's seat. Ariel had already picked it up. She turned it over in her hands. "Where did you get this?" "Oh my gosh, it's so ugly." She burst into laughter and casually tossed it into the back seat. Ashley watched the doll roll across the leather seats. Completely unaware, Ariel fastened her seatbelt. "So, where are we going today? We could just stay at your place." "Sure." Ashley started the car. Ariel rolled down the window and stuck her head outside, shouting happily into the wind. Ashley laughed and teased her as usual. Everything was exactly the same as always. Wow. The moment they arrived, Ariel squealed excitedly and ran straight toward the swimming pool. Ashley stepped out of the car to follow her. Then, he suddenly stopped. Lying near the door was the ugly little doll. He stared at it for a moment. Without saying anything, he opened the rear door, picked it up, and placed it carefully on the passenger seat before closing the door again. Somehow, seeing the ugly doll comfortably occupying the seat beside him made him feel strangely lighter. Without realizing it, he began whistling as he walked away. Woohoo! Bill cannonballed into the pool with a loud splash. Water flew everywhere. Laughing and screaming erupted from every direction. Bill surfaced with a gasp, shaking the water from his hair. "You're insane. I told you not to do that." More laughter broke out around the pool. Bill grabbed the drink his girlfriend had been sipping while floating on an inflatable mattress and took a huge gulp. "Ah, perfect." He looked over toward the owner of the mansion, who was stretched out on a lounge chair, and swam over. "Ash, aren't you getting back in?" "I'm done." Ashley lazily raised one hand. The house was crowded. Before summer vacation ended, nearly all of his friends, including the entire hockey team, would gather here. Ashley lived alone in the enormous mansion while his parents stayed elsewhere. The refrigerator was always fully stocked. There was a swimming pool, a tennis court, more than enough food and drinks. It was the perfect place for everyone to spend their vacation. "Man, summer's almost over." One of the boys sighed as he dropped into the lounge chair beside Ashley. Before long, the conversation shifted to college admissions. Most of them planned to take their entrance exams before the end of the holidays so they could finish their final year without worrying about applications. Once graduation approached, there would barely be any time left. "This is our last season." Someone spoke quietly. Ashley nodded. Bill raised his can of root beer into the air. "To beating Buffalo." Chapter 15. Everyone cheered and finished off their drinks. Ashley emptied the last of his cola, leaving only the ice in his glass. "Ash, the fridge is empty." Someone shouted from inside the mansion. Ashley pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead as he stood. "Completely empty? Just these are left." The boy jerked his chin toward the few remaining cans in his arms. Ashley sighed. "All right. Come with me, Ash." Ariel called from the lounge chair where she was stretched out. Ashley waved a hand. "It's okay. I'll go by myself." Leaving his noisy friends behind, he headed for the garage. Only after sitting in the driver's seat did he realize he was still wearing nothing but loose swim trunks. It didn't matter. He was only buying drinks from a nearby convenience store. Thinking that, he drove out of the mansion. While waiting at a traffic light, he suddenly changed his mind. He turned the steering wheel. "Then why don't you have it?" "Damn it!" the drunken customer shouted, swearing loudly. Coy nervously tried to calm him. "I'm sorry. We haven't received that shipment yet. I'll make sure we order it next time." Coy apologized hesitantly, but the drunken man had no intention of listening. Without warning, he shoved Coy hard. "You little punk. Are you making fun of me?" "Ah." Coy stumbled backward. Then, smack. The man slapped him hard across the face. Before Coy could even react, his head snapped to the side. His vision spun. "Damn it." The drunk raised his fist again, cursing wildly. Coy held his burning cheek and instinctively shrank away. Fortunately, the man was too intoxicated to throw a proper punch. After swinging uselessly through the air a few times, he cursed once more before finally staggering out of the store. Silence returned. Coy slowly climbed back to his feet. His ear was ringing. His cheek throbbed painfully. It would probably be swollen by tomorrow. He felt tears threatening to come. Inside, stacks of drink cases filled the storage room. Coy reached for a case of mango cola. Just as he was about to lift it, a long arm reached past him. Ashley effortlessly picked up the case. Before Coy recovered, Ashley had already grabbed 3 more. Coy hurried after him. "That's enough." Ashley carried all 4 cases to the counter. "I'll pay." He handed over his card. While Coy ran the payment through the register, he smiled. "You must be having a party." "Yeah," Ashley answered vaguely, watching Coy work despite the fresh slap mark on his face. Ashley suddenly felt guilty. He had come here wearing swim trunks on his way back to a pool party, while Coy was working through a holiday after being assaulted by a customer. Why do I always end up feeling sorry for this guy? While waiting for the receipt to print, Ashley found himself looking at the top of Coy's head. His soft, thick hair looked fluffy. Just then, Coy looked up. Their eyes met. Ashley quickly looked away. Coy smiled. "It sounds like fun. I hope you enjoy it." "Yeah." Ashley nodded. He picked up 2 cases in one arm and another in the other hand. Before he could lift the last one, Koi grabbed it first. I'll carry this. It's okay. I'm fine. Koi smiled, then immediately winced. Ow. Even after hurting himself again and again, he still smiled every single time. His face scrunched up from the pain, yet his ears twitched happily, unable to hide how pleased he was. Ashley watched him quietly, then asked, almost casually, "Do you like me that much?" Koi froze. His eyes widened. He couldn't answer. He didn't need to. The answer was written all over his face. Ashley couldn't help laughing. Huh? Koi stared at him in surprise. Ashley raised his now empty hand and gently ruffled Koi's hair. Koi completely froze. Ashley's large hand felt unbelievably warm. The gentle smile Ashley was giving him made Koi's heart pound wildly. Then, Ashley's smile slowly faded. His eyes softened. Instead of pulling away, his hand drifted down from Koi's hair until it gently cupped Koi's swollen cheek. Koi's heartbeat thundered in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. He couldn't even blink. He wished this moment would last just a little longer. Just a little. The warmth of Ashley's hand, the pounding of his own heart. Ring. The soft chime of the store's entrance bell broke the spell. Reality returned. A customer had arrived. Koi had to go back to work. Ashley had to return to his own world. Reluctantly, Koi whispered, "Bye, Ash." Ashley answered just as quietly, "Bye, Koi." His hand slowly slipped away from Koi's cheek. Koi watched it leave, feeling as though something inside his chest had gone with it. "Come on." Ashley opened the back door of his car. He placed the 2 cases he was carrying inside. Koi hurried over with the last one. "Thanks." Ashley accepted it and stacked it neatly with the others. As Koi watched, his eyes suddenly widened. "Ollie Ping." Ashley turned around. Koi pointed toward the ugly doll sitting on the passenger seat. "The doll I gave you." Ashley nodded. "Oh." Then he frowned. "Ollie Ping." "Yeah." Koi smiled brightly. "It's a pink elephant." "So, pink plus elephant. Ollie Ping." Ashley stared at the doll, then back at Koi. A long silence followed. Finally, he asked, "It's an elephant?" Chapter 16. Is it an elephant? You didn't know? Koi looked genuinely surprised. "Look, it has a long trunk here, and a tail back there." He pointed it out with his finger, but Ashley still wasn't convinced. How is anyone supposed to tell the trunk from the tail on something that abstract? Koi, however, looked completely confident. Ashley opened her mouth to argue, then thought better of it and let out a sigh instead. "I should get going." At Ashley's words, Koi nodded. As Ashley turned and walked back to the store, Koi kept glancing over his shoulder. "Bye? See you again, bye." Ashley waved back before getting into the driver's seat. If she didn't leave now, Koi would probably stand there forever. She started the car without hesitation. As Koi walked back toward the store, he looked back several more times, even catching Ashley's reflection in the store window. As Ashley drove out of the parking lot, she felt both relieved and strangely empty. It was a strange feeling. Have you ever felt like trash? Bill sounded puzzled by the sudden question. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Ashley sighed. "No, never mind." Bill waited for an answer before scolding him. "What do you mean, never mind? What's going on? Can we all come over again before the new semester starts?" The last gathering at Ashley's house had gone well. Their friends were already looking for another excuse to get together. Normally, Ashley would have agreed. It was certainly better than being alone in that huge mansion. But this time, he wasn't in the mood. "I'm busy." "What? Busy doing what?" Bill sounded completely confused, but Ashley ended the call without another word. The house fell silent again. After lying in bed for a while, Ashley let out a slow breath and got up. Outside, the summer sky was perfectly clear without a single cloud. "Welcome." The moment Koi saw Ashley, his face lit up with delight. Ashley felt strange seeing someone welcome him with such obvious happiness. As he walked into the store, he greeted him as usual. "Hello." "Hello." Koi returned the greeting with a smile, so bright it was almost blinding. Seeing him like that, Ashley gave a helpless smile. "You smile every time you see me. Are you really that happy?" Ashley asked while casually grabbing a random item and placing it on the counter. He expected Koi to deny it or become embarrassed. Instead, Koi's smile grew even wider. "Yes, of course. I like you a lot." Ashley was caught completely off guard. Looking at Ashley with wide, innocent eyes, Koi continued. Of course. Who could dislike Ashley? Ashley felt unusually embarrassed. He looked away, and for once, his cheeks felt warm. Completely unaware of Ashley's reaction, Koi rang up the purchase before pulling something out from beneath the counter. This is for you. Again. Koi laughed. This one's limited edition too. Ever since giving Ashley that ugly elephant doll, Koi had brought him a gift every time he visited. Ashley knew Koi genuinely wanted to give him things. The problem was, he couldn't refuse. He had tried before, smiling as he politely declined. But the moment he saw Koi's crestfallen expression, the words simply wouldn't come out. It was all because of Koi's smile. This time it's an anteater. Koi proudly held out another strange-looking doll. His flushed cheeks, sparkling eyes, wide smile, and constantly twitching ears showed exactly how excited he was. Ashley tried to refuse it, but the moment Koi's face turned pale, he immediately swallowed his words. As a result, more and more ugly dolls had begun collecting in the back seat of Ashley's car. You really don't have to do this. Ashley thought reluctantly as he accepted the bizarre-looking doll. You don't have to worry about me. But the thought came too late. He had already started coming to this convenience store and buying things he didn't need. Why lettuce seeds? Ashley finally looked at the item he had absent-mindedly grabbed while Koi packed it into a plastic bag. Are you planning to grow them in your garden? Koi smiled brightly. They're nice to grow yourself. Sometimes I fill paper cups with soil and plant seeds in them. It's really pretty when the sprouts come up. Paper cups. Koi nodded. I lined them up like this. He happily traced a row across the counter with his hand. Then he noticed Ashley's expression. Oh no. Only then did Koi realize he had gotten carried away. The confidence vanished from his face. His eyes trembled. I let my guard down again. Ashley must think my taste is awful. He always tried so hard to hide how strange he was. But whenever he relaxed, he ended up making another embarrassing mistake. Sorry. Ashley snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Koi's uncertain voice. So he's embarrassed. Do you grow lettuce too? Ashley smoothly changed the subject. Koi slowly looked back up. Ashley smiled as though nothing had happened. It wasn't difficult. He had always done this. As expected, Koi's face brightened again, and the color returned to his cheeks. Yeah, I tried growing lettuce once, but it didn't do very well in the paper cups. So now I grow dandelions. Dandelions? Ashley immediately pictured the weeds growing along the roadside. Koi nodded. They'll grow in almost any soil. I see. Still, who would deliberately grow dandelions? Ashley thought it, but kept it to himself. There was a reason Koi had chosen them. He simply thought it was wasteful to let the seeds die after spending money on them. Growing flowers while saving money. To Koi, it seemed like a wonderful idea. Is there a reason you want to grow them? For the first time, Koi hesitated. Well, this wasn't the same hesitation as before. Ashley lowered his head slightly and quietly waited. I wanted to see something alive. Ashley couldn't immediately understand what he meant. Doesn't he have a garden at home? Maybe he lived in an apartment. Or maybe there was another reason. Ashley was curious, but he stopped himself from asking. They weren't that close. At least, that was what Ashley believed. And he wasn't rude enough to pry into someone else's private life. Come to think of it, Koi asked me a lot of questions when we first met. Ashley remembered something he had long forgotten. Back then, the questions had all been simple things everyone already knew. He hadn't thought much about them. But now he realized how happy Koi had been just to hear the answers. Maybe he had relaxed around that smiling face without even realizing it. Would Koi answer anything if I asked? The thought suddenly crossed his mind. He almost wanted to find out, but he pushed the idea aside. Then he reminded himself once again, we aren't that close. If he started asking personal questions, Koi might ask him some in return. And Ashley had no intention of talking about himself beyond what everyone already knew. Chapter 17. Instead of asking any more questions, Ashley took the plastic bag from Koi. As she glanced around casually, her eyes landed on a textbook. Are you taking the college entrance exam? Oh yeah? Next week. Koi nodded before asking. You noticed? Ashley could answer that easily. Everyone already knew. Yeah. I see. I'm jealous. I'm so nervous. Watching him take a deep breath to calm himself, Ashley said. Even if you don't get the score you want, you can always take it again. Koi swallowed the words. Then I'll have to pay the exam fee again, and only smiled awkwardly. You have good grades, right? They're okay. Ashley answered casually. Koi asked, can I ask what your score is? Ashley replied without much thought. A perfect score. WH what? Coy unknowingly raised his voice, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ashley simply laughed. Unless I make a huge mistake, that's usually what I get. That's incredible. It wasn't unusual for students in the same AP classes to know each other's academic ability. Still, hearing it directly amazed Coy, especially with his own entrance exam only a week away. I'm so jealous. I wish I could do that well. You'll do fine. Ashley tried to reassure him. Coy tilted his head. How can someone improve on a perfect score? He wasn't being sarcastic. He was honestly curious. If anyone else had asked, Ashley would have thought they were joking. But coming from Coy, it sounded completely sincere. Rather than answering, Ashley simply said, I should get going. Oh wait. Ash. Coy hurried back behind the counter. Ashley waited, wondering what he wanted. A familiar ugly doll appeared instead. You have to take this. Ashley had purposely left it behind earlier, hoping Coy wouldn't notice. Apparently, he had. Ashley looked from the doll to Coy's shining face and reluctantly accepted it. Thanks. Yeah. Coy looked unbelievably happy. Ashley didn't even need to look at his face. His constantly twitching ears told the whole story. Well, I'm off. Good luck on your exam. Yeah. Bye. See you again. Coy stood behind the counter, waving both arms enthusiastically. The manager had scolded him before for leaving the register unattended, so this time he stayed where he was, leaning far over the counter, just to wave goodbye. Ashley opened the store door. Behind him, Coy stretched his entire upper body across the counter, waving as hard as he could. Cough, cough. A harsh coughing fit suddenly interrupted him. Ashley raised one hand to reassure the wide-eyed Coy that he was fine before walking toward his parked car. He tossed the plastic bag Coy had given him onto the passenger seat, looked down at the ugly doll still in his hand, and sighed. After backing the car up, he opened the rear door and buckled the doll into the back seat, alongside all the other ugly dolls. Inside the store, Coy watched Ashley's car disappear. Whenever Ashley left, Coy always felt both proud and lonely. But today, those feelings were a little different. I wonder if he isn't feeling well. He remembered the group project at school, when Ashley had caught a cold and been sick for several days. Maybe Ashley was weaker than he looked. Some people caught colds easily. Come to think of it, his cheeks looked a little flushed today. Coy frowned with worry. Cough, cough. It really was a cold. Ashley coughed as the fever left him burning. He had always considered himself healthy, except for the occasional cold. As a child, he had often suffered from respiratory illnesses. They had become much less frequent as he grew older, but they had never completely disappeared. This was already the second serious cold he'd had that year. Damn. Breathing heavily, he reached for the bedside table. He poured himself a glass of water, but his throat hurt so badly that swallowing was difficult. After barely moistening his mouth, he set the glass down and collapsed back into bed. It'll pass in a few days. Medicine would probably help him recover faster. But he didn't even have the energy to go looking for it. The housekeeper was away on vacation. There was enough food in the house for several days. But at the moment, swallowing anything was painful. Damn. His consciousness slowly faded beneath the fever as his eyelids grew heavy. A familiar sound drifted into his awareness. After a moment, Ashley realized it was his phone ringing. The sound gradually became clearer. He forced his eyes open and looked toward the phone on the bedside table. He wanted to ignore it, but it kept ringing. With great effort, he pulled one arm out from under the blanket and answered. Hello. His voice came out rough and hoarse. The person on the other end immediately gasped. Ash, are you okay? It took Ashley a moment to recognize the voice. Coy. Yes, it's me. Ashley, what's wrong with your voice? Did you catch another cold? Are you hurting? Is it really bad? The questions poured out one after another. Ashley couldn't think clearly enough to answer. His mind was blank. I'm fine. After a long pause, that was all he managed to say. The harsh coughing fit that followed completely ruined his attempt to sound convincing. Coy's anxious voice came through the phone again. Really? You're coughing so much. You must be really sick, right? Does it hurt a lot? What should I do? Did you take any medicine? Have you eaten? There were so many questions. Ashley only answered one. I'll get better soon. But you'll be hurting until then. Coy immediately fell silent. Ashley could hear him thinking. The quiet breathing on the other end almost lulled him back to sleep. Just as Ashley's eyes were closing again, Coy suddenly spoke. Ash, Can I come to your house for a little while? I want to check on you. What is he talking about? His fever-clouded mind couldn't process the words. Koi continued. You said you live alone. If there's no medicine, no food, or is someone there with you? His voice gradually grew quieter, as though he lacked confidence. Ashley still wasn't fully listening. I'm not alone. Then I'll come. Koi's unusually firm voice startled Ashley awake. What? Breathing heavily, Ashley managed to ask. It's harder to be alone when you're sick. I'll bring you medicine so you won't suffer so much. Then I'll leave right away. Can I come? This time, Koi sounded much more hesitant. Too exhausted to think, Ashley muttered. Whatever. Yes. The moment he received permission, Koi practically shouted with excitement. Ashley was about to hang up when he forced himself to add, You won't be able to get in. The neighborhood had strict security. Visitors had to pass background checks and receive confirmation from the homeowner before being allowed through. Ashley wasn't in any condition to deal with that. But Koi answered confidently, as though he had anticipated the problem. It's okay. I remember the house you showed me before. Ashley could only mumble. If that's the case. All right. Then can I come? Koi asked one last time. But Ashley had already fallen asleep, completely exhausted. It really is a cold. Koi stared at the disconnected phone. Ashley hadn't come to the store for several days. He'd had a bad feeling. And his suspicion had been right. What if it gets worse? Koi knew exactly how lonely it was to be sick with no one to take care of you. He had experienced it himself. Tomorrow was the day of the college entrance exam. It was one of the biggest days of Koi's life. But he couldn't just leave Ashley alone. He wanted to help him somehow. Maybe. This was finally his chance to repay even a little of what Ashley had done for him. He only needed to bring some medicine and food. It wouldn't take long. Chapter 18. When he thought about it, he couldn't think about anything else. It even felt like a God-given opportunity to take a break from his part-time job, since it was the day before the entrance exam. Koi left home without hesitation. He stopped at a nearby store, picked up several kinds of instant soup, put them into a bag, paid in cash, and bought some simple cold medicine as well. Koi's thought, I'm on my way, Ash. His heart burned with worry as he pedaled as hard as he could toward Ashley's house. Ashley Miller's house stood on the highest hill in the area. The mansion, isolated from everything around it, was large enough to be seen from a great distance. To enter the estate, every visitor had to pass a strict security check, confirm they had been invited, show identification, and wait for approval. Every morning, there was always a line of cars waiting to enter the mansion, their drivers showing ID cards to the security guards while their visits were verified. According to the rules, Koi should have gone through the same process. However, he didn't want to disturb a sick Ashley. By chance, he already knew another way in. Koi's thought, I found it when Nelson's gang chased me. Koi smiled to himself as he pushed harder on the pedals. It was strange. Every terrible experience he'd had somehow ended up being connected to Ashley, and now it was actually helping him. Who would have thought even being bullied by Nelson's gang would turn out to be useful? Breathing heavily, Koi climbed the steep hill behind the estate. Even back then, Nelson's gang had given up chasing him because of the exhausting slope. Perhaps that was why the people managing the estate never expected anyone to come through this route. Thanks to that, he slipped onto the property unnoticed. Remembering that day, he kept running as the sun slowly began to sink toward the horizon. Koi's thought, it's over there. Finally, he stopped with a deep breath. In the distance stood Ashley's mansion, magnificent atop the hill. Standing before it, a different kind of nervousness settled over him. Koi swallowed hard and took another deep breath. The sun was already beginning to set. Koi's thought, it took longer than I expected. Clutching his pounding chest, he forced his trembling legs toward the mansion. The entire place was eerily silent. At the top of the hill stood only Ashley's mansion. The nearest neighboring house was over 30 minutes away. Koi's thought, does Ashley really live here all by himself? He wasn't jealous. He simply realized once again just how far away Ashley Miller's world was from his own. The instant soup and cold medicine he carried were probably the only things he could offer someone like Ashley Miller. Scratching his head, Koi looked down at the humble bag in his hands. Koi's thought, he'll probably laugh at me, but he'd already come this far. There was no turning back now. Taking another deep breath, Koi walked forward cautiously. As the mansion drew closer, his heartbeat grew louder. The three-story mansion was enormous, yet there wasn't the slightest sign of life. The dark, silent building made him increasingly uneasy. Koi's thought, "Don't tell me he's not home." It was entirely possible. Ashley might have gotten so sick that someone had taken him away in an ambulance. Or maybe he wasn't that ill after all, and had simply gone somewhere else. Countless possibilities crossed Koi's mind. Then he noticed an estate car parked in front of the garage. Koi's thought, maybe he took another car instead. Looking at the vehicle parked before the 4-car garage, Koi made another guess. Come to think of it, he didn't even know how many cars Ashley owned. Koi's thought, I'll check first. Having made up his mind, Koi stood before the front door. He inhaled deeply. Even after raising his hand, it still took several more seconds before he finally pressed the doorbell. A familiar melody echoed through the quiet mansion. It was Spring from Vivaldi's The Four Seasons. Koi listened blankly. The music continued until the end. There was no response from inside. Remembering how weak Ashley had sounded over the phone, Koi removed his hand from the doorbell and slowly reached for the doorknob. He expected it to be locked. Instead, click. The latch turned easily. Koi stared at the unexpectedly opened door. It wasn't locked. Ashley had given him permission to come, but stepping inside still required courage. After taking another deep breath, he carefully entered the mansion. It surprised him that a place like this didn't seem to have a security system. If it did, an alarm should have been blaring by now. Koi's thought, maybe it's because Ashley's home. Or maybe the estate's security is enough. After all, who would expect someone to climb up from the back road like some kind of monster? Half the journey had been spent riding his bicycle. The other half had been spent dragging it uphill. He'd been so stubborn that even he was amazed. Thinking about it now made him feel a little embarrassed. Still, since he'd come all this way, he wanted to see Ashley with his own eyes. Honestly, just seeing him once would be enough. Koi's thought, am I turning into a stalker? Even so, his feet never stopped moving. After climbing countless stairs and crossing the enormous entrance hall, Koi tried to guess where Ashley's room might be. From outside, the mansion looked about 3 stories tall. He started climbing toward the upper floors. By the time he reached the 2nd floor, the endless hallway alone was enough to leave him speechless. Koi's thought, I have to hurry. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he quickened his pace. The first room he entered was a kitchen and bar. The walls were lined with every kind of liquor, sparkling glasses, and cocktail equipment. Everything was perfectly organized. Ashley probably didn't drink much. Without thinking too deeply about it, Koi accidentally touched what looked like a refrigerator. The light inside immediately came on, revealing shelves packed with bottled drinks. Koi's thought, anyway, he's not here. Leaving the spacious kitchen behind, he entered the next room. Although none of the lights were on, the sunlight pouring through the massive windows illuminated everything clearly. The next room was a private movie theater. A gigantic screen hung on one wall, surrounded by dark curtains and rows of luxurious reclining seats. Koi admired it for only a moment before quickly closing the door. Koi's thought, I could spend all day admiring this place. I have to hurry. He continued searching, one room after another. The mansion was enormous. The hallways seemed endless. No matter how many doors he opened, there were always more rooms. He passed an entertainment room with a huge pool table, a fitness room filled with expensive exercise equipment, an arcade packed with machines he'd only ever seen in game centers, several more empty rooms. Yet there wasn't a trace of another person anywhere. By the time Koi finally found Ashley's bedroom, he was completely exhausted. Do you want to go west? The man asked the question with a thick cigar clenched between his lips. Meeting those unsettling purple eyes, Ashley suppressed the familiar feeling of disgust before answering. I don't want to stay in this house. It doesn't have to be the west. The man narrowed his eyes. Ashley ignored the familiar look of cynicism. The man reclined in a leather chair behind an enormous oak desk, taking another slow drag from his cigar. Ashley stood silently across from him, waiting for his answer. The silence stretched on, longer than Ashley had expected, long enough that it became difficult to endure. There is a village in the west. At last, the man spoke. I bought a house there as a vacation home. It's empty anyway, so you can stay there. He spoke slowly before turning his gaze back to Ashley. He was waiting for something from Ashley. The man had never lost a case in court. He always expected something in return whenever he granted someone's request. The price Ashley had to pay for getting what she wanted was ridiculously cheap. Just a single sentence. Yet forcing those words out was harder than anything else. Dad, thank you. The man's lips slowly curved into a satisfied smile. The sickly sweet scent of his pheromones mixed with the pungent smell of cigar smoke, hanging heavily in the air. Chapter 19. Cough, cough. A violent coughing fit pulled Ashley from his sleep. Pain spread through his entire body as he struggled to breathe, but even that was better than continuing the nightmare. Ashley thought. Damn it. He slowly opened his eyes, breathing heavily. It had still been daylight when he'd fallen asleep, but the sun was already setting. The fever hadn't gone down at all. A sigh escaped him naturally. His cheeks burned, and every part of his body felt unbearably heavy. Just as he closed his eyes again, something suddenly felt wrong. Ashley thought. What is it? Keeping his eyes closed, Ashley listened carefully. Perhaps because of the fever, his senses were dulled, and at first he wasn't sure. But he hadn't imagined it. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, he heard it again. Footsteps. Someone was walking down the hallway. For a moment, he assumed it was one of the staff. Then he dismissed the idea. Even if he'd slept through an entire day, the setting sun proved that wasn't possible. The household staff always arrived early in the morning, finished their work before noon, and left afterward. Besides, they were all on vacation. That meant whoever was in the mansion wasn't supposed to be there. Ashley thought. A thief? Still lying in bed, Ashley barely reacted. If he had been healthy, he would have grabbed an ice hockey stick and swung it without hesitation. The moment the blanket covering his face was gently lifted, Ashley shot out a hand and grabbed the intruder's wrist. Stop, you son of a... The startled thief let out a hoarse scream and toppled onto the bed. He was much smaller than Ashley had expected. Small enough that Ashley could probably break an arm without much effort. Then he saw the person's face. Ashley stared blankly. Coy. The name barely slipped through his sore throat. Coy blinked several times before giving an awkward nod. Yeah, it's me. How are you feeling? The question sounded rather foolish the moment he said it. Ashley was obviously in no condition to answer. Good. Ashley stared at him blankly before another violent coughing fit overtook him. Ash. Coy hurried to his feet in alarm. Ashley collapsed back onto the mattress, relieved now that he knew who the supposed thief was. Ash, are you okay? Oh no. You look like you're really suffering. Ashley wanted to answer, but another coughing fit stole his voice. Watching him cough over and over, Coy hurried to the cart beside the bed. Ash, I brought medicine. I also made you some soup. Still coughing, Ashley finally realized what that mysterious squeaking noise had been. It had been the wheels of the cart Coy was pushing. The kitchen is huge, Coy explained before Ashley even asked. He poured soup from a pot into a bowl. It's vegetable soup. No. Ashley refused immediately. Coy froze for a second before hurriedly pouring it back into the pot. He opened another one. It's cream soup. Ashley simply stared at him in disbelief. Only then did he notice there were 4 different pots sitting on the cart. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I bought several kinds. Coy blushed shyly. He hadn't forgotten that Ashley disliked vegetables. Ashley lay back down and simply blinked. He didn't even have enough energy to think anymore. Looking disappointed, Coy stirred the soup gently before scooping up a spoonful. Come on, Ash, have a little. Ashley looked from the spoon to Coy. Coy couldn't hide the concern on his face. You need to eat something if you want to get better. Please, eat a little, then take your medicine, okay? You'll recover much faster. This time, Coy's ears remained completely still. Ashley found that strangely unsettling. Coy was genuinely worried about him. Okay. After a brief hesitation, Ashley finally opened his mouth. Coy carefully lifted the spoon toward him. Some of the soup spilled. Flustered, Coy scooped up another spoonful and tried again. Ashley managed to swallow it. His throat burned. Are you okay? Coy immediately misunderstood Ashley's expression and asked anxiously. Ashley simply shook his head. Seeing that he couldn't eat anymore, Coy sadly set the bowl aside. Instead, he picked up a glass of warm water along with the medicine. Then let's take your medicine. Ashley slowly pushed himself upright. Honestly, that was what he needed most. This one's for the fever. This one's for your cough. And this one will help your sore throat. Coy explained each pill one by one as he placed them into Ashley's palm. He handed him the warm water as well. Ashley swallowed them with difficulty. Every gulp sent sharp pain through his throat. Even so, after finishing the glass, his thirst eased a little. As Ashley leaned back toward the bed, Coy hurried over to support him. Ashley didn't think it would help much. Yet he still let himself lean against Koi's slender shoulder. The front of Koi's shirt felt pleasantly cool. It was surprisingly comfortable. Go to sleep, Ash. Koi gently lowered him back onto the bed. You'll feel much better after you get some sleep. Chapter 20. Koi spoke to Ash as if he were speaking to a child and carefully settled his head on the pillow. For a moment, he stayed by his side, his face filled with concern as he gently pulled the blanket up to Ashley's neck and softly patted his chest. Yes, I'll be here. Only then did Ashley realize that he had whispered something. Ashley, don't go. It was something he had never said to anyone. Not to his girlfriends, not to his friends, and not even to the parents who had brought him into the world. Because he had always thought it was pointless. Ashley blinked slowly and looked at Koi. Through his blurred vision, he could see Koi smiling. If I hold on to people, they'll all leave. Ashley raised his heavy hand and weakly held on to Koi's. Unlike Ashley's feverish skin, Koi's hand was cool. With a quiet sigh of relief, Ashley fell asleep. This time, he didn't wake up even once. Koi let out a quiet sigh as he looked at Ashley's sleeping face and gently stroked his chest. When he had first found Ashley, he had almost called an ambulance. Ashley had looked so ill that Koi truly thought something terrible might happen. I have to stay calm. Suppressing his fear, Koi forced himself to think as rationally as he could. When had Ashley gotten this sick? It was obvious there was no one else in the house. Since arriving, Koi hadn't seen or even sensed another person. Let's do what I can first. After making up his mind, he quietly left Ashley's room. As he had noticed earlier, there was a small kitchenette on the second floor. He didn't need the main kitchen. All he needed was a pot for the soup, a bowl, and a glass of water for the medicine. Closing the bedroom door behind him, Koi hurried away. The kitchenette turned out to be at the opposite end of the floor. After another long walk, he finally reached it and heated the instant soup he had brought. He worried that opening Ashley's bedroom door again might wake him, but since Ashley had already taken the medicine, it should be all right. Looking at Ashley's sleeping face, Koi thought, let's see if the medicine helps first. He wasn't completely confident about the medicine, since he had picked it out as best he could at the convenience store, but he had done everything he knew. After gently wiping the sweat from Ashley's forehead with a clean cloth, he straightened up. When Ash wakes up, I'll heat the soup again. As soon as he thought that, Koi let out an uncontrollable yawn. The exhaustion hit him all at once. Ashley was sleeping soundly, still holding Koi's hand. Koi looked at him for a moment before resting his head beside the bed, careful not to pull his hand away. Within moments, sleep claimed him as well. The distant sound of birds drifted through the air. The cool morning breeze gradually cleared Ashley's mind as fresh air flowed into the room. Frowning at the sunlight and chilly breeze coming through the open window, Ashley slowly opened his eyes. At first, he simply stared blankly. Still lying down, he blinked several times before noticing something strange in his hand. His eyes widened. Following the hand he had apparently been holding all night, Ashley turned his gaze toward its owner. He froze. Koi. His sluggish mind slowly began working again. Koi. One memory after another returned. Koi had suddenly come to his house. He had made 4 different kinds of soup. He had brought a pile of medicine. He had patiently fed him water and medicine. And before Ashley fell asleep, he had promised, I'll stay here. Koi had kept that promise. He was still sitting beside the bed, asleep with his head resting on the mattress, his hand still tightly holding Ashley's. His face, half buried in the blanket, showed no sign of waking anytime soon. Ashley remained silent as he looked at him. You could have left. He couldn't believe Koi had fallen asleep in such an uncomfortable position just because of something Ashley had said in his fever. You should have gone home a long time ago. Why? Ashley wondered. Why didn't you leave? Just then, a monotonous alarm suddenly rang out. Startled, Ashley quickly sat up and looked around. It wasn't his phone. The sound was coming from Koi's. Carefully searching Koi's jacket pocket, Ashley found the phone and turned off the alarm. The moment he saw the time on the screen, his eyes widened. Koi. Koi. Ashley immediately grabbed Koi's shoulders and shook him. Only then did he finally let go of Koi's hand. Koi, wake up. It's morning. Huh. Still half asleep, Koi blinked blankly. When he saw Ashley sitting up, he smiled. Ash, you're feeling better? Wake up, Ashley shouted urgently. Your exam. The college entrance exam. Koi stared blankly for a few seconds before his brain finally caught up. What? His eyes shot open. What? He jumped to his feet so suddenly that the chair nearly tipped over. Wait. Wait, Koi. Ashley tried to follow him, but dizziness forced him to stop. Damn. The fever still hadn't completely gone away. He felt much better than yesterday, but his head was still heavy. Wait. Ashley called after him in his still hoarse voice. Koi stopped halfway down the stairs and looked back. Leaning against the railing, Ashley said, I'll drive you to the test center. Check that you've got everything first. Oh, right. Koi immediately stopped and searched through his bag. My phone. Here. Ashley came downstairs holding both his own phone and Koi's. I've got it. Thank you. Koi hurried over, accepted the phone, and checked his belongings again. Fortunately, almost everything was there, including his admission ticket. Except for one thing. Wait. I'll lend you my calculator. Before Koi could even react, Ashley turned and hurried upstairs again. Get in the car first. Ashley shouted hoarsely before disappearing from sight. Koi hurried outside, anxiously staring toward the house. Ashley's car was still parked where it had been yesterday. He cautiously touched it, worried the alarm might go off, but nothing happened. The passenger door was already unlocked. As he climbed inside, he noticed the smart key lying carelessly on the dashboard. Let's go. Ashley climbed into the driver's seat, tossed the calculator to Koi first, and immediately started the engine. Where's the test center? Koi answered in a trembling voice as they drove away from the mansion. It's nearby. Good. The real problem was the morning traffic. If they didn't arrive before the deadline, Koi wouldn't even be allowed to take the exam. Closing his eyes tightly, Koi clasped his hands together as if praying. Please. I didn't know you prayed. Ashley suddenly spoke. Without opening his eyes, Koi answered. I'm praying for you, and your car. Please don't let us be late. If your prayer works, what are you going to do for me and my car? His voice was still hoarse, but it sounded much healthier than yesterday. Koi realized Ashley was trying to ease his nerves. Just tell me. I'll do anything I can. Ashley laughed softly. You still haven't learned not to promise things so easily? It sounded like a joke, but Koi meant every word. I really will. I'll do anything for you. Ashley glanced away from the road and looked at him for a brief moment. Koi smiled. Thank you so much. Save that until after we get there on time. Still smiling, Ashley turned the steering wheel and smoothly changed into the next lane. Chapter 21. Ashley's car arrived at the test site 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Koi sat in the passenger seat, pale-faced, and still trying to catch his breath. He only snapped out of it when Ashley waved a finger in front of his eyes. We're here. Oh, right. Blinking, Koi hurriedly said. Thank you. We actually made it on time. He admired Ashley's driving, but he couldn't help worrying. Are you okay? I mean you. He asked cautiously, afraid Ashley had pushed himself too hard because of him. Ashley smirked, as though he had seen right through Koi's thoughts. My body or my car? Both. Ashley answered casually. My car might have a few scratches. How are you feeling? I don't think you've fully recovered from your cold. Ashley brushed his own forehead with the back of his hand. Go inside for now. I'll wait here. You're going to wait? Yeah. Then he added casually. Don't worry about me. I'd just be wasting time if I went home. Okay. Koi hesitated before getting out of the car. He had accidentally left his phone with Ashley. Hey, I'll see you here afterward. Yeah. I'll be here when you're done. Okay. After hearing Ashley's answer, Koi hurried toward the examination building. A moment later, Ashley heard the passenger door click shut and started the engine. I think my fever's coming back. Now that he was alone, exhaustion suddenly washed over him. The medicine had probably worn off. It had already been more than 12 hours since Koi had given it to him. Driving slowly, Ashley looked for a nearby pharmacy. I'll buy more medicine, then get some sleep. Only then did he realize something. He was still wearing his pajamas. Sigh. After letting out a long sigh, he changed directions. I'll go home and change first. As he drove, one task after another came to mind. Take a shower. Change clothes. Eat something. See if there's any medicine at home. The more he thought about everything he needed to do, the heavier both his body and mind felt. At times like this, it would be nice if someone were here. They wouldn't have to do anything. Just stay with me. Koi's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Ashley immediately shook his head. It's only because he took care of me yesterday. It doesn't mean anything. Gripping the steering wheel a little tighter, he silently made himself a promise. Never. I'm doomed. Koi walked out of the examination hall with a completely empty mind. He could barely remember what he had written. Throughout the entire exam, he had been thinking about Ashley. Is he feeling better? His cheeks were so red. He was still burning with fever. Now that I think about it, his eyes looked a little unfocused. I should have told him to go home and rest. I could have found my own way back. Wake up. Now isn't the time to think about that. Focus. Ashley endured his illness just to bring you here. What if you fail because of this? Pull yourself together. I hope he isn't still waiting outside. Wake up, Connor Niles. Did I answer that question wrong? Connor Niles. Take the exam first. Ash. Go home and rest. Connor Niles. After battling with himself all day, the exam finally ended. Feeling completely drained, Koi slowly walked outside. Many cars were waiting there. Parents had come to pick up their children after the exam. Originally, Koi had planned to walk past them and ride home alone, like always. But today was different. As he walked past the rows of waiting cars, anxiety and anticipation mixed together inside him. Is Ashley here? Part of him hoped so. Part of him hoped not. It's better if he's resting. He felt relieved. It's okay. You've always gone home alone. He felt lonely. Maybe Ash went home to rest. He felt happy. His emotions rose and fell like a roller coaster. He had never experienced so many conflicting feelings at once. Then, among the many waiting cars, he spotted a familiar station wagon. Oh. His disappointment over the exam vanished instantly. All he could think about was Ashley. Ash. 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 Repeating the name over and over in his mind, he hurried forward. His quick steps became a run. Just thinking about seeing Ashley made his heart race. The distance wasn't far, but it still felt unbearably long. Finally reaching the car, Koi stopped to catch his breath. He hesitated before opening the door. What if it's a different car? Feeling embarrassed by the unnecessary worry, he leaned closer to the window. He hadn't mistaken it. It really was Ashley's car. Ashley was asleep in the driver's seat, his head resting against the headrest. Koi stood there quietly. A complicated feeling welled up inside him. He felt guilty. He felt grateful. He felt sorry. He's really handsome. What? Koi froze at the thought that had suddenly crossed his mind. Just then, Ashley frowned slightly. He rubbed the back of his neck and let out a tired sigh before turning his head. Their eyes met through the window. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Ashley stared blankly at Koi. A few seconds later, recognition dawned. Oh. After a quiet gasp, Ashley reached over and unlocked the passenger door. Still flustered, Koi quickly climbed inside. Have you been waiting long? Ashley answered simply. A little. He had changed into comfortable jeans and a simple t-shirt. Seeing that, Koi smiled. So you went home. I was still wearing my pajamas. I see, but you still look great. Koi spoke sincerely. Ashley laughed. You really like me, don't you? Koi felt embarrassed, but he didn't deny it. Ashley always looked cool, but somehow he looked especially good today in a plain t-shirt and jeans. His usually well-styled hair had fallen messily across his forehead, probably because he was still sick. Koi liked that look too. How was the exam? Ashley asked as he pulled onto the road. Did it go well? Koi hesitated. It was okay. Then he immediately changed the subject. How are you feeling? Has your fever gone down? SOSO. Ashley deliberately copied Koi's earlier answer. Koi laughed. Why do you keep copying me? Did I? Yeah. Ashley laughed along with him. His cheeks were still a little flushed, but he looked much better than yesterday. That's a relief. Before long, they reached the residential compound. If Koi had come by himself, he would have had to ride his bicycle through endless traffic, wait at the security gate, and call Ashley to confirm his visit before being allowed inside. But riding with Ashley made everything effortless. They simply drove through the residence entrance, past the long line of waiting cars, and entered the estate almost immediately. Is it always this fast? Because I live here. Ashley answered casually and continued driving. Yesterday morning, Koi had been too preoccupied with the exam to really notice the surroundings. Now, riding through the neighborhood in Ashley's car, he looked around carefully. Every mansion they passed had its own unique style and grandeur. Some houses were so enormous that others, which would have seemed gigantic anywhere else, looked almost modest beside them. Even so, the most impressive one was still Ashley's mansion. Looking at it now, Koi couldn't help thinking that Ashley's parents must have loved him very much to buy such an enormous house for him to live in all by himself. Chapter 22. Do you have any special reason for living in this house? Ashley answered Koi's question as he parked the car. There are gates, so the security is good. Koi had been asking about the size of the house, but Ashley's answer completely missed the point. Embarrassed to ask any further, he simply nodded. I see. Ashley got out of the driver's seat first. Koi unbuckled his seat belt and stepped out as well, but suddenly froze. Oh. Ashley, who had already started walking, turned back. What is it? Koi pointed toward the back seat with a puzzled look. The dolls. Ashley followed his gaze and quickly understood. The ugly dolls sitting in the back seat were all wearing seat belts. They're riding with us. I made sure to buckle them in. I see. Koi burst into laughter. He couldn't stop smiling at the thought that the gift he had given Ashley had stayed with him the whole time. Ashley watched him quietly before speaking. Yesterday. Koi looked up at the calm voice. A gentle breeze swept past Ashley, making his bright blonde hair flutter. Ashley took a step closer and looked straight at Koi. Why didn't you leave? It took Koi a moment to understand what he meant. Ashley continued. I only held your hand yesterday because I was delirious with fever. You just had to stay until I fell asleep, right? If you'd left after that, I never would have known. So why didn't you? His voice grew more serious. It was the day before your exam. There would always be another chance, but missing an important exam was still a huge loss. Many people couldn't sleep the night before because they were nervous. But Koi had missed the most important time to prepare after making sure everything else was ready. Ashley genuinely wanted to know why. Koi finally smiled. His face slowly brightened until it was filled with warmth. I promised you, Ash. I said I'd stay by your side. Ashley stared at Koi's smiling face, unable to look away. The cool breeze continued to blow behind him. Yet he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, his face grew warm, and his heart began pounding. The setting sun painted Koi's face a soft orange, and the brown eyes looking up at him shimmered like gold. Ashley covered his mouth with one hand. If he didn't, it felt as though his wildly beating heart would leap out. I don't believe in promises. I never believe anyone who says they'll stay. It's all a lie. But Koi's smiling face filled Ashley's vision. Then why? Why do your words make my heart race so much? The mansion was as quiet as ever. Koi was once again surprised by how empty such an enormous house felt. When do the staff come to work? Ashley answered simply. They're on vacation. I see. Then when are they coming back? Probably next week. Ashley answered casually before adding. They prepared enough food for several days. If it isn't enough, I can always order something or buy it outside. I see. Koi nodded, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. It wasn't just about the food. It was easy to imagine Ashley sitting alone in the enormous dining room, eating by himself. Me too. Realizing he'd spoken aloud, Koi hurriedly shook his head. No, it's nothing. His situation and Ashley's couldn't possibly be compared. How could Connor Niles, who pretended to be asleep on a thin mattress to avoid his drunken father, juggled school with part-time jobs, and struggled every day, ever be the same as Ashley? But in the end, none of that mattered. Right now, he was happy. He decided to forget about the exam he had probably ruined. When they're not on vacation, when do they come? Koi asked again. Ashley replied. When I'm not here. Why? Ashley answered without hesitation. Because the terms of their contract are to avoid seeing me as much as possible. Huh? What? Koi asked in surprise. Ashley answered just as casually. My father believes privacy is very important. Koi still wasn't convinced, but he didn't ask any more questions. There were all kinds of people in the world, and all kinds of ways to live. Besides, he couldn't possibly understand the lifestyle of someone as wealthy as Ashley. So they prepare the food beforehand and leave? Koi asked as he followed Ashley into the kitchen. Ashley opened one of the refrigerators, looked inside, and answered. Most of the time. If I want something specific, I leave a note or tell my father's secretary. I see. Koi murmured. Ashley might not seem much different from everyone else at school, but once he returned home, his life was completely different. Feeling overwhelmed by the size of the mansion once again, Koi continued following him. Let's eat first. Yeah. Koi nodded. Unlike the small kitchen upstairs, the main kitchen was enormous. It was large enough for 4 refrigerators. Each one had a different purpose. There was a massive built-in oven, an equally large stove, rows of neatly organized cookware, and enough kitchen knives to rival a professional restaurant. Everything looked elegant and incredibly expensive, even to someone like Koi, who knew nothing about luxury kitchens. While quietly admiring the spotless room, he noticed Ashley standing in front of one of the refrigerators. "I'll help." At Koi's words, Ashley took out a large plate without turning around. On it sat a seasoned whole chicken wrapped in plastic. He read the note attached to the wrap. "Bake at 250 degrees for 30 minutes. Ashley looked toward the oven. "Let's heat everything together." "Okay." Koi nodded with relief. He had never used an oven like this before and had no idea how it worked. Ashley continued taking out more prepared dishes. While the oven preheated, he went back to the refrigerator. "What kind of salad do you like? Avocado with shrimp? Salmon and lettuce? Or chicken?" Koi hesitated, unable to decide. Without waiting for an answer, Ashley took out all three and placed them on the counter. Koi quickly followed after him, raising his hands to help, but there was never anything left for him to do. Whenever Koi reached for something, Ashley had already done it. Ashley stood on his toes to take down the plates. By the time Koi reached for them, Ashley had already set them on the counter. When Koi looked for the forks and knives, Ashley had already opened one of the many drawers and taken them out. Then Ashley brought out 5 different bottles of salad dressing. Koi was finally certain he would be useful. "Here." He reached out to take a bottle. Instead, he froze. Ashley had 3 bottles balanced effortlessly in one hand and the other 2 in the other. "You only needed to carry one." Koi sighed quietly as he watched Ashley casually balance each bottle between his long fingers before setting them onto the serving cart one by one. Just then, the oven chimed to announce it had finished preheating. Even before Koi could react, Ashley had already opened the oven. "I'm not helping Ash at all." Chapter 23. It was pathetic that something so trivial could make him feel ashamed of himself, but he couldn't help letting his shoulders droop. Ashley, leaving Koi standing there, looked over the serving cart to make sure nothing was missing. "Can you go to the snack bar and bring some drinks and ice? The bar is on the right side of the second floor, right?" "Got it," Koi answered with a smile. Only then did Ashley realize his mistake. "Oh, there was no helping it," Koi awkwardly confessed. Yesterday, when I came to your house, I had to look for you, so I walked around the mansion. That's when I saw it." "Oh." Ashley nodded as if he had only just realized it. "Right. Yesterday, Koi had made soup for him." Unlike Ashley, who quickly accepted the explanation, Koi grew increasingly nervous. He was embarrassed that he had wandered through the house without permission, and he couldn't help worrying that Ashley might hate him for it. His shoulders stiffened with anxiety. Ashley looked at him, then at the dishes on the cart. He frowned slightly before asking, "What are you doing?" "Huh? Oh." Koi finally snapped out of it. "I'll be right back." "Yeah." Ashley answered casually as he gripped the handle of the cart. "Where do you want to eat? The dining room? Or the garden?" "Anywhere is fine with me." Koi answered immediately. He meant it. He felt like he could eat scorpions in the middle of the desert as long as Ashley was with him. Ashley thought for a moment before saying, "Let's eat in the garden. There's a pavilion. You'll see it when you go outside." "Oh, okay." Koi nodded enthusiastically. "Sounds great." "Yeah." Ashley began pushing the cart. "I'll take this there, so just bring the drinks and the ice." "Ice too." Ashley smiled at Koi's puzzled question. "You don't put ice in yours, but I do." So that's why he wanted ice. It was the perfect chance for Koi to clear up the misunderstanding. But he stayed silent. He didn't want Ashley to realize they lived in completely different worlds. He knew he could never belong to Ashley's world. But if Ashley truly understood just how different their lives were, he was afraid Ashley would drift farther away forever. Why is ice so important for Cola? Koi hurried toward the refrigerator while wondering. It doesn't matter if I never put ice in my cola for the rest of my life, as long as I can stay with Ashley. As they ate, the sun slowly began to set. The entire sky burned crimson. It's incredible, Koi murmured quietly. The mansion where Ashley lived was impressive not only because of its size, but because of where it stood. It was built high on what was almost a small mountain rather than just a hill. From there, the entire city stretched out beneath them. As darkness gradually fell, countless lights flickered on in the houses below, creating a breathtaking night view. It was the first time Koi had ever seen anything like it. He could only whisper, "Wow." Living in an old trailer, he had never imagined a view like this. Ashley must see scenery like this every day. The thought made the distance between them feel enormous again. The distance between someone who casually put ice in their cola and someone who never could. What's wrong? Ashley asked. Koi came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. Thinking like that won't help. What matters is right now. Ash and I are eating dinner together. That's enough. It's delicious. Koi smiled. In truth, he could barely taste the food. It was just another one of the many secrets he kept from Ashley. Thank you so much for today, Ash. Late that night, after getting ready to leave, Koi thanked him once again. Ashley answered with a small smirk. I told you I'd drive you home. No, it's really okay. Koi waved both hands. My bike is faster. He never wanted Ashley to see the rundown trailer where he lived. It was enough that Koi himself knew a place like that existed. You still have a cold. You should be resting. Koi insisted. He was genuinely worried. Ashley still had a fever, yet he had driven all the way to pick him up and bring him back. After dinner, Koi made sure Ashley took his medicine and carefully packed up the remaining pills before handing them to him. Don't forget to keep taking them. Okay. Ashley nodded reluctantly. Koi smiled again and grabbed his bicycle. Ash. Ashley turned around at the sudden call. Koi opened his mouth, then hesitated. After a long pause, he shook his head. No, it's nothing. Yeah. Koi scratched his head awkwardly. Then, as though he'd suddenly thought of something, his face brightened. Come to think of it, the new semester starts soon. And? Ashley asked. Koi grinned. That means we'll get to see each other every day. Ashley froze for a brief moment. Yeah. He answered quietly. I guess we will. Yeah. Koi nodded happily and stepped onto the pedals. Bye, Ash. Get well soon. Holding the handlebars with one hand, he waved with the other as he rode away. Before Ashley could even raise his own hand, Koi had already disappeared into the distance. Silence immediately settled over the estate. Only Ashley and his annoying cold remained. Sigh. Ashley deliberately let out a loud sigh before turning around and walking back into the mansion. The silence that had always filled the house felt especially heavy today. Huff, huff. Koi pedaled as fast as he could. He had to get home before his father returned. His father would definitely be furious that he'd stayed out all night without permission. Even if he'd asked, his father never would have allowed it. He wouldn't have let me go, no matter what I said. Koi gripped the handlebars tighter and pedaled even harder. He needed to sneak into bed quickly and pretend he had never left. If he was lucky, his father wouldn't wake up to beat him. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. Oh no. The moment he spotted the trailer, he froze. The lights were on. He stopped his bicycle and stared. A loud crash came from inside. Something had shattered. Then his father's drunken shouting echoed into the night. Though the slurred words were difficult to understand, one thing was obvious. He was looking for Koi. I can't go in now. Experience had taught him well. Whenever he was caught at times like this, he was beaten mercilessly. It was better to stay outside until his father finally passed out. His father always left for work as soon as he woke up. Koi only had to endure one night. Making up his mind, he quietly wheeled his bicycle away and hid where he could still see the trailer. After setting the bike down, he crouched beneath the darkness and watched the light shining from the window. Everything that had happened over the last 2 days suddenly felt unreal. I can't believe I had dinner in a mansion like that. Watching the sunset. With Ashley. I even spent the night at his house. It doesn't feel real. Maybe it was all just a dream. Then another thought suddenly struck him. Wait, if that was a dream, did I even take the exam? Just then, his phone rang. Startled, Koi looked at the screen. His eyes widened. Ashley. Ashley's number was calling. Hello. After fumbling for a moment, Koi answered. Ash. A brief silence came from the other end. Then Ashley's voice spoke. What are you doing? Oh. Koi nodded unconsciously, trying to steady his uneven breathing. It's me, Ash. Even deliberately saying Ashley's name out loud. It still didn't feel real. For a brief moment, Koi wondered if someone was playing a prank on him. But he immediately dismissed the idea. There was no one who would play a joke like that on him. It's really Ash. Chapter 24. It was the first time. Feeling incredibly nervous at the thought of Ashley calling him, Koi asked, What's wrong? Haven't you gone to bed yet? His voice came out unnaturally high. Embarrassed, he lowered his head as Ashley replied. Ashley said, I'm about to go to bed. I just called to make sure you got home safely. There was a slight pause in Ashley's words, but Koi was too happy to notice anything strange. Yeah, I'm glad you called. I'm in front of my house. Ashley said, In front of your house? Yeah. When Ashley questioned him again, Coy answered honestly. My father has been drinking, so I can't go inside right now. It's okay. I'll go to sleep soon. It's not that cold. It was a lie. The cool night wind made his shoulders tremble. The warmth from cycling had long since faded, leaving only the cold night air. Ashley said, What? Oh no. Coy was startled by Ashley's reaction. Afraid Ashley would become suspicious, he hurried to explain. No, my father always grabs me when he's drunk and won't stop talking. It's annoying having to listen to him. Ashley said, But you're still outside. Why, yeah? I'm going in now. Don't worry. He didn't want Ashley to find out that his father beat him. Coy desperately tried to keep up the lie. I have to change the subject. Coy hurriedly spoke again. Thank you so much for today, Ash. I've never had such a wonderful dinner. The sunset was amazing, and the food was delicious. And you were there. His face immediately burned with embarrassment. Coy hurriedly rubbed his hot cheek. Ashley said, That's not true, Coy. Ashley gently denied his words and continued. Ashley said, There will be countless wonderful days waiting for you in the future. Next year, the year after that, and the year after that. But you won't be there. But you won't be there. Coy's emotions became complicated. Ashley had comforted him so warmly, yet thinking that Ashley wouldn't be beside him in the future made him sad all over again. Thank you, Ash. Coy whispered softly. Ashley remained silent. Coy searched for something else to say, and after a long pause, Ashley spoke again. Ashley said, When will the limited edition dolls arrive again? Huh? The dolls? Coy asked in surprise before suddenly realizing what Ashley meant. Oh, that series? He searched his memory. Well, maybe next week? I'm not exactly sure. Sorry, Ashley answered without hesitation. Ashley said, Let me know when they arrive. I'll come by them. For a moment, Coy's ears twitched. Really? You're coming? To the store where I work. Ashley replied, laughter in his voice. Ashley said, Yeah. At that moment, it sounded as though fireworks had exploded inside Coy's chest. Realizing it was only the sound of his own pounding heart, he squeezed his eyes shut. Well, the words burst out before he could stop them. Oh, embarrassed by what he'd just said, Coy quickly covered his mouth. What did I just say? His mind went completely blank. Oh well. He tried to recover, but the words wouldn't come together. Instead, he blurted out, We're friends, right? After a brief pause, Ashley answered. Ashley said, That's right. Then Ashley continued. Ashley said, See you next time, Coy. Yeah. See you again. Thank you so much for today. Ashley replied once more. Ashley said, Me too. Thanks for bringing me the medicine. Yeah. For no reason at all, Coy felt proud. Blushing, he smiled happily. He didn't want to hang up. He wanted to keep talking to Ashley, but he knew he couldn't. Reluctantly, Coy said, Well then. Before he could finish, Ashley spoke first. Ashley said, Good night. Good night. Coy listened quietly. Ashley didn't hang up immediately. For several moments, they simply listened to each other's breathing, each waiting for the other to end the call first. In the end, Ashley hung up. Coy remained frozen for several more seconds before softly whispering, Well, Ash. There was no answer. As expected, the call had already ended. Coy sighed and lowered the hand holding his phone. His cheeks were still burning. Oh no. He took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Just as he inhaled for the second time, his phone rang again. Startled, he answered immediately. Ashley said, What? Ash. Surprised, Coy hurriedly checked the screen. It was definitely Ashley. He put the phone back to his ear, and through the sound of Ashley coughing, he heard. Ashley said, Do you want to come over tomorrow, if nothing comes up? To your house. Coy repeated in surprise, his eyes widening. To hang out? At your house? Again. Ashley answered immediately. Ashley said, Yeah. Then he added. Ashley said, Do you have work tomorrow? What? Coy stammered. Of course he had work. But there was no way he'd miss this opportunity just because of a part-time job. I'll go no matter what. There is, but I can come after work. Ashley laughed softly. Ashley said, Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, maybe tonight? Oh yeah. Tomorrow he was scheduled to work all day. Still, Coy nodded eagerly. I'll be there before dinner. Ashley said, Okay, good night. Bye-bye. Ashley laughed gently before adding. Ashley said, This time, it's really goodbye. Yeah. Coy answered, though inside he was screaming. You can call again. 10 times. 20 times. Ashley laughed once more before finally ending the call. Koi stared at the screen for a long while after the call disconnected. He waited hopefully. But this time, there was no third call. Sigh. Koi looked up with disappointment. His eyes fell on his trailer. He quietly crept closer and listened. There wasn't a sound from inside. Taking a deep breath, Koi carefully opened the door. The old door creaked ominously, making him flinch. He held his breath. But nothing happened. Koi quietly stepped inside. As expected, his father was lying on the floor, snoring beside several empty bottles. Carefully stepping around him, Koi tiptoed toward his bed. He didn't even dare take a shower. Instead, he quickly brushed his teeth, splashed water on his face, and lay down. Koi's thought, I'll take a shower as soon as father leaves. He closed his eyes. Koi's thought, I can't meet Ashley tomorrow looking dirty because I skipped a shower today. If I smell bad and don't realize it. No way. Koi silently swore to himself. Clutching his phone tightly, he quickly drifted to sleep, impatiently waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Huh? Koi gasped as he pedaled uphill. Today he confidently passed through the security gate, but climbing the mountain road was still exhausting. Watching another sports car speed past him, Koi pushed even harder on the pedals. It was difficult, but he didn't care. I can't wait to see Ash. That was the only thought in his mind. At last, he could see the mansion in the distance. Overwhelmed with excitement, Koi smiled. Just a little farther. A little more. When he finally reached the front entrance, he was so out of breath that he felt as though he might collapse. Huh? He stood there, clutching his chest and struggling to breathe. Suddenly, the front door swung open. Someone stepped outside. Ash. Koi lifted his head. The moment he saw the face he'd wanted so badly to see, the pain in his chest disappeared. In its place came overwhelming happiness. Ash. Koi smiled brightly, his heart overflowing with joy. Ashley smiled back. Welcome. Yeah. Koi nodded. I missed you. Even though it had only been one day, it had felt unbearably long. He had missed Ashley more than words could express. Ashley smiled softly. Me too. The moment he heard those words, every bit of regret vanished. Chapter 25. It was nearly September, but the weather was still unbearably hot. The blazing sun had been high in the sky since early morning, making it painful to look outside. As always, Koi rode his bike to school. In the past, he had dreaded returning to school after every vacation. There had never been anything enjoyable about it. Every day, he only tried to avoid Nelson's gang, who constantly bullied him, while everyone else ignored his existence. But now, everything was different. Morning, Koi. Morning, Sarah. A classmate greeted him first, and Koi happily greeted her back. Something like that would have been unimaginable before. After parking his bike in the designated area, he waved to several classmates on his way to the lockers. Koi had changed. He looked more confident, more relaxed, more natural, and it was all thanks to Ashley. While organizing his locker, a noisy commotion caught his attention. Koi instinctively turned his head. Ashley was walking through the hallway with the other members of the ice hockey team. The loud conversations, the excited students watching them, the easygoing atmosphere around the team. Everything was the same as it had been before summer vacation. But Koi was different. He no longer avoided them. He no longer hid in a corner, quietly envying them. Closing his locker, he waited for the right moment to say hello. Someone in the group made a joke, and laughter erupted. Ashley laughed along before suddenly turning his head. Their eyes met. Koi smiled gently, raised a hand, and waved. Ashley's eyes curved into a smile. Koi smiled back before turning around and heading toward the building for his first class. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Ash! Whoa! A strong arm suddenly wrapped around his shoulders, making Koi yelp. Looking up, he saw Ashley grinning at him. Ashley casually rubbed his messy hair with one hand. Don't do that. I told you not to. Koi protested urgently. Ashley only laughed. It's because you walked off by yourself. Koi glanced at him and muttered. We're going to meet in class anyway, and you look like you were having fun with your friends. He had wanted to hide how he really felt, but the words slipped out anyway. Ashley let out a thoughtful hum before casually explaining. I was talking to them because hockey practice starts again today. Well, you can't exactly talk to me about that. It was disappointing, but it couldn't be helped. Koi accepted it, only to become annoyed by something else. You're heavy. Let me go. Ashley continued walking with one arm around Koi's shoulders. Smiling, he replied, I don't want to. Koi tried to pull free, but Ashley was far too strong. That wasn't the end of it. Ashley tightened his arm and pulled Koi even closer. Whoa! Koi cried out, making Ashley laugh even harder. Koi glared at him. Then, despite himself, he laughed too. Since summer vacation, Koi and Ashley had become close friends. Ashley often invited him over, and Koi happily accepted every time. Just as Ashley had said, wonderful days had only just begun. They drove around together. They ate hamburgers inside Ashley's car. They went to the beach. Koi had never experienced such bright, happy days before. Walking beside him, Ashley suddenly rested his chin on top of Koi's head. Oh, I wish it were vacation again. Hey, wait. Koi protested as Ashley's weight pressed down on him. Ignoring his complaints, Ashley continued leading him toward the classroom. By the time they arrived, Koi sighed with relief. Finally, freedom. But as soon as he stepped inside, he froze. Huh? What's wrong? Ashley asked, his chin still resting on Koi's head. Koi hesitated before quietly answering. There aren't any seats. Only then did Ashley lift his head and look around. There. He pointed toward 2 empty seats. Unfortunately, they were in the middle of the classroom instead of the corner where Koi usually sat. Ashley looked at him, clearly wondering what the problem was. Of course, Ashley wouldn't understand. Explaining would be embarrassing. Koi simply pointed toward the empty seats. You sit there. Where? The back. Koi answered. If I sit in the back, I won't be able to see. Remembering the time he'd once sat behind Ashley and had his view completely blocked, there was no way he would make that mistake again. He might have failed the college entrance exam, but his grades still mattered. Completely unaware of Koi's reasoning, Ashley shrugged and sat in the back row. Only after Ashley sat down did Koi proudly take the seat in front of him. Soon, class began. Koi sat up straight and focused seriously on the lesson. Then Ashley whispered from behind. Ash. Without turning around, Koi quietly answered while keeping his eyes fixed on the front. I can see you just fine. Koi blinked in surprise and glanced back. Ashley smiled the moment their eyes met. For the first time, Koi wanted to punch that handsome but infuriating face. If someone as huge as you sat in front of me, I wouldn't be able to see. Ashley whispered with a wide grin. I'm glad you're only bean-sized. You, Connor Niles. The teacher suddenly called out. What was the answer to the question I just asked? Huh? Koi froze. Sweat immediately formed on his forehead. The teacher frowned. You need to pay attention during class. Then he turned back to the board. Everyone, look this way. The lesson continued. Koi hurriedly focused again, his face burning red. Behind him, he heard Ashley chuckling. Oh, you jerk. Koi immediately turned around to glare at him. Without the slightest guilt, Ashley pointed toward the front. Pay attention in class, Koi. Koi wanted to argue, but he had no choice. He quickly faced forward before the teacher noticed him again. Behind him, Ashley's laughter continued. Asterisk. Seriously, Ash. The moment class ended, Koi rushed over and lightly punched Ashley's chest. Ashley merely smiled, as though the tiny punches didn't even tickle. His smug expression was unbelievably irritating. But there was no way Koi could ever beat Ashley anyway. Koi puffed out his cheeks and turned to leave. Ashley immediately followed behind him. Ash. Koi heard him calling, but ignored him and kept walking. Ashley caught up within seconds. Walking beside him, he asked, Are you going to the homecoming party? No. Koi shook his head. I don't like those kinds of events. I don't have a girlfriend. And I don't have any money. Quietly, Koi asked, You're going, right? Of course Ashley would. He had money. He had a girlfriend. He was practically the king of the school. Surely he attended the homecoming party every year. But Ashley's answer surprised him. I don't know. You're not sure. Ashley scratched the back of his head. I'll probably go. He paused before adding. AL's going. I see. No wonder. Your girlfriend comes first. Koi nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Ashley rested his chin on Koi's head again from behind. Don't do that. I told you not to. Koi struggled with all his strength, but Ashley simply wrapped both arms around his shoulders, trapping him in place. Ah, this is comfortable. You. Just as Koi shouted again. Ash, someone suddenly called out. Both Koi and Ashley stopped walking. Ashley turned toward the voice. Yeah. Chapter 26. When people talked about demons, demons appeared. And that was exactly what happened. Koi thought as he watched Ashley's girlfriend walking toward them. She stopped a couple of steps away and gave Koi a long, meaningful look before turning to Ashley. Ash. A warm smile immediately spread across Ashley's face. Ariel naturally rested a hand on his shoulder, stood on her tiptoes, kissed him, and smiled. I need to talk to you. Do you have a minute? I have class. Ashley answered reluctantly. He had stopped resting his chin on Koi's head, but his arm was still draped over Koi's shoulders. Ariel glanced at the arm before looking back at Ashley. Let's have lunch together. What do you think? Okay. When Ashley agreed, Ariel smiled brightly, kissed him once more, and walked away. Koi watched her leave for a moment before looking up. Ashley was still staring after her. Ash. Koi called softly. Only then did Ashley seem to come back to his senses and look down at him. You'll be late for class. Oh. Ashley muttered as if he had only just remembered. You're right. He finally removed his arm from Koi's shoulders and started walking. Koi hurried after him. Ashley looked unusually serious. The ice hockey team gathered at lunch, and the atmosphere was strangely tense. They kept glancing in one direction and whispering among themselves. What do you think they're talking about? Hang on. I'm trying to read their lips. You don't think they're breaking up, do you? Why would they suddenly break up? It isn't exactly sudden. One of the boys lowered his voice even more. I think Ash has been acting cold toward Al. Why? No way. She's the queen of our school. Several people gasped. I heard Ash and Al haven't been seeing each other much. What? We all hung out together before. They haven't met since then. I don't know, but they hardly see each other anymore. I was really upset about it. So, what's going on? The boys whispering about Ashley and Ariel suddenly found a new source of information. Koi, do you know anything? Bill asked. Everyone immediately turned toward him. Koi, who had only been quietly listening until now, blinked in surprise. I don't know. It was half true and half false. He didn't know exactly how often Ashley and Ariel had been seeing each other, but if the last time Ashley had stopped by the convenience store where Koi worked had been during the party, then it really had been a long time since they had gone on a date. Ashley had spent almost the entire vacation with Koi. Because Koi worked part-time during the day, they usually met at night, so it was possible Ashley had met Ariel during the daytime. Still, somehow, that didn't seem likely. But there was no way Ashley had skipped seeing Ariel just to spend time with him. Even if that was what it looked like. Of course not. How could Ash choose me over his own girlfriend? Koi thought as he looked toward Ashley and Ariel. They were sitting alone at a table, talking with serious expressions. So why have you been so busy? In the noisy cafeteria, Ariel hadn't even touched the food in front of her. She folded her arms across her chest and stared at Ashley with an expression that clearly said, if you're going to make excuses, I'd better hear something convincing. Ashley had no intention of making excuses. I had a lot to do. His brief answer made Ariel's eyebrows rise. She was obviously angry. You could have called. She was right. After a brief silence, Ashley sighed. Yeah, that's my fault. Hearing the apology, Ariel studied him suspiciously before finally asking the question she had been holding back. Were you having an affair? What? Ashley looked genuinely shocked. Ariel lifted her chin. Or, am I wrong? Of course you're wrong. Ashley frowned and jabbed at the vegetables on his plate with his fork, clearly irritated that she had even suspected him. Seeing that reaction, Ariel coughed awkwardly. Okay, I'll believe you. But from now on, answer my messages right away. Okay. Promise. Yeah. Only after Ashley answered did Ariel finally relax. She began eating her salad. Ashley looked at her and asked, Is everything okay? Ariel frowned as she poured yogurt dressing over the vegetables. No, there's a problem. That's why I really wanted to talk to you. What is it? Ashley asked. Ariel set down the dressing bottle and looked at him. There's another opening on the cheerleading squad. What? They're short again. I know. She sighed. We barely filled the last opening before vacation. The member who had replaced the injured cheerleader before the holidays had quit as well. Now they were short another person. Ariel looked at Ashley accusingly. Do you know how stressed I've been? But you wouldn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Ashley awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Ariel watched him closely before asking, Are you going to the party? What? Ashley looked up. Ariel sighed in disbelief. The welcome party. Don't tell me you forgot. Oh, only then did Ashley remember. Yeah, we should go. Only after hearing that answer did Ariel seem satisfied enough to continue eating her salad. Ashley quietly stuffed another bite of his sandwich into his mouth. I guess I'll have to buy a ticket. Ash. Ashley had just walked Ariel back to class when someone called from behind. He turned around. Koi came running toward him. The moment Ashley saw him, his serious expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. He stopped and waited. Did everything go well with Al? Koi asked as he caught up. More or less. I see. That's good. Ashley looked down at Koi's nodding head as they walked side by side. For a moment, he had the urge to grab Koi from behind and rub his chin against the top of his head again. Pretending not to notice that impulse, Ashley kept looking straight ahead. They're short-handed on the cheer squad again. What? Again? Koi cried out before quickly adding. Oh, I heard about that before. Someone got injured, and they had to find a replacement. They had talked about it before summer vacation. Ashley nodded. They found someone, but that person quit too. I see. Koi nodded thoughtfully. So isn't that a big problem? The season's starting soon. They had been trying to fill the position before summer break, so the new member would have time to practice with everyone. Ashley nodded again. That's why Al has a lot on her mind right now. She wanted to vent to me. Of course, when something like this happened, her boyfriend was the person she trusted most. Koi nodded quietly. So, I probably won't get to spend much time with Ash anymore. A wave of loneliness suddenly washed over him. He quickly shook the thought away. That's only natural. His girlfriend should come first. I'm already grateful he spent so much of summer vacation with me. Sigh. A deep sigh came from above him. Koi looked up instinctively. Ashley was wearing a troubled expression. Huh. Still looking ahead, Ashley said. Al said she'd talk to the coach, but I don't know. Maybe it'd be better to change the choreography. Yeah. Koi could only answer vaguely. He didn't know enough about cheerleading to say anything useful. Ashley suddenly looked down at him and narrowed his eyes. You aren't even listening, are you? Huh? Koi stammered, his face turning red. Ashley reached over and pretended to strangle him. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It didn't hurt at all. Koi was exaggerating wildly. Ashley laughed. Hearing that laughter, Koi smiled too. He hoped days like this would last forever. Even then, Koi never imagined any of it had anything to do with him. Chapter 27. When people talked about demons, demons appeared. And that was exactly what happened. Koi thought that as he saw Ashley's girlfriend walking toward them. She stopped a couple of steps away and gave Koi a long look from head to toe. Ash. A smile immediately spread across Ashley's face as he looked at his girlfriend. Ariel naturally placed a hand on his shoulder, stood on her tiptoes, kissed him, and smiled sweetly. I have something to talk to you about. Are you free? I have class. Ashley answered hesitantly. Koi lowered the arm that had been resting on Ashley's shoulder, but Ariel's arm remained draped over him. She glanced briefly at Koi before looking back at Ashley. Let's have lunch together. What do you think? Sure. That's fine. As soon as Ashley agreed, Ariel beamed, gave him another quick kiss, and walked away. Koi watched her leave for a moment before looking back at Ashley, who was still staring after her. Ash. Koi called cautiously. Only then did Ashley seem to come back to his senses and look at him. I'll be late for class. Oh. Ashley muttered as if he had only just remembered. Right. He dropped his arm from Koi's shoulder and started walking first. Koi hurried after him. Ashley's expression remained unusually serious. The ice hockey team gathered during lunch, and the atmosphere was unusually tense. Everyone kept glancing in one direction while whispering among themselves. What do you think they're talking about? Wait, let me read their lips. You don't think they're breaking up, do you? Why would they suddenly break up? It wouldn't exactly be sudden. One of the boys lowered his voice even more. I think Ash has been acting cold toward Al. Really? No way. She's the queen of our school. Gasps sounded here and there as the conversation continued. I heard Ash and Al haven't seen each other in a while. What? We saw them together before vacation. Haven't they met since then? I don't know, but they haven't been spending much time together. I was really upset about it. Really? What happened? The boys gossiping about Ashley and Ariel suddenly found a new source of information. Koi, do you know anything? Bill asked. Everyone immediately turned to look at Koi. Until now, Koi had only been listening, so the sudden attention caught him off guard. Oh well. I don't really know. It was half true and half false. He didn't know exactly how often Ashley and Ariel met. Still, if the last time Ashley bought drinks at the convenience store had been during Koi's party, then it really had been a long time. Ashley had spent almost the entire vacation with Koi. Because Koi worked nights, Ashley could have met Ariel during the day, but somehow, it didn't seem like he had. Still, Koi couldn't believe Ashley had ignored his girlfriend just to spend time with him. Even if, deep down, that explanation seemed the most likely. Of course. How could I believe Ash chose me over his own girlfriend? Koi glanced toward Ashley and Ariel. The two of them sat alone at a table, talking with unusually serious expressions. So then why have you been so busy? In the noisy cafeteria, Ariel didn't even touch the food in front of her. She folded her arms across her chest and stared at Ashley with a look that clearly said, "If you're going to make excuses, I'll tear every one of them apart." Ashley had no intention of making excuses. "I've just had a lot to do." His brief answer only made Ariel raise an eyebrow. She was obviously still angry. "You could have called." She was right. After a brief silence, Ashley sighed. "Yeah, that's my fault." Hearing him apologize so readily only made Ariel more suspicious. She finally asked the question she had been holding back. "You didn't cheat on me, did you?" "What?" Ashley looked genuinely shocked. Ariel lifted her chin stubbornly. "Or do I not matter anymore?" "Of course not." Ashley answered immediately. He stabbed at the vegetables on his plate with obvious irritation, as though merely being suspected offended him. Watching him, Ariel finally coughed awkwardly. "Okay, I'll believe you. But from now on, answer my messages right away, okay?" "Okay. Promise. I promise." Only after hearing his answer did Ariel finally relax. As she started eating her salad, Ashley asked, "So, what's the real problem?" Ariel frowned while pouring yogurt dressing over her vegetables. "There is a problem. That's why I wanted to talk to you." "What happened?" Ashley asked. Ariel set the empty yogurt bottle down and looked up at him. "We've got another opening on the cheerleading squad." "What? You're short another member." Ariel nodded seriously. "I know. We barely managed to replace the girl who quit because of her injury before vacation. And now someone else is leaving." Ashley frowned. That meant the squad had another vacancy. Ariel looked at him accusingly. "Do you know how stressed I've been? But you never answered my calls or my messages." Ashley awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Ariel studied him before asking, "You're coming to the party, right?" "The party?" Ashley looked confused. Ariel let out an exasperated sigh. "The welcome party. Don't tell me you forgot." "Oh." Only then did Ashley remember. "Right." Ariel stared at him for another moment. Ashley finally answered reluctantly, "Yeah, I'll go." Only then did Ariel seem satisfied enough to continue eating her salad. Ashley quietly stuffed his sandwich into his mouth. "I'll have to buy a ticket." Ash. After walking Ariel to her classroom and heading back alone, Ashley heard someone calling from behind. He turned. Koi came running toward him. The moment Ashley saw him, his serious expression softened into a smile. He stopped and waited. "Did things go well with Al?" Koi asked, slightly out of breath. "More or less." "I see. That's good." Ashley looked down at Koi's nodding head as they walked side by side. He suddenly had the overwhelming urge to sneak up behind him and rub his chin against the top of Koi's head. Pretending those thoughts didn't exist, Ashley kept his eyes forward. "The cheer squad is short another member." "What? Again?" Koi blurted out before quickly correcting himself. "Oh, I heard someone got hurt before vacation and they had to replace her. We talked about it before." Ashley nodded. "They filled the spot. Now someone else has left." "I see." Koi nodded. "So that's a pretty big problem." "The season starts soon." Ashley agreed. "They'll need time to practice with whoever joins. That's why Al has been under so much stress. He mostly just wanted someone to complain to." Of course, when something like this happened, her boyfriend was the first person she'd rely on. Koi silently nodded. "So, I probably won't get to spend much time with Ash anymore." The thought suddenly left him feeling lonely. He hurriedly shook his head. Of course his girlfriend comes first. "I'm already lucky he spent the whole summer vacation with me." Sigh. A deep sigh drifted down from above. Koi looked up. Ashley was staring straight ahead with a troubled expression. Ashley continued without looking at him. "Al said she'd talk to the coach. But honestly, it might be better to change the choreography." "Yeah." Koi could only answer vaguely. He knew almost nothing about cheerleading. Ashley suddenly looked at him and narrowed his eyes. "You aren't even listening, are you?" "Huh. Koi stammered, his face turning red. Ashley reached over and pretended to strangle him. "Ow. It hurts. It hurts." It didn't hurt at all. Koi simply exaggerated, flailing dramatically. Ashley's laughter rang above him. I hope days like this never end. Koi smiled along with him. Even then, he never imagined any of it had anything to do with him. What? I don't have enough credits? Koi's voice rose in disbelief. The teacher in charge looked at him seriously. That's right. You don't have enough points from volunteer work and extracurricular activities, even if you score perfectly on the college entrance exam. There are many cases where students still can't get into the top state university. Why don't I have enough extracurricular points? The teacher nodded. Volunteer work and extracurricular activities. Oh, a painful sound escaped Koi's lips. Between his part-time job and his studies, he had never had time to earn volunteer hours. His introverted personality also made it difficult to participate in school activities. But he couldn't give up now. Even if he took the entrance exam again next year, failing to earn those activity points would still hurt his application. What should I do? Anxiously, Koi asked. Sir, is there anything I can still do? He could have volunteered at a hospital or a church, but he didn't have that kind of opportunity. The teacher sighed sympathetically. Koi, being more involved is part of extracurricular activities. I know, Koi answered quietly. If it were really that easy, he wouldn't be sitting here with a headache. After thinking for a while, the teacher finally spoke. Participating actively in school events also counts, but it's too late to join most sports clubs. Besides, I'm not athletic. The marathon class was already difficult enough. Joining an actual sports team would probably hurt the team more than help it. What about the choir? The teacher continued suggesting one activity after another. None of them worked. Every club was already full. Koi had no realistic options. The teacher sighed deeply. I really didn't want to recommend this. But this is the only thing left. Yes, sir. Koi listened nervously. He was willing to do anything, if it gave him a chance. The teacher slowly opened his mouth. I mean, when the words finally came out, Koi thought he'd heard wrong. What? He asked with an awkward smile. The teacher answered seriously. The cheerleading squad, Koi. Then he added, and you'd have to wear a skirt. Koi froze. His face went completely blank. Wait, a skirt? Why? Several long seconds passed before his brain finally started working again. The teacher answered with a serious expression. Our school's cheerleading squad has traditionally been all girls. Even if you apply, you'll still have to pass the entrance test. With another sigh, he continued. Normally the cheer squad is very popular. They almost never recruit in the middle of the year. But because there have been so many vacancies this year, people have started spreading bad rumors. What kind of rumors? Just school legends. The teacher trailed off. Koi immediately understood. Probably stories about ghosts. Or curses. Exactly the kind of rumors high school students love to invent. Still, those rumors were the only reason there were no applicants. But, why the skirt? Koi hesitated before asking. Even if I wear a skirt, can I actually join the cheer squad as a guy? The teacher laughed helplessly. Well, according to the legend, if a man dresses as a woman and performs for one season, he'll break the curse. So now they're looking for a male volunteer. The teacher shook his head with another laugh. The students joked about it, but the girls on the cheer squad were completely serious. For Koi, it was a golden opportunity, as long as he was willing to dress like a girl and become the laughingstock of the entire school. For someone as painfully shy as Koi, it sounded like torture. He wanted to refuse immediately, but he couldn't. Those missing extracurricular points had him trapped. Can I think about it? In the end, that was all he could say. His voice came out weak. Don't look so discouraged, Koi. The teacher smiled reassuringly. I'll also see if I can find some volunteer work for you. He already knew about Koi's difficult family situation. Koi had never admitted he was being abused, but the teacher had figured it out long ago. Even though Koi denied it every time, the teacher quietly helped him whenever he could. You're still working at that convenience store? Yes, I am. The teacher smiled warmly. You're a good kid. Seeing those kind eyes, Koi finally relaxed a little. The teacher patted him on the arm. I've got another idea. I can't give you many points for it. But how about helping in the school cafeteria? What? Koi blinked in surprise. Before he could ask anything, the teacher added. There's no pay. I know. Koi looked confused. But, does it count for points? Of course. It's volunteer work. The teacher smiled. If you help cover for one of the cafeteria teachers who's been having back problems, you can earn a few extra points. He gave Koi a playful wink. Seeing the older man's wrinkled face brighten like that, Koi couldn't help smiling too. Thank you. Good. The teacher smiled. I'm supervising that shift. I'll let the other teachers know. He wrote down the date and time on a note before handing it over. I don't know about other times, but as you know, it's the beginning of the semester. So lots of people are buying tickets. Welcome party tickets? That's right. The teacher nodded. Then he suddenly opened his desk drawer. If you're interested, you could go with your girlfriend. No. Koi hurriedly shook his head. The teacher ignored his reaction and held out 2 tickets. I can't go this year. My back's been bothering me. It would be a waste to throw them away. Oh, right. Koi looked at the tickets in the teacher's hand. He had never been to a welcome party before. Maybe this was his only chance. After hesitating for several moments, he carefully reached out. The teacher quietly waited. Only after Koi's trembling fingers gripped the edge of the tickets did he finally let go. They're yours now. Thank you. Koi accepted them in a daze. It was the first welcome party ticket he had ever held. It was nothing more than a simple piece of paper with a cheesy slogan printed on it. Yet to Koi, it felt more valuable than a ticket to the biggest pop star's concert. The teacher watched him with a satisfied smile. Cheer up. Oh, another sigh escaped Koi automatically. The teacher laughed heartily. Chapter 28. The puck flew with a sharp snap. The goalkeeper dove desperately, but it was already too late. The puck slammed into the back of the net. Ashley tapped gloves with Bill, who had passed him the puck. Right then, the whistle blew, signaling a short break. Phew. Bill gulped down water from a plastic bottle, wiped his mouth, and asked, So what really happened? Are you breaking up with Ariel? What are you talking about? Ashley replied, draining more than half the bottle in one go. Bill kept talking between breaths. You ignored her calls. You weren't meeting up with her. I was busy. That's an excuse. You really expect us to believe something that obvious? I know everything. Bill looked around as if asking everyone to back him up. The other boys nodded. If you're not keeping in touch, it means you've gone cold. Besides, it's weird. You two didn't see each other all vacation, even though there wasn't any practice. Classic sign of a breakup. Just tell us the truth. I think you've got someone else. Everyone stared at Ashley. He frowned in obvious annoyance. No. And I'm not tired of Al. Someone immediately chimed in. You don't hate her. You just like someone else now. Bill pointed toward the speaker. Dude, that's basically cheating. The boys around them laughed, booed, and clapped. Ashley couldn't even force a smile. He didn't understand why everyone thought that. He hadn't cheated. He didn't have another girlfriend. His feelings for Ariel hadn't really changed. She was pretty, kind, and they suited each other well. So why do I feel so guilty? I would never do that. He muttered harshly before finishing the rest of his water. After tossing the empty bottle into the trash, Ashley noticed the others exchanging uncertain looks. Bill scratched his nose before changing the subject. So, did you buy your welcome party ticket yet? No, not yet. Bill immediately replied. I heard there are fewer tickets this year. If you're too late, you might not get one. Then go to the cafeteria right after practice. Another teammate quickly agreed. The boy beside him scoffed. Idiot. The cafeteria's been closed for hours. No, they've been keeping it open late these days. I went yesterday after practice. It was still open. Normally, ticket sales ended when classes were over. Only during special events did they keep the cafeteria open later than usual. Ashley decided it wouldn't hurt to stop by after practice. Thanks. As soon as he answered, the coach blew the whistle again. Break time was over. Just as Ashley was about to skate back onto the ice, Bill grabbed him by the shoulder. Ashley frowned at the unusually formal way Bill addressed him. Bill looked him straight in the eye. I'm serious. Ariel's really worried. His expression was unusually sincere. Ashley stared at him for a moment before silently turning away. The scrimmage resumed. Bill's words made sense. That only made Ashley feel even more uncomfortable. I'll buy the ticket. As he chased after the puck, he made up his mind. That was the least he could do. He would go to the welcome party. Spend weekends with Ariel again. Go back to the way things had been before. That would make her feel better. And I should stay away from Koi for a while. It was true. He had neglected Ariel. It was only fair that she came first now. Naturally, that meant he wouldn't have time to spend with Koi anymore. Just like before. That had been his normal life until he met Koi. Now, he was simply returning to it. I don't intend to cut him off completely. Ashley corrected himself. I'll just treat him like everyone else. We see each other in class every day anyway. There isn't any reason to meet outside of school. Besides, Koi is probably busy with his part-time job. Ashley struck the puck and skated after it. Why am I thinking about Koi now? That's strange. He shoved an opponent aside and silently cursed at himself. Why do I have to avoid Koi just to spend time with Ariel? Why am I even comparing the two? You shouldn't be meeting him so often anyway. Instead of searching for an answer, Ashley deliberately looked away from those thoughts. Everything will be fine. I just got carried away because I made a new friend who happened to get along with me. It's time to stop. That's what Ashley believed. At least, until things turned out completely differently. As soon as practice ended, Ashley headed straight to the campus store. The moment he stepped inside, he froze. His eyes met those of his classmate, who was busily stocking shelves. Koi's coworker, who had been arranging newly delivered products, also looked up in surprise. Ash, Koi immediately dropped what he was carrying and hurried over. Ashley stayed where he was, simply watching him approach. Koi stopped in front of him with a bright smile. What brings you here? Do you need something? Why, yeah. Ashley stumbled over his words. Koi cheerfully continued without noticing. Practice is over, right? Have you eaten dinner yet? I bought some bread. Do you want some? Ashley's thoughts became a tangled mess. Why? Why did I run into him the very first day I decided to stay away? He could still turn around and leave. But he didn't. I only came to buy a ticket. That's all. He tried convincing himself. He still couldn't understand why he felt guilty. Koi was just a close friend. No. If Koi were a girl, everyone would already suspect something. That's how much time Ashley had been spending with him. And somehow, Ashley found himself thinking, it would have been easier if Koi really were a girl. If he were. Here. Ashley's thoughts were interrupted. He blinked. Koi was holding out a piece of bread toward him. I already opened the package. But I haven't eaten any yet. As Ashley reached for it, a sour smell hit his nose. Of course, the store sold discounted food that was close to its expiration date. Isn't this spoiled? Ashley asked suspiciously. Huh. Koi blinked in confusion before hurriedly checking the bread. The instant he noticed something wrong, he awkwardly hid the bag behind his back. Ashley narrowed his eyes. Koi immediately began sweating. And no, I mean, give it to me. Ashley held out his hand. Koi quickly spun away, trying to dodge him. It was hopeless. Ashley was the captain of the school's championship ice hockey team. Koi never stood a chance. No. Koi struggled desperately. Ashley simply reached around him with his other hand, pressed a hand against Koi's head to keep him back, and effortlessly snatched the bag away. Ignoring Koi's frantic protests, Ashley lifted the bread to eye level. He frowned. There's mold. What? Koi immediately stopped struggling. His eyes widened. Ashley released Koi and held up the bread. Just as he'd said, black mold had spread across one side of the salad bread. You're right. Koi admitted quietly. I'm sorry. I almost made you eat it. He apologized again. Ashley frowned. The bigger problem is that you almost ate it yourself. What if you hadn't noticed? It smelled bad the moment I opened it. Didn't you realize? Koi could only blink. I didn't know it had already gone bad. Without another word, Ashley tossed the bread into the trash. Be more careful from now on. Chapter 29. Oh yeah. Koi nodded. But he couldn't help feeling reluctant as he watched the bread disappear into the trash. What a waste. I could have just cut off the moldy part and eaten the rest. He was full of regret, but it was too late. A different thought soon crossed his mind. Are you okay? You must be starving. He was right. Ashley was so hungry that his stomach was practically twisting itself into knots. But he still had something he needed to do. More importantly, what are you doing here this late? He wanted to buy the ticket and leave as quickly as possible. Instead, those were the words that came out. Completely unaware of Ashley's inner struggle, Koi answered cheerfully. I'm really busy because it's the beginning of the semester. They said I don't have enough volunteer hours or extracurricular credits. His voice gradually grew quieter out of embarrassment. I see, Ashley replied as he walked toward the counter. He hadn't expected to run into Koi here. Now that he had, he didn't know how he was supposed to act. Maybe it was because he was hungry. His nerves should have been on edge. Instead, he found himself gradually relaxing. More than once, he almost laughed out loud. He had to keep pressing the corner of his mouth down to stop himself. Ashley ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Just buy the ticket. then leave. That was the best thing he could do. 2 tickets. Huh. Koi blinked at him. Ashley slowly repeated each word. 2. Welcome. Party. Tickets. Oh. Oh. Koi finally understood and nodded. Ashley expected him to run to the register. Instead, Koi froze. I'm sorry. They're all gone. What? This time Ashley genuinely didn't understand. Koi took a deep breath before forcing the words out. They're sold out. There aren't any left. Ashley stared at him silently. Seeing him stand there without even blinking made Koi nervous. You don't have a ticket? Ashley finally asked in a strained voice. The frustration in his tone made Koi flinch. Why yeah. The last 2 were sold about half an hour ago. Koi hurriedly continued explaining. I think it was a 10th year student. He bought them for his first girlfriend. I was going to put up a sold out sign, but I didn't think anyone would come this late. I thought I'd clean up first before closing. I'm really sorry. If I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have sold them. I never imagined you hadn't bought yours yet. I'm sorry. He apologized over and over again. It didn't help. Ashley didn't need an apology. He needed a ticket. The ticket that was supposed to fix everything. Nothing had gone according to plan. Not his decision to stay away from Koi. Not buying the tickets. Nothing. And on top of that, he was starving. What the hell is going on? Ashley covered his face with one hand and let out a frustrated groan. Why is a stupid welcome party giving me this much trouble? Sigh. After a few moments, Ashley finally accepted reality. There was nothing complicated about it. The truth was simple. He was just completely screwed. Ashley lowered his hand, picked up his bag, and turned toward the door. See you, Koi? He was just about to leave. Wait, Ash, Koi suddenly shouted. Ashley looked back. Hopefully he isn't about to offer me spoiled milk this time. Koi hurriedly pulled something out of his pocket and held it toward him. Here. What is it? Ashley reluctantly took it. He slowly unfolded the folded paper. First, he saw the word, party. Then, the date. Then, welcome. As he unfolded it completely, his expression changed little by little. Koi watched the changes with obvious excitement. When Ashley finally opened it all the way, he stared at Koi in disbelief. What is this? I thought you said they were sold out. Were you messing with me? Koi simply smiled proudly. It was a gift. A gift? Yeah. The professor thanked me for helping in the cafeteria. He gave it to me. Ashley blinked. Koi smiled sheepishly. I don't have a girlfriend. And I don't really have anything to wear to a party. So, it'll mean a lot more if you have it. No. Wait. Ashley raised a hand. I'm confused. You're giving me your ticket? For free. Of course. Koi nodded as though it were the most natural thing in the world. I don't want it to go to waste. If it's for you. Ashley simply stared at him. The silence made Koi fidget awkwardly. He rubbed his ear. I really didn't know the bread had gone bad. Sorry. Enough. Ashley muttered quietly. His voice barely came out. It felt as though something had tightened around his throat. Of course he knew. Koi hadn't given him spoiled bread on purpose. He'd simply wanted to give Ashley something. That was all. Ashley took a slow breath. Do you really like doing things for me that much? Of course. Koi answered without the slightest hesitation. Why? Ashley asked again. This time, Koi took a little longer. His eyes sparkled. A huge smile spread across his face. His cheeks turned bright red. Because I like you. Ashley froze. It felt as though someone had struck him. His heart dropped, then immediately leaped back up. His pulse exploded. Heat rushed into his face. His ears rang. Even his fingertips trembled. For one brief moment, it felt as though his feet had left the ground. Oh, he finally understood. There was no denying it anymore. I like this guy. At first, it had definitely been sympathy. But when had those feelings changed? Maybe I'm still just feeling sorry for him. Ashley immediately knew he was lying to himself. Your heart doesn't beat like this out of pity. A helpless laugh escaped him. He'd actually convinced himself he could stay away from Koi for a while. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it sounded. Everyone knew Koi was another guy. That was simply a fact. But, so what? This pounding heart, this restless breathing, this trembling gaze, they're all because of you. Koi. After a long silence, Ashley finally spoke. Koi answered immediately, hanging on every word, as if he didn't want to miss a single one. Ashley's lips moved on their own. Would you go to the welcome party with me? What? Koi stared at him in complete shock. If Ashley had confessed to being a serial killer, he probably wouldn't have looked more surprised. His eyes widened. He instinctively took a step back, then another step forward. You want to go to the welcome party? With me? Yeah. Ashley nodded. Unless you already have someone else to go with. No, I don't. There's no way. I'm Connor Niles. I know. Ashley laughed. Coy's face instantly turned bright red. Even so, he spoke firmly. Ashley Miller should know. Connor Niles has never had anyone like that. That's good. Huh? Coy blinked. Sure, he'd misheard. But Ashley simply smiled. Then, you'll have to stay with me for the rest of your life. Chapter 30. You'll just have to stay with me for the rest of your life. Huh? Coy let out a bewildered sound. Ashley laughed again. Watching him smile like that, Coy couldn't help wondering if something good had happened. Did something happen before you came here? He briefly wondered if it was because of the welcome party ticket, but quickly dismissed the thought. That couldn't be it. Why would you ask me to go with you using the ticket you were supposed to use with your girlfriend? What happened with your girlfriend? Were you trying to get out of it? Then why did you come here to buy welcome party tickets in the first place? None of it made any sense. What is going on? His thoughts became so tangled that Coy eventually gave up trying to understand. Ashley was impossible to figure out. One thing, however, was certain. No matter what Ashley asked, Coy would always say yes. Are you really sure? You want to go with me? To the welcome party? Yeah. Ashley nodded. I want to go with you. Those words made Coy happier than anything else. Still, there was one thing bothering him. But, we're both guys. Ashley looked at him. So, you don't want to go with me? What? No. Never. Coy jumped in surprise and waved both arms wildly. Ashley burst into laughter again. Then it settled. Something about this conversation felt strangely off. Even so, the decision had somehow already been made. Coy looked at Ashley with a puzzled expression. Ashley looked back at him. More precisely, he stared at Coy's slightly parted lips. I want to kiss him. The urge was so overwhelming that Ashley had to clench his fists. Hang in there. Ashley Dominic Miller. He silently reminded himself. You haven't even confessed yet. Is this everything? Ashley suddenly looked around the store. Coy hurried after him. Yeah. This is all that's left. Good. Let's finish it. Huh. Before Coy could react, Ashley picked up the nearest box. I'm starving. Let's finish this so we can go eat. And no. Coy hurriedly protested. This is my job. I can do it myself. If we do it together, it'll be done faster. Ashley pointed toward an empty shelf. Should this go up there? Why, yeah. Before Coy even finished answering, Ashley had already lifted the box onto the shelf. Coy climbed onto the small step stool to straighten the display. Ashley had already finished the rest. Anything else? Ashley asked, turning back. Coy tried to stop him again. It's really okay, Ash. This is my volunteer work. Coy. Ashley sighed dramatically. I'm starving. Let's finish this. You haven't had dinner either, have you? That bread was supposed to be your dinner. His gaze drifted toward the trash can where the moldy bread lay. Ashley continued. If you're not going to treat me to dinner, then let's hurry. If we're too late, the only thing left will be cheap hamburgers. Ashley wasn't backing down. In the end, Coy surrendered. Together, they quickly finished putting away the remaining stock. As he worked, Ashley kept glancing toward Coy. I don't know if Coy feels the same way I do. Even though his heart was pounding wildly, he forced himself to think rationally. Coy had said he liked him several times already. But that didn't necessarily mean what Ashley hoped it meant. Coy might simply mean he liked him as a friend. Coy had an incredibly kind heart. It was the most realistic conclusion. Even if Coy's feelings resembled his own, there was no guarantee Coy understood the difference between friendship and romantic love. It wasn't a pleasant thought, but Ashley accepted it. Maybe this was simply the beginning of an unrequited love. Thanks so much for today, Ash. Coy smiled brightly. Ashley lifted Coy's old bicycle out of the trunk of his car and set it on the sidewalk. Then he looked at him. Are you sure you'll be okay? I don't need to drive you home. Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just around the corner. Ashley still looked reluctant, but he knew when to push and when to step back. This wasn't the time. All right. See you later, Coy. Bye, Ash. Drive safely. They exchanged goodbyes. Yet, neither of them moved. Ashley only drove away after realizing Coy was waiting for him to leave first. If today had been an actual date, Ashley would have walked Coy all the way home and waited until the light in his room turned on before leaving. But today wasn't a date. There was no reason to rush things. Ashley started the engine. Koi stepped aside and remained standing there until the car disappeared from sight. Only after Ashley could no longer see Koi in the rearview mirror did he pull over to the side of the road. Sigh. He let out a long breath. Then he leaned forward until his forehead rested against the steering wheel. Only then did he finally relax. He had never felt like this before. Ariel wasn't his first girlfriend. He had dated several people before. They had suited each other well. There had been genuine feelings. Even after breaking up peacefully, those relationships remained good memories. But never, not once, had he ever felt this nervous, this excited. Every cell in his body seemed determined to remember every word Koi had spoken, every smile, every expression, and every few minutes. He had to fight the overwhelming urge to kiss him. How is Koi so unbelievably adorable? Ashley wanted to savor the happiness a little longer. Unfortunately, there was still something he had to do. It couldn't wait any longer. After checking the time, Ashley picked up his phone. Ashley's message. Can we meet for a minute? I'll come to your house. A few seconds later, a reply arrived. Ariel's message. What's wrong? Ashley typed again. Ashley's message. Let's talk in person. Another reply came almost immediately. Ariel's message. Okay, text me when you get here. Ashley put away his phone and started the car. As he drove toward Ariel's house, he deliberately emptied his mind. No matter what, this was his fault. Whatever Ariel said, he would accept it. And she slapped him 3 times. The weekend sky was bright and clear. For the first time in a long while, Koi slept in. As usual, he checked the empty refrigerator before getting on his bicycle to buy something to eat. He had bought bread for the weekend ahead of time, but Ashley had thrown all of it away the day before. Koi originally planned to buy discounted leftover bread from the convenience store. Instead, without really thinking about it, he turned toward the school. It's a much longer way. Even so, he kept pedaling. The ice hockey team should be practicing around now. Even though he'd spent time with Ashley yesterday, he already missed him. He pedaled faster. Please. When he finally reached the school, breathing hard, Koi got off his bicycle and slowly rode around campus. He looked toward the ice rink. The hockey team was practicing. He searched for Ashley. No matter how hard he looked, Ashley wasn't there. Hey, Bill. Spotting Bill leaving the rink for a drink of water, Koi quickly called out. Hey, Koi. Hi, Bill. Still catching his breath, Koi immediately asked. Hey, I don't see Ash. What's wrong? Isn't he practicing today? Oh, Bill screwed the cap back onto his water bottle. He took a few days off. He's sick. Ash is sick. Koi asked in surprise. Bill finished drinking the rest of his 500 milliliters of water in one gulp, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and nodded. Yeah, I heard he caught a cold. Again, Koi immediately remembered the last time Ashley had gotten sick. That cold had been what first brought them closer together. But that didn't mean he wanted Ashley to get sick again. Is it bad? He even skipped practice. For several days? Koi asked worriedly. Bill smiled strangely. Well, it might really be a bad cold. Or maybe it isn't a cold at all. Huh? What do you mean? Bill looked at Koi in surprise. You don't know? He broke up with Al. Chapter 31. What? This time, Koi's eyes widened in shock. He immediately remembered seeing Ashley with Ariel, the captain of the school's most popular ice hockey team, and the captain of the cheerleading squad, had broken up. Bill adjusted his gear, preparing to head back onto the ice. They broke up pretty suddenly. So don't worry too much. Bill. So he doesn't really have a cold? Bill stopped and gave him a crooked smile. It could actually be a cold. But if someone says they'll be out for several days, that's one heck of a cold. Shaking his head, Bill skated back to the others. Left alone, Koi watched him for a long moment before climbing back onto his bicycle. As he pedaled away, his bike moved much more slowly than usual. So, this is what heartbreak feels like. Standing behind the cash register at the convenience store, Koi couldn't stop thinking. He had never had a girlfriend. He'd never even had a crush before. He knew nothing about being dumped or breaking up. But Ashley was different. As long as Koi had known him, Ariel had always been by his side. The seat beside Ashley had always belonged to her. Koi had honestly believed they would get married someday. Lots of couples who met in high school ended up marrying once they were old enough. He had always assumed Ashley and Ariel would be the same. Now, that future had disappeared. Koi didn't know why Ariel had broken up with him. But whatever the reason, Ashley had to be devastated. How many days did Bill say he'd be absent? Thinking of Ashley's usual bright smile, Coy looked down at his phone. He hesitated again and again. Finally, he gathered his courage and pressed the call button. As the phone rang, panic immediately set in. What am I even going to say? His hands shook uncontrollably. The ringing stopped. For a brief moment. Silence. Yeah. A low, hoarse voice finally answered. Coy was startled by how exhausted Ashley sounded. Ash. After another brief pause, Ashley answered. What's wrong? It was only a few words. Yet every syllable was filled with exhaustion. His voice sounded completely drained. Hearing that, Coy's heart ached. Bill told me you were really sick. So, I wanted to see if you were feeling any better. I guess you're still really sick. His voice gradually trailed off. Ashley quietly listened without interrupting. Did he fall asleep? Just as Coy began to worry, Ashley finally spoke again. I'll be fine after I get some rest. Thanks for worrying about me. Coy didn't know what to say. Ashley's voice softened. Coy, I'll see you after the weekend. So, you're coming back to school? Of course. Ashley let out a quiet laugh. Hearing that familiar laugh calmed Coy immediately. Then Ashley let out a small groan. Coy's heart sank again. After another short pause, Ashley spoke. So don't worry. Coy wanted to keep talking, but Ashley clearly wasn't in any condition for a long conversation. After exchanging an awkward goodbye, Coy ended the call. Sigh. He let out another long breath. Ashley lived alone. From the way Bill had spoken, it didn't sound as if any of his friends were visiting to take care of him. What should I do? The image of Ashley lying in bed with a fever kept replaying in his mind. He'd gotten sick, right after breaking up with his girlfriend. Finally, Coy made up his mind. He picked up his phone and called again. After only a couple of rings, Ashley answered. I'll come over after my part-time job. What? Ashley sounded completely confused. Ignoring the reaction, Coy hurried on. I'm too worried. I can't just stay here. Please let me come. You're asking for permission now? Ashley asked in disbelief. Yes. Coy answered immediately. Honestly, I'm really nervous. I'm worried about you. But, if you really don't want to see anyone, if you want to be alone, I'll stay away. After taking a nervous breath, he added, but, I'm really worried. Ashley was silent for a long time. Is he angry? Coy's anxiety spiraled out of control. Did I go too far? Am I being too pushy? What if Ash gets tired of me? Should I apologize? Should I just hang up? Fine. Just as his heart was about to burst from nervousness, Coy heard laughter on the other end of the line. He froze. Ashley spoke in a voice full of helpless amusement. Come over. I'll let you. Oh. Coy nearly squealed with relief. Ashley quickly interrupted him. But first, I need to warn you about something. My face is a complete mess right now. You might be shocked when you see me. So prepare yourself. Did he cry so much his face swelled up? No way. It doesn't matter. Coy answered firmly. No matter what, Ash will still look so unbelievably handsome. I hope you don't change your mind. Ashley chuckled softly before hanging up. Coy stared at his phone, then stretched both arms into the air. Thank goodness. At least he doesn't sound completely miserable. Maybe. He cried a lot, and feels a little better now. Coy had never comforted someone after a breakup before, but he was determined to do his best. He immediately took out his phone and searched how to comfort a friend after a breakup. He carefully read through several articles before choosing the advice he thought he could actually follow. Then he memorized every point. Connor Niles, High School A. The security guard examined Coy's student ID with a stern expression. Coy briefly considered climbing over the back hill like before, but Ashley had given him permission to visit, so he decided to enter properly through the front gate. The guard picked up the phone. Coy stood there awkwardly while the call was made. It was obvious the guard was confirming the visit with Ashley. After several minutes, the guard repeated Coy's name, verified his identity, and finally ended the call. All right. The gate opened. Coy immediately jumped onto his bicycle. Wait for me, Ash. I'm coming. He pedaled as fast as he could. Why would anyone build a house on top of a mountain? Coy gritted his teeth as he forced the old bicycle uphill. Of course, he already knew the answer, because the view was incredible. Still, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, climbing this hill was torture. Then again, people who lived in houses like Ashley's probably didn't ride worn-out bicycles up mountains. A luxury car swept past him. Coy continued pedaling while coughing from the exhaust. By the time Ashley's mansion finally came into view, he was on the verge of collapsing. Huh, huh, oh. He was breathing so hard he felt sick. Leaning against the stone wall, he waited for his breathing to settle. Then, he found himself staring at the endless blue sky overhead. It had absolutely nothing to do with why he was there. Still, the sight held his attention. At that moment, he heard footsteps. Koi quietly listened. There was no mistaking them. They were Ashley's footsteps. Every time Koi came to this house, it always felt completely empty. Yet now, someone was walking toward him. Koi. Hearing Ashley's voice, Koi pushed himself away from the wall. I'm here. Wait. Ashley stopped him immediately. Koi froze. Still hidden behind the wall, Ashley continued. Before you see my face, I need to tell you something. Don't be surprised. Okay. I'm ready. Koi answered solemnly. Images of Ashley flashed through his mind. Every version of him had swollen eyes and a face puffed up from crying. Even so, he'd still look handsome. Koi never doubted that for a second. Chapter 32. Okay. Then you can come over now. Ashley's voice sounded strangely tense. Feeling a knot of anxiety in the corner of his heart, Koi cautiously stepped around the wall. Then, he froze. Huh. His eyes widened. Ashley stood only a few steps away. At first glance, he looked almost the same as always. He wore a simple t-shirt and comfortable jeans. He was barefoot, wearing only sandals. His hair was as messy as it always was whenever he stayed home. That much was normal. It was his face that wasn't. One side of Ashley's face was swollen, not from crying. Only one cheek was bright red, with a distinct handprint across it. There was also a scratch along his neck. A cat? That was Koi's first thought. He'd never owned a cat, but he'd once fed a stray. Until it finally trusted him, it had scratched the backs of his hands countless times. Sometimes it even kicked him with its hind legs. Those scratches had hurt. Ashley's face looked like he'd been attacked by an angry stray cat. At least, it would have, if not for the unmistakable handprint. Those finger marks had clearly been left by another person. After staring silently for several seconds, Koi carefully spoke. Ash. Yeah. Ashley answered. Even his lip looked slightly split. Koi hesitated, then quietly asked. Did? He couldn't bring himself to finish. Ashley did it for him. Yeah. I'll hit me. Oh. Koi instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. He covered his mouth in shock. Watching his horrified expression, Ashley roughly scratched the back of his head. See? I told you. You'd only worry. I guess so. Koi stammered. He desperately wanted to say something. Nothing came to mind. After glancing around awkwardly, he finally managed. She must have been really angry. I guess. Ashley answered as though he were talking about someone else's problem. He didn't sound angry. Or sad. Koi hesitated before asking. Are you okay? Huh. Because I'll broke up with you. What? Ashley looked just as surprised as he had on the phone. This time, he looked genuinely confused. He frowned. Ariel broke up with me? Koi blinked. Didn't she? For a moment, hope flashed across his face. Does that mean they didn't break up? Ashley stared blankly for several seconds before rubbing the back of his head. No, that's not it. His dazed expression made it obvious he'd figured something out. Koi misunderstood completely. He assumed Ashley was simply too shocked to talk about it. Don't be too sad, Ash. Koi comforted him sincerely. I don't know what happened, but Al made a mistake. Ashley looked even more confused. Koi remembered the advice he'd memorized from the internet. He repeated it exactly. Al is a good person, but I'm sure this wasn't all your fault. Huh, that definitely wasn't in the guide. Koi looked completely lost. Ashley couldn't help smiling. Seeing that expression made the heavy atmosphere disappear. Koi's shoulders slowly relaxed. Ashley turned toward the house. Come on. We're having dinner, right? Oh, right. Koi hurried after him. Ashley opened the front door and stepped inside. Then he moved aside. Welcome. Koi smiled shyly as he stepped through the doorway. Thank you for inviting me. Ashley quietly closed the door behind him. Click. The sound echoed through the entrance hall. Huh. Feeling something was strange, Koi turned around. Ashley was standing with his back against the closed door. You can't leave now, Koi. His voice was unusually low. Koi's wide eyes reflected Ashley's cold expression. Because you're mine. Huh. Koi's mind went completely blank. What? What's happening? Did Ash just lock me inside? Why? Standing there in confusion, He watched Ashley slowly push himself away from the door. Then, he took a step forward. One step, then another. Ashley kept getting closer. His eyes never left Koi. Koi couldn't look away either. An unfamiliar tension filled the room. He knew he should react. He couldn't move. He simply stared at Ashley as he approached. He had never seen him like this before. Koi unconsciously held his breath. Thump. Ashley finally stopped. Only a single step separated them. Koi. Ashley softly called his name. As though under a spell, Koi watched Ashley slowly lower his head. His handsome face came closer. Closer. Ashley was so close that Koi could feel his breath against his skin. His beautiful face looked almost like a perfectly carved glass statue. Without thinking, Koi closed his eyes. Huh. Ashley suddenly burst out laughing. Ah. Startled, Koi jumped. Ashley laughed even harder. Only then did Koi realize. He'd been tricked. What? You scared me. Koi complained, letting out a relieved sigh. Ashley was still smiling. So, where should we eat? In the garden like last time? Sure. Anywhere's fine with me. Koi hurried after him. Ashley hummed happily as he walked. Koi was relieved that Ashley didn't seem as depressed as he'd feared. Even so, his heart was still pounding from what had just happened. But why? Do I feel a little disappointed? They decided to eat in the pavilion again. Koi prepared the drinks while Ashley carried out the food. This time there were 2 kinds of salad, burgers, and sandwiches. It all looks delicious. Koi admired the burgers stacked high with toppings. Ashley sat across from him and picked up a drink. You still have mango cola? Koi nodded. It was the last bottle. I wasn't sure what else to bring. Ashley dropped a few ice cubes into his glass and poured the drink without saying much. They quietly finished dinner together. After the meal, Ashley suddenly asked, Do you want to stay the night? Huh. Koi blinked. 2 thoughts immediately collided inside his head. Should I stay? Or should I go home? His father would never allow him to stay out overnight. He would definitely get angry. If he was sober, maybe it wouldn't be too bad. But if he was drunk, Koi didn't even want to imagine it. The sensible choice was obvious. He should go home. He knew that. But his heart didn't agree. Okay. Koi nodded. I'll stay. Koi's message. I'm staying at a friend's house tonight to work on homework. I'll come home tomorrow for sure, so don't worry. Koi. After quietly reading the message one last time, Koi nodded and pressed send. He immediately turned his phone off. If his father got drunk, at least he wouldn't be able to call. Phew. Koi let out a long, shaky breath and rubbed his chest. Even then, he couldn't calm down. I'll worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow. He repeated it over and over. It didn't help. Relax. I already sent the message. It's too late to regret it now. Huh. He took one more deep breath before leaving the room. After dinner, Ashley had gone inside to load the dirty dishes into the dishwasher. Meanwhile, Koi had slipped into an empty guest room to message his father. At first, he tried calling, but the moment he opened his mouth, his voice shook too badly to speak. If you're this scared, you should just go home. He'd scolded himself more than once. Even so, the temptation to stay was stronger than he'd expected. Ashley asked me to stay. I couldn't say no. Koi had made up his mind. Unable to gather the courage to call, he settled for sending a text instead. Then he quietly stepped back out into the hallway. Chapter 33. Ashley came out of the kitchen. You finished? Why, yeah. Koi hurriedly nodded. Deep down, he worried that he was acting strangely. But Ashley simply replied, Good. Then walked on as if nothing were unusual. Did I pull it off? Koi had absolutely no confidence in his acting. Still, since Ashley didn't seem suspicious, maybe it had gone well. That was all he could hope for. Do you want to go to bed already? Or should we stay up a little longer? I want to stay up. It's way too early to sleep. Koi answered quickly. Ashley smiled. One of his cheeks was still swollen, but most of the finger marks had already faded. By tomorrow, the swelling would probably be gone. I think you'll be able to go back to school on Monday. Ashley smiled. I told you I'd be there. The reply sounded so natural that a bad thought crossed Koi's mind. Pretending not to know anything, he carefully asked, Will your face still look like that by then? Ashley glanced at him. Who was it that said I'd look good no matter what? Koi's cheeks immediately turned bright red. Me. Ashley nodded as though that was exactly what he'd expected. Then he smiled again. Koi's heart pounded as he hurried after Ashley's unhurried pace. Oh. A satisfied sigh escaped Koi. The two of them sat in the garden, looking up at the night sky. Beside them sat piles of soft drinks and snacks. It feels like the stars are going to fall. Koi reached a hand toward the sky. I've never seen such a huge sky before. Didn't you see it the last time you came? Ashley teased. Koi quickly corrected himself. I mean, I've never seen a sky this wide anywhere except here. No power lines crossed the sky. No tall buildings interrupted the view. The endless expanse overhead seemed to open his heart every time he looked at it. You could probably see so many constellations from here. Koi took another sip of his drink. Do you like stargazing that much? Ashley asked. Koi turned toward him. Isn't it amazing just looking at them like this? Ashley murmured quietly. I have a telescope. What? A telescope? An astronomical telescope? Koi's voice shot up with excitement. Ashley answered a beat later. Yeah. Amazing. Where is it? On the second floor? The third floor. Can I see it now? Koi excitedly fired off question after question, then suddenly stopped. Sorry. I got a little too excited. Ashley laughed. Koi's ears twitched rapidly before finally settling down. Ashley had to resist the urge to touch them. It's not here. It's at our house in the east. Oh. Koi's excited voice immediately deflated. After clearing his throat, Ashley asked, You really like stars that much? Koi nodded enthusiastically. I want to study astronomy. I want to join NASA. Seriously? Yeah. Koi's eyes sparkled. I want to become an astronaut. An astronaut, Ashley repeated. Koi nodded again. I want to see space with my own eyes. Wouldn't that be incredible? The universe just keeps going. Farther, and farther, and farther. As he spoke, he stretched both arms wide. In his imagination, he was already floating through space. The dark blue sky surrounding him became the endless universe. Koi closed his eyes and slowly inhaled. The cool night air filled his lungs. For a brief moment, he felt as though he were drifting among the stars. Koi. Suddenly, Ashley grabbed his arm. Koi's eyes flew open. Ash. He looked at Ashley in confusion. Ashley's face had gone completely pale. There wasn't a trace of color left. Startled, Koi carefully asked, Ash, what's wrong? Ashley stared at him blankly, then blinked, as though only now returning to his senses. Huh. Koi became even more worried. Ash, what's wrong? Ashley finally relaxed. He let out a slow breath. Sorry. You surprised me a little. How? Koi still didn't understand. Ashley opened his mouth, then closed it again. It's nothing. He spoke quietly. Forget it. I'm sorry. Koi wanted to ask why, but he knew Ashley wasn't going to explain. All he could do was watch him anxiously. Are you okay? Koi asked once Ashley's face had regained some color. Ashley nodded. I'm fine now. He smiled. But it wasn't his usual confident smile. Trying to lighten the mood, Koi joked. Did you think I was about to float away into space? He even laughed at his own joke. Ashley didn't. Instead, he simply stared at Koi. Ash. Koi quietly waited. Silence settled around them. He couldn't even hear Ashley breathing. Huh? Ashley slowly leaned closer. The only sound filling Koi's ears was the frantic pounding of his own heartbeat. His excitement vanished. Every one of his senses focused entirely on Ashley. His eyes followed him. His ears listened for every tiny sound. His whole body tensed, waiting for Ashley's next move. Koi unconsciously held his breath. Ashley continued moving closer. Only a few seconds passed, yet they felt endless. Koi found himself staring at Ashley's long, thick eyelashes. Then, I got you. Huh? Koi blinked. Ashley smiled, then raised one hand. There was a bug. A bug. Koi stammered. Ashley nodded naturally. He stood up. Want some ice cream? Oh, sure. Koi answered absent-mindedly. Ashley smiled once more before walking back toward the house. Koi remained seated, watching Ashley's back disappear. His own heartbeat still thundered in his ears. I thought you were going to kiss me. Only then did his face slowly turn bright red. That was close. Only after Koi was far enough away did Ashley finally stop walking. He pressed a hand against his chest. Why did I almost do that? He couldn't understand it himself. The breeze had been perfect. The night sky had been beautiful. And Koi, sitting quietly beside him. Everything had felt too perfect. Sigh. Ashley closed his eyes and let out a shaky breath. What an idiot. There's a limit to how delusional I can be. How pathetic. He strode into the kitchen. While taking out ice cream and drinks from the refrigerator, he tried to figure out what had almost happened. I'm not some teenager falling in love for the first time. He shut the refrigerator door with a firm thud, then turned around. Taking a slow breath, Ashley returned to the garden. Koi sat hugging his knees, quietly looking up at the stars. Ashley sat beside him and handed him the ice cream. Thanks. Koi peeled back the lid, took out the spoon, scooped up a bite, and put it into his mouth. The cold sweetness of vanilla spread across his tongue. Delicious. A happy smile naturally appeared on his face. Ashley watched him for a moment before opening a can for himself. He poured the drink into a glass. Just as he was about to take a sip, he realized he'd grabbed the wrong can. He'd meant to bring root beer. Instead, he'd brought a can of beer. Ashley immediately set his own glass down and reached for another drink. At that exact moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Koi tilt the can toward his lips. Wait! Ashley shouted. Knowing Koi had accidentally picked up the beer, he hurriedly tried to stop him. But it was already too late. Koi had emptied the entire can. Chapter 34. What? Koi set the empty can down and made a confused sound. Ashley sighed. He had already guessed what was coming. Looking at him through eyes that had already turned hazy, Koi said, "This feels kind of strange." It's because that was alcohol. Ashley pushed his hair back with a frown. You should have noticed from the smell. Koi blinked at him for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That's right. No wonder it smelled funny. Ashley stared at him in disbelief. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone get drunk. Can someone really get drunk that fast? He shook the empty can just to make sure. Not a single drop remained. He couldn't believe one can of beer was enough to get Koi this drunk. Maybe it's because it's his first time drinking. Either way, I have to deal with this. Ashley forced himself to stay calm. He hadn't done it on purpose, but it was still his fault for accidentally giving Koi alcohol. He had to take responsibility. It was probably one of the staff who had put the beer in the refrigerator. Maybe they'd left it there for themselves. Or maybe it was meant for guests. It didn't matter anymore. Ashley sighed again as Koi continued giggling to himself. At least, he's in a good mood. Ashley smiled helplessly as Koi's ears occasionally twitched. Koi would probably feel embarrassed after sobering up. Fortunately, the only people who knew about this were the two of them. No one else would ever find out. Right now, his only job was taking care of Koi. Come on, Koi. You can't sleep out here. You'll catch a cold. Huh, Koi mumbled as he lazily felt around the ground. Ashley sighed, then bent down and lifted him into his arms. Whoa, Koi was much lighter than Ashley had expected. The sudden lack of weight nearly threw him off balance. Ashley let out a startled grunt. Koi simply looked up at him and smiled. He didn't seem to understand what was happening at all. Ash, I'm floating. I guess you are. Because I'm carrying you. Ashley answered casually as he walked into the mansion. Koi continued rambling. This is amazing. It feels like somebody's flying with me. Are you sure you're only a little drunk? Ashley frowned suspiciously as he reached the staircase. Koi suddenly spread both arms. Whoosh. I'm flying. I'm flying. Ashley hurriedly tightened his grip before Koi could fall. Don't ever drink again. Ashley warned. Koi ignored him completely. I'm an astronaut. I became an astronaut. Ashley silently watched him babble to himself, then continued climbing the stairs. All the way upstairs, Koi laughed, made spaceship noises, and happily recited the names of constellations. Ashley simply listened without saying a word. Ashley pushed open the bedroom door with his shoulder. He gently laid Koi on the bed. Koi continued mumbling in his sleep. Ashley looked down at him. One can of beer. That was all it had taken. He honestly couldn't decide whether it was pitiful or adorable. Koi lay sprawled across the soft bed. His lips were slightly parted. His cheeks were flushed from the alcohol. Ashley couldn't stop looking at him. Koi. He quietly called his name. If Koi had been awake, he would have answered immediately. Now, only the sound of slow, steady breathing filled the room. Koi. Ashley whispered even more softly. He leaned down. His fingertips gently brushed Koi's warm cheek. His skin was so warm. Koi. Ashley breathed his name again. I want to kiss you. His confession was barely louder than his own breathing. He couldn't tell whether the heat burning across his face belonged to him or to Koi. The temptation was overwhelming. Just one little kiss. Even if it was only the lightest touch. Just their lips touching. Only once. No, I can't. Ashley gathered every ounce of self-control he had. Forcing himself upright took almost unbearable effort. He stumbled over to the window and sat down heavily. Outside, the deep blue night sky stretched endlessly before him. Sigh. A long, exhausted breath escaped him. It felt as though every bit of strength had drained from his body. He sat there for a long time, simply staring into the night sky. Finally, he stood up, without looking back at Koi even once. Ashley left the bedroom. The door quietly closed behind him. Koi stretched lazily as he woke up. He blinked several times, still half asleep. The room before him was completely unfamiliar. The bed was unbelievably wide, soft, and fluffy, like a cloud. It almost didn't feel real. Maybe I'm still dreaming. Koi closed his eyes again and rolled onto his side. The rough, worn-out blankets he was used to were gone. Instead, freshly washed sheets gently wrapped around him. He rubbed his face against the soft fabric with a contented sigh. Just as he was about to fall asleep again, something suddenly felt wrong. How could a dream feel this real? That's impossible. Koi shot upright. His eyes widened as he hurriedly looked around. The room hadn't changed. The antique furniture, the elegant bed, and the freshly painted walls all looked even warmer beneath the morning sunlight streaming through the large windows. His memories finally came rushing back. The stars, the endless night sky, the cool breeze, everything that had happened the night before. I got drunk. Koi's eyes flew open. It had been an accident, but he couldn't believe he'd made such a mistake. He had spent his whole life carefully following every rule. And yesterday, he had broken the law. Oh no. How could I commit such a terrible crime? His face turned completely pale. Clutching his head, Koi groaned. What am I supposed to do? Morning, Koi. After wandering through the enormous mansion looking for Ashley, Koi finally found him in the dining room. Ashley smiled while preparing breakfast. You're just in time. Come sit down. We're about to eat. Oh, okay. Koi nodded automatically, then quickly asked, Is there anything I can help with? No. I'm finished. Just sit. Okay. Koi obediently took a seat. Ashley asked, Coffee? Tea? Herbal tea? Then, with a teasing grin, he added, Beer? Cough. Koi had just taken a sip of water. He immediately sprayed it everywhere. Cough. Cough. Ashley calmly handed him a napkin. Thanks. You're welcome. After finally stopping his coughing, Koi straightened himself. By then, Ashley had finished setting the table. You made all this? Koi stared at the breakfast spread in amazement. Ashley answered casually. It wasn't much. I just cooked it. There were bacon, eggs, sausages, roasted potatoes, and salad. None of it was particularly fancy, but preparing such a meal alone was impressive enough. Koi looked across the table. Do you always eat breakfast like this? No. Ashley answered immediately. I usually don't eat much. Most mornings I just have cereal. Koi blinked. So, you made all this for me. He had only meant it as a joke. Ashley simply smiled. Koi froze. Wait, was it really for me? Hurry. Eat before it gets cold. Ashley unfolded his napkin. Okay. Koi hurriedly picked up his fork. It had been a long time since he'd eaten breakfast. And somehow, it became the best breakfast he could remember. Ash, hey, are you okay? Feeling better? When Ashley arrived at school on Monday morning, Bill greeted him enthusiastically from the parking lot. Ashley got out of his car. Bill naturally threw an arm around his shoulders. Ashley casually pulled it away. I'm fine. How's everything here? Bill laughed. It hasn't even been that long. I thought you'd be out for at least a week. The coach misunderstood. I only said I needed a few days. Oh, Bill let out a short whistle. His eyes drifted to Ashley's cheek. The swelling's mostly gone, but I can still see it a little. Does it still hurt? Ashley smiled bitterly. It does. After all, he had been slapped pretty hard. Chapter 35. As they walked together, Ashley listened to Bill ramble on. According to Bill, there were already rumors going around that Ariel had dumped Ashley, but he didn't really care. As expected, Bill's stories were full of pointless details. By the time Bill got to explaining how the dog he had been walking the day before had pooped in the middle of the road, Ashley was already suppressing a yawn. You didn't have any visitors while you were off? Ashley deliberately changed the subject. No. Bill shrugged. Nothing happened. Ashley thought to himself. Did you already forget that you met Koi during all of this? I heard you told Koi that Ariel dumped me. Koi. Bill tilted his head. The skinny guy? What's wrong with him? Oh, now that I think about it. He snapped his fingers. He came to ask why you weren't around. I told him you were resting because you were sick. Ashley frowned. That's all. Yeah, that's all. Why? Is something wrong? Bill asked, looking confused. Ashley simply shook his head and casually changed the subject again. What happened to the dog from earlier? What? Oh, right. I was trying to pick up its poop, but I didn't have a bag. Bill continued talking endlessly. You really didn't say anything else. Ashley decided not to mention that Koi had come to comfort him. It was enough that only he and Koi knew about that. Just then, a group of teammates walking by spotted him. Ash, you're back. Hey, where have you been? It's been forever. The large boys greeted him enthusiastically, taking turns giving him light hugs to welcome him back. As Ashley exchanged greetings, he casually looked around for Koi. There. He found the familiar head immediately. It's strange. No matter how many people were around, he always found Koi first. Among so many students, Koi somehow stood out. Even just a glimpse was enough. Koi closed his locker, turned around, and looked in his direction. Their eyes met. Ashley. Ashley could clearly read his own name from Koi's lips. His smile deepened. Koi smiled brightly and waved. Excuse me. Ashley waved goodbye to the others and quickly walked away. Koi immediately ran toward him. Ash. Koi called his name happily as he rushed over. I like you. Ashley felt his heart pound with happiness as he pulled Koi into a warm hug. You want to join the cheer squad? Ariel looked at Koi in surprise. Koi smiled awkwardly. Despite all his doubts, he had eventually gathered the courage to knock on the cheer squad's door. Are you serious? You know you'll have to wear a skirt, right? Ariel asked with a frown. Instead of answering directly, Koi simply said, I'll do my best. You have to do more than your best. What's the point if you can't do it properly? Ariel replied bluntly. Koi couldn't argue with that. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Are you really sure about this? The season has already started. You can't just quit halfway through. Please let me join. Koi pleaded desperately. Ariel crossed her arms and studied him carefully. Seeing the serious determination on his face, she stepped closer. I know you're only doing this because you need the extracurricular activity credits. Koi swallowed hard. She looked at him sharply. That's fine. But if you end up dragging our team down, I'll make you regret it. Koi shivered and nodded repeatedly. Why yes. Good. Ariel stepped back. Returning to her businesslike tone, she handed him a prepared packet. This contains the basic movements. I'll test you after you've practiced them. If you make too many mistakes, you'll be cut immediately. Be prepared. Oh, I understand. Thank you. Koi hurriedly accepted the material. Ariel checked the date on her phone. I'll hold the evaluation on this day. Be ready by then. The entire team will decide whether you pass. Yes, I understand. Koi carefully put the papers into his bag and turned to leave. Wait, Connor Niles. Huh. He stopped and turned around. Ariel looked at him suspiciously. Just to make sure. You know how to skate, right? Skate. Koi froze. Ariel frowned. Seriously? Didn't you know our school's ice hockey team is the national high school champion? Of course the cheer squad performs for the hockey team. That's... Koi's face stiffened. I completely forgot. No, it never even occurred to me. Seeing his expression, Ariel's face immediately changed. You're kidding, right? You can't skate. And no, of course I can skate. Koi denied it so quickly that it sounded suspicious. Ariel continued staring at him for a moment before finally letting it go. It doesn't matter how well you skate if you can't even master the basic routines. With that, she turned and walked back toward the teammates who were stretching. Koi remained frozen for several seconds before hurriedly leaving as though he were escaping. We have a problem. The moment he stepped outside, reality hit him. He grabbed his head. Skating. I never even thought about that. I'm supposed to skate? And dance while wearing skates? I've never skated in my life. I don't even own a pair of skates. Koi stood there blankly, completely drained. What am I supposed to do now? Should I admit that I can't skate? Then what happens to my extracurricular credits? Should I ask to transfer to another activity? No. This was already my last chance. If I fail this too, is there really no other way? Ugh. Koi let out a miserable groan. Koi, what are you doing here? He spun around at the familiar voice. The moment he saw Ashley walking toward him, relief flooded through him. Ash. Koi hurried over and stopped right in front of him. Ashley smiled gently but tilted his head. What happened? You know? Koi started to explain but suddenly stopped. A thought crossed his mind. Ashley had dated Ariel. Even though they had broken up, the ice hockey team and the cheer squad worked closely together. Ashley probably knew everything about how the cheer squad operated. But How could he possibly ask Ashley about wearing a skirt? The words simply wouldn't come out. Ashley looked at him curiously, wondering why he had suddenly gone silent. Just then, the cheer squad room door opened, and the girls' voices echoed down the hallway. Ashley immediately grabbed Koi's arm. Let's get out of here first. Chapter 36. Why yeah? Koi answered a beat too late, as Ashley pulled him along. It was still awkward. Lost in thought, he hurried after Ashley. Now tell me. Ashley led him to a quiet spot behind the school. Once they were alone, he spoke. This was his chance. But Koi still couldn't bring himself to say it. I joined the cheerleading squad. I'll have to dress like a girl. We'll have to practice the routines. And I have to skate. I don't even own a pair of skates. Because I don't have the money. Koi. Ashley called his name gently. Tell me. If you don't, I can't help you. His calm voice slowly eased Koi's nerves. Ashley genuinely wanted to help him. Even so, after protecting himself behind countless walls for so long, Koi found it difficult to expose his true situation. Koi. Ashley called again. Koi silently nodded. Don't you trust me? And no. Koi hurriedly shook his head. His ears immediately turned red with embarrassment. I'm just embarrassed. Huh. Koi let out a long sigh. Actually, he forced himself to continue. Ashley patiently listened without interrupting. Koi explained everything as honestly as he could, except for the part about having to cross-dress. There's an opening on the team, so I'm trying to fill it. After hearing the explanation, Ashley thought quietly. Fortunately, he didn't seem to know the latest situation with the cheer squad. Although he had broken up with Ariel, it seemed he hadn't heard the recent details. That was a relief. After thinking for a moment, Ashley finally spoke. So, the problem is that you don't know how to skate, and you don't have a pair of skates? Why yeah. The best option would be to buy skates that fit you, but since you'll only need them for one season. Right. Ashley quickly came up with a solution. How about this? There's an ice rink in the basement of my house. You can practice there. An ice rink. In your house. Koi stared at him in disbelief. Ashley continued. I probably still have the skates I used when I was younger. Let's see if there's a pair that'll fit you. What do you think? Why yeah. Koi nodded vigorously. Ashley smiled brightly. Then that's settled. He grinned. Any other problems? Koi blinked. Nothing. Every one of his worries had been solved in an instant. And no, that's all. His face grew hot. It's all solved. He looked up at Ashley with shining eyes. The expression was so sincere that Ashley nearly laughed. That's good. Ashley smiled warmly. Now, about practice. He thought for a moment. You'll need to skate every day if you want to improve quickly. I finish hockey practice around 7. After that, we'll go to my house, eat dinner, practice skating for about 2 hours, and finish around 11. Isn't that too late? Will you be okay? It's okay. Koi nodded immediately. My part-time job usually ends around then anyway. Actually, he got off work at 10. But after cleaning, taking out the trash, checking inventory, and locking up, he usually wasn't finished until 11 or even midnight. He wasn't paid for any of that extra work. He could simply stop working on weekdays. He would have to help more on weekends instead, but that couldn't be helped. Right now, his grades came first. Isn't that asking too much? Ashley asked with a slight frown. Seeing his concern, Koi smiled even more brightly. It's okay. This is more important. I suppose it is. Ashley nodded. Then it's settled. He looked at Koi. Can we start today? Please. Koi nodded earnestly. I don't have much time. I still have to memorize all the basic routines. He had looked through the material several times already, but there were still many movements he couldn't understand. The cheer squad really works hard. Ashley nodded. All right. I'll meet you at 7:10. I'll start the car, so come to the road in front of the school. You can find my car, right? I'll find it. There weren't many cars like Ashley's. It stood out immediately. Even so, Ashley added, call me if you can't find it. After saying that, he hurried away. Hockey practice was about to begin. Koi joined the cheer squad. As he jogged toward the rink, Ashley let out a sigh. How could someone actually end up disguising a boy as a girl? After classes ended, Koi sat alone in the quiet cafeteria while waiting for Ashley. He looked over the basic routines Ariel had given him. The written explanations and pictures didn't make much sense, so he searched for videos instead. Unfortunately, even after watching them, he still didn't understand. How do they even move like that? Koi couldn't even do a simple side twist. He had no idea how anyone could perform these routines. Even as a child, He had struggled with the easiest dance movements. Can I really do this? Time slipped by as he watched the videos with a sigh. The alarm he had set suddenly rang loudly. Startled, he hurriedly packed his bag and left the cafeteria. First, he needed to get his bicycle. No one ever stole his old bike. Once again, it was exactly where he had left it. Koi climbed on and pedaled toward the school entrance. Finding Ashley's car wasn't difficult. As soon as he left the parking lot, he spotted it. Ashley saw Koi approaching in the rearview mirror and opened the trunk. Go sit inside. Ashley stepped out of the driver's seat and stood beside the open trunk. It's my bike. I should load it myself. Koi hesitated before climbing into the passenger seat. Then he watched Ashley casually lift his old bicycle with one hand and place it into the trunk. Quietly, Koi fastened his seat belt. Ashley returned to the driver's seat, checked that Koi's seat belt was secure, and pulled onto the road. I'm thinking we'll have dinner at home. Is that okay? Oh, of course. Koi smiled. A moment later, he blushed. He hoped Ashley hadn't realized he was secretly relieved because eating at the mansion meant saving money. Ashley continued casually. We need to practice immediately after dinner. If we eat somewhere else first, we'll waste too much time. Oh, Koi relaxed. What a relief. Ashley drove smoothly as they headed home. Dinner had already been prepared by the household staff. There was enough food to feed several people. Koi had never seen such a huge bowl of salad. There were vegetables everywhere. Even the mashed potatoes were served in perfectly round scoops beside the salad. Just looking at the amount of food made him wonder how much would be left over. Surprisingly, Ashley's own plate held only chicken salad, steak, and mashed potatoes. Koi had expected more dishes to be brought out, so when Ashley simply sat down, he asked curiously, "You don't eat much at home?" "Not really," Ashley answered. Then, after thinking for a second, he added, "This is everything that's been prepared." Oh, Koi had just stuffed a large piece of steak into his mouth. He immediately choked. After pounding his chest and gulping down some water, he finally recovered. Looking back and forth between his own plate and Ashley's, Koi quietly made up his mind. He picked up his knife and cut the remaining half of his steak in two. It was the only thing he could do. Chapter 37. What are you doing? Ashley asked when he saw Koi trying to move his steak onto his plate. Koi froze and looked at him. Well, I have plenty. Is that all you're going to eat? Ashley glanced down at Koi's plate. Koi looked at the reduced portion of meat and forced a smile. Yeah, I don't eat much. Really? Ashley's unconvinced response didn't stop Koi. He quickly transferred the meat onto Ashley's plate. After completing his mission, he even felt a little proud. Smiling happily, he heard Ashley mutter, "You're as small as a bean because you eat so little." If it had been anyone else, Koi would have protested. Have you ever seen a bean this big? If everyone ate like you, we'd run out of food on Earth. You eat mountains of vegetables and meat. But because it was Ashley, all of Koi's fighting spirit disappeared. Instead, he simply nodded. If Ash says so, then it must be true. What do you want to drink? Huh? Coke. After Koi answered, Ashley opened the refrigerator. Mango, apple, lime, zero, or original? Mango. Ashley took out 2 bottles of mango cola and 2 crystal glasses, setting them on the table one by one. Thank you. Without replying, Ashley pressed the ice maker and filled his own glass with ice before pouring the cola. You don't drink it with ice, do you? Ashley asked before Koi could finish. Why, yeah. Koi muttered quietly and drank his cola without another word. Even after the steak was gone, there was still plenty of food left. Instead of eating more meat, Koi filled himself up with mashed potatoes and salad. After finally finishing, he set down his fork and leaned back in his chair. Ashley wiped his mouth with a napkin, having finished as well. Was that enough? You're not still hungry. Ashley answered casually. I don't always eat that much. This is enough. He stood up and began clearing the dishes. Already? Koi was surprised but hurried to help. Ashley quickly finished tidying up and spoke first. Now then, shall we practice? The food he'd just eaten suddenly felt heavy in his stomach. Koi nodded. Yeah. The ice rink Ashley mentioned was on the 2nd basement level. When Koi had asked what was downstairs, Ashley had simply replied, You'll see. It's cold. The moment the locked door opened, icy air rushed toward him. Koi shivered and rubbed his arms. Ashley stepped inside first before looking back. Are you okay? Do you want a jacket? If I can. Seeing Koi's teeth chattering, Ashley immediately opened one of the storage lockers nearby. Inside were neatly stored clothes and skates. He took out a light sweater and handed it over. I'm lending this to you because you're not used to the cold yet, but you'll have to get used to this temperature eventually. You'll be practicing with the cheer squad on the ice. Okay, I'll do my best. Koi nodded obediently, though right now surviving the cold was his priority. The sweater wasn't especially thick, but it was much better than nothing. Watching Koi hurriedly put it on, Ashley asked, "What's your shoe size?" "Huh? 7.5. What?" Ashley stopped searching through the skates. Embarrassed, Koi spoke louder. 7.5. Oh. Ashley let out a strange sound before turning back to the shelves. In the silence of the empty rink, Koi clearly heard him mumble, "I was that size in 4th grade." Koi wished he could disappear. The skates had been carefully organized. Ashley explained that he had grown so quickly as a child that many pairs had barely been worn before he outgrew them. Of course, that was something Koi could never relate to. "Does this pair feel better? Or this one?" Ashley asked. Koi spent several minutes trying them on. The right skate fit comfortably, but the left one felt a little tighter. Ashley made the decision for him. "We'll go with the tighter one. Skates should fit snugly," he added. "Loose skates make injuries more likely." Koi obediently nodded. "Sit down. I'll lace them up." Ashley guided Koi onto a bench before kneeling on one knee in front of him. Startled, Koi immediately reached out. "It's okay. I can do it myself." "You can do it next time." Ashley continued skillfully tightening the laces. "This time, I'll do it for you." Ashley was almost too kind. Koi reminded himself not to misunderstand. Ash is just a good person. He's kind to everyone. Just because we became friends doesn't mean I'm special. Ashley has countless friends. Anyone could receive this kind of kindness. Be grateful. Koi quietly repeated those words to himself as he lowered his gaze. From this angle, Ashley's face was unusually close. He had never seen him like this before. "Ashley, kneeling in front of me." Koi watched without blinking. His attention was drawn to Ashley's long, elegant fingers skillfully weaving the laces into a firm knot. His fingers were slender, and even his neatly trimmed square nails looked beautiful. Almost absent-mindedly, Koi asked, "Ash, do you play any instruments?" The flute." The answer caught him completely by surprise. "The flute? Really?" "Yeah." Still working on the laces, Ashley straightened slightly before pulling Koi's other foot toward him. Gently supporting his calf, he bent down again and continued tightening the skate. "I took my music examination with it." "Really? What piece did you play?" "Sentimental." "Sentimental?" Ashley nodded. "Yeah, the one by Claude Bolling." It was the first time Koi had heard the name. He didn't know much about music, but he carefully memorized it. "I'll look it up later." As if reading his thoughts, Ashley untied the last lace, reached into his pocket, and took out his phone. "This one." "Oh." He placed the phone beside Koi on the bench before returning to his work. Koi was just about to thank him when the music began. A gentle jazz melody filled the quiet rink. It was the first time Koi had heard it, and he found himself speechless. So this is Ash's song. As he listened to the flute, he imagined Ashley playing it. Would those same long fingers press each key? Would he lower his eyes the way he was now, his long eyelashes fluttering gently? Koi imagined Ashley taking slow breaths between each phrase, opening his lips, breathing in, then letting every note flow out softly. Oh, how beautiful that must have been. A faint sadness suddenly settled over his heart. Just then, Ashley finished tying the skates and looked up. Their eyes met. Ashley smiled gently, his eyes curving into soft crescents. Chapter 38. It's done. Yeah. Koi hurriedly cleared his throat, afraid his voice might shake. Thank you. You're welcome. Ashley answered simply before putting on his own skates. Unlike the careful way he'd laced Koi's, he finished his own in seconds. Watching him, Koi asked, "When did you start skating?" Ashley stepped onto the ice first before answering. "I don't know, around 4 years old." "What?" Koi stared in amazement. Ashley was already gliding effortlessly across the rink. After skating a quick lap to warm up, he returned to Koi. "Come on, let's get on the ice." He held out his hand. Taking a deep breath, Koi steeled himself and stood. Ashley immediately caught his unsteady arm. "Thank you. You're welcome." Holding both of Koi's hands, Ashley slowly stepped backward. Koi carefully followed him, one tiny step at a time. Then both of his skates finally touched the ice. "Ah." Koi. With a startled cry, Koi immediately fell backward onto the ice. Fortunately, he didn't slam down completely. Ashley was still holding both of his hands. Koi, it's okay. I'll help you. Just slowly. Ashley crouched down and carefully tried to pull him upright. Koi tried to stand on his own, but his body refused to cooperate. Every time he placed one skate on the ice, the blade slipped away. Whenever he barely managed to lift one foot, the skate twisted sideways again. After several failed attempts, all of his confidence disappeared. How am I supposed to dance on this? How am I supposed to join the cheer squad like this? What about my activity credits? If I don't earn enough points, I'll have trouble getting into college. It wasn't just about money anymore. Being poor was frustrating enough. But failing because I simply don't have the ability. Does that mean I'll never even get the chance to go to college? Even with Ashley supporting him, Koi couldn't stay upright. He kept falling again and again. His expression gradually stiffened. His eyes slowly lost their focus. Then, Koi, Koi, Koi. Ashley called his name over and over, gently bringing him back to reality. Looking into Koi's panicked eyes, he spoke calmly. It's okay. Don't worry. I'll help you. You can do it. His voice was quiet and steady. The moment Koi heard it, tears burst from his eyes. He shook his head desperately. I can't. He hated how pathetic he looked. Maybe because Ashley had always been so kind to him, all the emotions he'd been holding back suddenly overflowed. Remembering everything that had happened, he cried through broken sobs. I'm terrible at sports. Why do schools have to grade this? Some people are naturally good at sports, and some people aren't. I can't date people. I can't even move my body properly. This is so unfair. Do people like me just not deserve to go to college? It's too much. He cried uncontrollably. He was angry, embarrassed, frustrated. Isn't trying my best enough? Even with a difficult family. Even if I endure everything. Everyone says it still isn't enough. They expect me to do things I simply can't do. No matter how hard I try, I still can't. Look at me. I can't even stand up on a pair of skates. It's over. I'm completely hopeless. Everything felt hopeless. Ashley didn't interrupt. He simply stayed beside Koi, waiting quietly until the sobbing finally subsided. After a long while, Ashley gently asked, Do you feel better now? Yeah. Koi nodded. As his emotions settled, guilt slowly replaced them. Ashley had already been exhausted. He'd taken time out of his busy schedule just to help him. Yet all Koi had done was cry in front of him. He couldn't even lift his head. I'm sorry, Ash. Ashley shook his head. It's okay. Everyone gets frustrated sometimes. Who? Koi looked up. Ashley laughed at the sight of Koi's bright red nose. Everyone. Koi knew perfectly well that Ashley Miller probably wasn't included in that statement. But he didn't argue. Now wasn't the time. I'm sorry, Ash. I'm okay now. I'll try again. Good. Ashley reached beneath Koi's arms and effortlessly pulled him to his feet. Before Koi even realized what had happened, he was standing upright. Huh. But that wasn't all. Ashley suddenly lifted him into his arms. What? Wait. Don't struggle. It's dangerous. Koi instinctively tensed before immediately freezing at Ashley's warning. Ashley smoothly skated across the ice and returned to the bench. Here. He gently set Koi down before handing him a bottle of water. Koi thanked him again and took several large gulps. After crying so much, he was incredibly thirsty. As he lowered the bottle, Ashley said, We'll start again once you've caught your breath. Okay. Thanks. Ashley looked at him. I already know you're grateful. You don't have to keep thanking me. Understood. Koi hurriedly nodded. The music playing from Ashley's phone had changed. Ashley switched it off and tossed the phone onto the bench. Silence filled the rink once more. Still trying to steady his breathing, Koi asked, How did you learn to skate when you were so young? Ashley shrugged. It wasn't anything special. My father made me. Oh. Koi imagined Ashley's father, the famous, ruthless lawyer back east, forcing skating lessons on his son. Ashley added, I actually started with figure skating. What? Figure skating? You? Koi stared in disbelief. Ashley laughed. Yeah. What? Doesn't it suit me? And no. Koi hesitated before asking. Then why did you quit? Ashley answered casually. I kept growing. That certainly made sense. Koi changed the subject. So when did you start playing ice hockey? 4th grade. A little later. You already knew how to skate, though? That must have made it easier, right? Unexpectedly, Ashley shook his head. No. The skating techniques are different depending on the sport. I had to learn everything again. So it was pretty difficult. Really? Surprised, Koi looked down at the skates on his feet. Before he could ask another question, Ashley raised one of his own skates. The ones you're wearing. I used to wear those. Only then did Koi notice how much larger Ashley's skates were compared to his own feet. Ashley smiled. You feel better now, don't you? Oh, Koi blinked. Before he'd realized it, he'd stopped crying. Yeah, I do feel better. Good. Ashley smiled brightly. Then get up. You've already spent enough time crying. Now it's time to make up for it. Koi stared at him as the color slowly drained from his face. So this was why not everyone could join the sports teams. Chapter 39. The scheduled tryout arrived sooner than expected. Koi had received special training from Ashley every day until the day before. Although he had only mastered how to stand on skates, he still made his way to the cheer squad's practice with a nervous heart. The members, who had been stretching in the indoor gym, stopped when they noticed him. The girl whispering rapidly to someone turned around. It was Ariel. You're right on time. After checking the clock on her phone, Ariel continued. If you'd been late, I would have eliminated you immediately. Being on time is one of the basics. She pulled the hair tie from her mouth, tied her hair into a tight ponytail, then clapped twice. After getting everyone's attention, she pointed at Koi. He's a rookie who volunteered to join the squad this season. Everyone, watch carefully. He's taking the basic movement test today, so observe him and vote afterward. When she finished speaking, Ariel turned back to Koi. Come on, let's begin. You don't need music, do you? No. Koi nodded and straightened his posture. Being the only boy in a room full of girls was already embarrassing enough. Having to perform while every one of them stared at him made it even worse. If someone had told his past self he'd end up in this situation, he might have wanted to disappear on the spot. But it was too late for that. He had to join the cheerleading squad. Taking a shaky breath, Koi opened his mouth. Let's begin. The clock on Ashley's phone passed 6:30. He checked the time before slipping the phone back into his pocket. Today was Koi's first cheer squad tryout. Even if Koi passed today, nothing was guaranteed. There would still be second and third evaluations. Still, getting through the first hurdle was already half the battle. Fortunately, the ice hockey team didn't have practice today, so Ashley sat on a nearby bench and waited for Koi to finish. The cheer squad usually practiced either in the gym or on the field. The ice rink was mainly reserved for the hockey team, so whenever the cheer squad needed it, they had to book it in advance and take turns using it. Today's test required the ice rink, so the cheer squad had priority. After the tryout, they'd probably move back to their usual practice area. I'll probably run into Ariel. Ashley had considered waiting in the car instead, but he quickly gave up on the idea. There was no point risking his college entrance exams for hockey when he wasn't planning to go professional anyway. Still, it was unfortunate. Bill was planning to join a professional team and remain with the club. Without Ashley around, he'd probably have a better chance of becoming captain. Resting his chin on one hand, Ashley sat lost in thought. After this season, there would be nothing left except studying. Only 11th graders could still enjoy a little free time. We'll definitely win this season. And then, I'll retire with no regrets. I wonder if Koi passed. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the gym door opened. Ashley straightened immediately. He searched among the girls pouring out of the building, looking for Koi. Instead, he saw someone else. Oh God! Someone nearby whispered. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Of course, Ariel had noticed him too. Ashley raised a hand awkwardly as Ariel stopped walking and frowned at him. Hi, Ariel. Her expression darkened even further. Ashley now found himself sitting across from his ex-girlfriend at an outdoor cafeteria table. He had always known they would eventually have to talk again. He had simply hoped that day would come much later. He hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. Neither of them spoke. Ashley sighed as the familiar ache behind his eyes spread into his head. Of course, that wasn't going to change the look on Ariel's face. Well, Ashley coughed lightly. They couldn't sit here in silence forever. He wanted to get this over with. How have you been, Ari? He greeted her with the same gentle smile as always. Ariel exploded immediately. You think smiling at me now is going to make me forget everything after what you did? Ashley laughed awkwardly. I didn't think it would. For a brief moment, Ariel clenched her fist. Ashley honestly thought she was about to punch him again. Fortunately, she restrained herself. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. I always knew we'd have this conversation someday. She didn't beat around the bush. Why did you do it? Sitting with her legs crossed and arms folded, she continued sharply. Everything between us was fine, wasn't it? I don't think I ever did anything wrong. Then why? Why did you suddenly come to me in the middle of the night and ask to break up? Every question she had kept bottled up came pouring out. Ashley had imagined this conversation many times. He knew there was no point avoiding the truth. You didn't do anything wrong. Obviously. Ariel narrowed her eyes. Ashley gave another faint smile, but it quickly disappeared. With a bitter expression, he finally admitted, I wish I'd realized it sooner, but I couldn't admit it to myself. Ariel stared at him in disbelief. Ashley lowered his head slightly. I'm sorry, Ariel. She looked at him silently for a long time. It's over. Coy hurriedly packed his bag and finally stepped out of the gym. The moment he left, he released the breath he had been holding. He couldn't even remember what he'd done, or how he'd done it. With everyone staring at him, his mind had gone completely blank. His body had simply moved on instinct, repeating the motions Ashley had drilled into him over and over again. When everything finally ended, he waited nervously for the results. The squad members gathered together, but no one spoke. The silence made his anxiety grow. Finally, Ariel spoke. We'll begin the vote. Coy had imagined everyone secretly marking circles and crosses on pieces of paper. Instead, it was much simpler. Each member simply raised a hand to vote for or against him while Ariel counted. Later, someone explained that there was no need for a formal voting process when recruiting temporary members. Coy stood frozen as hands slowly rose around the room. His heart pounded with every vote. In the end, he passed the first test by a single vote. Chapter 40. For a while, Coy simply basked in the joy of passing. Then Ariel spoke sharply. Your body is incredibly stiff, and you can barely move at all. It's a serious problem. Setting the result aside, she had carefully watched every movement during his first evaluation. Still, you never made a serious mistake. That's why I decided to give you a chance based on your potential. I expect to see improvement by the second test. Then her expression softened slightly. Anyway, congratulations. You passed. Coy nearly jumped for joy. He desperately needed the special activity credits to get into college. He couldn't wait to tell Ashley the good news. Since today was a day without hockey practice, Ashley had said he would wait until Coy's test was over. After spending days patiently coaching someone who could barely dance, Ashley would surely be happy to hear he had passed. Coy hurried outside and looked around. But no matter where he searched, Ashley was nowhere to be seen. Just as he stopped in confusion, he spotted someone walking in the distance. His face brightened as he started toward him. Then he froze. Ashley wasn't alone. Walking beside him was the girl from the tryout, Ariel. The moment Coy recognized her face, he stopped in his tracks. I dumped you, remember? Ariel spoke bluntly. I know. Ashley smiled as he walked beside her. She hated that calm, relaxed smile more than anything. I used to love how easygoing you were, Ariel said, glaring at him. So why do I hate seeing it now? Ashley let out a quiet laugh. I guess you've finally seen the real me. You? Ariel looked at him in confusion. Ashley didn't answer. He simply kept walking. Then suddenly, he stopped. Ariel instinctively looked up. The expression on Ashley's face had completely changed. His usual smile was gentle. His voice was always soft. He treated every girl kindly. Ariel had loved that smile. She had also hated it. Sometimes she had wondered, did he really like me? Now she finally understood. Ashley Miller had liked. There couldn't be any other explanation. Now, I'd be left out. If Ashley got back together with Ariel, he wouldn't spend as much time with Coy anymore. They'd slowly drift apart. No, maybe. We wouldn't see each other at all. That felt like the most likely outcome. It hurt, but Coy knew he had to accept it. He should be grateful. The time he'd spent so close to Ashley had already been more than he ever could have hoped for. But, even so, right now, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see him like this. Oh, Ashley spotted him. Smiling as warmly as ever, he lifted a hand to wave. The instant Coy saw that smile, he turned and ran. Coy, hey. Ashley stared in surprise for only a moment. Then realization crossed his face. He sighed. Grinding his teeth, he quickly turned to Ariel. Sorry, Ariel. We'll talk another time. But, without waiting for a reply, he sprinted after Coy. Ariel watched him disappear, completely dumbfounded. What are those two doing? Oh God. Coy gasped for breath. He had never run this hard in his life. But he couldn't stop. If I can just get away, I'll keep running to the ends of the earth. Faster. Farther. Just keep running. Koi. Connor Niles. A voice shouted from behind him. Koi thought he had imagined it. Then it came again, even louder. Koi. Stop running. The shout rang in his ears. Unable to resist, Koi glanced back. His eyes flew open in shock. Ashley was charging toward him at an unbelievable speed. Far faster than Koi had ever seen anyone run. The distance between them vanished almost instantly. Only then did Koi remember. Ashley Miller was the captain of the championship ice hockey team. No. Ashley gritted his teeth and reached forward. Koi's face turned pale as he looked back again. A large hand shot toward him. Ashley grabbed his shoulder and pulled hard. Ah! Koi's body lurched backward. For one brief moment, he felt weightless. The next instant, he was in Ashley's arms. I've got you. Ashley's ragged breaths brushed across Koi's hair. Koi stared at him with wide eyes, barely able to breathe. You can't run away from me. Ashley spoke between heavy breaths. No matter how far you run. He tightened his arms around Koi. I'll always catch you. Koi remained frozen in his embrace, unable to say a single word. Then Ashley whispered softly, because I'll never let you go. Chapter 41. As they made their way to Ashley's parked car, Koi felt as though he was being dragged along. Ashley held his hand firmly and led the way, while Koi followed with reluctant steps. Fortunately, it was late, so only a few students were still around. Otherwise, they would have attracted a tremendous amount of attention. What would everyone think? It certainly wouldn't lead to good rumors. The large hand wrapped around his own made him uncomfortable. He tried to pull away several times, but Ashley noticed immediately and tightened his grip. Without even looking back, Ashley said, I told you, I wasn't going to lose you. The words, I'm not going to run anymore, reached the tip of Koi's tongue, but never came out. After all, he'd been caught trying to run away only moments earlier. He had no right to make promises Ashley couldn't believe. The situation was awkward and embarrassing. Yet, at the same time, there was something strangely comforting about the warmth of Ashley's hand refusing to let go. Is this what having a friend feels like? Is it normal to feel so many different emotions at once? Koi didn't know. Ashley was his very first friend. Maybe I'm just going through puberty, Koi thought. He'd once read that even people past the usual age could experience delayed emotional changes. Teenagers went through dramatic emotional upheavals as their bodies changed. Wasn't that exactly what he was experiencing now? Maybe emotional growth is like puberty. The idea sounded convincing enough. Either way, they were both major changes. Most people experience them during adolescence, but perhaps his had simply come much later. In that sense, maybe emotional development was the beta equivalent of secondary presentation. That would make an interesting essay topic. Finding something to write about unexpectedly lifted his spirits for a moment. But reality soon caught up with him. Koi carefully glanced at Ashley. Ashley never looked back. He simply continued leading Koi toward the car. He's probably really angry. Koi became even more nervous. Of course he was. Anyone would be upset after waiting for someone, only to have them run away the moment they saw you. Ashley had skipped going home and waited after school on a day when he didn't even have hockey practice. Maybe he wasn't waiting for me. A different thought suddenly surfaced. No, he told me he would wait. Koi quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss it. But once the doubt had appeared, it refused to disappear. What if he was waiting for Ariel too? Wouldn't that make perfect sense? Koi's anxiety returned. Ariel had already told Ashley there was a chance Koi would fail. If he failed, there would be no reason to continue skating lessons. If he passed, Ashley would simply drive him home like always. Maybe he wanted to reconcile with Ariel today. I see. Koi's eyes widened. That explained everything. No wonder Ashley had spent every evening teaching him to skate despite being exhausted from daily hockey practice. Ashley was Koi's first friend, so he had no idea what the normal boundaries of friendship were. But looking at it another way, if Ashley had needed Koi's help to reconcile with Ariel, Koi would have done the same. Yes, that had to be it. His suspicion became certainty, helping a friend while getting back together with his girlfriend. It was a wonderful plan, and Ashley's help had benefited Koi as well. It all made perfect sense. Koi lowered his head sadly. But why did it still hurt so much? This time, he couldn't find an answer. Come on, get in. When they reached the car, Ashley finally released Koi's hand and opened the passenger door. So this is it, Koi thought. Ashley had figured everything out. Unable to move, Coy stood there hesitating. Get in. I need to ride my bike. Not today. Ashley cut him off immediately. I'll take care of it. Coy couldn't protest any longer. Ashley gently but firmly ushered him into the passenger seat before closing the door. Click. Huh. Startled, Coy looked around. Ashley glanced at the smart key in his hand before turning around and walking away. Coy stared after him with wide eyes. No way. Panicking, he grabbed the door handle. Rattle. The door wouldn't open. What? He couldn't understand. The door was locked. Did this car really have that kind of locking system? Well, of course it could. But why would anyone use it? Frantically, Coy tried several more times. Rattle. Rattle. Nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to accept reality. Ash locked me inside. It wasn't long before Ashley returned. Carrying Coy's bicycle over one shoulder as if it weighed nothing, he opened the trunk, loaded it inside, closed it, and climbed back into the driver's seat. Coy. Ashley shut the door and turned toward him. The spacious interior of the car suddenly felt incredibly cramped. Without realizing it, Coy leaned back as far as he could. Silence filled the car. Coy. After a long pause, Ashley finally spoke. Coy braced himself. But the emotion in Ashley's voice wasn't anger. Coy, did I scare you? Huh. The unexpected question made Coy freeze. Ashley looked at his stunned expression and continued. Why did you suddenly run away? You tried to run from me earlier too, didn't you? Why? Did I do something wrong? The questions were so unexpected that Coy's mind went blank. He had imagined countless possibilities on the way here. None of them had been this. Ashley frowned slightly at Coy's speechless expression. Was it something so terrible that you can't even tell me? And no. Coy cried out at the last second, shaking his head frantically. The movement made him dizzy, but he still shook his head again. That's not it, Ash. It's really not. Then what is it? Ashley's expression became even more serious. Coy had hurt him by running away. Guilt flooded through him. But more important than apologizing was clearing up the misunderstanding. You know, Coy struggled to find the right words. It wasn't easy. How was he supposed to explain feelings he didn't even understand himself? Fortunately, Ashley simply waited in silence. How could Ash be so patient? Feeling both grateful and guilty, Coy took a deep breath. Sorry. Yeah. Ashley kept listening. Coy avoided his eyes at first. Then, finally, he looked up. Ashley was watching him with complete seriousness. He's listening. He won't laugh at me. My feelings are safe with Ash. Coy slowly calmed down. He took another deep breath before finally confessing. I think I'm going through puberty. Silence. Ashley stared at him for several long seconds without saying a word. What? His face twisted in utter confusion. There was no helping it. Puberty? They were already in the 11th grade. The explanation was somehow even more unbelievable than Ariel insisting Coy cross-dress to change his luck. But Coy looked completely convinced. He eagerly began listing his reasons. They say it can happen later in life. Of course, true late presentations don't happen until after 20, but I think it's basically the same thing. You mean your presentation? No. Coy answered firmly. I mean puberty. It's what betas go through. Oh. Ashley tried his hardest to understand. He still had absolutely no idea what Coy was talking about. After letting out a deep sigh, he thought for a moment before looking back at Coy. Coy waited nervously for his response. Looking at that anxious face, Ashley couldn't bring himself to dismiss him. Instead, he decided to understand Coy as best he could. Then, Ashley asked with the same seriousness Coy was showing. Why do you think you're going through puberty? Oh, Coy started to answer. But the moment he looked up, Ashley's face suddenly filled his entire vision. Coy's own face instantly turned bright red. Chapter 42. Huh. Ashley responded immediately. What's wrong? Are you okay? Your face is really red. He looked genuinely worried. Unfortunately, that only made things worse. As Ashley leaned closer, the face that had already filled Coy's vision completely overwhelmed his mind. Coy, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Ashley reached out toward him. The instant his fingertips brushed Coy's cheek, Coy jerked away and pressed himself against the car door. No. If Ash touches me, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. A sense of impending doom swept over him, and alarms blared inside his head. Ashley stared at Coy's crimson face, his rapid breathing, and the way he was practically glued to the car window. You really should go to the hospital. What? No, Koi shouted as Ashley immediately started the car. I'm fine. I'm not sick. What are you talking about? Your face is bright red. You clearly have a fever. I told you I'm fine. I just need some fresh air. Really, I don't even have health insurance. Koi screamed inwardly. Perhaps because the fear had shifted into something more practical, the redness slowly drained from his face. Ashley frowned and studied him carefully. Koi looked back anxiously, silently begging him to believe him. Oh, please. Finally, Ashley let out a sigh. All right, we'll go for now. As Ashley started driving, Koi cautiously asked, can I open the window? It's really hot. He pressed the window switch himself. Nothing happened, just like the locked door. Ashley glanced at him, then silently pressed another button in the center console. The air conditioner switched on. Cool air soon filled the car. The car doors unlocked after they arrived at Ashley's mansion. Ashley parked in front of the garage and stepped out. At the same time, the passenger door unlocked as well. Koi looked around uncertainly before climbing out. This time, Ashley didn't grab his hand. Apparently, he believed Koi wouldn't run away again. Feeling somewhat intimidated, Koi silently followed him inside. After leading him to the kitchen island, Ashley suddenly asked, So, how did the tryout go? Did you pass? Koi blinked in surprise. You didn't hear from Al? You didn't know the result? Then why did you bring me here? Koi was confused. This time, however, Ashley looked even more puzzled. Al, why would I hear it from her? And no, Koi stammered. I thought you two got back together. No, Koi. Ashley denied it immediately. His expression turned serious. We're completely over. I'm not getting back together with her. Ever since seeing the two of them walking together, Koi had built countless theories in his head. Now he realized every single one of them had been wrong. Ashley genuinely had no idea what he was talking about. Koi's face slowly turned red with embarrassment. I see, Ashley murmured thoughtfully, looking at Koi as though something had finally clicked. Koi hesitated before asking carefully. Then, why did you break up? Ashley fell silent for a moment. Koi assumed he would avoid answering. Instead, Ashley looked directly into Koi's eyes, just as he always did. Because I fell in love with someone else. Koi's eyes widened. That was the last answer he had expected. Ashley repeated quietly. I fell in love with someone else. Koi blinked in surprise. Ashley's voice was calm. It sounded as though he had already sorted out all of his feelings. There was nothing left to say. I see. Koi muttered quietly. Then something suddenly occurred to him. So, does that mean you're going to have a new girlfriend? Ashley smiled faintly. I don't know. What? Koi asked again. Instead of answering immediately, Ashley simply looked at him. I don't know. But why? Koi pressed. Ashley quietly poured a drink over a glass filled with ice. Koi waited patiently while he took a sip. Setting the glass down, Ashley finally spoke. I've never confessed to someone before. Koi blinked. But, you've had girlfriends. Ashley nodded. I have. But when you're already dating someone, you don't really confess. It just happens naturally. I see. Koi nodded instinctively. He briefly wondered whether someone who had never dated anyone had any right to give advice. Then he quickly dismissed the thought. Helping a friend was important. He asked earnestly, Then why don't you just do what you've always done? Naturally. It's different. How? Ashley rested his chin on one hand. Because I don't know how that person feels about me. Koi answered without even thinking. What are you talking about? Of course they'll like you. No, they'll love you. His voice rose with excitement. Who in the world wouldn't like you? They'd be thrilled if you confessed. Ashley smiled awkwardly. I don't think it's that simple. It is. Koi insisted with all his heart. If someone like you confessed to me, I'd say yes immediately. Ashley slowly narrowed his eyes. Really? Only after saying it did Koi realize something felt terribly wrong. Too late. The words had already escaped. Koi froze. Ashley rested his arm on the table and leaned closer. So that's how you feel? Koi found himself trapped by those silver blue eyes. Ashley was so close. His handsome face filled Koi's vision. His gentle smile. The way he looked straight into his eyes. Koi's heart exploded into a frantic rhythm. Ashley whispered softly. Koi, I like you. What? Koi's eyes flew open. A deafening roar filled his ears. Maybe it wasn't fireworks. Maybe it was his own heartbeat. I like you. I like you. I like you. Ashley's deep voice echoed over and over inside his head. Ash likes me. I like you. Ugh. Koi let out a strange squeak. Koi. Ashley reached toward him in alarm. Crash. The chair tipped backward. Koi's mind went completely blank. For several long seconds, he simply froze. Are you okay? Ashley asked anxiously. Little by little, reality returned. Only then did Koi realize he had fallen backward off the chair. If Ashley hadn't grabbed his arm, he might have slammed his head against the floor. Seeing Ashley's pale face, Koi finally managed to answer. I'm okay. Good. Relief immediately spread across Ashley's face. Then, unexpectedly, he grabbed Koi's arm and pulled him forward. Ah. Koi stumbled straight into Ashley's chest. His eyes widened. Ashley wrapped his arms around him. Don't scare me like that. Thump. Koi felt as though his heart had stopped. Then it began racing wildly. His head went completely blank. Only one thought remained. What if Ash finds out? Excitement and terror tangled together inside him. A moment later, Ashley gently let him go. Koi staggered before regaining his balance. Ashley didn't release him completely until he was sure Koi was standing steadily. Then he smiled his usual warm smile. You passed your tryout, right? How about we skip today's skating practice and have a little celebration instead? I think there's some cake. Cake? Koi echoed blankly. I thought you'd come by today. So I left a note asking them to prepare one. Koi forgot how to respond. Cake? For me? It's not even my birthday. He had never really celebrated birthdays with cake. Maybe he had once, long ago. He couldn't even remember. And now, someone had prepared one. Just because he had passed a small tryout. Ashley opened the refrigerator and brought out a chocolate cake. Koi silently watched as he placed it on the table. Ashley set out plates and forks, stood the fallen chair upright, helped Koi sit down again, and carefully cut the cake. Without realizing it, Koi couldn't take his eyes off him. Ashley slid a slice onto a plate and placed it in front of him. Congratulations, Koi. Koi's throat tightened. Thank you. The words barely came out. Ashley simply smiled. Koi's hand trembled slightly as he picked up his fork and took a bite. How is it? Ashley asked. It's delicious. Koi answered softly. Ashley smiled again. His heart pounded uncontrollably. The cake was unbelievably sweet. So sweet that Koi nearly burst into tears. Chapter 43. What was that? Koi curled up on his narrow bed and thought. At first, he had decided that his constantly changing feelings were just puberty, but after he got home and calmed down, it all seemed strange. Shouldn't puberty be like this only once in a while? Koi was in serious trouble. He had learned about the emotional changes of adolescence in school, but because he had never had an environment where he could express those feelings, he had simply endured them and ignored them. Maybe they had finally surfaced. But then another question remained. Why does it only happen when I'm with Ash? He couldn't figure out the answer no matter how hard he tried. Besides, puberty was supposed to involve all kinds of emotions. Anger, joy, sadness. But the only thing he felt was happiness. And only toward Ash. That's weird. What's happening to me? Koi rolled over with a troubled expression. Even now, his ears twitched just from thinking about Ashley. He grabbed one of them impatiently. This is the problem. He knew Ashley sometimes looked at his ears. Whenever that happened, they always twitched, and by the time Koi realized it, Ashley was already smiling. Ash never makes fun of me for it. Koi covered both ears as his face burned. I'm still embarrassed. He had always told Ashley openly how much he liked him as a friend, but now he felt unbelievably embarrassed. It wasn't just because his ears moved. It was because they reacted so strongly whenever Ashley was around. Why all of a sudden? The more he thought about it, the less he understood. He had never heard of puberty that only reacted to one person. People always said teenagers rebelled against their parents or lashed out at their families for no reason, but none of that matched what he was experiencing. Is it because we're friends? Koi held one ear as he thought. Wouldn't anyone be happy when they were with a friend? Come to think of it, Ash always laughed a lot when he was with the ice hockey team. I see. It must be because we're friends. The moment he reached that conclusion, another question appeared. But does your heart race around your friends? Had Ashley ever blushed or become embarrassed around his teammates? Had any of the other students? Koi searched his memories carefully. Nothing. Am I the only one like this? The question returned to the beginning. What the heck is happening? My heart beats so fast every time I see Ash. I don't know what to do. Ever since he had become friends with Ashley, Koi had always been excited whenever he saw him. It had been so obvious that Ashley had laughed several times and asked if he really liked him that much. If his ears hadn't twitched so much, Ashley probably wouldn't have noticed. Koi had always expressed his happiness with his entire body. Whenever Ashley asked, Koi never hesitated to answer yes. There had been nothing embarrassing about it. He had proudly declared how much he liked Ashley. But now, why does my heart race? Why does my breath catch just from thinking about him? If Ashley asked him again whether he liked him, Koi wasn't sure he could answer as confidently as before. Just imagining it made his heart pound, and his entire body tingled. Gah! Koi buried his face in his pillow with a muffled scream. Then Ashley's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Koi, I like you. His face burned, and every inch of his skin tingled. His memories returned to that moment. The two of them were sitting across from each other at the snack bar. Ashley stared at him with those clear silver blue eyes. Koi had waited nervously for what Ashley was about to say. Ashley gently cupped Koi's cheek and smiled softly before whispering, "Date me." "I didn't say that," Koi shouted as he slammed the bed. The cheap bed frame rattled loudly beneath the thin mattress. He immediately froze, then rubbed the spot where he'd hit himself. This is bad. It's really weird. Even though this was his first friendship, he could tell. These feelings were strange. Was it really okay to feel like this? And why was he imagining Ashley asking him out? Dating was something people did with girlfriends. We're both guys. Koi said the words out loud. His racing heartbeat slowly settled. Hearing his own voice brought him back to reality. Good, he muttered quietly. He already likes someone. His shoulders relaxed as he sank back onto the mattress. The pounding in his chest gradually faded, and his thoughts calmed. After you confess to that person, you won't have time to hang out with me anymore. That thought made him feel painfully lonely. Suddenly, he remembered seeing Ashley with Ariel. Why did I run away like that? Once again, he was back where he had started. Only now, his heart felt much heavier. Rolling onto his side again, Koi fell back into his thoughts. He experienced happiness and sadness all by himself, but none of it gave him an answer. One thing was certain. This was all Ashley's fault. If this isn't what friendship feels like, then what is it? He had no idea. There was no one he could ask. Ashley was his first and only friend, so he couldn't ask Ashley himself, could he? What if Ash thought I was disgusting? If these weren't normal feelings, Ashley might end up hating him. Koi never wanted that to happen. But to prevent it, he first needed to know what these feelings really were. For someone like Koi, who had no other friends and no trusted adults to ask, there was one very useful place for situations like this. Koi suddenly sat up and grabbed his phone. There was a website students often used for homework questions. People also posted all kinds of personal concerns there. Family problems, relationships, sexual questions. Right now, it was exactly what Koi needed. As soon as he entered the site, he hesitated before typing. What should I write? Hello, I'm Connor Niles from Buffalo High School. Koi stared at what he had written, then immediately gasped and deleted it. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I might as well put up a giant billboard that says Connor Niles goes crazy every time he sees Ashley Miller. I'm glad I'm poor. Koi pressed a hand against his still racing chest. If I were rich, I might actually have done something that stupid. For the first time in his life, he was grateful for being poor. Phew. After taking a deep breath, he began writing his question again. Somehow, it felt much harder than any essay or assignment he had ever written. I'm only posting on a message board. So why is this so difficult? After rewriting it several times, rearranging the sentences, reading it aloud, and revising it again, he finally finished. I'm a high school boy. I recently made a friend, and he's an incredibly cool guy. He's always kind to me and treats me really well. He's handsome, the captain of the ice hockey team, and the most popular boy in school, but he never shows off. He's also really smart. He takes AP classes in every subject and even got a perfect score on the college entrance exam. I like him a lot. But lately, every time I see him, my heart races and my face gets hot. At first I thought it was puberty, but now I'm not so sure. Can you feel like this about a friend? This is my first time having a friend, so I honestly don't know. Can someone please explain it to me? Maybe I should remove the part about him being the captain of the ice hockey team. As Koi read over what he had written and reached toward the screen to edit it. Post submitted. Huh. His eyes flew wide open. Oops. The moment reality sank in, he screamed. Edit. No. Delete. Delete. Koi frantically searched for the button. He quickly pressed delete and entered the password. Incorrect password. What? Panicking, he carefully typed the letters and numbers again. His fingers trembled. His breathing stopped. Incorrect password. Koi clutched his head and screamed. What do I do? As he desperately tried entering the password again, the view count on the post kept climbing higher and higher. Chapter 44. Ash, have you read that post? The moment they got out of the car, Bill asked, carrying an egg sandwich. Ashley closed the car door and walked beside him. What post? I knew you wouldn't. Bill grinned as if he'd expected that answer. He pulled out his phone and quickly tapped the screen. Ashley looked puzzled as she adjusted her bag and started walking. While waving to a boy across the courtyard, Bill nudged Ashley with his elbow. Hey, look at this. What is it? Ashley took the phone and glanced over the message board. Which post are you talking about? Oh, come on. Bill eagerly snatched the phone back and began reading aloud in an exaggerated tone. I'm a high school student. I recently made a friend, and he's a really cool guy. He's always kind and really nice to me. Ashley laughed at Bill's dramatic performance, but Bill kept reading. He's the captain of the ice hockey team, and he's incredibly handsome. He's the most popular guy in school, but he doesn't show off. Up to that point, Ashley thought it was just another ordinary post. There were plenty of ice hockey captains in the world. Many of them were popular, and whether someone was handsome or humble was entirely subjective. He listened absent-mindedly until Bill read the next sentence. He's also really smart. He takes AP classes for every subject, and he got a perfect score on the college entrance exam. What? Something about that sounded familiar. There were certainly students who took every AP class, and there were students who earned perfect entrance exam scores. But someone who matched every single description. There weren't many, and Ashley was one of them. Give me that. He grabbed the phone from Bill before he could continue reading and hurriedly looked at the screen himself. Bill stared at him with wide eyes. Hey, that's you, isn't it? It is, right? Bill couldn't hide his excitement. Ashley simply stared silently at the screen. Bill blinked in surprise. He'd expected Ashley to laugh it off or ignore it, but instead, Ashley's face had turned bright red. Ash, hey. Before Bill could say another word, Ashley interrupted him and handed back the phone. There are a lot of ice hockey team captains. But that's not all. Bill protested, scrolling through the post again. Look, he takes every AP class. He's unbelievably handsome. He's super popular. There are lots of students like that. And he got a perfect score on the college entrance exam, just like you. No matter how many hockey captains there are, how many of them match all of that? Bill exclaimed as though the answer was obvious. Ashley couldn't argue with him, because he'd come to exactly the same conclusion. Instead, he chose to change the subject. Stop wasting time reading nonsense. Have you finished your homework? Even if you're playing hockey, your grades still matter if you want to get into college. You're so mean. Bill grumbled before finally changing the topic. They continued walking side by side. Ashley answered Bill absent-mindedly, but he didn't hear a single word. The contents of the post kept replaying inside his head. Strangely, every time I see him, my heart races and my face gets hot. The moment he remembered that sentence, Ashley quickly covered his mouth to stop himself from grinning. He knew immediately. The person who wrote that post was Koi. Koi liked him. If he'd been alone, Ashley would have cheered and sprinted across the entire campus. But he couldn't. If anyone figured it out, Koi would become the target of endless teasing. He might even be frightened. The best thing to do was pretend he'd never seen the post and let it disappear quietly. Ashley had to suppress the overwhelming urge to run straight to Koi, kiss him, and shout, I like you too. Don't rush. He silently reminded himself. The most important thing was that Koi clearly liked him. But Koi hadn't realized it yet. The fact that he'd asked strangers on a random student forum was proof enough. If Koi had understood what those feelings meant, he never would have posted something like that. So how was he supposed to realize it? Ashley found himself facing a completely new problem. Even so, it was impossible not to be happy. Oh, he forced himself to close his mouth again. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone hurriedly hiding behind a wall. Of course, Ashley recognized him immediately. See you later. Huh? Hey, Ash. Bill called after him in confusion, but Ashley had already taken off running. Oh God. Koi leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He didn't see me, did he? Anxiety churned inside him, but he didn't dare peek around the corner. He hadn't slept at all the previous night trying to recover the password to delete his post. When his father came home, He'd hidden under the blanket and frantically pounded on his phone in the dark. In the end, he failed. The view count kept climbing. There were countless replies, but he didn't have the courage to read a single one. What am I going to do? In the end, he'd given up and come to school. All morning, he'd been a nervous wreck. Every time he saw another student walking by, his heart jumped. Have they seen it? Did they read my post? Did they leave a comment? The thoughts tangled together until he could barely breathe. Then, while heading toward the lockers, oh no, he spotted the one person he absolutely didn't want to see. That tall, unmistakable figure could only belong to one person. Ashley. Koi instantly ducked behind the nearest building. Leaning against the wall, he clutched his chest and took several deep breaths. But he couldn't hide forever. He knew that. He just wanted to delay the inevitable as long as possible. There were less than 30 minutes left before his first class, which he shared with Ashley. Sigh. He was finally beginning to calm down. Got you. Arg. Startled by the sudden voice behind him, Koi screamed. Ashley burst into laughter as he wrapped both arms around Koi from behind. Oh, Ash. Koi turned around with a horrified expression. Ashley only smiled brightly. What are you doing over here? Your classroom is in that building, isn't it? Well, Koi stammered helplessly. He desperately searched for an excuse, but nothing came to mind. Ashley continued smiling. You weren't running away from me again, were you? And no, never. It's not like that. Why would I? Completely unaware that his frantic denial only made him look more suspicious, Koi shook his head so hard it was a wonder it didn't fall off. Ashley narrowed his eyes. Koi, do you remember what I told you? Huh? Koi looked up. Ashley leaned closer and whispered softly. You'll never run away from me. Hearing those words, Koi held his breath. Ashley smiled gently. I told you. I would never lose you. Why yes. Koi stammered. Ashley's strong arms remained wrapped securely around him. The warmth of Ashley's body. His breath. Everything felt unbearably close. I'm scared. Koi's heart pounded so violently he could hardly breathe. The overwhelming excitement made him panic. Why is this happening? He hurriedly looked at Ashley's face. Is this what happens every time I see Ash? Then he suddenly remembered the post he'd written the day before. Wait. Wait. Koi cried out, waving his arms desperately. From Ashley's perspective, it looked like nothing more than a tiny struggle, but seeing Koi genuinely trying to escape, he reluctantly loosened his grip. At the same time, he had to resist the overwhelming urge to hold Koi even tighter and never let him go. In the end, he respected Koi's wishes. The moment Ashley released him, Koi immediately stumbled backward. One step would have been enough. Instead, he took 3. Seeing that, Ashley couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Chapter 45. Immediately, Ashley shoved both hands into his trouser pockets to stop himself from reaching out and pulling Koi into another hug. So, Ashley spoke casually. Why did you run away this time? Is it because you're going through puberty again? And no. Koi shook his head without daring to look up. After all, he'd run straight into Ashley before he'd even had a chance to prepare himself. He hadn't expected to be caught so quickly. His heart pounded wildly. Watching him, Ashley kept both hands buried in his pockets and crossed his arms to stop himself from giving in. Oh no, he must be angry with me. Of course he would be. Who wouldn't be upset if someone ran away the moment they saw them? Koi hung his head miserably. Ashley, meanwhile, was thinking something completely different. I want to hug him. He'd stuffed his hands into his pockets and even crossed his arms just to stop himself from reaching out. But he knew that self-control wouldn't last forever. He had to end this situation quickly. Koi. Ashley called his name again. Koi flinched. He heard Ashley let out a slow breath above him. Unsure what to do, Koi darted his eyes around nervously. Suddenly, Ashley's face appeared right in front of him. Oh. Ashley gently caught Koi's arms as he instinctively tried to step back. Then he smiled. Koi stared at Ashley's face. Ashley didn't look angry at all. If anything, he looked worried. That worried expression gradually relaxed into his usual warm smile. He's okay? Koi blinked in confusion. Ashley finally spoke. I'm not angry, so don't worry. His gentle voice was completely sincere. Ashley smiled once more. Only then did Koi finally relax. What a relief. As the tension melted away, another familiar feeling took its place. It's Ash. The instant that thought crossed his mind, he felt his ears twitch. He hurriedly grabbed them with both hands. A second later, His face burst into flames. Koi had promised himself that he wouldn't let his ears move anymore. But the habit had returned on its own. The moment he saw Ashley's face, they perked up automatically with happiness. What am I supposed to do? Koi was mortified. Ashley, meanwhile, couldn't help laughing. To him, Koi looked unbelievably adorable. He wanted to hug him. He wanted to kiss him. Koi, how are you this cute? Ashley watched Koi desperately trying to hold his twitching ears down. I like you, Koi. His heart felt as though it might burst. He'd never felt like this before. Standing in front of Koi, he could barely control himself. I want to hug you. I want to nibble on those ears. I wonder how sweet those lips would taste. Ashley clenched his teeth and swallowed the sigh threatening to escape. Instead, he reached out and gently took Koi's wrist. Koi looked up at him with a flushed face. A dangerous thought flashed through Ashley's mind. I want to lock Koi in my room and never let him leave. We're going to be late for class, Koi. Managing to suppress those almost criminal impulses, Ashley spoke in his usual gentle voice. Only then did Koi blink back to reality. I am sorry. Ashley matched Koi's pace as they started walking side by side. So, he asked casually, did you get home safely yesterday? Nothing happened. Why, yeah. Ashley sounded completely casual. Koi's heart, however, started pounding all over again. Did Ash see that post? Has he read it already? No. Someone as popular as Ash probably doesn't waste time on websites like that. He has plenty of friends. He has to study. He's the captain of the hockey team. Why would he spend time reading random student posts? If he'd seen it, he wouldn't be talking to me so normally. To Koi, that conclusion seemed perfectly reasonable. Even so, the anxiety refused to disappear. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Ash. Ashley answered immediately. Koi spoke carefully. When you're doing homework, do you ever use those websites where students ask questions online? Ashley nearly laughed. So that's what you're trying to find out. Keeping a straight face, he replied. No. Unless it's a professional website, I don't really use those. Really? Koi asked anxiously. What about message boards? Places where people post questions or worries. Do you ever read those? I don't. Ashley answered without hesitation. There was no guilt in his voice. After all, that wasn't exactly a lie. I don't usually go on those kinds of sites. They're not very interesting. I see. Thank goodness. Koi felt an enormous weight lift from his chest. I'm so glad I asked. Now I can finally relax. He let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, he heard someone whistling cheerfully. Koi looked over. Ashley was walking beside him, happily whistling to himself. Did something good happen? Koi asked. You seem really happy. No, nothing special. Ashley answered. It's just an ordinary day. Even as he said that, he smiled even more brightly. Koi looked at him in confusion. Ashley was always smiling. But today, he seemed happier than usual. Koi tilted his head. He still hadn't read the replies to his post. He still had no one he could ask for advice. Except the very person who was causing all of his problems. Could I ask Ash? Koi glanced at Ashley. Ashley looked back immediately. The moment their eyes met, Ashley smiled again. Koi instantly turned his head away, his face burning. No way. Never. How could I ask him something like that? That would be ridiculous. I should just be grateful he never saw that post. It would have been a disaster if he had. Please, don't ever read it. Koi silently prayed. Beside him, Ashley calmly thought to himself, I want to eat him. As expected, the entire school was buzzing about the post. It wasn't just because of what had been written. It was because of who it described. A mysterious confession about having a crush on the school's biggest celebrity was irresistible gossip for a bunch of energetic high school students. Hey, did you see that post on the message board? Cough. The moment Bill brought it up during lunch, Koi, who had just taken a drink of water, nearly choked. Koi, are you okay? Ashley immediately looked over in concern. Everyone else turned toward him as well. I'm fine, cough, really. I just swallowed wrong. Koi waved his hands while coughing. Once everyone was convinced he wasn't dying, the conversation resumed. I've seen it. It's got to be Ash, right? That's what I thought too. What a shame. And Ashley Miller is sitting right over there. So who is this person? Does Ash even have any close friends? Koi silently unwrapped his burger. He had no appetite whatsoever. Every nerve in his body was focused on listening. He desperately tried to pretend none of this had anything to do with him. Then someone suddenly shouted. Could it be Koi? For one terrifying second, Koi stopped breathing. At the exact same moment, Ashley spoke. Koi. The color drained from Koi's face as his heart nearly exploded. Would you like to come to my house tomorrow? Huh? Tomorrow. The entire conversation shifted instantly. Koi stared blankly at Ashley. Ignoring the others, Ashley continued naturally. It's the weekend. There's no training. How about it? That sounds great. Of course it does. Those are wonderful words. Hey, can I bring my girlfriend too? Excited voices erupted all around the table. Ashley smiled. Anyone who wants to come is welcome. Oh, really? Can we actually do that? You already know where I live. But your house? Ashley shrugged. There's a large outdoor party area on one side of the estate. It has a swimming pool too. The entrance is separate, so it'll be easy. Oh, that's awesome. Then lots of people can come. So how are we supposed to tell everyone? Ashley answered with an easy smile. Just post it on the school bulletin board. Chapter 46. The unexpected comment surprised the other boys, as well as Koi. Ashley said nonchalantly as he picked up a burger. Isn't that obvious? If you post it, everyone will see it. Oh, that's true. Bill nodded. But don't you hate that? Ashley simply brushed off Bill's concern. It's the most efficient system, whether you hate it or not, isn't it? Then he pointed directly at Bill. You'll be the one to post it. No way. Bill tried to protest, but the other boys immediately shut him down. Ash is right. Yeah, let's put it up there. Everyone's going to lose their minds. You're the one who checks the page the most. You're probably the best person to post it. I've never even written a post before. Still grumbling, Bill opened the bulletin board on his phone and quickly typed up the announcement. Within seconds, he hit the post button and set his phone down. Let's wait and see what happens. The moment the post went live, Bill's phone vibrated. Another boy checked his own phone, and his eyes widened. Hey, there's already a comment. Wow, the view count is climbing so fast. Where? Where? Oh, here it is. The others immediately pulled out their phones as well, checking the post and laughing here and there. Everyone's going crazy. What if the whole school shows up? Wow, the site's getting really slow. Wait, what's going on? Why won't it load? Oh, me too. I can't open it either. Students all over the cafeteria were shouting and cursing as they repeatedly refreshed the bulletin board. Ashley and Koi were the only two not staring at their phones. Ashley simply continued eating the rather tasteless school hamburger with a relaxed expression. From that moment on, no one mentioned Koi's earlier worries again. Not just on the bulletin board, but throughout the entire school, there was only one topic. Ashley Miller's party. Everyone left the cafeteria before lunch ended. As they carried their trays away, someone called out to Ashley. Thanks for inviting me to the party, Ash. Ashley looked over and casually raised a hand in acknowledgement. Watching the girls run away laughing, Koi quietly looked around. People always watched Ashley wherever he went. But today their gazes were filled with even more admiration and envy. Even so, Ashley acted no differently than usual. He joked with his friends, laughed, and kept walking. Once again, Koi wondered how someone like him had ended up in this group. After that day, the bullying from Nelson's group completely disappeared, and school life became surprisingly pleasant. Everyone, including Bill, treated Koi kindly. No more pranks. No more mockery. Above all, everyone was genuinely nice to him. Well, see you later. They exchanged goodbyes as everyone split off for their respective classes. This period was one he shared with Ashley, so the two of them walked side by side toward the classroom. Students passing by constantly greeted Ashley, acting as though they were close friends. It happened every day, but today felt especially unusual. Maybe it's because of the party. Koi walked quietly with his eyes lowered. Once the hallway became less crowded and everything grew quieter, Ashley spoke. Huh. As Koi looked up reflexively, Ashley reached out and rested a hand on his head. Koi blinked as Ashley's long fingers gently brushed through his hair. A moment later, Ashley pulled away holding a tiny leaf. You had this stuck in your hair. Oh. Koi hurriedly brushed through his own hair in embarrassment. Ashley laughed. It's gone now. I got it out. The pleasant sound of Ashley's laughter made Koi smile as well. Ashley seemed to be in an unusually good mood today. Something good must have happened. Koi found himself happy simply because Ashley was happy. But then, his heart started pounding again. A sharp ache spread across his chest. Confused, Koi slowed his steps. Instead of calming down, the pounding only became stronger. Ashley gradually stopped laughing and looked at him. Seeing the lingering smile on Ashley's face only made things worse. His face burned. His fingertips tingled. His whole body throbbed. He couldn't take it anymore. Hey Ash. Yeah. Ashley answered immediately. Flustered, Koi desperately came up with an excuse. So, it's actually about a friend of mine. Ashley looked at him with wide eyes. You have friends besides me? Who? What? Caught completely off guard, Koi froze. Ashley looked at his bright red ears before breaking into a grin. I'm kidding. Of course you have friends besides me. Koi blinked in confusion. Ashley continued with a smile. A lot of them. That's not true, Ash. You're the only friend I've ever had. Koi swallowed those words. Ashley seemed to believe Koi had lots of friends. It wasn't true at all, but he didn't want to shatter Ashley's image of him. So he forced himself to continue. Why, yeah, anyway, one of my friends. He stuttered so badly that his voice cracked in the middle. Koi nearly panicked, but thankfully Ashley didn't tease him. If this had happened back when Ashley had first locked him in his room, he probably would have laughed himself to tears. Fortunately, they were at school. Koi quietly let out a sigh of relief before gathering his courage. My friend has been worried about something lately. I don't really know the answer either, so I was wondering what you thought. What is it? Well, unable to look Ashley in the eyes, Koi stared only at the ground. I have a really close friend. But lately, every time he sees someone, he feels strange. He used to think everything was normal, but now his heart races, his hands shake. And it feels all tingly. Right here. Ashley silently watched him. Koi looked so shy and adorable, refusing to meet his eyes. His heart nearly burst from how cute Koi was. With a smile, Ashley asked, Your friend? Oh, yes. My friend. Koi nodded frantically. Ashley had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself from immediately asking whether that person was him. Did I say something wrong? Seeing Ashley fall silent made Koi even more anxious. What if he says friends aren't supposed to feel this way? What if he thinks it's disgusting? Ashley finally spoke. His voice cracked slightly, and he cleared his throat. Koi felt his stomach twist with nervousness. Those few seconds felt unbearably long. Finally, Ashley answered. Koi, I think your friend likes that person. Huh? Koi's eyes flew open. He looked straight at Ashley without even realizing it. Of course he likes him. They're friends. Koi answered instinctively. Ashley shook his head. I mean, a different kind of like. Koi looked at him blankly. Ashley continued. When you're around your other friends, does your heart race? Do your hands shake? Do you feel all flustered? Why would he even worry about it if they were just ordinary friends? I don't know. You're my only friend. As though he had read Koi's thoughts, Ashley continued. Take me, for example. I eat lunch with my teammates every day. We train together. We spend a lot of time together. You know that, right? Yeah. I consider them my friends, but I've never felt anything like that. Really? Yeah. Ashley answered firmly. Then he frowned. It'd be pretty disgusting if I felt that way about those black gorillas. Oh. Koi could only murmur absent-mindedly. Ashley looked directly into his eyes and spoke with complete seriousness. That means your friend is in love with that person, Koi. Deep inside, Ashley silently prayed. Please realize it. Realize your own feelings, Koi. A cool breeze passed between them as they stood face to face. They looked into each other's eyes. Koi could hear the slow, heavy pounding of his own heart echoing in his ears. Like Ash, I'm in love with him. Chapter 47. That's ridiculous. Ashley stopped in his tracks as Koi suddenly shouted with a completely serious expression. The force of the reaction caught him off guard. Why? His voice sounded different from usual, but Koi kept shaking his head without realizing it. It can't be. I mean, they're both boys. My friend is a boy. How could two boys like each other? Koi gave what he thought was the obvious, reasonable answer, then fell silent. He expected Ashley to agree with him. Instead, Ashley sighed. So you think someone starting to like another guy is impossible? Koi was speechless. He looked at Ashley carefully, expecting him to laugh, but there wasn't the slightest hint of a joke on his face. Ashley was completely serious. I didn't expect Ash to react like this. What should I do? Should I just say Ash is right? No, that can't be. There has to be another reason. Koi hurriedly tried to explain. They aren't even an Omega and an Alpha. They're just two betas. After blurting it out, he became nervous and glanced around. No one overheard us, right? Ashley simply stared at him. There was no disgust. No surprise. Only quiet anticipation. Finally, he spoke. Why does that matter? Huh? Koi blinked in confusion. They're both betas. If one of them were an alpha or an omega, maybe, but they're both betas. That's really rare. And why is that strange? Ashley asked again. Koi opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Ashley continued before he could answer. Why is it acceptable if one of them is an alpha or an omega, but not if they're both betas? Because alphas and omegas can have children? So people are only allowed to love someone if they can reproduce? What does that have to do with anything? Pheromones make people lose control. Half the time they're acting on instinct. Can you really say that's love? When people go into rut or heat, they'll sleep with almost anyone. But when two people genuinely choose to love each other, people say it's strange just because neither of them is an alpha or an omega? No. Only one thought remained in Koi's mind. This can't be. It shouldn't be like this. Ashley suddenly stepped closer. Startled, Koi instinctively stepped backward. Ashley stopped. Koi. His voice was softer this time. I don't think it's strange at all. Ashley looked at Koi with a more serious expression than ever before. There was even a trace of desperation in his eyes, though Koi couldn't understand why. Labels don't matter. Loving someone is something that happens naturally. I am going to be late for class. Ashley was about to continue persuading him, but Koi hurriedly interrupted. Ash, Koi. Ashley called after him, but Koi didn't stop. He turned and ran toward the classroom building, his thoughts racing. No, I can't. Ash is only saying that because he thinks I'm talking about someone else. He can't even imagine it's about me. Think about it. How could I possibly like Ashley Miller? Omega and Beta. That's only one problem. The biggest problem is, it's Ashley Miller. This time, Ash is wrong. There's no way I like him like that. It's just admiration. Envy. That's all. It could never be anything more. Never. Never. Ashley watched Koi's back as he ran away as fast as he could. He could have caught him in only a few steps. Instead, Ashley slowed to a walk. Thinking about Koi's reaction, he realized he needed to rethink everything. I never expected him to deny it so completely. Ashley reflected on his own mistake. He had assumed things would be easy. Koi always smiled at him. He always said he liked being with him. Ashley had hoped that once Koi realized his own feelings, he would simply admit them. He had been completely wrong. Ashley frowned deeply. The expression Koi had shown for that brief moment remained burned into his mind. For some reason, the walls around Koi's heart were much higher and stronger than Ashley had imagined. It was going to take much more than he had expected to make Koi acknowledge his feelings. A passing student waved at Ashley. He ignored him completely and kept walking. There was only one thought in his mind. I need to change my approach. Oh God. Sitting alone in the cafeteria while doing his homework, Koi let out a long sigh. His head ached after being nervous all day. Fortunately, Ashley had acted exactly as usual afterward. Koi had been terrified Ashley might bring up the conversation again, so by the time the last class ended, he was mentally exhausted. But the day still wasn't over. There was skating practice. As always, Koi waited in the cafeteria while Ashley trained. He tried to finish his homework, but today he couldn't focus at all. Eventually, the alarm he had set went off. Startled, he hurriedly packed his bag and went to get his bicycle. He planned to wait near where Ashley parked his car. Instead, he ran into someone unexpected. Oh, Koi. Bill had just finished afternoon practice and waved first. It wasn't only Bill. The team's main players were all outside together. Apparently, practice had ended a little earlier than usual. Koi stopped. Before he could look for Ashley, Bill and the others walked over. What are you doing here this late? Homework. Oh yeah. He nodded. Immediately, someone else joined the conversation. You already finished Martinez's homework? That assignment was insane. Every teacher acts like theirs is the only class we have. We should sue them for this. The boys argued among themselves while Koi quietly watched. Then, the person he had been waiting for appeared. Ash. Bill turned toward Ashley with a grin. Oh, why are you so late today? Ashley asked with a smile, lightly smacking Bill on the back of the neck. What are you guys still doing here? Only then did Koi realize everyone else had already left. The only people remaining were Ashley and the team's core players. One of them answered. We were heading out when we saw Koi. Koi stayed after school doing homework. Isn't he amazing? Koi smiled sheepishly. Then Bill suddenly turned toward him. Koi, you're coming too, right? To Ash's party. Caught off guard, Koi blinked. Bill smiled as though Koi attending was the most natural thing in the world. Koi was just about to answer when Ashley spoke first. Koi can't come. He always works part-time on weekends. Right? Koi froze. It was true. Instead of skating practice during the week, he worked at the convenience store from morning until night every weekend. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his answer. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Why yeah, I can't. Got it. Then let's go. Bye, Koi. Before Koi could react, Ashley waved and started walking away. The others followed. See you, Koi. Have a good weekend. Bye. Koi remained standing there, awkwardly returning each farewell. Why yeah. Bye. Soon, Ashley and the others disappeared down the road, chatting and laughing while looking at their phones. Koi stood there alone. A sharp sting rose in the tip of his nose. He took a deep breath. It's okay. I was going to say I couldn't come anyway. It was actually lucky Ashley answered for me. Otherwise, I probably would have hesitated. Next time, I'll answer properly. He deliberately took another deep breath. In, out. Still, he couldn't move. The campus had become strangely quiet. Then it suddenly hit him. Ash is gone too. I didn't even ask how skating practice went today. That's why I always stayed after school. But now I understand. He probably didn't want everyone to know we spend time together. Ashley wanted to keep it a secret. The others clearly had no idea. Even if he's kind to me, it would probably be embarrassing if everyone knew he still spent time with someone like me. Thank goodness. I didn't tell them I practiced skating at Ash's house. His eyes began to burn. His nose stung. Dragging his bicycle beside him, Koi slowly walked away. He sniffled. Before long, tears quietly began to fall. Holding the handlebars with one hand, he rubbed his eyes with the other. Why am I crying over something like this? Why does it hurt so much? They only told me not to come to the party. Then the real answer surfaced. Was it because I couldn't go to the party? Or because Ash was ashamed of me? Neither. And yet, both. There was an even deeper reason. It's because Ash left me behind. Just then, Koi. Chapter 48. At the unexpected voice, Koi looked up. Another shadow had appeared on the otherwise empty campus. He blinked quickly to focus, then saw someone running toward him. Ash, Koi called out in surprise. Ashley hadn't even been running that hard, yet within a few strides he was standing right in front of him. Smiling warmly, Ashley said, I'm glad you're still here. Koi simply stared at him. It still didn't feel real. Then Ashley frowned. What's wrong? Have you been crying? Oh no. It's just, dust got in my eyes. Koi hurriedly rubbed at his eyes with his sleeve before looking back at Ashley. Why are you here? What happened? What happened? Ashley echoed his question with an amused smile. We're supposed to practice skating, remember? Koi stuttered again in surprise. Ashley laughed softly before reaching out and lightly tapping the tip of Koi's nose with a finger. I thought you'd been waiting for me this whole time. Was I wrong? And no, you're right. It's true. Koi was still completely bewildered. What about your friends? Oh, I just told them I'd forgotten something and came back. Hearing that, Koi couldn't help but think his earlier assumptions had been correct. As expected, Ash didn't want to tell them he was with me. Then Ashley smiled. I wanted to be alone with you. If they knew, they'd probably insist on coming with us. Once again, Koi could only make a confused little sound. Most people would have immediately understood what Ashley meant. Unfortunately, Koi wasn't most people. Ashley hadn't expected him to understand anyway. He simply took Koi's bicycle with one hand and effortlessly slung it over his shoulder as usual. Startled, Koi reached out. I can carry. Before he could finish, Ashley caught his hand. Koi completely froze. No words came out. He could only stare. Holding Koi's hand, Ashley casually began walking, gently swinging their joined hands between them. Koi's mind exploded. What did Ash just say? Did I hear him correctly? Is something wrong with my ears? No. Maybe something's wrong with my head. This has to be a dream. Wait. I'm walking beside Ash. He's holding my hand. Then, everything that happened just now was real. Ash really said. He wanted to be alone with me? Why? Why? Koi. Ashley's voice finally cut through the whirlwind inside his head. Looking into Koi's dazed eyes, he asked, What time do you finish work tomorrow? 6. Oh yeah. Koi nodded absent-mindedly. Ashley smiled. Then I'll be there at 6:10. Will that give you enough time? Koi looked at him blankly. Ashley continued. After work tomorrow. Let's go somewhere together. Koi could only stare again. He had absolutely no idea what Ashley was talking about. But, I heard you're having a party tomorrow. The moment he remembered not being invited, a dull ache spread through his chest again. Ashley spoke as though it were nothing. That's just for the guys. We'll go have fun by ourselves. What does that mean? Koi's eyes grew wide. Ashley narrowed his own suspiciously. Or, would you rather go to the party instead of spending time alone with me? And no, that's impossible. Koi frantically shook his head. His face quickly turned bright red. I like spending time alone with Ash. Yeah. Ashley smiled so brightly that his eyes curved. Koi's ears, which had finally settled down, immediately began twitching again. Then it settled. 6:10. I'll come pick you up. Okay. Koi nodded repeatedly. Only afterward did another question occur to him. By the way, where are we going tomorrow? Ashley laughed. Shouldn't you have asked that before agreeing to come with me? Then he added teasingly. If you're that quick to trust people, one day a bad person is going to trick you. Only then did Koi laugh. As always, he smiled brightly at Ashley. I only do that because it's you, Ash. Ashley silently swallowed the urge to tell him just how dangerous that unconditional trust really was. Instead, he smiled gently. Koi's twitching ears happily betrayed every emotion he felt. Ashley was suddenly grateful for all the grueling athletic training he'd endured over the years. Without that patience, he wasn't sure he could have restrained himself this long. Reluctantly, he let go of Koi's hand. He took out his keys and opened the trunk. Go on. Get in. As always, Ashley loaded Koi's bicycle into the trunk by himself. Meanwhile, Koi hurried into the passenger seat, feeling both grateful and guilty for making Ashley do everything. Ashley climbed into the driver's seat. After making sure Koi had buckled his seat belt, he started the car. Where we're going tomorrow is a secret. I'll tell you after I pick you up. He smiled. You'll be surprised. Really? Really? Koi's heart pounded. His ears twitched wildly. He hurriedly grabbed them with both hands, but not before Ashley had already noticed. Pretending not to see Koi's embarrassment, Ashley drove them away from school. Ash. After the car had been driving for a while, Koi cautiously spoke. You know, I'm the only one who wasn't invited to tomorrow's party. Is that why you're going out with me instead? Just imagining it made his heart flutter. Only a little while ago he had been heartbroken. Now, his chest felt so full it almost hurt. He had never imagined Ashley would leave his friends behind just to spend time alone with him. Seeing the hope shining in Koi's eyes, Ashley grinned mischievously. No, I'm trying to kidnap you. Ha ha ha. Koi burst into laughter without hesitation. Ashley laughed too as he watched Koi's cheeks turn red and his ears flap happily. Poor Koi. You were crying your eyes out just a little while ago. Ashley had noticed the tear stains the moment he saw Koi earlier. Anyone would have. The reason he hadn't mentioned it was because he hoped Koi would tell him himself. I never expected you to cry. Even Ashley had been flustered inside. He hadn't imagined Koi would be so devastated simply because he'd been told not to come to the party. Now, though, Koi had completely forgotten about it. His constantly twitching ears were proof enough. Earlier, seeing Koi chatting and laughing with Bill and the others had stirred an unfamiliar irritation inside Ashley. Until now, Koi had always been with Ashley whenever he spent time with that group. But watching Koi smiling comfortably with other boys while Ashley wasn't beside him, for some reason, it had made him jealous. So, maybe I was just being a little mean. Remembering Koi's red, tearful eyes made Ashley feel a little guilty. Still, he didn't want to apologize. Instead, he changed the subject. Koi, should we grab dinner first? Yeah. Koi answered immediately. Ashley smiled. What do you want to eat? You can choose anything. I like everything. Koi answered without even thinking. Anything is fine, as long as I'm with Ash. His ears perked up happily once more. To hell with the party. Ashley smiled to himself. As long as Ashley Miller was the only one who got to see this adorable, precious side of Koi. Chapter 49. A regular customer, who was also a friend of the store owner, watched Koi suspiciously as he arranged the display window while humming. Did something good happen today? Huh? No. What? The customer folded his arms, then pointed at Koi's face. You've been smiling the whole time. And you're humming. Me? Yeah. The man looked Koi up and down suspiciously. Koi simply tilted his head. That's strange. Even as he said it, he was still smiling. The customer watched Koi go back to humming as he continued working. 10 minutes left. Koi checked his watch and barely resisted the urge to jump for joy. He had never once closed the shop early. In fact, he almost always worked overtime. The convenience store officially closed at 6 o'clock on Saturdays, but after closing, cleaning, and taking out the trash, it usually took another hour before everything was finished. If he cleaned too early or sorted the trash before closing, customers would always come in at the last minute, mess up the store again, or throw more garbage away. The owner always told him not to clean ahead of time because it would inconvenience customers. So Koi quietly did exactly as he was told. These days, because of skating practice, he took one weekday off from work. That meant every Saturday he had to arrive at least an hour early to finish the extra cleaning and chores he had missed. Of course, none of that extra work was paid. Still, Koi never complained. He was simply grateful to have a part-time job. Only 5 minutes left. I'll get to see Ash soon. He could barely contain his excitement. Just then, a customer suddenly spoke. Did you check your college entrance exam results? Koi paused. Oh yeah. So, really? How many points did you get? I haven't looked yet. He tried to avoid the conversation, but the man wouldn't let it go. So what's your score? Koi had always been terrible at dealing with persistent people. Eventually, unable to resist the pressure, he admitted the truth. I haven't checked. I see. The man's expression softened. The store owner's friend had a son in the same grade as Koi. Ever since finding out Koi consistently earned better grades, he had constantly compared the two boys. At first, he had secretly asked Koi how he studied and what scores he got. Later, those questions gradually turned into sarcastic remarks. He always insisted on knowing Koi's scores. If Koi refused to answer, the man would keep asking until he finally gave in. Just then, the customer placed his purchases on the counter. Koi hurried over to ring them up. The bell above the entrance suddenly chimed. A cool breeze drifted into the store. Instinctively, Koi turned toward the door. The customer at the register looked over too. The man who had just walked in was enormous. As he ducked through the doorway before straightening up, the already small convenience store suddenly felt cramped. The customer stretched his neck to get a better look. The newcomer ignored everything around him and looked directly toward the counter. Only then did Koi finally recognize him. Ashley smiled as he removed his sunglasses. Hey. The customer looked back and forth between Ashley and Koi in disbelief. Ashley ignored him completely and walked straight over to Koi. It's almost time. I came to pick you up. Why yeah, but. There were still 2 minutes left. Following Koi's gaze, Ashley looked at the clock on the wall. That's close enough. I'll wait. Okay. Koi nodded quickly. His smile spread across his face before he could stop it. Thank you. Please wait just a little longer. Sure. Leaving Ashley by the entrance, Koi hurried back to the register. The customer quietly asked, Who is that? You know him? Yeah. Koi answered casually. Then warmth quietly spread through his chest. Taking a small breath, he proudly added, He's my friend. Your friend? The customer stared at Ashley in disbelief. Ashley stood with one hand in his pocket, casually looking around the store. Just then, he looked up. Their eyes met. The customer immediately turned away. Wow, he's huge. You're in the same grade? Yeah. He's the captain of our school's ice hockey team. What? The customer barely noticed the plastic bag Koi handed him. He blurted out, That's Ashley Miller? The one taking AP classes in every subject? Yeah. Koi nodded proudly. He lives across the street from me. Oh. The customer sighed with a complicated expression before finally taking out his credit card. After paying, he picked up his shopping bag and headed toward the exit. Just before leaving, he stopped. Excuse me, young man. His tone toward Ashley was noticeably more polite than the one he used with Koi. Ashley looked up from his phone. The customer pointed outside. Is that car yours? Ashley glanced toward the parking lot. No. The customer's shoulders visibly relaxed. Then Ashley calmly added, It's my father's. The customer's expression froze. Koi looked back and forth between the two in confusion. Right then, Ashley's phone alarm rang. He glanced at the screen before turning it toward the customer. The store's closed, sir. Koi instinctively checked the time. Exactly 6 o'clock. The customer hurriedly left. Soon, only the two of them remained. Ashley walked up to the counter. You're done now, right? Let's go. Why yeah? Koi answered automatically. Then he looked down at himself. He was still wearing his old work uniform. It was wrinkled, dirty, covered with old stains. He could leave the cleaning until tomorrow morning, but I should change first. He mumbled quietly. Why did you come so early? We were supposed to meet at 6:10. Ashley smiled. I just wanted to see you sooner. Koi's lips parted on their own. He couldn't help smiling. Ashley smiled back before extending his hand. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. Koi instinctively reached for it, then stopped halfway. Ashley frowned. Seeing that expression, Koi hurriedly explained. Wait. Can you give me 5 minutes? I'll change out of my uniform right away. I don't know where we're going, but I'm dressed like this. Ashley looked him over. The worn, stained uniform made Koi look even smaller than usual. But Ashley didn't care. To him, even if Koi had been carrying a garbage bag, it wouldn't have mattered. All right. Koi smiled with relief. But before he could move, Ashley suddenly stepped closer. Without warning, he slipped an arm around Koi and leaned in. He buried his face against Koi's neck. Koi heard a slow, deliberate inhale right beside his ear. His vision went white. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Ashley's warm breath brushed against his skin like fire. His entire body went numb. His fingers curled instinctively. Koi's face turned scarlet as he completely forgot how to breathe. In a low voice, Ashley whispered beside his ear. Oh, you smell nice. Chapter 50. Suddenly, Koi came back to his senses. Startled, he instinctively tried to step backward, but Ashley's arm was still around him. His heart, which had already been racing, suddenly pounded for an entirely different reason. Why you can smell me? Koi stammered as Ashley finally lifted his head. Ashley answered as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course. Then he added, that's what noses are for. Do I smell? Koi's voice rose in panic. Ashley nodded again. Yeah. Embarrassed, Koi hurriedly asked, what do I smell like? Ashley pretended to think for a moment while Koi waited anxiously. Delicious. Huh. Koi blinked blankly. Ashley burst into a smile. Only then did Koi realize Ashley had been teasing him. What's that supposed to mean? Koi laughed in relief. Ashley looked at him with a perfectly straight face. I'm serious. I always want to eat you, Koi. Koi kept laughing and shook his head. No, you can't. I'm not that tasty. Ashley tilted his head. Really, you look delicious. He leaned in again. This time, his lips brushed the spot where his warm breath had lingered moments before. Koi stiffened. Ashley gently nipped at the side of his neck. It didn't actually hurt. It simply startled him. More than pain, it was unbearably ticklish. Ashley still had him lightly pinned in place, leaving Koi nowhere to escape except to squirm. Don't do that. Koi protested hurriedly. Ashley ignored him and leaned in again. He gave another playful nibble before lingering against Koi's neck. Koi was both ticklish and painfully embarrassed. He pushed weakly against Ashley's shoulder. Stop. Really, it tickles. Holding Koi still was effortless. If Ashley truly wanted to, he could have wrapped Koi in a hug right then. Koi probably wouldn't even understand what was happening. But Ashley forced himself to stop. Even so, before pulling away completely, he couldn't resist pressing one last lingering kiss against Koi's neck. When he finally stepped back, a faint reddish mark remained on Koi's pale skin. Ashley admired it with quiet satisfaction before looking back up. Koi merely blinked sleepily, just as Ashley expected. He didn't seem to realize what Ashley had actually done. Smiling innocently, Ashley asked, Can I have another bite? Only then did Koi fully recover his senses. His face instantly turned bright red. And no, I'm not food. He slipped out of Ashley's grasp and fled toward the storage room that served as his changing room. He didn't even remember to say he'd only be a minute. Bang! Ashley quietly stared at the warehouse door after it slammed shut. Slowly, he brushed his thumb across his own lips. The lingering sensation from moments ago returned. Oh. He sighed softly. I want another taste. 15 minutes passed. Ashley pretended not to notice how unusually long Koi was taking. After all, he was only changing into the same old jeans and shirt he always wore. Wow. I thought you were giving yourself a makeover. I am sorry. Koi apologized immediately. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, he looked up and completely forgot what he was about to say. Ashley looked completely different today. Instead of his usual t-shirt and jeans, he wore a neatly fitted blue shirt with the top couple of buttons undone. His dark green trousers, almost gray in the evening light, revealed his ankles. Instead of sneakers, He wore elegant brown loafers. His platinum blonde hair had been left naturally loose instead of carefully styled. Even the large black sunglasses suited him perfectly. Except for the gray jacket draped over his arm, Koi had never seen Ashley dressed like this before. "What's wrong?" Ashley asked with a smile. Koi blinked. You look different today." "Really?" Ashley answered casually. Inside, however, he couldn't have been happier. This was exactly the reaction he'd hoped for. He had been looking forward to this moment ever since the night before. Dressing up this much wasn't really his style. Normally, he'd only bother for formal occasions related to his father. This time, he had made an exception. If his father's secretary found out, he'd probably hear another lecture. Whatever. They're already reporting everything I do anyway. Ashley decided to simply enjoy the moment. The two of them left the store together. After locking the door, Koi hurried over to Ashley. "What are the others doing? Are they having fun?" Wondering if it was really okay for the host to skip his own party, Koi asked curiously. Ashley casually took Koi's hand as they walked toward the parked car. Pretending not to notice Koi's startled reaction, he answered, "I don't know. I never went." "You can really do that?" Koi desperately tried to focus on the conversation. It was difficult. His attention kept drifting back to Ashley's hand holding his. Ashley continued as though nothing unusual was happening. "I left everything to my father's secretary. He'll take care of it." "I see," Koi answered. His brain barely worked anymore. Holding hands already made his heart race. But today, Ashley looked so unbelievably handsome. He was always attractive. Today, somehow, even more so. While secretly admiring him, Koi suddenly felt inadequate. Can someone like me really stand beside Ash? His heart, which had felt so full moments ago, suddenly sank. Quietly, he tried to pull his hand free. Ashley immediately tightened his grip. Stopping Koi from escaping, he asked teasingly, "What's wrong, Koi?" "Huh? And nothing." Koi was about to answer when he noticed the car in front of them. It wasn't Ashley's usual one. Tilting his head in confusion, he watched Ashley take a smart key from his pocket and unlock it. The doors unlocked with a soft electronic click. Koi stared. "Is this your car?" "It's my father's." Ashley smiled. It was the exact same answer he'd given the customer earlier. Yet somehow, the atmosphere felt completely different. Even someone like Koi, who knew almost nothing about cars, could tell this sedan was incredibly luxurious. "Come on." Ashley opened the passenger door. Koi hurriedly climbed inside. The interior was even more impressive than the exterior. The soft leather seat embraced him the moment he leaned back. An involuntary sigh escaped his lips. Everything looked expensive. The center console, the dashboard, even the glove compartment. Unable to resist, Koi gently ran his fingers across the leather wrapped around the door handle. It felt unbelievably smooth. Ashley walked around and got into the driver's seat. "What are you doing?" "Huh?" Koi jumped at Ashley's amused voice. Flustered, he hurried to fasten his seat belt. For some reason, he couldn't get it to work. Ashley chuckled. "Hold on." He leaned over. One arm reached across Koi's chest. Koi held his breath. Ashley calmly pulled the seat belt across him and clicked it into place. The top of Ashley's head filled Koi's vision. Sunlight reflected off strands of platinum blonde hair that shimmered almost silver. It was rare for Koi to see Ashley from this angle. Ashley was more than 20 centimeters taller than him. Suddenly, Koi remembered all the times Ashley had knelt to tie his skate laces. "My heart is racing again." Slowly, very carefully, Koi lifted one hand. He wanted to touch Ashley's hair, to see if it was really as soft as it looked. His cheek, his chin, his nose, his lips. Just then, Ashley looked up. Their eyes met. Koi froze. Ashley's gaze softened. His eyes slowly narrowed. His lips parted slightly. Koi stopped breathing. "Is he going to kiss me?" His heart pounded wildly. Ashley moved just a little closer. Koi could feel the warmth of Ashley's breath brushing softly against his lips. Chapter 51. Ashley whispered softly, as if he wanted to share a very private secret. "You have to fasten your seatbelt properly." Koi could only blink blankly. "Huh, what?" Ashley smiled. "It'll be a big problem if there's an accident." Koi watched Ashley pull away and sit back upright. As Ashley focused on the road, he started the car and shifted it into drive. As the car rolled forward, Koi slowly came back to his senses. A moment later, his face turned bright red. Koi's thought, "What was I thinking?" Startled, he slapped his own cheeks. "Koi, what's wrong?" Looking concerned, Ashley took one hand off the steering wheel and gently caught Koi's hand. What's wrong with you? Koi stammered, his cheek tingling with embarrassment. I just... He forced a smile before finally muttering. It's nothing. I'm sorry. Even then, Ashley kept holding Koi's hand for another moment, carefully studying his face. It was obvious he was genuinely worried. Koi's thought, I have to change the subject. His frantic mind searched for something to talk about. Then he remembered the customer from the store. Hey, what's the name of this car? Koi waited nervously, hoping Ashley would let the subject go. Fortunately, Ashley answered without hesitation. It's an Aston Martin. Keeping his eyes on the road, he added. It wouldn't have been a good idea to drive the van today. Koi secretly sighed in relief. Did your father come with you? No. It was in the garage. Ashley answered casually. Koi briefly pictured the enormous garage at Ashley's house. Considering the huge garage door that was always closed, it made perfect sense. There had to be more cars inside. Do you have a lot of cars? Ashley smiled. I'll show you next time. If you see one you like, we'll take it for a drive together. Really? Yeah. After changing lanes, Ashley asked, Do you have a favorite car? Caught off guard, Koi hurriedly answered. Jaguar. In truth, it was the only luxury car brand he knew. If it hadn't shared its name with the animal, he probably wouldn't have remembered it. Ashley nodded thoughtfully. I see. Koi quietly let out a sigh of relief. Then Ashley asked again. What model? This time, Koi was completely speechless. He didn't know enough about cars to answer. After struggling to remember anything at all, he finally muttered, A classic one. Ashley nodded without questioning him. Okay, I'll bring one next time. Koi nodded in relief before suddenly freezing. Wait, you have a Jaguar too? Ashley pointed toward the glove compartment. Can you hand me the water from the glove box? Oh, sure. Koi quickly opened it and took out a bottle of water. Just before handing it over, he paused. Do you want me to open it first? Thank you. Delighted by the response, Koi twisted off the cap before giving Ashley the bottle. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, Ashley drank several mouthfuls before placing the half-empty bottle into the cup holder. A short while later, Koi noticed they were entering the expressway. Are we going somewhere far? He had assumed they were only going somewhere nearby. Ashley nodded. About an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Really, if they were going that far, they'd reach the city center. Koi's thought, where are we going? Though curiosity filled him, he trusted Ashley completely. Koi's thought, there's no way Ash would do anything bad to me. Trying to calm his racing heart, he secretly checked the map on his phone. He had never been this way before and couldn't figure out where they were headed. Watching Koi seriously study the map, Ashley fought to keep the corners of his mouth from lifting. Koi, you're so cute. Ashley wanted nothing more than to hold Koi all day and roll around in bed with him. The thought of biting and kissing every inch of Koi's body made him let out a slow breath. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and deliberately turned on the music. A song immediately started playing. Put your XX in my XX and wash the soaked XX. Of all songs, the first one that played was a famous pop song known for its blatantly sexual lyrics. Ashley immediately hit the button to turn it off. Silence instantly filled the car. Neither of them spoke. Out of the corner of his eye, Ashley noticed Koi sitting frozen, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open. Ashley quickly cleared his throat. Koi, aren't you hungry? Huh? Koi turned to him in surprise. Trying to sound as casual as possible, Ashley said, hang in there a little longer. We'll stop somewhere first, and then we'll have dinner. You can grab a light snack there. Okay. Koi nodded. Meanwhile, his heart was pounding wildly. That terrible song had reminded him of something he had almost forgotten. Koi's thought, why did I imagine something so ridiculous? Just remembering it made his face burn again. Koi's thought, I actually thought Ash was going to kiss me. Sweating nervously, he pretended everything was fine and quietly held onto his phone. Koi's thought, please don't let Ash hear how fast my heart is beating. Oh, after leaving the expressway and entering the main streets, Koi's eyes widened. He had never been to a place like this before. Beautifully dressed people walked along clean, colorful streets. Stylish shops lined both sides of the road, each more elegant than the last. Even the sidewalks gleamed as if they had been polished. Koi almost felt overwhelmed. Ashley finally stopped in front of one of the stores. Unlike the neighboring shops, its window blinds were drawn. Ashley got out first and walked around to open the passenger door. Realizing he had been sitting there absent-mindedly, Koi hurried out. Thank you. You're welcome. Smiling gently, Ashley placed a hand behind Koi's back and guided him forward. Let's go inside. Oh, okay. Koi nodded. A large bodyguard stood at the entrance. The moment he saw them, he stepped aside and opened the door. He even smiled politely at both Ashley and Koi. Still completely confused, Koi followed Ashley inside. Until now, he had simply assumed Ashley wanted to buy something. Hello, Mr. Miller. Welcome. Mr. Miller? Koi stared in surprise as a sophisticated woman greeted Ashley with a bright smile. How could someone call a high school student Mr.? Even more surprising was Ashley's response. He greeted her with perfect composure. Hello. It's been a long time. How have you been? After lightly shaking her hand, Ashley turned toward Koi. This is my friend, Connor Niles. Come over here, Koi. Still blinking in confusion, Koi stepped forward. The woman smiled warmly and extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Niles. I'm Joanna Mondavi. It's nice to meet you. The only adult who ever addressed students his age so formally was their history teacher, whom everyone jokingly called an old-fashioned gentleman. Hearing someone politely call him Mr. Niles outside of school felt completely unreal. After exchanging greetings, Joanna turned and led them farther inside. This way, please. Since you contacted me in advance, I prepared everything. You're having dinner afterward, correct? The restaurant you've chosen is excellent. Please have a seat here. Would you like something simple to drink while you look around? Once again, Koi found himself amazed by how effortlessly she spoke. Everything around him looked luxurious and elegant. Even the employees they passed were polished and stylish enough to catch his attention. Looking around in amazement, Koi finally stopped beside the sofa Joanna had indicated. Chapter 52. The sofa, clearly meant for customers, was covered in colorful fabric with delicate embroidery. It looked so expensive that even if Koi sold everything he owned, he probably couldn't afford one of its legs. Faced with something so luxurious, he couldn't bring himself to sit down. Koi. Ashley called to him. Seeing Koi standing there awkwardly, Ashley held out his hand. Koi cautiously reached for it. The moment their hands touched, Ashley gave him a firm tug. Oh, Koi cried out in surprise. The next thing he knew, he was sitting on the sofa. More accurately, he had landed in Ashley's lap. I'm sorry. Koi hurriedly scrambled away, apologizing over and over. Ashley simply nodded before turning to Joanna. I'll have a Spanish latte. Then he looked at Koi. What would you like? Koi blinked in confusion before quickly answering. I'll have the same. All right. Joanna smiled. Would you like it hot or iced? Koi froze again. Ashley answered for him with a smile. I'll have mine iced and make Koi's hot. Then he added, my friend doesn't like drinks with ice. Koi's thought, should I tell Ash he's mistaken? The thought crossed his mind, but everything happening around him was so overwhelming that he couldn't speak. Feeling intimidated once again, he simply lowered his head. Yes, that's right. He quietly listened as Joanna finished taking their order. Koi's thought, Ash even remembered something like that. He smiled to himself. Koi's thought, ice really isn't important anyway. A short while later, another employee arrived carrying a long serving tray. Tiny macarons, strawberry cakes, scones, chocolates, and other desserts were arranged neatly across it. Everything was bite-sized. Koi had never even seen desserts like these before. You must be hungry. Ashley smiled. Go ahead and try one, Koi. Only now did Koi realize he was hungry. Before he could react, Ashley reached out first. He picked up a deep purple macaron. Then he held it in front of Koi. Here. Koi stared blankly. Ashley smiled. Open your mouth. Embarrassed, Koi hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, no one else was nearby. After confirming they were alone, he slowly looked back at Ashley. Ashley was still patiently holding out the macaron. Waiting for him, Koi took a deep breath and carefully opened his mouth. The sight of Koi's parted lips, the glimpse of his soft tongue, heat instantly rushed through Ashley. For one dangerous moment, he wanted to bite something entirely different. Before that thought could go any further, Koi accepted the macaron into his mouth. Ashley quietly let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He continued watching as Koi slowly ate it. Without thinking, Ashley caught the hand Koi had raised to hold the dessert himself. Koi looked at him in surprise. Ashley spoke in a voice lower than usual. Don't bite too hard, Koi. His breathing sounded strangely uneven. It'll hurt. With half the macaron still in his mouth, Koi obediently stopped chewing and nodded. It was his first time eating a macaron. Not understanding what Ashley meant, he assumed that was simply the proper way to eat one. So he carefully let it melt in his mouth before swallowing it. Ashley watched him the entire time. After a while, he quietly asked, "Did you swallow it all?" Koi slowly finished the last bite before nodding. "I did." Ashley narrowed his eyes with a smile. Using the back of his hand, he gently brushed away a tiny crumb at the corner of Koi's mouth. "Good job." His gaze remained fixed on Koi's lips. "Do you know what I meant?" Koi answered without hesitation. "It was really delicious." He smiled brightly. "Thank you, Ash." Ashley fell silent. After several seconds, he quietly asked, "You don't know what I was talking about, do you?" Koi blinked. "Huh." Then he asked nervously, "Wasn't it about the macaron?" His anxious expression clearly asked whether he'd done something wrong. Ashley forced himself to remain calm. "Yes." Pretending nothing had happened, he picked up his coffee and deliberately avoided looking at Koi. Desire and guilt churned inside him at the same time. He couldn't bring himself to meet Koi's eyes. Ashley's thought, "If you knew what I was really thinking, you would never smile at me like that." Ashley hid his embarrassment by chewing on a piece of ice. Just then, Joanna returned with several staff members. "I hope you didn't have to wait too long." She smiled warmly. "Did you enjoy the refreshments?" Koi immediately answered with a blush. "Yes." He nodded happily. "They were delicious." "Thank you." His ears twitched for a moment. Watching them, Ashley silently decided that someday he would take Koi to a macaron shop and let him eat as many as he wanted. Having someone make macarons at home wasn't a good idea. If Koi innocently ate them while Ashley was around, Ashley wasn't sure he'd be able to behave himself. After today's dangerous thoughts, he doubted he would ever look at macarons innocently again. Joanna continued, "You mentioned that you wanted to look at clothes for your friend today. I estimated the size beforehand, but if anything doesn't fit, we'll adjust it." Koi stared blankly. Koi's thought, "She's speaking English, so why don't I understand any of this?" Looking helplessly at Ashley, he asked, "Clothes?" Ashley answered casually, "Yes. I'm here to buy clothes." "Clothes?" Koi accidentally raised his voice before hurriedly lowering it again. "Why? Why are you buying clothes for me?" Panic filled his face. Ashley had expected the question. "The welcome party is coming soon. Did you forget?" "The party." Repeating the words, Koi finally remembered. "Oh." Ashley smiled knowingly. "You'll need something to wear. Isn't that right?" Koi lowered his head in embarrassment. When Ashley had invited him, he'd immediately agreed without thinking any further. He had completely forgotten about clothes. He had been wearing the same outfits for years. Even counting everything he owned, he probably didn't have 10 sets of clothes. Seeing Koi quietly lower his head, Ashley continued gently, "We still have time. We could rent something. We could buy something." Chapter 53. "Thank you so much for today, Ash," Koi said with a flushed face. Ashley frowned as he pulled the shopping bags full of Koi's new clothes from the trunk. "Are you sure you don't want me to walk you home?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It's right there. It's close." Koi hurriedly added, "It's a narrow path. A car can't get through. It's better if we say goodbye here." Ashley could have insisted on walking him anyway, but Koi clearly didn't want that. So he didn't press the issue. Ashley's thought, "I'm not Koi's boyfriend. Not yet." "Yeah." Phew. Koi let out a sigh of relief as he looked up at Ashley, the heavy shopping bags in his hands. It was already close to midnight, and darkness had settled all around them. The entire evening had felt like a dream. Koi had gone in and out of the fitting room countless times, changing into one outfit after another. Every time he stepped out, Ashley would fuss over him, straightening his collar or adjusting his waistband before finding another excuse to touch him. By the end, Ashley had even tried to follow him into the dressing room to help him change. But Koi refused every single time. Whenever he looked at himself in the mirror, all he saw was an ugly body. He had never wanted anyone to see him like that. Especially not Ashley. No, because it was Ashley. Someone as handsome and perfect as Ashley would only pity a body like his. Koi knew that, and he never wanted to see that pity with his own eyes. After shopping, Ashley had bought him a homecoming suit, a tie, a watch, and several everyday outfits. Koi thought it was far too much, but once again Ashley had talked him into accepting everything. Before he knew it, they were already on their way to dinner. The restaurant Ashley took him to afterward was unbelievably luxurious. Later, Koi searched it online and discovered it was one of the most famous restaurants in the city, with reservations fully booked 3 months in advance. Even there, Ashley had taken care of everything. Seeing Koi stare helplessly at the English menu without understanding what any of the dishes were, Ashley simply asked, "Can I order for you?" Koi happily agreed. That dinner completely changed the way he thought about food. Because of his condition, he'd never been very sensitive to taste. He had always believed food was more or less the same. Now he realized how mistaken he had been. It wasn't that all food tasted alike. It was that he'd only ever eaten the same kind of food. Dish after dish arrived. Things he'd only ever seen in photographs or never even knew existed. The most memorable part was dessert. Until then, sweets had all seemed similar to him. He had honestly believed chewing on the sole of a shoe wouldn't feel much different from chewing a tough steak. But the macarons were different. The texture was different. The way they melted was different. Most of all, they were sweet. For the first time in his life, Koi truly understood what people meant when they said something was delicious. The chocolate was delicious. The cheesecake was delicious. The cold cake melted softly in his mouth, and he fell completely in love with it. He couldn't finish every dish Ashley ordered, but he ate every bit of the ice cream and cake they served afterward. Watching him happily finish dessert, Ashley called over a waiter and ordered another dessert plate just for Koi. Koi ended up finishing 2 full dessert courses with a cup of hot coffee. Ashley's thought, "I'll make sure he gets to eat desserts from now on." Because Ashley rarely ate sweets himself, Koi had almost never been given desserts at his house. But Koi immediately shook his head. "No, I've already had enough today. It's okay. I'm fine." Ashley smiled. "Because I want to do it for you." Koi stared silently across the table. His heart began to tingle again, and his fingertips went numb. Although the restaurant was crowded with people, the only person he could see was Ashley. His eyes, his ears, every one of his senses seemed to exist only for him. What is this feeling? No matter how much he asked himself, he couldn't find an answer. "Thanks for bringing me here, Ash." Koi looked at him gratefully. Ashley remained silent for a moment before calling softly, "Koi." "Yeah." Ashley smiled. "Did you have fun today?" "Yes." Koi nodded immediately. "A lot." Ashley slowly raised his hand. His large palm gently cupped Koi's cheek. The night air was cool, but the warmth of Ashley's hand spread across his skin. Koi unconsciously held his breath. Ashley asked softly, "Do you understand what it means?" "What?" Koi blinked in confusion. Ashley continued in the same gentle voice. "Koi, think about today. What did I do for you? And why did I do it? Think about it. You already know the answer." His thumb slowly stroked Koi's cheek. Koi barely managed to whisper, "Me? Yeah." Ashley nodded. "The answer is already inside you." He smiled, barely holding himself back from kissing him. Then he said goodbye and walked away, leaving Koi standing there with a confused expression. After getting into the driver's seat, Ashley started the engine. When he looked into the rearview mirror, he saw Koi still standing there, watching him leave. Ashley almost got back out of the car. He wanted to run over, wrap Koi in a tight hug, cover him with kisses. Instead, he forced himself to drive away. Ashley's thought, "I'll confess." As he sped through the empty streets, he made up his mind. He would confess on the night of the welcome party. He would pick Koi up. They would go to the party together, dance, drink the terrible punch everyone always made. Then, when the mood was right, he would take Koi behind the school and finally tell him, "I like you." Until now, every relationship Ashley had ever had begun naturally and ended just as naturally. No dramatic confessions, no racing heartbeat. Even when they said they liked each other, nothing had ever truly stirred his heart. But this time was different. He was going to confess to Koi and ask him to go out with him. Ashley's thought, "Koi." Koi's bright red face as he looked up at him appeared in his mind. He imagined Koi panicking, his ears turning red as he flusteredly admitted, "I like you too." Just imagining it made Ashley's heart feel like it would burst. He let out a frustrated groan. Ashley's thought, "Come on, Koi. Figure it out already." In his imagination, Koi's confused expression slowly brightened with understanding. Ashley sighed deeply. Ashley's thought, "Hurry up, hug me, and let me kiss you." Fortunately, when Koi finally got home, his father still hadn't returned. He quietly slipped into the dark house and turned on the small light. The first thing he did was find somewhere to hide all the shopping bags. The house was so tiny there was barely any room. Eventually, he pulled an old box of torn clothes from beneath his low bed, hid the shopping bags underneath, then pushed the box back into place. He looked at it suspiciously for a moment before nodding to himself. It was fine. His father always came home drunk. He never paid enough attention to notice whether there were more or fewer things in the house. After hurriedly putting everything away, Koi washed up. He carefully folded the nice clothes he had worn that day, hid them beneath his old clothes, then changed into his usual worn-out shirt and hole-filled sweatpants before lying down on his bed. As silence filled the room, everything that had happened today replayed itself one memory at a time. It still didn't feel real. Koi's thought, maybe I just dreamed it. But when he turned slightly and saw the shopping bags hidden beneath the bed, he knew it had all really happened. He let out a long sigh and rolled onto his side, trying to calm the weight pressing against his chest. His heart immediately began racing again. Koi's thought, how could a day like this even happen? The cool sweetness of the desserts still seemed to linger on his tongue. Closing his eyes, he relived every moment again. Then, naturally, one question came to mind. Koi's thought, why did Ashley do all of that for me? Chapter 54. Do you understand what it means? Ashley's words echoed through Koi's mind. Koi opened his eyes and stared blankly into the darkness. Ashley's voice kept repeating in his ears. Think about it. What did I do for you today and why? Ashley had said it was in return for the ticket to the homecoming party. But even Koi knew that explanation was ridiculous. There had to be another reason. What could it be? Think about it, and you'll find out. Because you already know the answer. The memories replayed themselves one after another. Ashley had been unusually gentle all day. Koi's thought, maybe it's because he's rich. The idea suddenly crossed his mind. Ash was rich, unlike him. Maybe this was simply normal for someone like Ashley. Ashley had even said that rich people paid more taxes because they had more money. Maybe this was just Ashley's way of giving back. No. Another voice immediately rejected the thought. Koi's thought, you know Ash isn't that kind of person. He had never thrown money around. He had never been overly generous with his friends. He bought me clothes. He took me to an expensive restaurant. He even dressed differently than usual and drove a different car. Koi's thought, wasn't it like a date? You already have the answer inside you. Arg. Koi suddenly sat upright and buried his face in his hands, shaking his head wildly. No. What am I thinking? That can't be true. He denied it immediately. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Even someone who had never dated before knew what a date looked like. Everything Ashley had done today, even as repayment. It was simply too much. Then another forgotten memory surfaced. Ashley's voice. I've had lots of friends, but I've never felt this excited or embarrassed before. Huh. Koi blinked. Ashley had compared the others to a bunch of gorillas. What did that mean? Why did he suddenly remember those words now? Ash was kind, but he didn't treat everyone like this, no matter how close they were. That meant, little by little, his thoughts stopped working. Instead, his heart began pounding like it had gone completely mad. Arg. Koi jerked so violently that he rolled right off the bed. He landed on the floor in a tangled heap before scrambling back onto the mattress. He barely felt any pain. There was only one thought left in his mind. No way. No way. No way. No way. Could it be? Could it really be? But Ashley said he was in love with someone. He definitely told me that. He broke up with Al because he fell in love with someone else. Of course. Then, that means, Ashley's thought. That's who I like, Koi. Koi couldn't even finish the sentence in his own mind. He hurriedly buried himself beneath the blanket. It couldn't be. But if it were true, everything suddenly made sense. Even inviting him to the welcome party. Everything made sense. I guess that's really it. Art. His face became so hot it felt like it would explode. His heart pounded so violently he thought it might burst. He was excited, embarrassed, restless, proud. Every emotion mixed together until he thought he was going crazy. If his father hadn't come home just then, he probably would have screamed. As usual, he heard his drunken father stumble inside and reach for another bottle. Normally, that sound would have terrified him. Tonight, he barely noticed. The sound of his own heartbeat was far louder. He spent the entire night curled up in bed like that. When school started after the weekend, everyone was talking about the party at Ashley's house. After locking up his bicycle in its usual place, Koi headed toward the ticket booth. Koi, Bill spotted him first and waved enthusiastically. The others all turned to look. Among them, Ashley met Koi's eyes. Koi had been about to greet Bill. Instead, he froze. Everything he'd spent the entire night imagining came rushing back. His mind went completely blank. His face instantly burned. He wanted to run away, but the entire hockey team was already looking at him. So Koi forced himself to walk over. Bill gave him a quick once-over before letting out a whistle. "You look completely different today. Doesn't he look great?" "Yeah." The others nodded in agreement. Today, Koi had finally gathered the courage to wear the clothes Ashley had bought him. The shirt, the pants, even the shoes. Everything was new. Koi lowered his head in embarrassment. Then he slowly looked up. His eyes met Ashley's once more. Ashley smiled softly. For a moment, Koi forgot how to breathe. Ashley said gently, "You look good." Thank you." That was all Koi managed to say. His heart was pounding too hard. He was too embarrassed to stay there. In the end, he mumbled something unintelligible before turning around and running away. The others quickly lost interest and returned to their conversation. Only Ashley continued watching Koi's retreating back with a smile. Koi looked unbelievably adorable wearing the clothes he'd bought him. The moment Ashley saw him, he wanted to hug him. He wanted to kiss him. The only reason he managed to stay calm was because 5 enormous hockey players stood between them like a wall. Ashley's thought, "I should have bought him everything." He'd only bought a few outfits because Koi had already felt overwhelmed. Now he regretted holding back. It's fine. There would be plenty more opportunities. Ashley imagined slowly taking off every piece of clothing he'd bought for Koi while the two of them lay together in bed. Still smiling to himself, he casually joined the others' conversation. Koi finally stopped running after putting enough distance between himself and everyone else. He hid behind the corner of a building, bent over, and struggled to catch his breath. His heart felt ready to burst. Not because he'd been running. It had already been racing the instant he saw Ashley. That gentle smile. He couldn't bear it. Koi groaned softly. Koi's thought, "Does Ash really like me?" The question that had kept him awake all night returned. No matter how many times he thought about it, there was only one answer. Ashley had practically told him himself. The answer is already inside you. You already know it. Koi's thought, "That's the only answer I can think of, Ash." He forced himself to take slow, steady breaths. He wanted to ask someone for advice, but there was no one he could tell. Posting another message online after everything that had happened before would be unbelievably foolish. He'd been lucky once. He wouldn't be lucky a second time. Koi silently swore he would never ask strangers on the internet for advice again. Koi's thought, "I'll just ask him directly." It was the hardest decision he'd ever made. But there was no other way. Thinking about it alone wouldn't change anything. Ashley was the only one who knew the real answer. Koi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At lunchtime, Koi headed to the cafeteria as usual. Ashley and the others were already waiting in line. "Koi." Ashley smiled and waved. Koi's face immediately turned bright red. Normally, he would have happily run over to greet him. Today, he couldn't. Pretending not to notice Ashley, Koi quietly slipped behind Bill and hid there. Phew, he had barely sighed in relief when someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Koi cried out as he was pulled away. Ashley naturally wrapped an arm around him and smiled. "What are you doing over there?" I was just." Koi hurriedly searched for an excuse, his head spinning. The shade was cooler over there. Ashley tilted his head. "Really? Hey, Bill, have you gained weight?" "What?" "Shut up." The usual joking and laughter continued around them, but Koi couldn't hear any of it. The only sound reaching his ears was the pounding of his own heartbeat. Koi's thought, "Ash." Koi's thought, "Do you really like me?" His heart felt like it was about to explode. Chapter 55. As usual, they gathered and ate together, but Koi's attention stayed fixed on Ashley. Ashley joked, laughed, and chatted with the other guys as always, but Koi couldn't focus on anything. His heart pounded with worry. As he forced another bite of the hamburger, which felt as dry and tough as hay, Bill's voice reached his ears. "Now that I think about it, you never found the person who posted that message on the bulletin board saying they liked Ash, did you?" "Oops." Ignoring Koi, who nearly choked, the other boys continued. "He must be some nerd living somewhere else. Maybe he's not even from our school. Ash is so famous." "That's true." Another boy laughed. "I'm sure it's an Omega, right? It'd be weird if it wasn't." Gulp. Koi swallowed his drink so loudly that it echoed. Nobody noticed. "Of course. I mean, If you're an alpha or an omega, that's understandable. A beta wouldn't need to do something like that, right? As everyone looked around for agreement, Ashley suddenly spoke. It's not always about wanting sex. People can like someone for other reasons. Koi immediately looked at Ashley. Ashley continued looking at his friends, but somehow, Koi felt like those words had been meant for him. Come on, of course it is. Another boy interrupted. So then, Ash, who do you like so much that you wouldn't even want to have sex with them? Aren't you going to kiss them? Oh my God. Wow, Ashley Miller. You're such a liar. Ashley smiled at his friend's teasing. Koi stared at Ashley's profile over the hamburger in his hands. Before taking another bite, Ashley answered, Of course I want to kiss them. I still do. At the end of the sentence, Ashley suddenly looked at Koi. Koi's heart dropped. The lingering look in Ashley's narrowed eyes made his breathing stop. The boys immediately shouted, What? What did you just say? What was that? People throughout the cafeteria turned to look at them, but the boys paid no attention. Koi couldn't hear any of it. The hand holding his hamburger trembled slightly. He had been hungry a moment ago, but now his heart was so full that he couldn't eat another bite. He simply stared at the half-eaten hamburger while the others bombarded Ashley with questions. What? Are you seeing someone new? Who is it? Since when? Seriously? You never told us. Is it someone from another school? We haven't seen you hanging around anyone. You've been spending a lot of time with Koi lately. For the first time, everyone's eyes turned toward Koi. Caught completely off guard, he hurriedly shook his head. I know. Hey, have you seen St. Paul's High School's roster this year? Maybe you've changed your taste. Bill suddenly changed the subject. The conversation quickly moved on, and Koi finally managed to breathe again. That was close. He secretly glanced at Ashley once more. Ashley was chatting as naturally as ever. But Koi couldn't forget that passionate look from just moments ago. Did Ash always look at me like that? Koi. Ashley suddenly turned to him as everyone stood to leave after lunch. Koi tensed so hard that he nearly stumbled. Why yes. Ashley smiled warmly and gently wrapped an arm around him. Was he going to talk about it here? With so many students around? Instead, Ashley simply said, You have your second cheerleading evaluation today, right? Let me know the results afterward. Huh? Oh, okay. Koi nodded absent-mindedly. That was true. Today was the second cheerleading tryout. Ashley was only saying something completely normal. Yet to Koi, it sounded different. Tell me the results afterward. Does that mean? Does he want me to tell him my answer after it's over? Ashley looked at him affectionately. Do your best. Koi kept staring into his eyes. Yeah. His heart felt ready to burst out of his chest. I will. Let's talk today. Koi made up his mind. I'll ask Ash directly. Do you like me? Even if I'm wrong. Ash would never laugh at me. Koi nodded to himself. I'll ask honestly. And if Ash really likes me, then I'll tell him. Ash, I like you too. I. His heart trembled so violently that he couldn't think about anything else. When Koi finally stopped moving, silence settled over the gym. Breathing hard, he waited anxiously for the girls' reactions. Standing in the center was Ariel, the team captain. As always, her hair was tied up neatly. She watched Koi's routine with a serious expression, one arm folded while the other hand rested thoughtfully against her lips. Koi faced her nervously. After a long pause, Ariel finally spoke. Not bad. No, it's definitely improved. Koi's face immediately brightened. But Ariel continued sternly. You still have a long way to go. This isn't enough to become a member of our team. You know this is Buffalo High School's cheer squad. Yes. Koi nodded quickly. Ariel glanced toward the other members. We all worked incredibly hard to get here. If you don't have that same determination, you'll only make things harder for everyone. Yes, of course. I'll do everything I can. No, I'll do even more than that. Koi answered hurriedly. His hands were clasped together as if praying while he desperately waited for her decision. Connor Niles, you've passed the second evaluation. Before Koi could cry out with joy, Ariel continued. But your physical condition is terrible. I don't mind people being slim, but I do mind people being underweight. You've been hanging around those gorillas for months, and you're still built like a chimpanzee? Crossing her arms, Ariel frowned. Before the season really starts, we're going to put you through strict conditioning. We won't go easy on you. So be prepared. Yes, I'll do it. Very good. Ariel nodded. I'm officially accepting you as a temporary member. Congratulations, Connor Niles. In about 3 months, we'll decide on the final roster. Until then, follow my instructions. For the first time, Ariel smiled. The other girls applauded and congratulated Koi. He was so overwhelmed with happiness that he couldn't speak. Blinking repeatedly, he bowed to everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll work really hard. Thank you. That day, Koi joined the team's physical training for the first time. Just as Ariel had warned him, it was several times harder than anything he had ever experienced. Phew. Koi staggered across the courtyard on exhausted legs. He had never imagined that the girls who always smiled so beautifully and moved so gracefully practiced under such harsh conditions. So that's why they can perform like that. He admired them even more. Even if he was only a temporary member, he wanted to work as hard as possible so he wouldn't cause trouble. The only thing Koi had ever been confident in was his willingness to give everything his best effort. I know. He doesn't hang out with us like he used to. He wasn't even interested in the party. I still don't know why he broke up with Al. After everyone chimed in, someone suddenly asked, "Don't you think it started after he became friends with Koi?" Startled by hearing his own name, Koi hurriedly hid behind the corner of a nearby building. The boys' voices continued. "Now that I think about it, Ash has been especially close to Koi lately. Yeah, before this, he was always pretty distant. Don't tell me it's really because of Koi." Laughter erupted. Koi turned bright red and covered his mouth with both hands. "Oh, so everyone noticed. No way. This is Ash we're talking about. How could that be?" Then Bill spoke quietly. "Come on. Ash only lets Koi hang around because he feels sorry for him." Huh? The warmth in Koi's chest instantly turned cold. Chapter 56. Bill continued. "We only hang out with him because Ash wants us to. Isn't that obvious?" Koi quickly covered his mouth with both hands. If he didn't, he felt like he would scream. Holding his breath, he remained hidden as another voice spoke. "Yeah, he barely says anything unless someone talks to him first. Honestly, I can't imagine Ash dating someone like Koi." Every word sank into Koi's chest. But the conversation didn't stop. Still, isn't Ash amazing? He feels sorry for the guy, so he keeps him around. Well, Koi's a nice guy. He's likable. Ash is kind, but he usually keeps his distance. He must have felt so sorry for Koi that he crossed that line. Out of pity, far enough to cross that line. Koi's mind went blank. Then another voice interrupted. "Ash." Koi flinched. The atmosphere instantly changed. Carefully peeking around the corner, Koi saw Ashley standing a short distance away. He swallowed hard. Anxiety mixed with a tiny spark of hope. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe they only heard part of it. Maybe Ash meant something completely different. I misunderstand him all the time. Everyone makes mistakes. Please, Ash. Koi looked at him desperately. Ashley frowned. "What are you all talking about?" He glanced around the group. "I heard you mentioning Koi's name." The boys hesitated. Finally, Bill gathered his courage and stepped forward. "We were just talking about why you've gotten so close to Koi lately." Ashley frowned. Before Bill could continue, another boy hurriedly added, "You said it yourself before. You felt sorry for him, so you wanted us to be nice to him." "Yeah, that's why we let him join us, right?" Bill nodded awkwardly. Ashley let out a quiet sigh. "It's true that I said that." "What?" Koi doubted his own ears. He couldn't believe it. He had hoped they had misunderstood. "It's true?" His eyes shook. "Ash, you really said that?" Those words echoed over and over in Koi's frozen mind. "I felt sorry for Koi, so I told everyone to be nice to him." Ashley continued speaking, but Koi couldn't stay any longer. That was enough. If he heard any more, if the truth came directly from Ashley's mouth, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Koi hurried away. The words kept echoing in his head. Out of pity, tears spilled down his face. Ashley sighed. "That was a long time ago. I don't think that anymore." "Huh? Really? What do you mean?" Ashley answered naturally. "I mean, he's genuinely a good person. That's why we became friends. It's fun talking to him." The boys looked at one another. They awkwardly tried to figure out what Ashley really meant. "Oh, really? I never thought you'd get close to someone like Koi." Ashley looked at them expressionlessly. "It's true. So stop talking about it." Even then, no one answered right away. Finally, Bill asked, "Is that all? Or is it because you actually like Koi?" Ashley answered without hesitation. "What other reason would there be?" He continued, "I like seeing him smile whenever he sees me." Everyone froze. Ashley, completely unaware of their reactions, kept talking. His face always turns bright red, and his ears twitch whenever he smiles. Did you know his hair only sticks up this much? Koi has so much fluffy hair that, from above, he looks like a Gloucester canary. There's always a little tuft sticking up somewhere. Today it was sticking out over here. I was going to fix it. But if I touched it, he'd probably get embarrassed. Haven't you noticed? Really? Never. As Ashley spoke, a brilliant smile spread across his face. His friends had known him for years. None of them had ever seen him smile that brightly. They stared at him in stunned silence. Bill was the first to recover. Oh, so you like him because he's cute? Ashley frowned. Cute. Bill hesitated. I mean, like a tiny animal. A hamster. Or a chipmunk. Yeah. Or that Gloucester canary you mentioned. Another friend immediately chimed in. Then everyone began speaking at once. Honestly, if Koi weren't such a nice guy, I don't think we'd have gotten along with him. Yeah, Ash was right. If he hadn't been so kind, we probably would have ignored him. We've all gotten close to Koi because he's such a good person. And because he's adorable. Yeah. His ears move. That's amazing. I've only ever seen that on TV. It's my first time seeing someone who can actually do that. Maybe it's because he's so small. He's really cute. There are lots of short guys. But Koi feels different. I don't know why. My little brother isn't cute at all. But Koi somehow is. Your brother's almost as tall as you. Of course Koi's cuter. He's adorable. Exactly. As the conversation became more cheerful, Ashley's expression gradually darkened. What are they talking about? He crossed his arms. Of course Koi is cute. No one in the world is as cute as Koi. Even if you gathered every cute thing on earth, none of it would compare to Koi. That wasn't what bothered Ashley. What bothered him was why everyone else was talking about how cute Koi was. Hey, Bill was the first to notice Ashley's expression. He quietly warned the others. The boys immediately sensed something was wrong. Their lively conversation stopped. One by one, they awkwardly fell silent. None of them understood what they had done wrong. Ashley simply stood there with his arms folded, staring at them with a frightening expression. What did we do? No one knew. Unable to endure the awkward silence, they hurriedly changed the subject. Hey, aren't you hungry? Yeah. Want to go to Greenbell? Sounds good. I'm starving. Ash, you coming? Ashley finally uncrossed his arms. His usual expression returned. I already have plans. Oh, right. No girlfriend anymore. But you've still got a date. Bill immediately elbowed the friend who had made the unnecessary comment. Laughing awkwardly, he said, Yeah, Ash. We'll see you tomorrow. You've probably had a long day. Go get some rest. Come on, guys. I'm starving. The others quickly nodded. See you tomorrow. Bye, Ash. See you. Ashley waved casually and headed toward his parked car. Only after he was completely gone did the boys huddle together again. What was that? I don't know. I've never seen Ash that angry. Yeah. The last time I saw him look like that was when the referee warned him for that foul. Does Ash hate Koi? Someone immediately shook his head. No. He literally just defended Koi. He even invited him to the party. Actually, Ash wasn't at the party. Did the two of them go somewhere together? No way. Just the two of them. I don't know. But Ash was definitely standing up for Koi. It didn't look like he disliked him at all. So what is it? Bill thought for a moment before speaking. He told us to treat Koi better. Then he spent all that time talking about how great Koi is. But when we started complimenting Koi, he got angry. Why? The boys exchanged confused looks. Finally, one of them suddenly exclaimed, I know. What? What is it? With a serious face, he answered. My dad acts exactly like that around my mom. What? Where did that nonsense come from? The others immediately booed him, but he remained completely serious. I'm telling you, when we say mom is pretty or cute, dad starts acting weird. He gets upset the moment anyone else compliments her. How do you not know this? No, we're still kids. Finally, another boy snapped at him. So what are you trying to say? Don't tell me your dad doesn't even know you're his own son. Hey, shut up, idiot. Chapter 57. Hey. Hold on. You two, stop watching so many dramas. Seriously. The rest of the boys quickly stepped in to stop the one who was laughing and the one who was about to throw a punch. The boy who had spoken first kept clenching his fists in frustration. Idiot. It's because he likes him. That's jealousy. When you like someone the most, you don't want anyone else complimenting them. You mean Ash likes Koi? Shouts of disbelief erupted all at once. What? What are you talking about? No way. They're both male betas. Yeah, and Ash was dating Al, the queen of the school, not that long ago. There couldn't have been stronger evidence than that. Everyone nodded. Exactly. That can't be it. Koi's cute, sure, but not enough for Ash to break up with Al. Besides, he's a guy. Then what is it? They looked at each other, but no one had an answer. They kept going in circles, suggesting the same explanation only to reject it over and over again. Eventually, everyone gave up. Let's go eat. I'm starving. The others immediately agreed. It doesn't matter whether Ash likes Koi or not. No, but this whole thing is ridiculous. Let's eat first. Yeah, I want a cheeseburger. Come on, let's go to Greenbell. At last, they headed off toward Greenbell, completely abandoning the original topic. As Ashley walked toward the parking lot, everything that had just happened faded from his mind. The only thing he could think about was Koi. Does Koi understand what I meant yesterday? He must have spent the whole night thinking about it. The thought made Ashley's heart fill with sweetness. Come on, Koi. Ashley leaned against his car and checked the time. He should have been here by now. Is the tryout taking longer than expected? It didn't matter. He could wait as long as it took. Ashley looked toward the auditorium where the cheer squad practiced. Soon, Koi would come running toward him with a flushed face. His imagination continued. The first thing Koi would say was that he'd passed. Ashley would hug him and congratulate him. He was so small, so perfectly sized to fit in his arms. A smile naturally spread across Ashley's face. Then he'd tell Koi to get in the car first. He'd make sure the doors were locked. Of course, Koi would never notice. On the drive home, Koi would chatter nonstop about the tryout. He'd excitedly tell him how nervous he had been, what mistakes he'd made, and how he'd managed to recover. Ashley would listen, occasionally acting surprised, occasionally praising him. The whole time, all Ashley would be thinking about was how badly he wanted to kiss him. Just imagining Koi was enough to keep the smile on his face. Forget waiting until the homecoming party. He couldn't wait that long anymore. Ashley continued imagining. By the time Koi finished talking, Ashley's patience would already be gone. They'd be home by then. He'd take Koi out to the pavilion. After they ate dinner together, the garden lights would glow beneath the night sky. Then, under those lights, Ashley would ask him, "Have you figured out the answer to my question?" Koi's face would immediately turn bright red. He might avoid Ashley's eyes, saying he didn't know what to do. But his ears would betray him, twitching nonstop. He'd never be able to hide it. Ashley would give him plenty of time. Or maybe he'd hold his hand instead. Then he'd say, "I like you. Not as a friend. I'm crazy about you. I can't think about anything except you. So, what's there to be embarrassed about?" This time, Ashley wouldn't back down. He would keep telling Koi he loved him until Koi finally answered, "I like you too." A shaky sigh escaped Ashley's lips. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It didn't work. His heart refused to settle. In the end, he gave up. "Come on, Koi. Hurry." Just as he looked toward the auditorium again, his phone vibrated. Smiling, Ashley checked the message. Then he froze. Koi's message. "Ash, I'm sorry. I can't come over today." Ashley stood motionless beside the car as he slowly reread every word. The message never changed. Koi's message. "I'm really sorry. Koi." Only moments ago, he'd been wrapped in sweet fantasies. Now it felt as though someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over his head. The smile slowly disappeared from his face, replaced by confusion. What is this? After sending the message, Koi stared at his phone for a long time. But no matter how many times he looked at it, his vision remained blurred with tears. Unable to bear looking at it anymore, he turned off his phone. He didn't know whether Ashley would call. His mind was already consumed by something else. It was because he pitied me. Fresh tears welled up. Koi hugged his knees and buried his face against them, sobbing. On his way home, he accidentally rode his bicycle off the road. He slammed on the brakes, but the bicycle rolled down the slope anyway, throwing him onto the ground. His whole body ached. He struggled to his feet just long enough to check whether the bicycle was broken. Then he looked around and collapsed onto the ground, crying. Ashley's words echoed through his mind. "Think about it. What did I do for you today and why? Do you understand what it means?" Koi sobbed harder. "Think about it. You'll find the answer. Because you already know it." Yes, that was it. Another sob escaped him. He bit his lip, trying desperately to hold it back. It was all out of pity. Now he knew for certain. He had been completely mistaken. How could he ever have believed Ashley might actually like him? You already have the answer inside you. Yes. I know. I know everything now. That was the answer. So why? Why did I imagine something so ridiculous? It's me. Toward you. I like you. Koi whispered weakly. His voice disappeared into the empty air. Only then did he finally admit the truth he had been running from. Koi's thought. I like Ashley Miller. I really do. How could someone like me? Ash only looked after me because he pitied me. Then, his tears refused to stop. How could one person have so many tears? No matter how much he cried, they kept coming. Eventually, his sobs became so violent that he could barely breathe. Throwing his head back, Koi gasped desperately for air. I'm glad I never said it. He was grateful he'd overheard the conversation. He had almost made an irreversible mistake. Do you happen to like me? If he had actually asked Ashley that, how humiliating would it have been? Fresh tears spilled down his face. Koi covered his eyes with both arms, but they poured through his tightly shut eyelids anyway. Ashley had only been kind because he felt sorry for him. Yet Koi had almost mistaken that kindness for love. In his mind, he could clearly picture Ashley looking at him with disbelief. What are you talking about? I only felt sorry for you. People like you shouldn't misunderstand things like this. Koi cried even harder. At that very moment, Ashley was frantically searching for him. After discovering that Koi's phone had been turned off, he'd rushed to the place where Koi always parked his bicycle. It was empty. Knowing Koi couldn't have gotten very far on that old bicycle, Ashley sped through the streets in his car, searching every road he could think of. He cursed under his breath as panic mounted. Meanwhile, Koi remained hidden beneath the embankment, curled up and crying. Ashley drove right past him, never once looking down. By the time Koi finally staggered back onto his battered bicycle, Ashley was already gone. Chapter 58. Kook. Koi had cried so hard that he couldn't stop sobbing. The tears had finally begun to slow, but his breathing was still ragged. Gripping the bicycle's handlebars with both hands, he panted as he slowly pushed it forward. Sigh. The moment he let out another shaky breath, the tears he thought had stopped started flowing again. Koi stopped and rubbed his swollen eyes with his sleeve. He sniffled, trying to breathe through his nose, but it was completely blocked. He had no choice but to gasp for air through his dry mouth. Hey, what's wrong with you? Koi froze at the loud voice. After a few seconds, he turned his head to see who it was. The person walking toward him stared in surprise before blurting out. My God, what happened to you? You look like you're about to drop out of school and end up homeless. Koi stared blankly as Ariel approached. Even outside of school, the Queen of Buffalo High School looked flawless. As always after cheerleading practice, her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She wore white sneakers and a tight pink training suit. Pulling one earbud out as if she had been jogging, Ariel took one look at Koi's swollen, dirt-streaked face and frowned deeply. Did those ice hockey gorillas beat you up? Oh no. Koi hurriedly shook his head. They'd never do that. Cough. His hoarse voice broke into a cough. Ariel frowned, then pulled a bottle of water from the holder at her waist. Drink. It's unopened. Koi hesitated. She gave the bottle a little shake. Here. Thank you. Still sniffling, Koi accepted the bottle and carefully took a sip. Ariel watched him with her arms folded. When he finished drinking, she held out the half-full bottle again. Keep it. Oh, okay. Koi accepted it awkwardly. Ariel looked him over again before tilting her head. They're huge, but they're soft-hearted. Those guys aren't the type to hit anyone. She muttered it mostly to herself, though loudly enough for Koi to hear. Then she looked back at him. So what happened? Koi stammered through the lingering tears. I fell. The wheels slipped. Ariel glanced at the battered bicycle beside him. Does that thing even roll anymore? Or are you finally throwing it away? Oh no. Koi hurriedly shook his head. I'm still using it. It'll last another year. If you're still alive a year from now. Ariel pointed firmly at the bicycle. If you keep riding that thing, you're going to break your neck sooner or later. That's not true. That's not true. Ariel mimicked Koi's tone sarcastically before looking him up and down. Where do you live? Huh? Over there, past Birdseye. Koi pointed vaguely into the distance. Ariel thought for a moment. She could tell immediately that there was no way Koi would make it home easily. The bicycle barely stayed upright. After tumbling down the slope, The wheel had been bent so badly that even pushing it straight was difficult. Koi wanted nothing more than to get home and collapse into bed. Excuse me. Just as he managed to speak, Ariel cut him off. I can't just leave you like this. Come with me. Huh? Before Koi could react, Ariel had already turned around. She looked back over her shoulder. Follow me. She put her earbuds back in and started jogging. Koi stood frozen. What should I do? I'll be late. Where is she taking me? I'm exhausted. But he didn't have the courage to ignore Ariel and leave. After running a short distance, Ariel realized he wasn't following and came jogging back. What are you doing? I told you to come. I was just going to go home. Ariel pointed sharply down the road. It takes you 20 minutes to get to Bird's Eye on a bike. Are you really planning to walk that wreck all the way home? Do you actually want to end up sleeping on the street? And no, Koi couldn't answer. Come on. We don't have time to waste. She glanced at her watch. My house is only about 10 minutes away. Come with me first. Then she started running again, shouting over her shoulder. If you don't hurry up, you'll really spend the whole night out here. Startled by her warning, Koi tightened his grip on the handlebars. Ariel disappeared ahead almost instantly. Although he had no idea what was happening, Koi had no choice but to push his bicycle and follow after her. Ariel ended up coming back for him 3 or 4 more times. Koi apologized each time, but she only shrugged. I have to run anyway. Coming back to get you doesn't matter. Then she'd sprint off again. Koi gasped for breath as he struggled to keep up. Eventually, Ariel led him into a quiet residential neighborhood. Darkness had already settled over the streets. Houses of various shapes stood neatly side by side, most of them dark with their lights already off. Koi carefully pushed his squeaking bicycle beneath the dim streetlights. The rusty bike creaked loudly with every step. Oh, looking around for Ariel, he finally spotted an open garage a short distance away. Standing beneath the garage light, Ariel waved him over. Over here. Koi hurried toward her, dragging the bicycle behind him. There were 2 cars parked inside the garage. Ariel's own car sat outside in the driveway. As instructed, Koi wheeled his battered bicycle into the garage. Ariel immediately took it from him, leaned it against the wall, then pointed toward another bicycle nearby. Use that one. Huh. Koi turned. The bicycle she indicated wasn't brand new, but compared to his old wreck, it looked practically perfect. Seeing his confused expression, Ariel wheeled it toward him. I used to ride this before I got my driver's license. It still works perfectly. I haven't used it in a while, but it's in great condition. My dad always kept it maintained. Huh. Koi could only repeat himself. What was happening? Was she giving him this bicycle? Why? Ariel urged him impatiently. Come on. Get on it. Test it. Okay. After Ariel steadied the bike, Koi climbed on. He wobbled at first, but once he found his balance, the bicycle glided forward effortlessly. Oh, Koi's eyes widened in amazement. For more than 10 years, he had ridden an old bicycle that constantly broke down. Compared to that, Ariel's bicycle felt like something from another world. It moved so quickly, so smoothly. You done? Ariel asked after watching him ride back. Koi nodded, his face bright red. Is this really okay? You're giving it to me? Yeah. Ariel answered without hesitation. If you get into another accident riding that piece of junk, nobody's going to want someone like you on our cheer squad. This is cheaper than losing a teammate. Oh, it didn't take Koi long to understand. Even so, the kindness felt overwhelming. Thinking about how much Ariel cared about the cheerleading team made him feel ashamed for having hesitated so long about joining just because of his grades. Thank you. He thanked her quietly. Ariel simply shrugged. It's nothing. Then she folded her arms proudly. Once we're on the same team, it's only natural to look out for each other, no matter what's between your legs. Chapter 59. Koi was stunned by Ariel's blunt criticism and immediately protested. Hey, it's not that bad. It was the strongest rebuttal he could manage. Of course, it had no effect on Ariel. She snorted, brushed her hair back, and said, I'll give you that much. At least it's not completely hopeless. In other words, this time, she'd let it slide. Then she continued. We had a lot of arguments before we decided to let a guy join the squad. Huh? Weren't there only 2 people against it? Ariel's eyes widened. She quickly covered her mouth. For a moment, an awkward silence hung between them. Then she sighed in resignation. 5. That was supposed to be a secret. She pointed a finger at him. You're on the team now, so keep your mouth shut. Then she continued seriously. Nobody wants to join the cheerleading squad anymore. If our numbers keep dropping like this, the team will disappear. We can't let that happen. Her expression softened only slightly. So you'd better do your best, okay? She poked Koi firmly in the chest with one finger. If you screw this up. She narrowed her eyes. I'll throw you out. Okay. Under the pressure, Koi answered instinctively. Satisfied, Ariel nodded and stepped back. She took her car keys from her pocket and pressed the unlock button. The trunk of the parked car popped open. She looked over her shoulder. Grab your bike. Huh? Koi blinked. Ariel answered as she walked toward the driver's seat. I'll drive you home. Put your bike in the trunk. Before he could say anything else, Ariel had already climbed into the car. Flustered, Koi hurriedly carried the bicycle over. I can go by myself. Just get in. I'm tired. Ariel fastened her seat belt impatiently. Koi quickly loaded the bicycle into the trunk before opening the passenger door. Thank you. Seat belt. Already chewing a piece of gum, Ariel started the engine. With one hand on the steering wheel, she used the garage remote to close the door before smoothly pulling out onto the street. Koi sat beside her in a daze. Before he realized it, the tears on his face had completely dried. Ariel's car soon stopped on the street where Koi lived. After asking her to pull over, Koi unloaded the bicycle she had given him from the trunk. Once everything was finished, he turned to Ariel, who was still sitting behind the wheel. Thanks. Ari. He hesitated. Can I call you Ari? Ariel shrugged. We're not friends, but I'll allow it. She added. We're teammates, at least for now. Oh, okay. Koi suddenly wondered. Does being on the same team make us friends? Of course, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Ariel blew another bubble with her gum before driving away. Koi watched her car disappear into the distance before turning toward home. The new bicycle was incredibly light. His footsteps, however, felt unbearably heavy. Ariel had dropped him off at the exact same place where Ashley had stopped the car before. The memory surfaced immediately. The sadness he had briefly forgotten flooded back into his heart. For a moment, he wondered if what he had heard yesterday had really happened. But he already knew the answer. He hadn't dreamed it. He hadn't misheard. Holding back the sting in his nose, he slowly walked home. The familiar little house was dark. He quietly went inside, washed up, climbed into bed, curled into himself, and closed his eyes. Strangely enough, he fell asleep almost immediately. For the first time in a long while, Koi slept through the night without dreaming. Ashley woke up feeling miserable. No, he had felt miserable long before he went to bed. After searching for nearly 2 hours without finding Koi, he had finally given up and gone home. I should have insisted on taking him all the way home. Regret came too late. The only thing he could do now was get to school as early as possible and ask Koi what had happened. He woke much earlier than usual, hurried through getting ready, and left for school. He had to find Koi, unless... Don't tell me he stayed home today. If Koi skipped school, something must have happened. Is he okay? Ashley gripped the doorknob tightly. His other hand ran through his hair in frustration. The drive to school felt unbearably long. Ash, as usual, Bill spotted him first and waved him over. Ashley forced himself to acknowledge the greeting with a quick pat on Bill's shoulder. What were you doing yesterday? You look exhausted. I didn't do anything. Ashley answered absent-mindedly. Oh, really? Bill immediately sensed something was wrong. Normally, Ashley would joke around or throw out some random excuse. Today, he barely spoke at all. His thoughts were entirely occupied with Koi. Ugh. Ashley rubbed his burning eyes. Bill frowned. What's wrong? Are you okay? It's nothing. Ashley trailed off. The burning sensation in his eyes had started the day before. Recently, it had only gotten worse. At first he thought it was because he hadn't slept enough. But today's pain was unusually irritating. He had considered skipping practice to visit the eye doctor. Still, the last examination had found nothing wrong. I should use those eye drops more often. Thinking about the medication the hospital had prescribed, Ashley continued walking. Near the lockers, several teammates were already gathered, chatting. Bill greeted them first. The others turned and waved. Ashley glanced up, then froze. Among the crowd, he found the person he had been desperately searching for. Koi. It lasted only an instant. But Ashley would never miss him. Even if there had been a million people standing there, he would have found Koi immediately. To Ashley, Koi was the only person who stood out from the crowd. Hold on. He tossed the words over his shoulder to his friends before immediately weaving through the students. The others watched Ashley walk straight over to Koi and begin talking to him. They exchanged puzzled glances. Then, after a moment, they returned to another conversation, though the question lingering in the backs of their minds remained unanswered. Koi had arrived at school earlier than usual on the bicycle Ariel had given him. Unlike his old bike, whose heavy pedals and bent wheels constantly slowed him down, this one was light, fast, and effortless to ride. At this rate, it would probably last another 10 years. After parking the bicycle, he headed toward the lockers. Then he suddenly stopped. The ice hockey team was gathered nearby. Koi immediately lowered his head and tried to avoid being seen. Fortunately, Ashley didn't seem to be there yet. Relieved, Koi hurried to his locker. He opened the door and hid behind it while quickly packing his books into his bag. The moment he shut the locker door, a shadow fell over him. Koi. Ah. The startled cry escaped before he could stop it. Koi looked up, and the instant he saw the face he most wanted to avoid, his mind went completely blank. Koi. Ashley called his name again. His expression was unusually serious. I need to talk to you for a minute. Would you come with me? The hallway buzzed with noise. Yet somehow, everything around them felt deathly silent. Koi swallowed hard. No matter how much he thought about it, there was no way to avoid Ashley now. After a long moment, he gave a tiny nod. Okay. The instant the word left his mouth, Ashley stepped beside him. Trapped at his side, Koi had no choice but to follow him. Chapter 60. As Ashley led Koi away, not a word was spoken. He didn't greet his teammates who called out to him. He didn't even manage a brief smile. He simply walked quickly, keeping a firm grip on Koi's shoulder as though he were afraid Koi would run away. As a result, Koi was practically forced to hurry after him, stumbling every few steps. Ashley brought him behind one of the detached buildings, to a quiet path where almost no one passed by. There, he finally stopped and turned to face Koi. Koi was breathing heavily, but Ashley didn't let him go. Instead of holding his shoulder, he gripped both of Koi's arms, forcing him to face him. Koi took several shaky breaths. Ashley waited in silence until his breathing settled a little before finally speaking. Are you okay? Why, yeah. Koi nodded hurriedly. Without looking up, he kept his eyes fixed on the ground. Ashley asked quietly, what happened yesterday? Koi's heartbeat, which had only just begun to slow, immediately started racing again. What do you mean? He still couldn't bring himself to look up. Seeing Koi stubbornly avoid his gaze only made Ashley's chest burn with frustration. You said something urgent came up. After that, I couldn't reach you. Do you know how worried I was? I'm sorry. Koi apologized immediately. It was completely his fault. Ashley had been left in the dark without knowing anything. Thinking about Connor Niles and everything else only made him feel worse. He apologized again. I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd be that worried. I waited for you because we had plans. If you send me 2 short messages and then turn off your phone, of course I'm going to worry. Ashley's voice was sharper than usual. Koi lowered his head even further. I'm sorry. After another apology, silence fell between them. After a long moment, Ashley let out a tired sigh. How did your test go yesterday? Relief washed over Koi. Ashley had apparently decided not to press him any further. Grateful for that kindness, Koi nodded. I passed. That's good. Ashley studied Koi carefully as he spoke. Something was wrong. No, everything was wrong. Koi had been acting strangely since yesterday. He had left that message, avoided Ashley's eyes the entire time, and now, what happened at home? That was the only explanation Ashley could think of. There was no other reason for Koi to suddenly pull away from him. Koi. Koi's shoulders trembled at the sound of his name. Ashley continued gently, still unable to read his expression. If there's anything I can do to help, tell me. Even if you think I can't help, tell me anyway. If we think about it together, maybe we'll find a solution. Then he added reassuringly, because we're friends. The moment Koi heard that word, the resolve he had barely been holding together shattered. Right. We're friends. Ash had only been kind to me because we're friends. I was the one who misunderstood everything. If he ever finds out I like him, just imagining it made it hard to breathe. Ashley was a good person. He would never look down on Koi. But once he found out, things could never stay the same. Ashley would probably avoid him. Maybe they wouldn't even be able to exchange greetings in the morning anymore. Just imagining Ashley pretending not to know him made Koi's heart ache. I have to hide it. Koi bit his lip and made himself a promise. I can't let him find out. I'm just Ash's friend. That's all. After taking a small, trembling breath, he nodded with difficulty. Okay, thank you. Even he could hear how weak his own voice sounded. Trying to encourage himself, he added, I'll do that. Ashley stared silently at Koi. Something was terribly wrong. Everything about him felt strange. The way he refused to meet Ashley's eyes. The way his voice kept trembling. The way he answered with only short replies. And worst of all, whenever Koi saw Ashley before, he was always smiling. Now he couldn't even manage that. Ashley noticed Koi's hands trembling where they were clenched into fists. Afraid Koi might run away if he loosened his grip, Ashley unconsciously held his arm even tighter. Koi. It was difficult to believe, but he couldn't help asking, did I do something wrong? What? No, nothing like that. Startled, Koi finally looked up. Their eyes met for the first time, but it wasn't the look Ashley had hoped for. Instead of smiling, Koi's face had gone pale. He looked at Ashley as though he were terrified. His eyes shook violently. Even his lips trembled. Ashley froze in shock. Realizing he'd revealed too much, Koi hurriedly tried to cover it up. And no, I'm just not feeling well. That's all. Really, you're lying. Ashley knew it immediately. It was so obvious that it hurt. Anyone who believed that excuse after seeing Koi like this would have to be the biggest fool in the world. One thing was certain. Koi had absolutely no intention of telling him the truth. Ashley just couldn't understand why. Koi. Hey. Before Ashley could continue, Koi rushed to speak. I can't practice with you anymore. I joined the cheer squad now, so we'll have practice after school every day. I'll be busy, so I don't think I'll have time to skate anymore. He continued, sounding as though he were reciting lines he had rehearsed all night. Thank you for everything. Ashley remained silent. Koi kept staring at the ground. Thanks to you, I passed the tryout. Thank you so much. It's all because of you, Ash. You don't have to keep helping me anymore. Koi. Ashley suddenly shouted, grabbing Koi's arm. Koi flinched in surprise, his eyes widening. Realizing he'd raised his voice, Ashley immediately lowered it. I'm sorry. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. I'm sorry for yelling, but I really don't understand. What happened to you? Because nothing happened. Don't lie. Suppressing the urge to shout again, Ashley forced himself to speak as calmly as possible. Something happened, didn't it? Are you angry with me? What did I do wrong? Tell me. I can't understand if you won't tell me. He kept pressing him. Koi felt cornered. With a trembling voice, he replied, Why you? You didn't do anything wrong. You're lying. I'm telling the truth. At last, tears welled up in Koi's eyes. Really? You didn't do anything wrong. The one who did something wrong was me. What? Ashley asked quietly. Koi could no longer hold back the tears. He covered his eyes with both hands as they poured down his face. Ashley stared at him in complete confusion. What had happened in just one day? He had no idea. Koi. Ashley called him again. He had to know. He had to know what he'd done wrong. He had to understand what had happened. He couldn't stand seeing Koi like this. Koi wouldn't even look at him anymore. He didn't smile. Even the ears that were always twitching happily had gone completely still. None of it made any sense. What happened? Just as Ashley was about to press him again. Hey, stop. Koi pushed against Ashley's chest with both hands, trying to make him let go. Ashley barely moved. Instead, he simply steadied himself and continued holding on. Koi hurriedly pleaded. C class is about to start. I have to go. Please. Let's stop talking about this. Koi. Ashley tightened his grip again. I can't. You expect me to just end it here? Koi. Does that really make sense? Are you serious? I still need to hear your answer. I told you. I have nothing else to say. I need to hear it. Unable to hold back any longer, Ashley finally shouted. Koi continued trying to pull away. That only made Ashley more desperate, as he clenched his teeth and stared at Koi's pale face. Huh? Suddenly, Ashley's eyes widened. Chapter 61. The dizziness that had suddenly struck Ashley finally stopped. Koi, still being held by him, sensed something was wrong. He quickly looked up and reached out in alarm. Hey, Ash. Ash, are you all right? Koi asked anxiously. Ashley tried to answer that he was fine, but his mouth wouldn't move. It wasn't just his mouth. His entire body suddenly felt as heavy as lead. He couldn't move even a single finger the way he wanted. What is this? The moment the thought crossed his mind, a stabbing pain shot through the back of his eyes. Ashley bit back a groan and squeezed his eyes shut. Ash, Koi cried out. Ashley raised one hand to cover his eyes. Jim, okay. Ash, I'm sorry, Koi. He struggled to force out the words. We'll talk later. Ashley staggered away. Koi stood frozen, watching him leave before instinctively trying to follow. But Bill spotted Ashley first. Soon the rest of their teammates rushed over and surrounded him. Ash, what's wrong? What happened? Ash, stay awake. There wasn't even room for Koi to get close. All he could do was watch as they hurried Ashley away, his heart pounding with anxiety. He went home early? Koi stared at Bill in surprise. During a short break, he had asked about Ashley's condition, never expecting that answer. Bill sighed as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, he suddenly got really sick. It's strange. He looked fine when he got to school this morning. He paused before correcting himself. No, actually, he didn't. He seemed different from usual. I asked him if something had happened yesterday, but he said nothing was wrong. I have no idea why he suddenly got that bad. Bill looked at Koi. Do you know anything? And no. Koi lowered his head. I don't know either. It was the truth. Ashley had suddenly gotten much worse while they were talking. Then he'd left with his teammates, leaving Koi behind. So you really don't know? Koi nodded. Bill sighed again before walking away. Left alone, Koi quietly headed to his next class. Ashley should have been there, but his seat was empty. What happened? The worry stayed with Koi throughout the entire lesson. He couldn't focus on a single word the teacher said. Even during cheerleading practice after school, Ashley remained on his mind. Bill and the rest of the hockey team didn't know anything else. Ashley still wasn't answering his phone. After practice, Koi tried calling again. It went straight to voicemail. He should probably just go home. To Ashley, he was only another friend. Showing up uninvited wouldn't accomplish anything. But Koi remembered how lonely Ashley always seemed inside that enormous mansion. He remembered how he had been too sick to even finish his soup. In the end, Koi turned his bicycle around. I'll go check on him myself. Ashley's mansion was completely dark. Without a single light on, the huge house looked almost like a giant monster looming in the darkness. Koi felt a chill run through him. He had never seen the mansion like this before. Even so, he gathered his courage and walked toward the front door. Everything was silent. Deathly silent. The stillness was frightening. Whenever he had visited before, Ashley had always been there. Now the entire mansion felt empty. But instead of turning back, Koi thought about Ashley. He lives here, all alone. Ashley had once told him that no employees stayed this late. That meant Ashley was by himself inside this enormous house. Koi took a steadying breath and quietly entered. In one hand, he carried a bag containing vegetable soup, mushroom soup, and cold medicine. He had bought the vegetable soup for Ashley. He had wanted to buy something better, something more delicious. But this was all he could afford. Climbing the stairs one by one, he silently hoped it would help Ashley recover. The walk to Ashley's room felt endless. Finally, he arrived. Ashley breathed in ragged gasps. Every breath made the dizziness worse. He lay on his bed with his eyes closed. His friends had helped him get home after he left school early. Once he managed to collapse onto the bed, he hadn't moved since. Even lying still made him dizzy. He had thrown up several times already. Curled into himself beneath the blankets, he could barely breathe. His entire body burned with fever. He had caught colds before, but never one this severe. And there was something else. A sweet scent lingered in the air around him. For some reason, it felt familiar. He knew he had smelled it before. It was both familiar and different. Whose scent was it? His fevered mind desperately searched for the answer. Who? Ugh. The moment he tried to think, another sharp pain pierced his eyes. Ashley groaned, covering them with one hand. His whole body felt as though it were on fire. The fever raged through him. At the same time, exhaustion weighed down every muscle until he couldn't even lift a finger. Only one thought remained. I want to pour all of this heat into someone. Koi. Ashley's lips whispered his name between ragged breaths. Koi, Koi, Koi. His eyes still hurt. His body was numb. Yet Koi's name refused to leave his lips. I want to hold you. I want to kiss you. If only I could hold you. Pour everything into you. A deep sigh escaped him, followed by a muffled groan. Never before had he felt such an overwhelming desire. If Koi were here now, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd strip away every piece of clothing, lick every inch of his skin, taste him, cover his body with my marks. Even if Koi cried, even if he trembled in fear, even if he begged me to stop, I wouldn't let him go. Koi, Koi, Koi. His thoughts were filled with nothing else. I'll make you my Omega. Ash. A familiar voice suddenly reached him. Ashley blinked weakly. He couldn't tell anymore whether he was dreaming or awake. Reality and illusion had blurred together. He lay there motionless. Then he heard the voice again. Ash, it's me. Koi. The instant he recognized that voice, his mind went completely blank. Ash. Koi hesitated as he stepped into the room. Just like the rest of the mansion, the bedroom was dark. Only faint moonlight filtered through the window. Standing in the dim light, Koi quietly spoke. Sorry for coming without telling you. I called, but you didn't answer. He repeated the words he had practiced on the way here. Then he hesitated before continuing. Does it hurt a lot? Do you have another cold? I brought some soup and medicine, just in case. Koi fell silent. He waited for Ashley to answer. Nothing. Ashley hadn't said a single word. Maybe. He's angry with me. The thought hurt. But Koi couldn't bring himself to leave. Instead, he took another cautious step forward. Ash, can I come closer? He asked softly. Still, no answer. Koi slowly approached the bed one step at a time. Maybe he's asleep. Last time Ashley had a fever, he'd only opened his eyes after Koi returned with soup. He must be really sick. His chest tightened painfully. He kept walking. A large lump beneath the blankets showed where Ashley lay. Koi planned to gently lift the blanket, check his condition, and then make him some soup. But before any of that, he simply wanted to see Ashley's face. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, Ash. He carefully reached for the edge of the blanket. Suddenly, an arm shot out from beneath the covers. Before Koi could react, he was yanked forward and thrown onto the bed. Ah! He cried out in shock, freezing where he landed. Slowly looking up, he found Ashley staring down at him, breathing hard. Chapter 62. He suddenly remembered what had happened before. Ashley had caught a cold then, and Koi had been worried about him. But something was different now. Ashley seemed feverish and agitated, his breathing heavy. Koi was still watching over him just as he had before, yet everything felt strangely unfamiliar. I'm scared. Koi unconsciously swallowed against his dry throat. Somehow, he couldn't move a single muscle. It was as if Ashley's eyes had trapped him in place. He could only stare back. Ashley breathed heavily. His ragged breathing filled the room as Koi stared at him with wide eyes. Oh! Suddenly, Ashley tightened his grip on Koi's wrists. The painful pressure made Koi gasp. Ashley was holding him as though he were afraid Koi might run away. Ash! Koi's trembling voice barely escaped his lips. He wanted to tell him he wasn't going anywhere. Instead, Ashley buried his face against Koi's chest and inhaled deeply. It tickles. Each hot breath warmed Koi's skin. He twisted helplessly, but with both wrists pinned. He couldn't escape or push Ashley away. Ashley continued sniffing him, his rough breathing almost like an animal scenting its prey. His fever felt unnaturally intense. Koi even had the illusion that Ashley's body heat would burn him. Ash! Koi called his name anxiously. Without warning, Ashley caught the front of Koi's shirt between his teeth and yanked hard. The old fabric tore apart. His bare skin was exposed. Ashley let out another hot breath. What he had longed for was finally right in front of him. The longing he had buried for so long overwhelmed him. Unable to resist any longer, he opened his mouth and bit down hard. Ah! Koi cried out, squeezing his eyes shut. But Ashley didn't stop. He bit into Koi's chest again before sucking firmly at the mark. Every pull drew another trembling gasp from Koi's lips. Ash, it hurts. Koi pleaded through tears. Ashley couldn't hear him. Instead, he held him even tighter. Hick! Koi took a shaky breath before breaking into sobs. Still, Ashley continued, refusing to stop. Terrified, Koi's entire body began trembling. Ashley pinned him beneath his body, holding both of Koi's wrists firmly against the bed. Koi struggled with all the strength he had, but against Ashley's overwhelming strength, he couldn't move. He could only cry. Ashley let out another long, heated breath. How could someone be so soft? So warm. So irresistible. He couldn't stop tasting him. He lowered his mouth again. This time, he bit the sensitive flesh even harder. Ah! Ash, it hurts! Koi cried out. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. No matter how desperately he struggled, it barely made Ashley shift. Finally, Koi broke into desperate sobs. His face was already soaked with tears. Ashley slowly lifted his head from Koi's chest. Their eyes met. A sigh escaped him. What a heartbreaking sight. Seeing Koi crying beneath him only made the burning desire inside him grow even stronger. I want you. I'm going to give you everything. Again and again. Until you're completely filled with me. Koi, be mine. As Ashley released Koi's wrists, his hands slid lower, gripping the inside of Koi's thighs and forcing his legs apart. Ash, what are you doing? Koi's voice trembled in panic. He tried desperately to push Ashley's hand away, but it was useless. No, don't. Koi begged. Ashley didn't respond. He silenced Koi by covering his mouth with one hand while the other reached toward his own waist. Beneath him, Koi writhed helplessly. Ashley ignored every attempt to stop him. I want Koi. Right now. I've wanted this for so long. Just as he was about to move closer, their eyes met. Koi's face was soaked with tears. With both hands, he clung desperately to the wrist covering his mouth, trying with all his strength to pull it away. Their ragged breathing mixed together. Ashley stared down at him, his face burning. Fresh tears welled up in Koi's eyes. I'm scared. Fear had completely frozen his body. This was the first time he had ever seen Ashley like this. Ashley had always been gentle. He always called Koi's name with warmth. Koi. Always. But now those kind silver blue eyes were gone. Only dark purple eyes filled with endless desire stared back at him. This isn't Ash. Koi struggled desperately. He shoved at Ashley's shoulders. He hit him. He twisted beneath him. Nothing worked. Then who is this? KH. Koi released a shaky breath as he clutched Ashley's wrists. Please, come back to yourself. Ash. Suddenly, a familiar laugh echoed in his ears. A bright, carefree laugh. Koi. Ashley calling his name. Koi. If he came back to his senses, Koi suddenly realized something. If Ash remembered this, he would suffer more than anyone. I know Ash. No, I thought I knew him. Ashley would never forgive himself for this. He would regret this moment forever. The instant that thought crossed his mind, Koi's body relaxed. The hands that had been desperately fighting Ashley slowly loosened. Instead, he gently cupped Ashley's face. Ashley could only stare. Koi slowly closed his eyes, then wrapped both arms around Ashley's neck, as though everything was all right. In an instant, it felt as though a curtain had been lifted. Ashley's eyes widened. He looked down again. Koi was crying. His vision suddenly became clear. Everything came flooding back. Koi's trembling body beneath him. What he had almost done. Koi. How could I? Ashley abruptly pulled himself away. Then, without hesitation, he bit deeply into his own arm. Ash, Koi cried out. But Ashley didn't stop. He bit down harder. His teeth tore into his own flesh. Blood spilled onto the bed, staining the sheets red. Koi hurried toward him. But Ashley immediately staggered backward and shouted. Stay back. Koi froze. Ashley kept one bleeding arm at his side while raising the other toward him. Don't come any closer. Leave. You can't stay here. Ash. Koi called his name again through trembling breaths. His anxious eyes moved between Ashley's face and the blood running down his arm. Your arm? You have to treat it. Please. I'm fine, Ash. What do you mean you're fine? Ashley shouted. I almost raped you. Koi flinched. But unlike before, he wasn't afraid anymore. Instead, seeing Ashley in so much pain made his chest ache. Ash, I'm really fine. Please. Your arm is bleeding so much. Treat it first. You still don't understand? Ashley gritted his teeth, breathing heavily. Seeing Koi hesitate without answering, Ashley let out a bitter sigh. Can't you smell it? Even though you're a beta, I can smell your pheromones. Huh? Pheromones? Unable to understand, Koi looked at him blankly. Ashley could no longer hold back his frustration. I'm presenting Koi. Chapter 63. Koi slowly opened his eyes. Ashley gave him a bitter smile. Yeah, that's right. Now you understand, don't you? At this rate, I could turn you into an Omega. Get out. Right now. Ash, get out. Ashley shouted again. His vision blurred once more. His head began to cloud over. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on to his sanity. If he lost control again, there would be no stopping himself. He would really do it. Koi. Suddenly, Koi dropped to his knees and wrapped his arms around Ashley. Ashley froze in surprise. Koi whispered softly above him. It's okay. He held Ashley's head tightly against his chest. It's okay, Ash. I'll be okay. Because He bit his lower lip. I have to tell him. He forced himself to speak again, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. I can't smell it. What? Even Ashley barely recognized his own voice. He stared blankly at Koi. Koi continued quietly. I can't smell anything. Your pheromones. I can't smell them at all. Koi slowly loosened his embrace and leaned back just enough to meet Ashley's eyes. Then, hesitantly, he raised one hand. His tiny fingers gently stroked Ashley's cheek. Ashley simply stared at him. Koi smiled weakly. So it's okay. I'll stay by your side. Even then, Ashley couldn't believe him. I'm going to lose control. He forced the words out as coldly as he could. Koi didn't let go. It's okay. I could rape you. It's okay. Koi repeated himself. I want to stay by your side. Huh. At last, Ashley gave a helpless sigh. He rubbed his face with one hand. Why won't you leave? He no longer trusted himself. But he couldn't bear the thought of hurting Koi. Just then, Koi quietly said, If I leave, you'll be alone. Ashley stopped moving. Slowly, he lowered the hand covering his face and looked at Koi. Disbelief filled his expression. Koi hugged him tightly again. Smiling gently, he whispered, Let's stay together, Ash. Ashley couldn't speak. He couldn't even move. His head still felt hazy. His mouth still burned with thirst. Yet, only one thing stood out clearly. The warmth of the small body holding him. Slowly, Ashley raised his arms. Carefully, he hugged Koi back. Koi tightened his embrace in return. The tip of Ashley's nose burned. His eyes blurred. He held Koi just a little tighter. His lips parted. Several times, he tried to speak. Finally, he confessed. I like you, Koi. The tears he had been holding back spilled over. Ashley closed his eyes and embraced him even more tightly. Finally, at last, I'm not alone anymore. The small person in his arms meant everything to him. He would never, ever, let him go. Again and again, Ashley made that promise to himself. Koi, I like you. I like you so much. So, please, never leave me. A cool breeze drifted in through the open window. Koi, who had fallen asleep beside Ashley on the bed, slowly opened his eyes as the familiar breeze brushed across his face. Koi. Ashley groaned weakly. Koi immediately reached for his hand. I'm here, Ash. Ashley let out a relieved sigh and drifted back to sleep. Watching him relax again, Koi gently stroked his chest before laying his head back onto the pillow. Only the first day had been violent. After that, Ashley would occasionally lose consciousness. Every time he woke up, he searched desperately for Koi. Whenever he found him, he would let out a weak groan. Koi would immediately answer, I'm here. Then he would take Ashley's hand. While Ashley slept, Koi searched through the mansion, found the first aid supplies, disinfected the wound on Ashley's arm, and carefully wrapped it in clean bandages. It was strange that the simple first aid he had learned at school had become useful at a time like this. Other than briefly getting something to eat or drink, he stayed beside Ashley the entire time. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he had missed school. He hadn't even contacted home. But none of it mattered. Right now, Ashley mattered more than anything else. It's peaceful. Lying beside Ashley, Koi quietly watched his sleeping face. Outside, birds chirped now and then. Warm sunlight poured through the windows. A cool breeze drifted through the room, refreshing both body and mind. Carefully brushing Ashley's hair away from his forehead, Koi smiled softly. I wish this could last forever. No drunken father. No exhausting part-time job. No staying up all night doing homework. If only this peaceful time could continue forever. But it couldn't. After 2 days, Ashley suddenly fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up for nearly 10 hours. When he finally opened his eyes, everything felt different. His mind was clearer than it had ever been. His body felt unbelievably light. He had never felt so refreshed. But more than anything, there was something that made him even happier. As soon as Ashley opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Koi sleeping beside him. A bright smile spread naturally across his face. Almost as if sensing it, Koi slowly woke up too. Ashley smiled and whispered, Koi, Koi blinked sleepily. Ash, are you okay? I didn't get the chance to ask. Before he could finish, Ashley wrapped him in a tight hug. Koi blinked in surprise, completely trapped in his arms. This time, Ashley knew. The presentation was over. Just as Koi was about to ask, Ashley showered his cheeks, nose, and lips with countless kisses. Again and again, Koi could only stare at him in confusion. Ashley laughed happily. His affection for Koi overflowed without restraint. There was no longer any doubt in his heart. After taking a shower, the two of them went to the dining room. Ashley ate as though he intended to empty the refrigerator, and he nearly succeeded. Koi tried his best, but managed only a hamburger and half a plate of salad. Ashley took care of both Koi's school and family matters. In reality, it only required a single phone call. The secretary had already been informed about Ashley's presentation and had handled most of the arrangements in advance. The only unexpected part was that Koi had stayed with him throughout the entire presentation. So the secretary also contacted Koi's school regarding his absence and even informed Koi's father. "Is your friend okay? I can't believe he stayed with you through the entire presentation." Ashley answered calmly. "He's fine. He didn't become an Omega." "I see. That's a relief." The secretary sighed. "Mr. Miller wouldn't have been pleased if your friend had been affected and turned into an Omega." Ashley ended the call without another word. He never mentioned that Koi couldn't smell pheromones. For some reason, he felt that no one else needed to know. It was enough that he knew. "Oh, Ash." When Ashley stepped into the garden, Koi looked back from the swimming pool. He had changed out of his torn clothes. Now he was wearing one of Ashley's oversized shirts and a pair of swim trunks Ashley had found from when he was younger. The shirt hung loosely on him, but the shorts fit surprisingly well. Having fun, Ashley slipped into the pool and quickly swam over. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Koi's waist. Koi rested a hand on Ashley's arm. Did the phone calls go okay?" Ashley smiled reassuringly. "Yeah, you don't have to worry about school or home anymore." He rubbed his nose gently against Koi's. Then he laughed. "Your boyfriend is pretty amazing, isn't he?" Koi blushed, unable to answer. Ashley didn't mind at all. Right now, he felt as though he could fly. After enduring the agony of his presentation, this happiness felt like heaven itself. If this was the reward, he thought he could endure it 10 times over. Laughing again, Ashley lifted Koi into the air and the water. Koi cried out in surprise and hurriedly grabbed his shoulders. Looking into Koi's eyes, Ashley smiled warmly. "I like you, Koi." Koi's eyes trembled. Ashley held his breath. He waited. "Come on, Koi. Please. Tell me you like me too." Koi struggled to speak. Ashley could almost hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. He stared without blinking. Koi whispered something. At first, Ashley didn't hear it clearly. Still smiling, he asked gently, "What?" "I didn't catch that." Tears streamed down Koi's face. In a trembling voice, he answered, "I don't like you." Chapter 64. For a moment, Ashley wondered if he had heard wrong. He couldn't believe what Koi had just said. There was no way Koi would say something like that. Obviously, Ashley Miller had misunderstood. He was certain of it. So he denied not only what he had heard, but what he had seen as well. Koi's face was so distorted with tears that Ashley could barely look at him. I heard you wrong, didn't I?" Ashley asked again. Even now, if Koi said it was all a joke, he was ready to burst into laughter and hug him. Still smiling, Ashley waited. "Come on, Koi. Please. Tell me what you just said wasn't true." But once again, his hope was crushed. What Koi finally managed to say in a trembling voice completely erased the smile from Ashley's face. "You were out of your mind during your manifestation." Koi continued. "When you come to your senses, you'll realize you were mistaken." Ashley slowly lowered Koi back into the water, though his hands remained around Koi's waist. "I'm not crazy," Ashley said quietly. "I just went through my manifestation." Koi shook his head again. Only then did Ashley finally accept reality. Koi was rejecting him. He was dismissing all of Ashley's feelings and sincerity as nothing more than the result of his manifestation. Ashley couldn't bear it. "Why?" He drew in a deep breath before slowly letting it out, barely stopping himself from shouting. Right now, he had to make Koi understand. Koi, suppressing his temper, he spoke as calmly as he could. "Why won't you trust me? This has nothing to do with my manifestation. I've liked you for a long time." Koi listened silently, then slowly shook his head again. He still refused. "Koi, I'm telling you." Ashley continued impatiently. "I like you, Koi. I have for a long time. Not as a friend. I'm in love with you. I love you." He wished he could tear open his chest and show Koi his heart. After a long silence, Koi finally took a shaky breath. I. His voice trembled. "I don't like you." A hollow laugh escaped Ashley. Even so, Koi hurriedly continued, still keeping his head lowered. "I'm telling you, I don't like you. I've never thought about you that way. Koi, I've always thought of you as a friend. That's why I came here. That's all. Koi, I'm sure you're only saying you like me because of your manifestation and I. Koi. Ashley couldn't bear hearing another word. He shouted, cutting Koi off. The silence that followed was suffocating. Koi quickly closed his mouth, looking frightened and confused, unable to understand what was happening. Why? Why not? I told you. I love you. So why are you denying your own feelings? You like me. You wrote it all over your face. Your whole body told me so. Then why? But Koi's ears never twitched. There was no smile on his face. For the first time, Ashley wondered if the pheromones really had driven him insane. I have to go now. Koi gently pushed against Ashley's shoulder. Ashley didn't let go. Koi struggled in the water, trying to slip free from Ashley's arms around his waist. I really have to go? My father will be angry if I don't come home. Ashley stared at him with an expressionless face. Should I lock him up? It wouldn't be difficult. The mansion had countless unused rooms. There was even a secure panic room that no one would ever find, not even the police. If he locked Koi in there, no one would ever take him away. It didn't matter if Koi refused to admit his feelings. He only had to keep Koi by his side. No matter how hard Koi tried, he would never be able to leave. He would never say he didn't love Ashley again. Ashley would become Koi's entire world. Ash. Koi quietly called his name. Ashley looked down at him. Koi's face was filled with fear. Maybe Koi had sensed what Ashley had been thinking. So what? Connor Niles couldn't do anything. Even if Koi cried afterward. Even if he clung to Ashley and confessed he really did love him. It would already be too late. Ashley only stared at him in silence. Then, I'll force you. If he did, Koi might become an Omega. There was still no explanation for why Koi had remained a beta after being surrounded by the pheromones of a dominant alpha during manifestation. It's not too late. Ashley thought. I'll hold him. Cover him with my pheromones. Maybe he'll finally manifest. Maybe he'll become mine. He might even become pregnant. I don't care. He'll belong entirely to me. That was all Ashley could think about. Perhaps the pheromones were clouding his judgment. His self-control slipped further away. Only one thought remained. I have to have Koi. Ah. Koi let out a small cry. Ashley tightened both arms around his waist. Their bodies pressed together beneath the cool water. Despite the water's chill, Ashley's body radiated intense heat. Ash. Koi looked at him. Fear was unmistakable in his eyes. It was the first time he had ever seen Ashley like this. He must be furious. Maybe he'd hit him, just like his father did. Being hit hurt. But if it was Ash, Koi squeezed his eyes shut. His entire body trembled with tension. Ashley stared at him, breathing heavily. Did you just close your eyes because you thought I was going to kiss you? The unexpected question made Koi's eyes fly open. Ashley looked completely bewildered. And no, Koi stammered. I thought you were going to hit me. Hit you. Ashley blinked. Me? Hit you. A disbelieving breath escaped him. Koi shrank back slightly. Ashley stared at him in shock. Only moments ago, he had imagined doing something far worse. Yet somehow, hitting Koi had never even crossed his mind. How could he ever strike someone so small? There is no way I'd ever hit you. Ashley sighed. Then he realized something. What he had been trying to do wasn't much better. He had tried to force Koi to accept his feelings. He had even imagined imprisoning him. Forcing him. What a horrifying thought. Yet even now, his obsession with Koi remained overwhelming. No, I'm not like him. Ashley reproached himself. If I force Koi to stay with me, then I'm no different. I can't become that kind of person. I love Koi, so I have to protect him, not possess him. Ashley hugged Koi one last time. Resting his face against Koi's shoulder, he inhaled deeply. The faint scent lingering there still made his heart ache. For a long moment, he didn't move. When he finally raised his head, the darkness clouding his mind had begun to fade. Go now. Ashley spoke softly as he slowly loosened his arms. I'll walk you out. Koi's body gradually relaxed. The fear in his eyes gave way to concern. Are you okay? Koi asked quietly. Instead of answering, Ashley kissed him gently on the cheek. Koi immediately blushed bright red. Seeing that reaction, Ashley smiled. Koi visibly relaxed. Ashley silently watched as Koi hurried out of the pool and ran toward the mansion. A moment later, Ashley climbed slowly out of the water and followed after him, still struggling against the dark obsession lingering deep within his heart. Chapter 65. After dropping Koi off, Ashley stopped the car near his house. Koi got out first, then turned to face him. Thanks for bringing me home, Ash. Koi looked at him. Ashley silently looked back. though not quite meeting his eyes. Noticing his gaze, Koi glanced down before looking back up. Thanks for buying me new clothes, too. You could have just lent me yours. No. Never. Ashley rejected the idea immediately. Koi looked at him in surprise, but Ashley meant every word. Koi had no idea how serious the situation had been. The moment Ashley saw Koi wearing his old jeans and the oversized t-shirt Ashley had lent him, he froze. The loose shirt hung open around the collar, revealing glimpses of Koi's skin whenever someone looked down from above. Ashley had been overwhelmed by possessiveness and desire when he realized the bite marks he'd left were still visible beneath the fabric. So he immediately dragged Koi into the car, drove him to the mall, and bought him 3 properly fitting shirts. Naturally, Koi knew nothing about Ashley's thoughts. He simply assumed, Ash doesn't like other people wearing his clothes. The two of them remained standing face to face. At first glance, nothing looked different. Yet somehow, the atmosphere between them wasn't the same as before. Well, of course it isn't. Though bitter inside, Koi had to admit it. He was the one who had created this situation. But he couldn't help it. Ash is just confused. Koi understood the situation as he saw it. Ashley had only taken care of him out of kindness. Koi was grateful for that. He just couldn't let Ashley misunderstand his own feelings. Ashley had only recently gone through his manifestation. He was bound to be confused. Eventually, he'd come to his senses and be relieved that Koi hadn't accepted his confession. Thank you for everything, Ash. Koi smiled faintly. Thank you. Even if those feelings are only an illusion, you're still a really good person. Koi. Yeah. Ashley softly called his name. Koi answered immediately. Ashley remained silent for a moment before speaking. I meant it when I said I like you. Ash, it's not an illusion. It's not a mistake. Ashley cut him off. I like you. Koi hesitated, unable to answer. Ashley continued looking straight at him. I don't know why you're trying so hard to deny me, but I know my own feelings better than anyone else. I like you, and I'm not lying. I like you. Why won't you believe me? Ashley smiled bitterly. The setting sun bathed everything around them in shades of orange. Koi stared at Ashley's platinum blonde hair glowing in the evening light as the breeze gently stirred it. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Only after a long silence did Koi finally answer. Someone like me. There's no way you could ever like someone like me. Ashley frowned. His displeasure was obvious. Koi shifted uneasily. Koi. Yeah. Ashley spoke in a tone more serious than ever before. Don't ever say someone like me again. If you call yourself that, then what does that make me? A person who loves someone like that. Koi couldn't say a word. He simply stared at Ashley. Ashley continued. Don't look down on yourself. If anyone insults Connor Niles, I'll be angry, even if it's you. The firmness in Ashley's voice left Koi speechless. When Koi still didn't respond, Ashley asked quietly, do you understand, Koi? Connor Niles. Ashley had deliberately spoken his full name. Koi hurriedly nodded. Yeah. His voice trembled. I won't say it anymore. Only then did Ashley's expression soften. He smiled gently. Good. Seeing that familiar smile, Koi finally relaxed. Still, none of this felt real. Maybe I'm dreaming. Maybe I'm still asleep beside Ash. Maybe we're still lying together in bed after his manifestation. Otherwise, Ashley would never say things like this. Just as Koi was lost in thought, Ashley suddenly spoke. You're putting yourself down again, aren't you? What? And no. Koi hurriedly shook his head. He hesitated. I can't believe it. I like you. Ashley repeated it naturally. Koi couldn't answer. Ashley no longer looked embarrassed by the silence. He had already grown used to it. That's okay. He smiled. Whether you believe me or not, I'll keep liking you. I'll tell you over and over until you finally believe me. I like you, so I don't mind waiting. I'll never give up until you either accept my feelings or honestly tell me to stop. That's... Koi lowered his head. He couldn't figure out how he was supposed to deal with all of this. While he stood there in confusion, Ashley reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Huh? Koi's eyes widened. Seeing his reaction, Ashley smiled. The welcome party ticket you gave me. Why do you have that? Ashley looked at him calmly. I want to go with you. Koi knew that. Had Ashley changed his mind? Then why? Why was he giving the ticket back? His thoughts became tangled. The return ticket made his chest ache. Then Ashley said something unexpected. Give it back to me. When you want to go together. Huh? Koi stared blankly at him. Ashley continued in the same calm voice. When you're ready, ask me to go to the party with you. Then I'll know. A small smile appeared on Ashley's face. I'll know that you like me too. Koi could only stand there with his mouth slightly open. It felt as though a war was raging inside his mind. Seeing his panic, Ashley gently took Koi's hand. He placed the ticket into Koi's open palm and carefully closed his fingers around it. Then he held Koi's hand for just a moment. I'll wait for you, Koi. After saying that, Ashley leaned over and kissed Koi lightly on the cheek once more. The soft sound lingered in the quiet air, along with the warmth left on Koi's skin. See you tomorrow, Koi. Ashley smiled, waved, climbed into his car, and drove away. Koi remained standing where he was, completely dazed. Soon his reflection disappeared from Ashley's rearview mirror. Instead of driving home, Ashley changed lanes and headed onto the highway without any destination. He didn't want to go home yet. He had spent the past few days with Koi. Now, he would be alone again. Objectively, nothing had really changed. Even before meeting Koi, he had always lived alone in that enormous mansion. There were servants around during the day, yet the place had always felt silent. He used to hate that silence and escape from it whenever he could. Back then, being alone hadn't bothered him. Now it did. Now, he couldn't stand returning to an empty house. It wasn't that he wanted people around. There was only one person whose presence mattered. Koi. Ashley glanced at the hand gripping the steering wheel. The bandage wrapped around his forearm was still there. Koi had cleaned and bandaged the wound while Ashley slept. Ashley loosened one hand from the steering wheel and slowly raised his injured arm. He looked at the neatly wrapped bandage for a long moment. Then he gently pressed his lips against it. For an instant, it felt as though Koi's warmth still remained there. Ashley let out a quiet sigh. Chapter 66. When he returned home, Koi saw the lights on in the house and swallowed nervously. Someone was home. Of course, there was only one person it could be. His father was waiting for him. He swallowed his dry saliva. Koi turned away for a moment, struggling to suppress the urge to run. Still, he would have to face this someday. As long as his father wasn't drunk, everything would be fine. Ever since his mother had left, his father had drunk almost every day. Even when he was sober, he barely spoke to Koi. He always stared blankly before leaving the house, and when he returned, he was almost always drunk. For a while after his mother left, whenever Koi got in his way, his father would hit him. Koi had learned to avoid him. His father spent more and more time outside until he got drunk enough to pass out. After a few years, he gradually began to ignore Koi's existence altogether. Even when he was drunk, he acted as though Koi wasn't there. That was better. No one liked being hit. When was the last time he hit me? Koi suddenly realized it had been quite a while. These days, even when his father drank, he no longer lashed out physically. What should I do? He stood frozen outside, unable to go in or run away. Suddenly, the front door flew open. Koi. His father called his name with a pale face. Koi froze. His father rushed outside. Ah! His father grabbed him by the arm so suddenly that Koi cried out. Holding him tightly with both hands, he shouted furiously. You idiot! Do you know how worried I've been? You disappeared for days. Koi's eyes widened in shock. His father was sober. It had been a long time since he'd heard him speak so clearly. He sounded genuinely angry. But that wasn't all. His father grabbed him and began sniffing all over him. Koi stood there awkwardly, unable to resist. What the hell is this sweet smell? It's all over you. Is that pheromones? His father suddenly clenched his teeth. He immediately remembered that Koi couldn't smell them. Without another word, he dragged Koi into the tiny bathroom. Hurry up and wash. Get all those disgusting pheromones off you. He turned on the shower. Cold water poured over Koi's head. Embarrassed, Koi hurriedly began taking off his clothes, only to see the bite marks on his chest. Not just there. His entire body, hidden beneath his clothes, was covered with bruises and marks. Koi looked toward his father awkwardly. Father. I'll wash myself. Could you bring me some clothes? Pretending to adjust the water temperature, his father quickly turned around and fetched Koi's usual old clothes. Lather yourself at least 3 times. Fortunately, after warning him, his father shut the bathroom door and went downstairs. Only then did Koi finally breathe a sigh of relief. He carefully washed every inch of himself. Compared to Ashley's luxurious mansion, their old bathroom was shabby and worn down. Still, he scrubbed himself exactly as his father had ordered, trying not to compare the two places. Koi sat stiffly at the small dining table where his father had told him to sit. The atmosphere was painfully uncomfortable. There was no smell of alcohol. Koi was surprised his father was even home at this hour. Normally, he would either be working or drinking. Instead, he had been waiting for him. What is he going to say? Koi's heart pounded with anxiety. Ashley had said he had contacted everyone, but hearing it from school and hearing it from a parent were different things. He had been gone for 3 or 4 days. During all that time, his father had received only a single phone call. It was only natural that any parent would be angry, assuming his father still considered him his son. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his father spoke. Koi. Why yes. Koi answered quickly. His father sighed, then fell silent again. He had never seen his father like this before. Unable to guess what would happen next, Koi simply waited. Finally, his father spoke again, his voice quieter than before. Koi, did you take any medicine? Medicine? What medicine? I didn't take anything. He shook his head before asking cautiously. Do you mean inhibitors? No, I didn't even manifest. You already know that. His father stared at him silently for a long moment before letting out another long breath. Leaning against the table with both hands covering his face, he spoke uncertainly. I thought, just in case you'd manifested. His voice trembled. Only then did Koi understand. His father had been worried he had become an Omega. The thought that his father had actually worried about him felt almost unbelievable. It's okay. I can't even smell pheromones. He hadn't even considered that Ashley's scent would still be all over him. Ashley had only just manifested. Of course, he wouldn't have had any inhibitors, and it was only natural that he couldn't completely control his pheromones. Then his father said, I wouldn't have been this worried if he were an ordinary alpha or omega, but he's an extremely dominant alpha. What? Koi's eyes widened. You didn't know? And no. An extremely dominant alpha. He had never imagined it. He had assumed Ashley was just an ordinary alpha. Well, not exactly ordinary anymore. His thoughts became tangled. Finally, he managed to ask, Really? How do you know? His family's secretary told me. His father gritted his teeth. He said the young master of the Miller family manifested as an extremely dominant alpha, and that you stayed with him throughout the entire manifestation. I almost lost my mind when I heard that. Koi could only stare blankly. Compared to ordinary alphas and omegas, extremely dominant alphas and omegas were incredibly rare. Most people never encountered one in their entire lives. Because of that, schools barely covered them in class. Koi had always assumed he would never meet one either. You saw them on television sometimes, since many celebrities were extremely dominant. But meeting one in real life. And not only meeting one, he had stayed beside Ashley throughout the entire manifestation. The amount of pheromones must have been unbelievable. His father sighed again before speaking with visible relief. It's a miracle you weren't affected. I'm glad. I'm really glad. For a moment, Koi felt strangely comforted by his father's words. Then his father's expression suddenly hardened. Don't see him again. What? Koi looked up in surprise. His father raised his voice. Do you know how difficult life is for alphas and omegas? Alphas go into rut. Omegas go into heat. What if you get pregnant? You wouldn't even know what happened until you were carrying a child. And when an alpha is in rut, they can lose control. They rape people. Do you think you could handle something like that? His father spoke rapidly, as though the words had been trapped inside him for years. When Koi's face turned pale, he continued. If you keep staying with him, one day you'll either manifest or mutate. And when that happens, it'll be too late. Cut ties with him. Do you understand? Listen to me. If you don't, you'll regret it. With one final heavy sigh, his father stood up and left the room. Koi remained sitting there blankly, staring after him. Then he hurried to his room. I have to hide the clothes Ashley bought me. If his father discovered them, he would definitely lose his temper again. Koi quickly pulled the storage box from beneath his bed and hid the new clothes with the others Ashley had already given him. Just then, his phone chimed. Koi looked at the screen. His face immediately brightened. It was Ashley. Ashley's message. I'm home now. Good night. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. Koi quickly typed a reply. Koi's message. Okay. See you tomorrow. He waited. Only after the unread indicator disappeared did he finally smile. What do I really know about alphas and omegas? His father's words echoed in his mind. Koi sat quietly on the edge of his bed. If I had manifested back then, what would have happened? Chapter 67. There's no bicycle. Ashley, who was getting ready for school that morning, was surprised by Koi's sudden call. A smile soon spread across his face. Well, that's a problem. What happened? Although he already had a guess, he asked casually. Koi hesitated before answering. Well, I think I left it at your house. Oh my. Ashley let out an exaggerated sigh. He could almost picture Koi looking guilty on the other end of the phone. Without teasing him any further, Ashley spoke gently. That's okay, Koi. I'll come get you. Really? You can. Koi sounded genuinely delighted before asking anxiously. But, won't you be late? We still have plenty of time. Ashley spat out the toothpaste foam before continuing. I know where you usually wait, don't I? I'll be there in about half an hour. Okay. Koi replied quickly before adding in a small voice. Thank you, Ash. You're welcome, Koi. I'll see you soon. Ashley hung up cheerfully, rinsed his mouth, and left the bathroom. Today was going to be a wonderful day. The sun seemed brighter than usual. The breeze was gentle. The sky was brilliantly blue. And Koi had called him first thing in the morning and asked him to pick him up. Sooner or later, Ashley had planned to tell Koi that he wanted to drive him to school every morning anyway. That was only natural for a boyfriend. Actually, even if Koi had a car of his own, Ashley would still want to pick him up. Seeing Koi only after arriving at school wasn't enough. He wanted to see him 5 minutes earlier. Still dressed as usual in jeans, sneakers, and a t-shirt, Ashley slung his backpack over one shoulder and headed downstairs. Starting today, I'll pick him up every morning. Whistling without realizing it, he headed toward the bicycle Koi had supposedly left behind. Then he stopped. Huh? The bicycle leaning against the wall of the mansion wasn't the battered, old one he knew. It was brand new. Ashley frowned. That bike looked strangely familiar. Have I seen it before? As he searched his memory, his eyes landed on the cat sticker attached to the handlebars. It was Ariel's favorite cartoon cat. His memories immediately clicked into place. It was the bicycle Ariel had ridden before buying a car. What's going on, Koi? Ashley immediately took out his phone and called him. After a few rings, Koi answered. Koi, I think your bicycle changed. Is that right? Oh yeah. Koi answered cheerfully. That's the one. It has the cat sticker on the handlebars. I see. Ashley answered kindly. His face, however, held no smile at all. I'll be there soon, Koi. Okay. See you soon. Koi hung up without suspecting anything. Ashley stared silently at the disconnected screen before loading the bicycle into the trunk of his car. He climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. Not once did he smile. As he drove toward Koi, jealousy and wild speculation churned endlessly inside him. Morning, Koi. Ashley greeted him first from behind the steering wheel. Koi, who had been waiting by the roadside where they'd parted the day before, smiled back. Morning, Ash. Then he suddenly paused. After everything that had happened yesterday, greeting Ashley so casually somehow felt inappropriate. But he didn't have time to think about it. Cars were beginning to fill the road, and Ashley couldn't leave his car parked there forever. Koi quickly climbed into the passenger seat. Ashley pulled away. Sinking into the comfortable leather seat instead of riding his usual bicycle, Koi smiled. Thanks for coming, Ash. I completely forgot my bike. Ashley smiled. So did I. It wasn't surprising. Neither of them had exactly been thinking clearly after everything that had happened. I like you, Koi. The memory echoed inside Koi's head. His face immediately turned red. He hurriedly lowered his head, searching desperately for something to say. Fortunately, Ashley spoke first. Did anything happen after you got home yesterday? Huh? Koi quickly shook his head. And no, I was fine. As he wondered whether he should have said anything at all, Ashley changed the subject. What happened to that bicycle? I've never seen it before. Oh, relieved by the easier topic, Koi explained. Al gave it to me. My old bicycle has a broken wheel now. The wheel broke. Ashley frowned. Were you hurt? No. Koi smiled. The wheel was the only thing that broke. It did its best. Even though it was an old bicycle, it had faithfully carried him everywhere for years. Ashley nodded. I see. Then, as he turned the steering wheel through an intersection, he asked, but why did Al give you his bicycle? Huh? Koi answered honestly. I was riding home when I fell and broke the wheel. I was dragging it home, and Al happened to see me while he was out running. He said it would be dangerous to keep riding it after an accident, so the cheer team gave me this bicycle instead. I see. Compared to Koi's long explanation, Ashley's reply was simple. His misunderstanding disappeared instantly. Every ridiculous suspicion that had filled his head during the 20-minute drive had proven completely baseless. Almost. The jealousy remained. I should have bought you one. Ashley muttered quietly. Coy looked over. What did you say? Ashley smiled. Nothing. Oh. Coy looked forward again, puzzled. As the traffic light turned red, the car came to a stop. Ashley absently tapped the steering wheel with one finger. Don't rush things. You'll only scare Coy. I should have locked him up. No. Don't think like that, Ashley Miller. But the thoughts refused to disappear. You imagined all kinds of things last night. Now you're pretending you're different. Coy is so adorable. No. Then lock him away. That way you can do everything you've imagined. Wait. Why am I agreeing with myself? Huh. Coy turned toward him in surprise. Ashley immediately smiled. No, nothing. The light turned green. The car started moving again. Ashley forced himself to calm down. Watching him from the passenger seat, Coy felt a little guilty. His pheromones must still be making things difficult for him. And even so, Ashley had come all the way to pick him up. Why did I forget my bicycle? He sighed quietly. Starting tomorrow, I'll make sure I don't forget it again. Al had gone out of his way to give him that bicycle. He couldn't be careless. Coy. Why ya? Coy looked up. Ashley spoke matter-of-factly. I'm picking you up every morning from now on. What? No, you don't have to. Coy refused immediately. You don't need to go out of your way. I can ride my bicycle. I do have to. Ashley interrupted him. Then he added casually. It's only natural to want to spend even one more minute with the person you like. Ashley smiled. Coy froze. His face slowly turned bright red. He needed to say something. Anything. Yesterday he'd clearly told Ashley he didn't like him. Why was Ashley still saying things like this? You have to refuse. Come on. Say no. Just say it. WL. We're here. Ashley interrupted him before he could finish. As Ashley had said, they had already arrived at school. The car turned smoothly into the drop-off area and stopped by the curb in front of the school. Chapter 68. You. As soon as Ashley showed up, there was a commotion everywhere. Coy watched the ice hockey team a few steps away as they swarmed around Ashley. What happened? Why were you out sick again? How do you get sick so often? Where do all those muscles come from? Hey, you look great after a few days off. Don't tell me you skipped school because you didn't feel like coming. No, idiot. Ashley laughed and lightly flicked the last speaker on the chin. The boy staggered back into place, and the crowd continued chatting noisily. Watching them, Coy felt something strange inside. Is this what friendship looks like? He had eaten with them and hung out with them a few times, but only briefly. The bond they shared had been built long before Coy ever appeared. I'm a little jealous. As Ashley noticed Coy standing off to the side, he turned and looked for him. Come over here, Coy. Huh. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted toward Coy. Coy froze in place, looked around awkwardly, then looked back at Ashley. Ashley smiled and beckoned him over with a curl of his finger. Oh, okay. Coy nodded and hurried over. As soon as he arrived, Ashley naturally wrapped an arm around his shoulders and leaned against him. The sudden weight made Coy stumble for a moment, but Ashley's arm immediately steadied him. The teasing and laughter continued. Coy didn't say much, but he no longer felt like an outsider. Standing beside Ashley, he listened to Bill's jokes with a faint blush on his face. You didn't reject me because you liked Bill, did you? The moment they were alone, Ashley asked. Coy immediately shook his head so hard it almost hurt. What? No. Never. He waved both hands frantically until he grew dizzy. Ashley stood there with his arms crossed, studying him for a moment before finally relaxing. If that's not the case, then it's fine. Absolutely. Coy emphasized it again before looking away. You're the one I like. I just can't tell you. Ashley suddenly rested his chin on top of Coy's head and draped both arms over his shoulders. You're heavy. I like it. Coy grabbed Ashley's arm and tried to pull it away, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, he resorted to using both hands, struggling with all his strength. In the end, he gave up in exhaustion. Ashley laughed as he practically hung off Coy's back while they slowly walked forward. Several classmates greeted them along the way. Ashley casually raised a hand in greeting without moving away from Coy. Meanwhile, Coy staggered forward under Ashley's weight. He had carried plenty of heavy things during his part-time job, but this was heavier than anything he'd ever lifted. Of course, Ashley weighed almost 100 kilograms. Even so, oddly enough, It made him feel a little relieved. It's like we've gone back to how we used to be. Before Ashley confessed, they had always been like this. Ashley acted naturally around him, and because of that, Koi gradually forgot the awkwardness between them. Maybe if we just keep acting like before, it'll be as though nothing ever happened. Koi spoke first, panting from the effort. Yeah, Ashley answered from above his head. Koi complained. What about the ice hockey team? Have you decided? Are you going to keep playing? Ashley answered after a moment. I don't know yet. I've already talked with the teachers and the principal. I think I need a little more time. There's nothing against the rules if I keep playing. Every time Ashley spoke, his chin lightly bumped the top of Koi's head. Koi endured it and listened. Ashley continued casually. It's hard to decide right now because I only recently manifested. I still don't know how everything will affect me. They'll probably give me about a week to decide. I see. Koi nodded while continuing to stagger forward beneath Ashley's weight. So they're keeping it a secret from everyone else for now. Judging from what he'd overheard earlier, everyone still believed Ashley had simply caught another cold. Maybe they would announce everything after Ashley made his decision. Or maybe they'd keep it secret until graduation. Either way, whether people found out or not was Ashley's choice. Even if Ashley kept playing, it would only affect their own team. The opposing team wouldn't really be affected. Ultimately, the decision rested with the coach. The team would be in trouble without Ashley anyway. As Koi thought about that, another question suddenly came to mind. If Ashley had manifested, shouldn't everyone be able to smell his pheromones? Koi couldn't smell pheromones himself, so he had no idea whether Ashley was releasing them. But everyone else should have reacted. Did he take inhibitors? Ashley answered before Koi could even ask. I can control them to a certain extent. It's not perfect, but the inhibitors help. I see. Koi shuffled along beside him before speaking carefully. Yeah. Ashley answered immediately. After making sure no one was nearby, Koi lowered his voice. Yesterday, I didn't realize it then, but I must have smelled like your pheromones, right? Ashley paused briefly. Yeah. He wasn't particularly eager to admit it, but it was the truth. Ashley finally lifted himself off Koi's shoulders, and the two walked side by side instead. Freed from the weight, Koi blinked in surprise. Ashley explained, I have to suppress them while I'm at school, but once I get back to the mansion, I have to release them. Letting pheromones build up is bad for your brain. I see. The previous day, Koi had searched online for everything he could find about extremely dominant alphas, but there were still many things he didn't know. You're an alpha, right? That's what your family's secretary told my father. He said it was a relief I didn't become an Omega after staying with you. If that's what he said, Ashley answered after a short pause. Koi looked up at him and suddenly noticed something. Your eyes. Koi looked at him closely. They're different now. Is it because you're an extremely dominant alpha? Before, Ashley's eyes had been a pale silvery blue. Now they were a deep blue. Remembering that eye color could change after manifestation, Koi finally understood. Ashley answered casually. That's right. I'm wearing colored contact lenses now. Oh, so that's why? Koi nodded, then frowned. Didn't your friends think it was strange? Ashley smiled. Most people don't pay attention to someone else's eye color. Then he added playfully. Do you even remember what color my eyes were before I manifested? Of course no one would remember. Or so Ashley thought. Koi answered immediately. Of course I do. They were a beautiful silvery blue. This time, Ashley was the embarrassed one. He glanced at Koi, then awkwardly looked away. He muttered as casually as possible. Most people don't care about other people's eye color. Koi thought differently. How could anyone forget Ashley's beautiful eyes? That's impossible. Maybe Ashley doesn't realize just how much everyone admires him. Thinking that, Koi looked at him seriously. Maybe I should tell him. Ashley smiled. Am I just too handsome? After hearing that ridiculous question, Koi immediately gave up on his previous thought. Ashley Miller already knew perfectly well that he was ridiculously handsome. Chapter 69. So none of your friends know that you've manifested? Koi asked, changing the subject. Yeah. Ashley nodded. Only a few teachers, the principal, one parent, and my family's secretary know that I'm manifested. Well, there's one other person too. Who? Koi asked nervously. Ashley looked down with a serious expression. There's someone who sneaks into my house from time to time. He knows my secret. Really? That's terrible. Shouldn't you tighten your security? Ashley shook his head. No, it's fine. He's really small. Not even half my size. But you never know. What if he attacks you while you're asleep? That's dangerous. Ashley pretended to think for a moment. That's true. He almost got me while I was sick. See? What happened? What did he do? Ashley kept a perfectly serious face. I don't think he was after my life. But somehow he keeps getting past the guards at the front gate every time he comes over. It's terrifying. He gets past the guards at the front gate? Koi repeated the words before suddenly realizing what Ashley meant. Ashley nodded solemnly. Yeah. How did you know? You came in through the mountain path. Only then did Koi fall completely silent. Seeing his face turn bright red, Ashley leaned in and continued quietly, as though sharing a dangerous secret. And do you know what kind of vehicle he uses? Ashley paused dramatically. It's not even a car. It's an old bicycle. Practically a piece of junk. Ashley frowned exaggeratedly at Koi's tomato-red face. How am I supposed to stop someone who can drag that thing all the way up the mountain? Isn't that terrifying? I don't know. Koi hurriedly turned and ran toward the classroom. Naturally, Ashley caught up within a few strides. You know what's even scarier? Koi refused to answer and simply walked faster. Ashley grinned as he matched his pace. He even changed bicycles. Hey! Unable to endure it any longer, Koi swung a fist at him. It was more like a light tap than a punch, and it barely brushed Ashley's arm. Act! Ashley suddenly cried out dramatically and clutched his arm before collapsing onto the ground. Koi ran a few more steps before realizing Ashley wasn't following. He turned around in alarm. Ash! Oh no! Koi rushed back. Ashley remained crouched on the ground, holding his arm with his other hand. Koi asked anxiously, Ash, are you okay? I'm sorry. You only just manifested. Are you hurt? I'm really sorry. Should I call an ambulance? As Koi hurriedly reached for his phone, Ashley suddenly grabbed both of his wrists. Looking up, Koi found Ashley smiling. Got you. You tricked me. Koi struggled, but it was completely useless. Ashley stood up, wrapped an arm around Koi's shoulders again, and pulled him along. You came running right back to me. You lied to me. Yeah. Sorry. Ashley answered in a tone that wasn't sorry at all. Koi wanted to stay angry, but what escaped instead was a relieved sigh. I'm just glad you weren't hurt. Ashley smiled as he watched Koi unconsciously pat his own chest in relief. If we weren't at school, I'd kiss you right now. Suppressing the urge, Ashley simply hugged him a little tighter as they continued walking. After they had walked for a while and Koi finally caught his breath, he remembered something from earlier. Ash. Ashley answered immediately. About what we talked about before. Koi carefully recalled everything he had learned. If your mansion is full of pheromones, then if I go there, won't I be exposed to them too? Yeah. Ashley answered smoothly, though inwardly he tensed. Maybe Koi won't come over anymore. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was because he was an extremely dominant alpha. To his surprise, Koi simply nodded. I see. That's all. Ashley couldn't help glancing sideways at him. Huh? Yeah. Koi scratched his head awkwardly. But all I have to do is wash thoroughly afterward, right? It's fine. I always shower twice a day anyway. Then he smiled brightly. I stayed with you the whole time before, and nothing happened. He deliberately chose not to mention that his father had forbidden him from seeing Ashley again. Even so, Koi had no intention of listening. We'll stay together. Ashley slowly smiled as he remembered those same words Koi had once said to him. Yeah. Ashley answered softly. Let's stay together. Yeah. Koi nodded. It doesn't matter what Dad says. I'll never leave Ashley. With that determination, Koi smiled brightly at him. I'll stay by your side. At that moment, Ashley clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm. He wanted nothing more than to pull Koi into his arms and kiss him until neither of them could breathe. This is school. He repeated it to himself like a mantra. Hold yourself together, for Koi. They still weren't officially together. He hoped that day would come soon. But no one knew when. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second, felt unbearably long. Koi. As they reached their classroom, Ashley spoke. Koi looked up. Ashley kept his eyes forward as he quietly said, I can't wait forever. Koi blinked, unable to answer. Ashley released his arm from around Koi's shoulders and entered the classroom first. After Ashley sat down, Koi hesitated in the hallway before finally walking in and taking the seat beside him. Ashley smiled to himself. Before that day comes, admit your feelings, Koi. One by one, the other students entered, and the teacher began the lesson. Ashley glanced sideways at Koi. Koi hurriedly straightened his posture, but his nervous expression made it obvious that Ashley's words had affected him deeply. Watching him, Ashley thought, "At this rate, I might lose control and kidnap you. 1, 2, 3, and finish." Everyone stopped moving at Ariel's command. The music ended, and after a few seconds, everyone bent over to catch their breath. Koi did the same, gasping for air. Cheerleading practice was far tougher than he'd imagined. The workouts were far more intense than he had expected, and every member of the team was astonishingly strong. Ever since joining the squad, Koi had silently apologized to every cheerleader in the world. He had never imagined that behind all those bright smiles were endless hours of hard work, painful training, sweat, and tears. Above all else, they took incredible pride in what they did. "We lead Buffalo High School to victory." Everyone echoed Ariel's shout. Koi joined in enthusiastically. He couldn't help feeling inspired by the pride in their voices. Unfortunately, the emotional moment never lasted long. Koi still had extra training waiting for him. "You don't have enough muscle." Ariel's criticism was as sharp as ever. She constantly pointed out every weakness in his body. It wasn't surprising. Every member of the cheer squad had developed impressive physiques through relentless training. Among them, Captain Ariel was easily the strongest. Captain Ariel even won an amateur boxing tournament. When the vice captain proudly announced that, Koi couldn't help remembering Ashley's swollen face. A chill ran down his spine. Everyone did a great job today. After tidying up the practice area, Ariel clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. Once everyone was looking at her, she continued, "The homecoming game is coming up soon, so we'll be getting our uniforms before then. Make sure everything fits properly, and if you have any problems, tell me or the vice captain." She smiled confidently. "This game is the start of our season, so we're going to do it right." "Yeah. Yes." Ariel nodded in satisfaction before smiling again. "In that case, how about we all go to Greenbelt together today?" Chapter 70. Everyone together? Koi asked, stammering as the others cheered. Ariel frowned at him while the other members prepared to leave. "Yeah, what's wrong?" "No, it's just." Koi hesitated and looked away, unable to say it. He didn't have any money today. His income had dropped considerably because he only worked part-time on weekends, and he often had to miss shifts because of cheer practice. At this rate, he was afraid he'd have to quit sooner or later. But Greenbell. If it had been a cheap fast food place, it would have been fine, but Greenbell was too expensive for him now. Should I just say I'm on a diet? Deep down, he really wanted to go. He had finally started talking with the team, and this felt like the perfect chance to get closer to everyone. Just like Ashley and his friends, Koi wanted a group he belonged to. But reality was different. He still had to buy his cheer uniform, too. He couldn't afford to spend any extra money. Torn between wanting to go and knowing he couldn't, Koi stood there silently. Ariel, pulling her long hair free from its tie, spoke without looking at him. "You should come today. This is where everyone bonds." Just then, the vice captain walked up behind her. "You'll regret missing it. We're choosing the new cheer uniform design there." Hearing that, Koi asked cautiously, "So, even if the uniform changes, we'll still be wearing skirts?" "Oh, of course." The vice captain answered dramatically, like a character from a Disney movie, before turning away to pack her bag. As expected, there was no escape. Koi swallowed his disappointment. "I don't even have enough money for a Coke. There'll be another chance. Next time." Are you trying to pick a fight because you don't want to wear a skirt?" Ariel interrupted with a frown. Koi immediately shook his head. "No, that's not it. I want to go, but..." "Then stop making excuses." She folded her arms. "You're one of us now. Whether you're a guy or not doesn't matter." Koi blinked. "No, I know that's not what you mean. It's just..." Unable to finish, he fell silent. Ariel suddenly said, "I sold your junk bike." "Huh?" Koi stared at her in confusion. Ariel nodded casually. "Yeah, my dad sold it." "Sold it?" Koi repeated blankly. Ariel shrugged. "Yeah, who would have thought that piece of junk was actually worth something?" "Oh well, I guess." What is she talking about? The fact that the bike had actually sold was surprising enough, but why bring it up now? Looking at his puzzled face, Ariel continued. "It only sold for $12. She pulled a bill from her wallet and held it out. "Here." "Huh?" Koi's mind went completely blank. Ariel waved the money impatiently. "Take it. Why are you giving this to me? It's the money from selling your junk bike." "But..." Koi still couldn't understand. You gave me your bike. Ariel tilted her head and sighed dramatically. Just take it already. Why do you argue over everything? But that's... Oh, whatever. Growing impatient, Ariel stuffed the bill down the front of Koi's sweat-soaked shirt. Before he could react, she turned around and shouted, "Nobody gets left behind. Come on. We've got an important meeting." With that, Ariel marched out, and everyone hurried after her. Koi slowly pulled the damp bill from inside his shirt and stared after her. The rest of the team arrived at Greenbell before Koi. Since he was the only one riding a bicycle, everyone else had driven or carpooled from school. In truth, they had done it out of consideration. They knew Koi was only a temporary member and didn't want him to feel pressured to keep up. Of course, straightforward as always, Koi never realized that. "Koi, over here." The first teammate to spot him waved enthusiastically from inside. They were already looking through the menus. Koi awkwardly walked over. Cheerleaders were popular at every school. Naturally, the team members attracted plenty of attention. Even now, other teenagers inside Greenbell kept glancing over at their table. When Koi joined them, several people looked surprised. Feeling embarrassed, he quietly slipped into an empty seat. "We've already picked what we're getting." The vice captain handed him a menu. "What do you want?" Koi only had one option. A Coke, without ice. And that's enough. He shook his head. Ariel had given him money, but he still had to buy his cheer uniform. He couldn't afford anything else. Still, he couldn't ignore Ariel's kindness. Besides, he had always wanted to spend time somewhere like this with teammates, even if it felt more like he'd wandered into a girls' gathering. "If you eat like that, you'll never build any muscle." Ariel scolded him again. Koi could only laugh awkwardly. Soon everyone had ordered, and the girls started chatting. The conversation drifted from boyfriends to makeup to their favorite pop stars. It was all ordinary conversation, but Koi was perfectly happy just listening. Sitting quietly in the corner, he suddenly heard the restaurant bell ring. The atmosphere changed instantly. Koi turned toward the entrance and froze. The Buffalo High School ice hockey team had just walked in. Huh. Oh. The two groups spotted each other almost simultaneously. The hockey players immediately walked over. "Whoa, you guys are here too. What are you doing here?" "We're eating dinner, idiot. Why else would we be at a restaurant?" The cheerleaders laughed. "What about you? These big gorillas probably came to destroy the place again." Everyone burst into laughter. It was obvious both teams got along well. "Isn't Ash here?" Koi eagerly searched through the crowd. Someone voiced the same question. "Where's Ash?" He had to park farther away because there weren't any spaces. "He'll be here soon." Koi quietly relaxed. Still, what would Ashley be like around all of them together? Curious, he watched as Bill suggested. "Hey, why don't we push the tables together? This one's too small." Nobody objected. As the cheerleaders stood with their drinks, the hockey players quickly moved the tables into place. Then, instead of taking seats themselves, the boys waited for the girls to sit first. As Ariel stood up with everyone else, Koi hurried over. "Hey, Al." Ariel looked back. Feeling awkward but determined, Koi bowed his head slightly. "I couldn't thank you earlier." He smiled nervously. "Thank you for the bike." Ariel rolled her eyes. "Can you stop talking about that already? I only gave it to you because I wanted to." She looked away. "As long as you don't hate me for how I treated you before." "Hate you?" Koi looked genuinely surprised. "Why would I?" Ariel turned her face away. "I went too far." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I'm just glad you don't hold it against me." With that, she walked toward the newly arranged table. Koi watched her in surprise. He had never expected Ariel to become embarrassed. His gratitude toward her only grew stronger. "Al." Just as he started to call after her, the entrance bell rang again. The restaurant door opened. Ashley walked in. He scanned the room once. As always, the first person he found was Koi. A bright smile appeared on his face, then stopped. His eyes shifted to Ariel standing close to Koi, then back to Koi. "What are you doing?" Before either of them could move, the cheerleaders suddenly sprang into action. They whispered among themselves before quickly separating. One group pulled Ashley over. The other guided Ariel. "Come on, sit here. Let's get started already." In moments, they had seated Ashley and Ariel beside each other. The rest of the cheerleaders and hockey players quickly filled the remaining seats around them. By the time everyone had settled in, Koi found himself sitting at the seat farthest away from Ashley. Chapter 71. A few hours earlier. Koi's message. Ash, I can't practice skating today. I'm going to Greenbell for a cheer squad meeting. See you tomorrow. I'm sorry. Ashley smiled as he read the message and quickly replied. Ashley's message. Have a safe trip, Koi. See you tomorrow. He stared at the screen for a while. Soon, the unread mark disappeared and another message arrived. Koi's message. Yes, thank you. See you tomorrow. Only then did Ashley put away his phone with a faint smile. In truth, they could probably message each other all night. Koi always replied whenever he received a text. Even after saying goodbye in person, he would still respond if Ashley sent another message. It was as though Koi believed every message deserved a reply. How adorable. Chuckling softly, Ashley looked up toward the rink, where the ice hockey team was still practicing. A sigh escaped him. He wanted to be down there with them, sweating through practice like always. But there was nothing he could do until the coach made a decision. Before everything had happened, Koi's cheer practice ended after the hockey team's training, and it had become routine for Koi to come to Ashley's mansion to practice skating before heading home. That routine had now been interrupted. Koi had offered to stop by the mansion after practice if Ashley got home first, but Ashley had refused. No matter how much Ariel's new bicycle helped, riding it all the way up the mountain would still be exhausting. If he let the person he liked struggle like that, what kind of man would he be? Besides, Ashley didn't like seeing Koi riding the bicycle Ariel had given him. I need to buy Koi a new bike as soon as possible. Just imagining Koi happily riding Ariel's bicycle irritated him. Still, he couldn't simply buy one. Koi had to like it too. For now, the best he could do was drive Koi around whenever possible. Every morning he picked Koi up, loaded the bicycle into the trunk, and drove him to school. That was better than nothing. Maybe I should pick him up from Greenbell after the meeting. That wasn't a bad idea. Greenbell was a long way from Koi's house. It would save him the ride, give Ashley another excuse to see him, and keep Koi from riding Ariel's bicycle. If Koi asked why he came, I'll just tell him I happened to think of him. Koi would believe it. Koi believed almost everything Ashley said. The thought made him smile as he checked his watch. Greenbell wouldn't close until around 10 o'clock. There was still plenty of time. When is the coach finally going to tell me? He stretched lazily, growing tired of waiting. Just then, footsteps approached. The coach walked over and sat down a short distance away. Have you been waiting long? Ashley deliberately looked at his watch. About an hour. The coach smiled awkwardly. It wasn't an easy decision. I figured. I'm ready. If the answer was no, then so be it. Professional hockey had never been his dream anyway. After a brief silence, the coach asked, You're only planning to play through this school year, right? Yes. I need to prepare for college. That reminded Ashley of something. How were Koi's entrance exam scores? He didn't remember seeing them. Maybe we should check them again. If they're not good enough, he'll have to prepare for another exam. He can't afford to fall behind. Then he remembered Koi saying he wanted to work at NASA. Right. We'll have to prepare properly. Ash. The coach's voice pulled him back to reality. Ashley looked at him. The coach scratched the back of his neck before speaking. I've decided to let you play for the team this season. Ashley blinked in surprise. The coach continued. This is your final season anyway, and we're already rebuilding for next year. You know several players are graduating after this season, so we're preparing replacements. Since it's only one season, there's nothing in the rules preventing you from playing. He paused before adding, We'll prepare backup players just in case. If something happens to you, we can substitute immediately. Ashley raised a hand slightly. I don't know exactly when it'll happen, but I'll notice the symptoms first. I also have inhibitors. Then it should be fine. Only Koi, Ashley's father, and the secretary knew that Ashley wasn't an ordinary alpha, but an extremely dominant alpha. No one else knew. They also didn't know that ordinary inhibitors barely worked on someone like him. In truth, no one knew exactly how an extremely dominant alpha would react to inhibitors. Still, as long as he could control his pheromones and wasn't entering rut, he believed he could manage. The coach had already prepared emergency measures in case rut occurred. So, can I rejoin practice? Ashley asked. The coach nodded. It's almost over for today, so come back and start training tomorrow. Then he stood up, smiled for the first time, and patted Ashley's shoulder twice. We've got a home game coming up soon. I'm looking forward to seeing you play again. Let's finish this season strong. Thank you. As the coach walked away, Ashley looked toward the rink. Bill had already stopped practicing and was watching him anxiously. Ashley grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Bill immediately cheered. The rest of the team looked between Bill and Ashley before erupting into loud cheers, waving excitedly. For the past several days, Ashley had been absent with the excuse that his cold hadn't fully recovered. The team had reluctantly accepted it after talking with the coach. They had been waiting for him to return. Ashley pulled out his phone. Ashley's message. Koi, I'm rejoining practice tomorrow. His finger stopped. A better idea occurred to him. He deleted the message and slipped the phone back into his pocket. Just then, the coach blew the whistle to end practice. Bill. Bill stopped and looked toward the stands. When he walked over, Ashley said, Want to celebrate my return to the team at Greenbell? Invite everyone. That's awesome. Hey, everyone. Bill immediately turned around and shouted the news to the rest of the team. Ashley smiled to himself. Then we'll naturally run into the cheer squad. Traditionally, the cheer squad and the hockey team were close. That was how he'd met Ariel in the first place. Running into them at Greenbell would seem completely natural. I'll just arrive a little later. Then I can leave with Koi. Whistling softly, Ashley picked up his bag and headed outside. Everyone drove to Greenbell separately. The plan was perfect. Until reality unfolded right in front of him. What are you doing? Ashley frowned. Ariel, who had a mouthful of food, answered just as blankly. I have no idea. Only the boys from the cheer squad were smiling. Realizing what they had done, Ariel was stunned. Still, she couldn't simply get up now. For the sake of her pride, she forced herself to remain seated. Ashley had no such concern. His dignity mattered far less than the fact that Koi was now sitting at the far end of the table, surrounded by cheerleaders. I thought you said we were over. Grinding her teeth while forcing a smile, Ariel muttered. Of course we are. Do you think I'm crazy enough to keep pretending to date someone like you? Then what exactly is this? Ariel spread her hands helplessly and looked around. We were supposed to discuss cheer squad business. Can't we eat first, Al? The vice captain interrupted. The rest of the cheer squad immediately nodded. Yeah, let's eat first. Outvoted, Ariel reluctantly gave in. Fine. So what's this meeting about? One of the hockey players asked. Before Ariel could answer, the vice captain explained. We're choosing a new design for our cheer uniforms. Really? Then let us help too. One of the hockey players said without thinking. The cheer squad immediately agreed. Everyone except Ashley and Ariel looked pleased. Just like that, the discussion was postponed. Chapter 72. How did this happen? Koi took a sip of his Coke and looked around. It was the noisiest place he had ever been. He was already used to the loud voices of the ice hockey team. He was also familiar with the cheer squad. But when both groups were together, he couldn't understand a single thing anyone was saying. Fortunately, no one paid any attention to him as he quietly sipped his Coke. The hockey players ate enormous amounts after practice. Ashley already surprised him with how much he ate, but the rest of the team were no different. Plates piled high with food disappeared in moments, and fresh orders arrived almost immediately. Now I understand how they maintain bodies like that. The smell of the food made his stomach ache with hunger, but there was nothing he could do. Koi simply waited for everyone to finish eating so the meeting could begin. At this rate, it shouldn't take much longer. Still, the people bothering him most were Ashley and Ariel. He couldn't hear what they were saying to each other through all the noise, but both of them looked unusually serious. An important conversation was clearly taking place. I can't wait much longer. Ashley's words suddenly echoed in his mind. He glanced over. Ashley leaned closer to Ariel as she whispered something into his ear. For a brief moment, Koi's heart sank. I'm sorry my teammates are acting like this. Ariel spoke quietly enough that only Ashley could hear her. What the hell is wrong with your teammates? Ashley asked. Ariel made a face, but answered calmly. I think they believe you're on the same level as me. What an honor. Ashley replied sarcastically. Under the table, Ariel immediately punched him in the ribs. The blow landed perfectly. Ashley doubled over, clutching his side before glaring at her. Just asking out of curiosity. Were your teammates the ones who started the rumor that you dumped me? Ariel blinked. I don't know. I only told them we broke up. Ashley stared at her. So the rumor spread by itself? He gave a crooked smile. To them, you dumping me probably sounds about as believable as you marrying a poor guy and having a bunch of kids. Why do you think that? Ashley wasn't joking. He was genuinely curious. Ariel looked straight at him. Because your father would never allow it. Ashley fell silent. He had almost forgotten about his father's existence. Ariel smiled faintly. Your father was the first person who ever looked at me with that much contempt. Ariel came from a comfortable middle. I still don't like people with low self-esteem, people who are overly self-conscious, or people who act gloomy. She took a sip of her zero-calorie soda before looking back at Ashley. But what can I do? He's on our team now. As long as we're teammates, he's one of us. Well, more like a jalapeno than a sister. But he's still part of the team. Ashley knew exactly how seriously Ariel took cheerleading. That dedication had always been one of the things he respected about her. Cheerleading came before almost everything else in her life. A temporary member who had practically saved the team would naturally become important to her. Ariel was also brutally honest. If she disliked someone, she said so openly, which meant her opinion of Koi was genuine. Still, Ashley had one correction to make. There's one thing you said about Koi. He smiled. The first two are true, but the last one isn't. He's not gloomy. He's just shy. Ashley expected an argument. Instead, Ariel nodded immediately while lifting another forkful of salad. You're right. He's brighter than I expected. He's actually pretty cute. Ashley frowned. Cute. Yeah. Ariel looked at him. Doesn't he remind you of those cottontail rabbits that used to wander into your garden? Wild rabbits often appeared in the gardens around Ashley's mansion, especially at night. They quietly nibbled at the grass before darting away the instant they noticed anyone. It was an oddly fitting comparison. The problem was that Ariel was the one saying it. A rabbit? With a fluffy white tail? That sounded far too affectionate. Ashley immediately felt worse. Then Ariel unknowingly made things even worse. I like hardworking people. You like him? Ashley asked abruptly. Ariel answered as casually as ever. Yeah. So Koi's fine. He's only a temporary member, but I'm happy to have someone so sincere on the team. That was all. She returned to eating her salad. Ashley watched her for a moment before picking up his hamburger. It's fine. Koi isn't Ariel's type, right? Without meaning to, his eyes drifted toward Koi. Koi sat hunched over, nervously sipping Coke through a straw while quietly looking around. He looked like a little hedgehog with all his quills raised. The sight made Ashley smile. If he had been sitting closer, he probably would have pinched Koi's cheeks. Instead of Koi's soft cheeks, he settled for another bite of the bland fast food hamburger. Then, a cheerleader sitting beside Koi accidentally brushed her lips against his cheek as she leaned over. Ashley froze. Oh, I'm sorry. The girl hurriedly apologized. I was reaching for something I dropped. It's okay. Koi smiled reassuringly. Then he crouched beside her. What did you drop? My Chanel lipstick. Where did it roll? I can't find it. Chanel? Koi blinked. He ducked under the table to help look for it. Just then, bang. Someone slammed both hands onto the table. The loud impact made both Koi and the cheerleader jump in surprise. Startled, Koi quickly lifted his head from beneath the table. Ashley was standing, and he was glaring directly at them. Chapter 73. Hey, what's going on? Koi got up from the table, confused. It wasn't just him. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Ashley. Even Ariel stared at him as though she had no idea what was happening. What's going on? The other boys looked equally confused, waiting for Ashley's answer. But there was only one thought in Ashley's mind. I have to get Koi out of here. Oh, look, Ashley, who rarely stuttered, hurriedly continued. I just remembered I have an assignment. I missed a few days of class, so I need to catch up on my homework. And Bill spread his hands helplessly. Everyone else looked just as confused. Ashley forced an awkward smile. So, now isn't the time to be hanging around. Hurry up and finish your homework so your grades don't fall behind. If you want to get into college, your studies are important too, right? I guess that's true. Come on, Koi. Let's go. Ignoring Bill completely, Ashley walked straight toward Koi. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to him. Koi blinked and pointed at himself, completely lost. Me? Without another word, Ashley crossed the distance in a few long strides, grabbed Koi by the wrist, and pulled him along. Oh, only then did Ariel jump to her feet. What are you doing? We still have to discuss the uniforms. It's fine if you decide on the cheer uniforms yourselves and tell us the result later, right, Koi? Ashley called back while opening the door. He looked at Koi expectantly. If I say I want to stay, Ash is going to be embarrassed. Oh, okay. For once, Koi answered surprisingly tactfully. I should go too. I missed classes. I really do have homework to catch up on. Sorry, Al. I'm fine with whatever design everyone chooses. As he apologized, Ashley continued dragging him outside. The door closed behind them. Everyone left inside simply stared at it in silence. Then, a few seconds later, Ashley suddenly rushed back in. Without saying a word, he slapped several $100 bills onto the front counter, waved briefly at the cashier, then immediately turned around and left again. Silence settled over the restaurant. Finally, one of the ice hockey players sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I thought he was leaving without paying. The other boys nodded sympathetically. Me too. Same here. I ordered everything I wanted. Phew, what a relief. That's our Ash. Now that's a real man. They immediately went back to eating enthusiastically. The girls, including Ariel, stared at them in disbelief. Naturally, the boys didn't notice. That's exactly why people call you gorillas. You know that? Bill grinned. Please call me a happy gorilla. The ice hockey team burst into laughter. Seeing there was no point continuing the discussion, Ariel sighed and turned back toward the cheer squad. All right, let's talk about the new cheer uniform. She looked around before adding with a frown. Only the cheer squad stays. The gorillas are excluded. As soon as they got into the car, Ashley slammed the driver's door shut. The loud bang made Coy jump. Earlier, Ashley had stuffed him into the passenger seat, closed the door immediately, then run back inside the restaurant. Coy had simply waited, wondering what was happening. Now Ashley climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine without a word, and pulled away. Coy glanced at him nervously. Only after they had driven for a while did Ashley finally speak. What was that? What do you mean? Coy asked cautiously. Ashley stayed silent for a moment. Then he suddenly ground his teeth. The sharp sound startled Coy so badly that he instinctively pressed himself against the door. Ashley glanced over, making sure the door was firmly shut before speaking again. The girl sitting next to you seemed awfully close. Coy searched his memory. Then he realized who Ashley meant. Oh, Whitney? The cheerleader. He tilted his head. Ash doesn't know Whitney? I thought the cheer squad and the ice hockey team were really close. Before Coy could ask, Ashley spoke again. You've only been on the cheer squad for a short time, but you've already become that close to everyone? Huh? Well, Coy blinked honestly. I'm pretty slow at making friends, but everyone teaches me patiently and treats me really well. A warm smile naturally appeared on his face. They're all really nice. The smiling faces of the cheerleaders encouraging him, telling him, you can do it. Those memories alone made him feel happy. Well, except Ariel. Lack of muscles. Just remembering her stern expression made him laugh quietly. That laugh completely shattered Ashley's remaining self-control. You seem pretty happy just thinking about them. Huh? Coy answered without thinking. I've never been this close to girls before. His voice gradually became brighter. We practice together every day, so I've gotten to know them. He smiled shyly. I never knew girls were like this. They're kind, cute, and they all get along so well. He looked at Ashley with sparkling eyes. Isn't that amazing? You already knew that, didn't you? I'm really glad I got to find out too. Suddenly, Ashley jerked the steering wheel. The car swerved violently. Wah! Coy was thrown sideways despite wearing his seatbelt. Ashley immediately pulled onto the shoulder and switched on the hazard lights. Silence. Ashley let out a long, frustrated sigh. Coy was still clutching his chest in shock when Ashley unbuckled his seatbelt and turned toward him. But she kissed you. In front of me. Kissed. Coy's voice shot up. Me? Who? When? His mind went completely blank. My first kiss. Was it stolen without me even noticing? Who? When? Ashley looked straight ahead and muttered through gritted teeth. The girl sitting next to you. She kissed you on the cheek. The girl beside me. Whitney? Ashley finally snapped. Yes. Coy froze. Then he hurriedly shook his head. What kiss? That never happened. We just accidentally bumped into each other. I saw it. You misunderstood. Ashley glared at him. He clearly didn't believe a word of it. Coy hurried to explain. I'm serious. She dropped something under the table. I was just trying to help her find it, and our faces accidentally brushed together. Kissing? That's ridiculous. Coy denied it as firmly as he could. But Ashley's expression didn't soften. He still looked upset. You even crawled under the table together. Huh? Coy blinked. Then he laughed in disbelief. What are you talking about? I told you she dropped something. I was helping her look for it. Why are you getting angry over that? It felt so unfair that his nose stung. Ashley continued staring at him suspiciously. You really didn't think anything of it? You just went under the table to help? Yeah, Koi answered immediately. Then his own frustration finally exploded. And you were smiling too. You were talking with Al. Why are you blaming me like this? For the first time, Ashley fell silent. Chapter 74. Silence filled the car. Koi sat there with his head lowered, sniffling. Seeing the tip of his nose flushed bright red, Ashley's reason finally began to return. Al is my friend. Whitney is my friend too. The confidence Ashley had been using to corner Koi disappeared. He looked straight ahead, then down, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and finally turned back toward Koi. What exactly did she drop? Chanel. Koi answered immediately, as though he had been waiting for the question. Ashley frowned. Chanel. No. Chanel. Koi almost shouted in frustration. Chanel. Chanel. In the end, tears welled up in his eyes. He had never felt so wrong before. He had endured all kinds of unfair treatment while working part-time. But why did this hurt so much? Because it's Ash. Koi wiped at his eyes. He couldn't stand being misunderstood by Ashley. Because I like him. Only then did Koi finally realize it. I hate being misunderstood because I like him. For a while, the only sound inside the car was Koi quietly sniffling. Ashley watched helplessly before finally turning off the hazard lights and driving away. Neither of them spoke. Ashley glanced over several times. Koi kept his head lowered, silently sniffling. The tears had stopped, but the tip of his nose was still red. He rubbed at his eyes again with the back of his hand. Ashley immediately asked, Are you crying again? Koi answered miserably. I didn't even get to finish my Coke. He had been hungry. Now all he could think about was the unfinished drink he had left behind. I shouldn't have come. Ash dragged me out. Threw away all that money. Then picked a fight with me. After another long silence, Ashley quietly asked, Did you even eat dinner? Koi kept his head down and gently shook it. Ashley sighed. At the next empty intersection, he made a U-turn. Koi swayed with the movement, but it was much gentler than before. They drove quietly along the new road. After a long silence, Koi suddenly spoke. Who's Chanel? Ashley kept his eyes on the road. A person. Huh. Koi looked at him in confusion. Then he cautiously asked, You're making fun of me, aren't you? Normally Ashley joked around all the time, but Koi wasn't in the mood. I'm serious. Ashley answered flatly. Search for it. You'll understand. Oh. Koi slowly took out his phone. See. Ashley corrected him immediately. Koi quickly erased the letter and typed it correctly. After a moment, the search results appeared. He's really old. Not that one. Koi tilted his head. Then why are we looking up some old dead person? Did Ashley get confused? Or, does Whitney belong to some strange cult? The thought briefly terrified him. Just then, a brightly lit 24-hour fast food restaurant came into view. At this hour, it was one of the few places still open. Ashley drove into the drive-thru. Before ordering, he looked at Koi. What do you want? Koi stared at the menu. Everything looked expensive. He couldn't decide. I'm getting a double bacon cheeseburger. Ashley smiled. Want the same? Just imagining it made Koi's mouth water. Ashley noticed immediately. For the first time since they had left Greenbell, he smiled. Seeing that smile, Koi gradually relaxed. What sides do you want? And to drink. There isn't any mango cocktail. Excuse me. Koi blinked. You can have a milkshake. A milkshake. Just hearing the word made him happy. It was one of his favorite drinks. He almost never bought one because they were expensive. Ashley nodded. Anything else? You can add toppings to the burger for free. Only then did Koi notice the tiny words at the top of the menu. All toppings free. His face immediately brightened. Then tomatoes, onions, and extra cheese. Okay. Ashley placed the order without hesitation. Listening to him list everything made Koi's mouth water. A few minutes later, they received their food. Ashley drove into the parking lot. Here. He handed the bag to Koi. Thank you. Koi held it carefully like a treasure. Ashley took out the milkshake and handed it to him. Koi eagerly unwrapped the burger. Layer after layer. Finally, the thick burger appeared. His eyes sparkled. He carefully opened his mouth and took a huge bite. The bun was much softer than he expected. The vegetables were crisp. His eyes widened. I wish I could smell it. For the first time, Koi truly felt regret. If I could smell it, it would probably taste even better. What do you think? Ashley asked before taking his own first bite. Koi's mouth was completely full. Unable to answer, he simply gave Ashley an enthusiastic thumbs up. Ashley chuckled and began eating too. For a while, Neither of them spoke. After finishing the burger, the onion rings, fries, and cheese sticks, Koi leaned back. He felt so full he thought he might not need to eat again for 3 days. That'll save money on lunch. His mood improved considerably. Watching him, Ashley thought quietly, can he really not smell anything? Very few people would lie about something like that. Unless they were trash like his father. Koi wasn't that kind of person. So why? Was it congenital? Or did something happen later? If it was acquired, what kind of accident caused it? Ashley had countless questions, but he couldn't ask them. Once again, he realized how uncertain their relationship still was. I can't keep waiting forever. Something has to happen. Either Koi admits his feelings, or I'll kidnap him and lock him away. After they finished eating, Ashley gathered all the trash into the paper bag and placed it on the floor behind the seats. Put your seatbelt on. Koi obediently fastened it. The rest of Chapter 75. There was a heavy silence unlike anything they had ever experienced before. Koi stared at Ashley with wide eyes. Ashley stood with his hands in his pockets, keeping a little distance between them. You like me. That's why you were jealous. Oh no, no. Koi immediately shook his head. Ashley frowned as Koi kept repeating the same denial like a broken record. Of course, Ashley had no intention of giving up. Don't deny it. I know everything. Oh no? I said no. How do you know? What do you know? Ashley dropped the bombshell. You're the one who wrote on the bulletin board. Silence fell again. Koi froze. He couldn't move, couldn't raise a hand, and could only stare with wide eyes. After a long moment, he finally managed to speak. What bulletin board? Looking at Koi's trembling face, Ashley replied coldly. The post about the captain of the ice hockey team falling for the friend who got a perfect score on the college entrance exam after taking AP classes. The whole school knows about it. Don't try to fool me. Koi said nothing, but the shock in his eyes said everything. After another long pause, he finally spoke in a shaky voice. So you know everything? Ashley answered immediately. Everyone knows I'm the other person. I didn't write it. Ashley winced, as though he had expected that answer. Koi, do you remember what I told you? Ashley asked quietly. Seeing Koi still staring at him in silence, he continued. I can't wait forever. Koi stopped breathing for a moment. Ashley's calm voice chilled him more deeply than any angry shout ever could. There'll be a homecoming game soon. Not a single car passed by. In the heavy silence, Ashley's voice reached Koi with perfect clarity. If I win that game, then no matter what your answer is, I'll make my decision. Ashley looked straight at him. Do you understand, Koi? This is the last time. Ashley turned and walked back toward his car. Only after seeing him open the driver's door did Koi finally find his voice. The homecoming party. Ashley looked back over his shoulder. His brows were knit together, and he wore a bitter smile. That doesn't matter to me. Koi watched him get into the car. A moment later, the engine started, and Ashley drove away. Before long, the car disappeared from sight. As Ashley drove back toward the mansion, he reflected on everything he had said. He had no regrets. Considering how Koi kept hesitating over everything, this was the better choice. And when he had said, last time, he had meant it. No matter what happened, he would follow through. Koi stood there, staring at the road long after Ashley's car had disappeared. The street was empty. No other cars passed by. After a cold breeze swept past him, he hurried home. He needed to finish showering before his father returned. He didn't know whether Ashley had released any pheromones. Even if his father beat him, Koi would never cut ties with Ashley. But it was still safer not to take any chances. He threw open every window and door in the house before rushing into the shower. He had to finish everything before his father came home. He even washed the clothes he had been wearing. Scrubbing his t-shirt and pants under the running water, he washed his hair and soaped himself twice before changing into clean clothes. Only after hanging his clothes out to dry did he finally relax. Now all he had to do was lie in bed and pretend to be asleep before his father returned. After finishing everything, Koi climbed into bed. The silence of the night pressed heavily against him. He closed his eyes and curled into himself. His thoughts immediately filled with Ashley. Only now did Koi realize it. The moment he had rushed home, done the laundry, and busied himself with chores, he had only been trying to avoid thinking. But now there was nowhere left to run. Ashley had cornered him with a question he could no longer avoid. What did Ash really mean? Koi squeezed his eyes shut and replayed everything that had happened. Ashley had been more serious than ever before. No one would joke about something like that. But Why had he suddenly said those things? Maybe he's finally tired of me. Koi's eyes flew open. Does that mean he doesn't like me anymore? Anyone would get tired eventually. Ashley had confessed to him over and over again, but Koi had never believed him. Their relationship had never moved forward. Besides, Ashley Miller had always had countless people chasing after him. I'm the one who kept pushing him away because I thought he was mistaken. Then, wouldn't it be natural for Ashley to go back to Ariel once he finally came to his senses? Why didn't I think of that before? Koi stared blankly into space. The two of them had always seemed so close. Thinking about it now, it all made sense. Ash doesn't want to see me anymore if he wins the game. If I win that game, no matter what your answer is, I'll make my decision. This is the last time. Ashley's final words echoed in his mind. I see. Koi finally understood. He's trying to tell me that he doesn't like me anymore. His chest ached. Of course. That was why Ashley had said the homecoming party didn't matter. Now he regretted ever taking Koi there. Koi curled into himself, breathing unevenly. He had known this would happen eventually. That was why he had refused to believe Ashley, no matter how many times Ashley said he liked him. Koi covered his mouth with both hands, squeezing his eyes tightly shut so no sound would escape. Even though he had always known it was only wishful thinking. Why did I let myself believe it? Only then did the feelings he had buried finally surface. Koi had no choice but to admit it. Why did I keep believing that Ash could actually like someone like me? The tip of his nose burned. Tears filled his eyes. Koi held his breath and desperately fought them back. Meanwhile, Ashley stepped out of the shower, poured himself a glass of mango cola over ice, and thought with complete seriousness. Which room should I lock Koi in? You're so lifeless these days. During a break in practice, Ariel suddenly pointed it out. Koi blinked in surprise. Me? Me? You? She narrowed her eyes at him. Do you even know what cheering is? How are the players supposed to get fired up if the cheerleader looks exhausted? We have to be even more energetic than the players. We have to overwhelm the crowd. Pointing a finger at Koi, she warned him. Cheer until your little bell pepper shrivels up and disappears. Got it. Why yes. After getting his answer, Ariel turned to speak with the vice captain, who was taking a break. Koi let out a quiet sigh. Practice resumed. As always, the vegetable Ariel used as his nickname changed every day. She never called him anything long like asparagus or eggplant. Today, I'm a bell pepper, Koi thought as he wiped the sweat from his face. At least it was better than broccoli. The first time she had called him broccoli, he had been so confused that he completely lost his rhythm. Of course, the nickname never actually meant anything. Phew. After that day, Ashley never came to pick Koi up again. Ashley's message. I can't pick you up because of practice. I'm sorry. That was all. Before Ashley had started driving him around, Koi had always ridden his bicycle to school by himself. But after several days of being together, he had unknowingly grown used to it. Of course, Ashley had completely different intentions. He wanted to give Koi one last taste of freedom, just in case he ended up locking him away. But Koi misunderstood everything. I guess Ash really doesn't want to see me anymore. Chapter 76. Even at school, Ashley no longer clung to Koi or played the silly pranks he used to. He talked and laughed with the others during lunch, but Koi could feel the distance between them. During lunch, Koi gathered his courage and approached Ashley, who was chatting happily with the other boys. Ashley turned to him with a polite smile. Lunch was the only time they could even speak anymore. They no longer walked to or from school together, and Ashley didn't come over during breaks like he used to. Using the only chance he had, Koi forced himself to speak. We got our new cheer uniforms. They're making new ones. They measured me yesterday. Oh, I see. Ashley smiled. I'm sure it'll look good on you. Then he turned back to his conversation with the others. Koi looked down at the sandwich in his hands and quietly took another bite. You didn't even look at me. Meanwhile, Ashley secretly watched Koi while pretending to laugh along with Bill's jokes. Koi looked like a puppy caught in the rain. His shoulders drooped as he silently chewed his sandwich. Koi looks so miserable because of me. Ashley knew he had a terrible personality, but he couldn't help enjoying it. He had never imagined this side of himself before. The thought that he had inherited something from his father disgusted him. Yet his heart still raced every time he saw Koi looking so pitiful. Koi's gloomy expression was heartbreakingly adorable. Ashley desperately resisted the urge to comfort him. Not yet. There were only a few days left. After the game, he would pour out everything he had been holding back. I'll make sure Koi smiles again. Ever since that day, Koi's ears hadn't perked up once. Ashley wanted to see Koi smiling happily again, his little ears twitching with excitement like before. But first, everything had to be settled. Meanwhile, Koi looked at Ashley laughing with Bill and the others. Now, I'm nothing to Ash anymore. Of course, if Ashley and Ariel had gotten back together, then Koi would simply become part of a past Ashley wanted to forget. You knew this would happen. That's why you kept rejecting him. Don't be disappointed now. Idiot. The tip of Koi's nose tingled. Just as he sniffled quietly, Bill suddenly turned toward him. Koi, are you okay? Do you have a cold? Huh? Oh. Koi looked up in surprise. Bill's expression was full of genuine concern. It comforted him. People joked that the ice hockey team were gorillas because of their size. But they were all kind-hearted. The others, who had been laughing just moments ago, immediately looked over as well. Are you sick? Your face is really red. I've got some fever medicine. Want some? Are you coming down with something? Koi hurriedly shook his head. And no, it was easier this way. As long as Ashley kept walking ahead, Koi didn't have to see his face. He lowered his head and walked quietly, feeling the emptiness inside his chest. I have to get used to this. Koi made himself a promise. This is how things will be from now on. Let's pretend everything that happened was just a dream. It's okay. This is how it used to be. I'm only going back to the way things were. I'll be fine. Before entering the classroom, Ashley glanced back. Koi was still following several steps behind with his head lowered. Ashley couldn't understand him. Why are you so stubborn? Just admit that you like me. Why won't you say it? But it doesn't matter anymore. Ashley walked into the classroom, dropped his bag onto his desk, and sat down. Only a few days remained. He could endure that much. Soon, Koi will finally be mine. At last, the day before the home game arrived. Buffalo. Everyone shouted together as Ariel called the final count. After running through the choreography one last time, practice finally ended. Tomorrow was the game. The ice hockey team had focused entirely on their own practice, leaving the cheer squad with the rink. Unlike before, Koi didn't have to split his attention between different responsibilities. Today he had been able to concentrate fully on practice. By the time they finished the last routine, he was exhausted. Caught. Ariel called from behind. Huh. She skated over gracefully and stopped in front of him. You've still got one thing left to do. What? You need to try on your uniform. Oh. Koi's face immediately turned pale. Ariel walked past him as if nothing were wrong and motioned for him to follow. I'll just try it on at home. You need to check it now? If something doesn't fit, we still have time to alter it or replace it. The game's tomorrow. That's true. Before Koi could object again, Ariel continued. Wait about 10 minutes. We'll change first. After that, you can use our locker room. Call me when you're done, and we'll come check the fit. The girls' locker room? Koi nearly shouted. Ariel answered as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. The men's locker room is too far away. We're short on time. Just hurry up and change. We'll only be checking the fit. Then she knocked on the locker room door. Turning back to Koi, she pointed firmly at the floor. Wait here. She emphasized it once more before disappearing inside. Only then did Koi realize. He was standing outside the girls' locker room. Sigh. He leaned against the wall with another deep sigh. Ariel was right. Tomorrow was the game. Today was the only chance to make sure the uniform fit. He sighed again. Then, he heard footsteps. Koi turned his head and froze. Walking down the hallway was the person he had wanted to see more than anyone. Ashley Dominic Miller. Koi held his breath as Ashley approached. This was completely unexpected. He had wanted one more chance to talk to Ashley, but he never imagined it would happen like this. What do I do? Koi could only stand there as his heart pounded wildly. Ashley was still wearing his hockey pads after the final practice. The bulky equipment made his already broad frame seem even larger, giving his walk a slightly swaggering look. Normally, Ashley moved with effortless elegance despite his size. But in full gear, he looked even more imposing. Koi pressed himself against the wall. Then a strange thought crossed his mind. If I hold my breath, will Ash even notice I'm here? Lately, he had felt less noticeable than a speck of dust in the corner. Maybe Ashley would simply walk past him. But he didn't. Ashley looked up from his phone. Their eyes met. In that instant, the timid boy blending into the hallway suddenly existed again. Ashley tilted his head and smiled naturally. It was simply the polite smile he gave whenever he made eye contact with someone. It didn't mean anything. But Koi's heart immediately began pounding. His face turned bright red. Ashley walked over without hesitation. What are you doing here? Koi forced his dry mouth to move. I was waiting. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized how strange they sounded. Ashley blinked once before a teasing smile spread across his face. For who? Koi couldn't answer. Ashley suddenly stepped closer. Leaning toward Koi's ear, he whispered softly. Me? Koi's heart nearly stopped. It had been so long since Ashley had been this close. These past few days, Ashley had treated him just like everyone else. Or rather, that was probably all Ashley had been doing. Only Koi had felt the distance. So why? Why was Ashley suddenly standing this close when they were alone? Koi couldn't even breathe. He squeezed his eyes shut. His heart pounded so hard it almost hurt. I like you. Only one thought remained in his mind. I like you, Ash. The words almost escaped. Just then, the door to the girls' locker room flew open. Ariel stepped outside. At the same moment, both Ashley and Koi turned toward her. Ariel stopped in her tracks. Her brows drew together. What are you two doing? Chapter 77. What are you two doing? AL's voice turned sharp, as if she sensed something unusual. Ashley straightened up from where he had been leaning toward Koi and replied in a restrained voice. It's nothing. Koi looked anxiously at Ariel. Her arms were crossed, and her scowl held too many emotions for him to tell which one was real. One thing, however, was obvious. She was not in a good mood. Just then, Ariel's gaze shifted to Koi, silently asking what he was doing there. Koi hesitated before shuffling over to her. Ashley barely stopped himself from grabbing Koi and watched as Koi turned away from him to stand beside Al. Ariel lifted her chin, still keeping her arms folded. What? Do you need something? No. Ashley looked at Koi's back with narrowed eyes, then suddenly smiled his usual easy smile. He's not your new boyfriend, is he? Are you crazy? Ariel denied it immediately, sounding genuinely offended. You're right, but why are you reacting so seriously? Koi wondered silently. Ariel continued. I told you before, Koi is an important member of the squad. So, did you need something? No, it's nothing. Then what was it? Al, what's going on? Soon, the other cheerleaders began filing out of the locker room one after another. Seeing them gathering behind Ariel, Ashley gave a casual wave. It's nothing. Good luck with practice. He turned around and walked away. One of the girls watched his back and muttered, I thought he was here to confess. That single comment immediately caused an uproar. Oh my gosh, really? It's possible. Maybe he's waiting for the right moment. Ash is so cute. While everyone excitedly teased Ariel, she repeatedly denied it, but no one listened. Koi quietly agreed with them. Ash said he'd talk to Al after he won the game. Maybe. Al is waiting too. Just then, Ariel looked at Koi and immediately frowned. What are you doing, Koi? Hurry inside. Change into your uniform and come back out. We need to see if it fits. Your uniform is hanging next to the mirror, the vice captain added, gently pushing Koi toward the locker room. The door closed behind him, cutting off the conversation outside. Left alone, Koi turned his head. Just as the vice captain had said, a cheerleading uniform was hanging beside the large mirror. It was, of course, a thigh-length miniskirt. Ugh! A miserable groan escaped him. Even after changing, he stood frozen inside, unable to step out. A loud knock came from the other side of the door. What are you doing? Are you still changing? I'm counting to 30. If you don't come out, we're opening the door. Ugh! Wait. Koi yelped in panic. The girls immediately began counting together. There was no more time. Finally, he gathered every bit of courage he had, squeezed his eyes shut, and slowly opened the door. 28, 29. With 1 second remaining, every pair of eyes turned toward him. Koi stood there with clenched fists and tightly shut eyes. The sudden silence terrified him. As expected, it's awful. Unable to bring himself to even look in the mirror, he had already convinced himself how terrible he looked. He forced himself to speak. Well, I guess it doesn't. Perfect. Ariel interrupted him immediately. This is fine. You'll stand at the end of the line anyway. As long as you don't make any mistakes, no one will even notice. Having reached her conclusion, Ariel turned around. All right, everyone go home. Tomorrow's finally game day. Get plenty of rest. Ignoring the excited squeals from the other girls, she headed toward the exit. She looked back at Koi. Hurry up, change back, and come out. I'll give you exactly 5 minutes. Hurry. Got it. Rushed back into the locker room, Koi hurriedly changed out of the uniform. The tight shorts had been incredibly uncomfortable, but there was no time to think about it. 5 minutes was far too short. He quickly folded the cheer uniform, stuffed it into his bag, and hurried outside. The hallway had become completely quiet. Everyone had already left, except for one person, Ariel. She was leaning against the wall, looking at her phone. When she saw Koi come running out, she straightened up. Come on. Huh? Is there somewhere else we're going? Confused, Koi followed after her. Once they reached the parking lot, Ariel pointed toward the cars. Go get your bike. Hurry. Huh? Ariel frowned at his confused noise. I'll drive you home. It's late. Hurry. Why? Koi asked belatedly. He had been about to say he could go by himself, but Ariel answered first. Did you forget? Tomorrow's the game. If you stay up late, you won't get enough rest. Go home. Don't look at your phone tonight, and go straight to bed. Got it. Come on. She hurried him along. When Koi returned with his bicycle, Ariel already had the engine running. Remembering how much she hated delays, he rushed as fast as he could. He quickly stuffed his bike into the trunk, climbed into the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and sat down almost faster than he thought possible. Only then did Ariel quietly pull the car away. Koi let out a relieved breath before cautiously speaking. Thank you, Al. You don't have to thank me. This is all for tomorrow's game. Her words were as blunt as always, but the hands guiding the steering wheel remained calm and gentle. Thanks to that, Koi enjoyed a peaceful ride home. When they arrived, Ariel spoke one last time. Don't look at your phone. Go straight to bed. After dropping him off, she drove away without looking back. She needed to get home quickly and rest as well. Koi sincerely appreciated her kindness for driving him home, but his heart still ached. She's so kind. It's only natural she'd end up with Ash. He stood there for a long moment before slowly turning toward his house. His steps were much heavier than usual. Phew. Bill let out a loud gorilla-like yell as he swung his hockey stick. The puck sliced cleanly through the air, struck the back of the net, and bounced away. Oh, damn it. The others laughed and booed while Bill cursed dramatically. Ashley smiled with them, but his thoughts were elsewhere. What was that earlier? He couldn't stop thinking about what had happened in the hallway. Ariel's behavior had been understandable. Koi was one of her cheerleaders, so it was only natural for her to protect him like a mother bird protecting her chick. It was Koi's behavior that bothered him. The way Koi had immediately gone over to Ariel. He didn't like it. Should I have just left it alone? Ashley seriously reconsidered everything. He wanted Koi to enjoy the last bit of freedom he had left. But that didn't mean he wanted women surrounding him. Koi was a normal beta boy. It was only natural that he'd become interested in girls his own age. I shouldn't have let him join the cheer squad. He calmed himself, despite knowing it was already too late for regrets. There's only one day left. Everything ends tomorrow. Hey, Ash. Ashley snapped back to reality at the shout. He chased after the puck as the others skated across the ice. Sticks collided from every direction while everyone fought over the tiny puck. Ashley spotted an opening, shoved the player in front of him aside, and knocked the puck free. Bill caught it instantly and fired it into the goal. As cheers and groans erupted around them, Bill raised his hand for a high five. It's finally tomorrow. Ashley returned the high five with a small smile. Yeah. Only one thing remained on his mind. Everything had already been prepared. The thought of Koi locked safely inside his room made the corners of his mouth lift ever so slightly. Only one day left. At that same moment, Koi arrived home. The house was as silent as always. No one was there. He carefully watered the little plant growing in the paper cup, quickly washed up, and lay down on his bed. Even though he had been sure he wouldn't be able to sleep, he unexpectedly fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Just before losing consciousness, one last thought crossed his mind. Ashley and Ariel together. Now, there was only one day left. Chapter 78. Wah-ah! The deafening roar of the crowd hurt Koi's ears. He nervously hunched his shoulders. Even standing in the hallway, his whole body trembled. Everyone on the cheer squad except him was already changing into their new uniforms before heading out onto the ice. They would perform after the first period before the second began. Even though Koi was the squad's jalapeno, paprika, and broccoli, it was, of course, impossible for him to change with the girls. So they had agreed that the girls would use the locker room first, and Koi would change afterward. As he waited outside for them to finish, He kept taking deep, shaky breaths. The day had finally arrived. Even after trying on the uniform yesterday, he still couldn't believe it. I'm really going to cheer in women's clothes. In front of all those people. Arg. His face burned with embarrassment, and an anguished cry escaped him. What kind of college makes people do this? Is it really worth it? Was there seriously no other way? None at all. He was practically pulling at his own hair when the locker room door suddenly opened and the cheerleaders came out. Ariel, leading the group, grabbed his shoulder. What are you doing? Go inside and get changed. Hurry. We don't have much time. The vice captain urged him as well. Koi hugged the bag containing his uniform, unable to move. The girls finally gave him a push from behind. Hurry. We're busy. Quick. Go change. The door shut firmly behind him. Koi glanced back at it. There was no escaping now. He slowly opened his bag and took out the uniform. The moment he saw the skirt, the color drained from his face. Please, let all of this be a dream. He changed into the boxer shorts and sleeveless V-neck top before finally picking up the skirt. Ugh! A miserable groan escaped him. He reluctantly pulled it on. Unable to bear looking at himself, he squeezed his eyes shut and took several deep breaths. Yesterday had only been a fitting. The only people who had seen him were the girls on the squad. But today, this was the real game. I've worked so hard. I can't let all that effort go to waste just because of a skirt. He tried to encourage himself. It wasn't enough. After several more deep breaths, he finally reached for the doorknob. As the door slowly opened, one ridiculous thought suddenly crossed his mind. Shouldn't they just admit me to college instead of making me earn it like this? With his vision shaking from nervousness, he saw the faces of Ariel and the other girls waiting outside. He couldn't even imagine how awful he looked. They're going to laugh. Of course they are. There's no way they won't. Holding his breath, Koi stared at them. The girls stared back in complete silence, then suddenly burst into excited cheers. It looks great. Koi, you look amazing. You look even better than yesterday. That uniform really suits you. Koi blinked in complete confusion. They are making fun of me. They have to be. Seeing his bright red face and bewildered expression, the girls hurried to reassure him. I'm serious, Koi. It really looks good on you. You're adorable. Honestly, no one's going to think you're a boy in girls' clothes. They'll just think you're a really tall, skinny girl. Exactly. You just look like a slim girl. Koi didn't know whether to feel relieved or depressed. He didn't want to look like a girl, but he definitely didn't want to look like a boy awkwardly dressed as one either. He appreciated how hard they were trying to encourage him, but his feelings remained complicated. While he stood there helplessly, Ariel folded her arms and silently studied him. Then she suddenly reached out. Ignoring his confusion, she brushed a hand against the side of his head. Koi blinked. He had no idea what she was doing. Ariel frowned, spat lightly onto her fingertips for grip, and smoothed down a stubborn lock of hair. That keeps sticking up. She muttered to herself for a moment before pulling a decorative cherry-shaped hairpin from her own hair. Lower your head. Oh, okay. Koi obediently bowed his head. Ariel pinned the loose hair neatly into place. There. She nodded in satisfaction. Much better. Koi instinctively reached toward his head. Ariel immediately caught his wrist. Don't touch it. I just fixed it. Oh, okay. Koi hurriedly lowered his hand again. After giving him one last inspection, Ariel looked around at the rest of the squad. Ready? Yeah. Everyone answered together. Ariel nodded confidently. Let's go. She led the cheer squad toward the rink. Koi followed behind them, every step making his heart pound harder. A hockey stick slammed against the puck. It shot across the ice. Ashley accelerated immediately, skating after it as the crowd erupted. The opposing defense quickly moved to intercept him. Ashley glanced around while controlling the puck. Bill was open on the right. He passed. Bill carried it forward before immediately sending it back. As the defenders converged, Ashley redirected the puck to the left and fired. Whoa! The net rippled. The crowd exploded into cheers. The goal light flashed as the horn sounded. The first period was over. Ashley and the others skated back to the bench, breathing hard. That was too easy. Bill laughed. The others grinned. Think they'll even make it to the third period? I think we'll finish them in the second. We should wear them out first. Yeah, then we'll eat after the game. That's cruel. Everyone burst into laughter. Just then, the cheer squad emerged for their halftime performance. The hockey team immediately erupted into cheers. Buffalo, Buffalo. Ariel and the other girls laughed as they ignored the loud shouts from the hockey players. The boys whistled, waved, and gave enthusiastic thumbs up. New uniforms. They're beautiful. They really suit you. When the vice captain teasingly pressed 2 fingers to her lips before blowing them a kiss, the hockey players dramatically clutched their chests and pretended to collapse. The performance was already a success before it even began. Ashley skated over to Ariel at the front of the formation. Good luck. Ariel lifted her chin proudly and gave him a faint smile. Ashley smiled back. Ariel stepped onto the ice first. The vice captain followed. Then the rest of the girls. Ashley was still smiling. Where's Koi? Thinking that, he looked toward the back of the line. Someone was hurrying after the others as though afraid of being left behind. Huh? The first thing Ashley noticed was the cherry-shaped hairpin. Then came the long neck, the straight, elegant shoulders, the slender figure, the extremely short skirt, and finally, those long, smooth legs exposed beneath it. Wait, Koi! Ashley shouted in alarm. But he was already too late. The formation was complete. The music began. Chapter 79. He was stunned by the screams that erupted after the loud drums echoed through the arena. Koi looked around, breathing hard. The audience was roaring with applause and cheers. He had been so embarrassed that he focused only on emptying his mind and staying in formation, but somehow, they had finished the performance. After waving toward the packed stands, Koi hurried back to the bench. Thanks to everyone's consideration, he had been placed at the end of the formation so he could leave first. He moved as fast as he could. He didn't think he could endure another second unless he escaped. As soon as he climbed onto the bench and tried to catch his breath, someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Oh! Koi let out a startled cry and looked up. He froze. Ashley was staring at him with an expression he had never seen before. Have I done something wrong? Koi blinked in confusion. Even he could tell Ashley was furious. What is this? Huh? Koi could only make a confused sound before Ariel's voice interrupted from behind. What do you mean, what is this? It's a cheerleader uniform. Ashley turned toward her. Ariel had just arrived and was glaring at him. The boys on the ice hockey team had been waiting to compliment the cheerleaders, telling them they had done well, that they looked cute, and that the new uniforms suited them, but instead they found themselves staring at Ashley and Ariel in shock. Ashley still held onto Koi's arm. What does being a uniform have to do with anything? Why would you choose something like this? Huh? Ariel's voice rose. What the hell are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? Why would you choose this? Then maybe you should have shown up at the meeting instead of skipping it to do homework. What? Who are you to complain now? The others watched the two glare at each other awkwardly. What's wrong with Ash? The vice captain asked nervously. Bill shook his head. I don't know either. He didn't say anything while they were coming out. Then he suddenly got angry. Seeing the argument escalating, Bill stepped between them. You know. Ashley and Ariel turned toward him at the same time. Bill flinched under their terrifying stares, but continued anyway. I don't really know what the problem is, but we all picked the uniforms together. Right? Bill looked around. The other hockey players immediately nodded. Yeah, we all chose them together. We voted on them. I think they all look good. Me too. They're all pretty. The uniforms suit them. Ariel placed her hands on her hips and lifted her chin proudly, as though Ashley was the only one talking nonsense. Ashley was speechless. With no one taking his side, it was hard to continue arguing. Ariel folded her arms. So what's your problem? What exactly don't you like about the uniform? Explain it. Tell me why, then I'll decide whether to listen to you. Everyone's eyes turned toward Ashley. He had to answer. It's too. Ashley finally forced the words out. It's too short. Their legs are showing. Silence instantly fell over the group. Only the distant roar of the crowd remained. After a long pause, Ariel looked at him as though he had lost his mind. Did you eat something bad? Ashley hesitated. Ariel's voice sharpened. It's a uniform. What's wrong with showing their legs? Are you looking at them like some kind of pervert? Watch what you say. No, you watch what you say. It's a cheerleader uniform. What's wrong with their legs showing? Ariel was genuinely furious. Bill and the others cautiously sided with her. Well, Ail's right. Ash, you've gone a little too far. Yeah, it's just a uniform. What's wrong with it? The skirt isn't even that short. Lots of schools wear uniforms like this. Seriously, why are you talking like somebody's dad? There wasn't a single person on Ashley's side. Of course there wasn't. Ashley had never acted like this before. He had dated a cheerleader, Yet no one had ever imagined he would complain about a cheerleader uniform or exposed legs. Earlier, he hadn't even paid attention to the cheerleaders when they came out. That was before he saw Koi's bare legs. Just thinking that not only the players on the bench, but everyone in the arena had seen those legs drove him crazy. Why hadn't I thought about this? The whole reason the cheer squad recruited Koi was because they needed someone who could convincingly pass as a girl. Of course he knew Koi would be wearing a skirt. He had expected that much. But he had never imagined that it would suit him so perfectly. And those legs. How could someone have legs that beautiful? The memory of Koi sitting there in black stockings wrapped around those long legs nearly made Ashley faint. He even started wondering if locking Koi in his room wouldn't be enough. What kind of parents does Koi have? How could they let someone that pretty ride around on a cheap bicycle by himself? That wasn't even the worst part. Koi had a cherry-shaped hairpin in his hair. Ashley pointed directly at him. What is that hairpin? Why is it a cherry? Naturally, Ariel fired back. What's wrong with cherries? It's cute. How can you not see the problem? A cherry on Koi? That's way too dangerous. But Ashley was the only one who saw it that way. The girls on the cheer squad began whispering among themselves. What? Why are they fighting? Isn't Ash acting like the type of guy who doesn't want anyone else looking at his girlfriend? Like possessiveness? Jealousy? Another girl nodded. If that's true, I'm honestly surprised. I never thought Ash was like that. Someone else sighed sympathetically. Yeah, I didn't know he was so possessive. My dad doesn't even act like that. Maybe that's why I broke up with Ashley. The moment those words were spoken, everyone suddenly paused. They looked at one another with wide eyes. Hey, maybe we were wrong. Until now, everyone had been trying to get Ashley and Ariel back together. But now they weren't so sure. One girl whispered quietly, "Do you really think it's okay to send Elle back to a guy like that? It'd be difficult." Yeah, no way. Ash is out. So what do we do? Al has such high standards. It's not easy to find someone suitable. It can't be helped. Al becoming a doctor is more important. Koi looked back and forth between Ashley and Ariel in embarrassment. They're fighting because of me. Ashamed and guilty, he lowered his head. He felt grateful that Ariel was defending him, and sorry that Ashley was so angry. As the argument continued, the horn sounded, announcing the start of the second period. We've got to go, Ash. Bill finally stepped in. Ashley glanced at Koi one last time. Then he muttered a curse under his breath, let go of Koi's arm, put on his helmet, and skated onto the ice. The rest of the team followed. Before joining them, Bill looked between Ariel and Koi. Sorry. Ash's emotions are running a little high today. It's fine. Get out there. Ariel answered curtly before turning away. Koi quietly murmured, Okay. The players from both teams gathered at center ice. The referee tossed the puck into the air. The second period began with the opening face-off. Chapter 80. The second period had begun, but Koi couldn't concentrate. It was because Ariel had walked away with a troubled expression. The vice-captain had followed her, telling the others that everything was fine. Thinking it would only make things worse if he got involved, Koi stayed on the bench with the rest of the cheer squad. He wanted to watch Ashley play, but instead, all his attention remained fixed on the direction Ariel and the vice-captain had disappeared. The other cheerleaders felt the same way. I'm really disappointed in Ash. The girls whispered among themselves. I know. I thought he'd ask Al to the homecoming party after today's game. He was waiting for her in the hallway yesterday too. He was being persistent, but you can't force something that isn't meant to happen. Koi listened in confusion. Ash is going to confess to Al again today. The thought of Ashley being rejected made his heart tighten. How disappointed Ash must be. Because of me. Koi lowered his head, feeling even more ashamed. This really couldn't go on. At the very least, he should stay out of their sight. Just as he turned away, the crowd suddenly erupted behind him. Did someone score? He turned around. No, they're fighting. One of the cheerleaders shouted. Koi's eyes widened. Ashley was punching one of the opposing players. The second period had started, but Ashley couldn't concentrate at all. Everything that had just happened was still replaying in his mind. The image of Koi dancing in front of the entire school with those bare legs. It completely overwhelmed his thoughts. The memory had already become wildly exaggerated, but he wasn't in any state to think rationally. Koi had danced in front of the whole school with those beautiful legs on display. Ashley knew he had always played rough. He had done plenty of dirty plays himself. But how was anyone supposed to stay calm after seeing that? His anger clouded his vision. He started making careless mistakes. Those small mistakes quickly turned into costly ones. As they piled up, his teammates noticed. While chasing the puck, they exchanged uneasy glances. Everyone could tell Ashley was completely different from how he had played in the first period. Bill finally skated over. "What's wrong, Ash? Are you feeling sick?" His voice was full of concern. Without even looking at him, Ashley answered, "I'm fine. Just play." Bill couldn't say anything else. He quietly backed away. "Get a grip, Ashley." Dominic Miller. This is a game. Ashley knew he'd taken out his frustration on Bill for no reason. But he couldn't control himself. A chance finally came. Ashley chased after the puck and swung his stick. But the opposing team immediately stole possession and scored. The crowd erupted with cheers and groans. Ashley took a slow breath and straightened up. His head was a complete mess. Cursing under his breath, he turned for the next play. The opposing player who had just scored skated beside him with a grin. "Nice pass. I appreciate the assist." Before Bill, skating nearby, could even react, Ashley threw down his stick and punched him. The entire arena exploded. "I've been waiting for this. Fight! Fight! Buffalo! Knock him out! Go for the chin!" The audience cheered louder than they had for any goal. Punch after punch flew. This was one of the thrills of ice hockey. But Coy felt like his heart was burning. Oh no, this is bad. Fights during hockey games weren't unusual. Ash, Bill, and the others had gotten into fights with opposing teams before. But Coy wasn't thinking about hockey. All he could see was Ashley. Whenever Ashley took a hit, his heart seemed to stop. He wanted to rush onto the ice and protect him. But he knew he would only get in the way. All he could do was stamp his feet helplessly beside the bench. The other cheerleaders reacted completely differently. Even the girls who had been criticizing Ashley earlier were waving their arms excitedly, cheering for the fight. "Come on, hit him." Coy squeezed his eyes shut. "Ash is going to get hurt." A loud roar suddenly erupted. Coy cautiously opened his eyes. The opposing player was crouched on the ice, clutching his bleeding nose. "What a punch!" One of the cheerleaders laughed and gave Ashley a thumbs up. Only then did Coy finally breathe again. Once the referee saw the other player bleeding, he separated them. Ashley received a 5-minute penalty and had to leave the ice. 5 minutes remaining in the second period. Boos echoed throughout the arena. Ashley slowly picked up his stick and gloves from the ice before returning to the bench. The atmosphere around the team wasn't terrible, but Ashley still looked miserable. The cheerleaders quietly watched him. No one spoke. Ashley stepped away from the bench and disappeared into the hallway. Coy hesitated. Should I follow him? If this keeps going, Ash might lose the game. If that happens, will he still confess to Al? Coy didn't know. A dark temptation quietly surfaced inside him. If Ash loses, maybe he won't get back together with Al. His heart pounded wildly. Cold sweat covered his palms. His thoughts spun out of control. If that really happened, just imagining Ashley and Ariel together hurt enough. Actually seeing it terrified him. If Ash doesn't end up with Al, a guilty, selfish hope quietly took root inside him. His mouth went dry. His nerves tightened. He squeezed his eyes shut. But the image of Ashley and Ariel smiling happily together kept returning. If that future could be stopped, Ash would be heartbroken. Coy slowly opened his eyes. The cheers from the arena sounded distant, almost unreal. Step by step, he walked toward the hallway. Everything else faded from his mind. Only Ashley remained. His heartbeat echoed loudly in his ears. Ashley was sitting alone on a bench in the hallway. He couldn't hear the roaring crowd anymore. He couldn't even hear himself breathing. Resting his elbows on his knees, his face buried in his hands, he didn't move as Coy approached. Coy stopped a few steps away. Ash. His voice came out broken. Ashley's shoulders trembled. After a long moment, he slowly lifted his head. He looked more miserable than Coy had ever seen him. Coy's heart ached. What? Ashley asked quietly. Coy realized he had simply been staring at him. Sorry. He had prepared so many words, yet none of them came out properly. He forced himself to continue. Don't worry too much. I'm sure you'll win the game. Even to himself, his voice sounded pitiful and weak. Ashley gave him a faint, bitter smile. Seeing that smile completely shattered Coy's resolve. Silence settled between them once again. There was so much he wanted to say, but he couldn't. After hesitating for a long time, Coy slowly lifted the hem of his skirt and reached into the hidden pocket sewn inside his shorts. He took something out. What's that? Chapter 81. Ashley asked with a frown. Koi silently held out his hand and waited. Ashley looked at him in disbelief, but reluctantly accepted it. When he unfolded what was in his hand, he found a small, folded $2 bill. It was something Koi always carried with him. The crumpled bill was old and clearly worn from years of being kept safe. Ashley stared at it for a moment before handing it back. I have $2 too. He thought it was ridiculous for Koi to give away something he had treasured for years just to help him win the home game. But instead of taking it back, Koi hid his hands behind his back and said, I don't think I have these $2 anymore. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Ashley could tell Koi was trying to lighten the mood. The effort made him feel a little better, and he smiled as well. Relieved, Koi let out a quiet sigh. Ashley held the bill out once more. Okay, it's precious to you. Koi nearly burst into tears at those gentle words. Instead, he gently caught Ashley's hand and pushed it back with a smile. My wish has already come true. Your wish. Koi nodded. I met you. Ashley simply looked at him without saying anything. Koi added in a trembling voice, doing his best to keep smiling. It's only fair that I give it to you, because you're the one who made my wish come true. Ashley fell silent again. This time, he looked completely stunned, as though he'd been struck by something. Koi didn't understand why, and he didn't need to. As long as Ashley was happy. I hope you win, and get what you want. Koi smiled as brightly as he could. Ashley simply stared at him in silence. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. There was so much they wanted to say, but no words came to mind. Their hearts were simply too full. Of course. Koi finally broke the silence. I'll head back first. He turned around and walked toward the bench. The second period was about to end. His role was over. As expected, everyone, including Ariel, had gathered at the bench. The vice captain spotted him first. Welcome back, Koi. You made it just in time. I was wondering if I should go looking for you. Koi smiled awkwardly. Yeah. Ariel smiled at him. Koi smiled back. Somehow he felt relieved. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the second period, and everyone headed onto the ice on time. Oh, Ash. How's it going, Ash? Are you okay? The members of the ice hockey team, who had been watching the cheer squad's performance from the sidelines, welcomed Ashley as he arrived late. They were as noisy as ever, but beneath it all, they looked genuinely worried. Feeling a little embarrassed, Ashley scratched the back of his head. I'm fine now. Sorry. Oh, thank God. We understand. It's okay. There are still 3 periods left. His teammates took turns patting his back and shoulders. Ashley hugged each of them in return, giving them reassuring pats on the back. The cheerleading performance was still taking place on the ice. Naturally, Ashley found Koi immediately. His grip on the hockey stick tightened. I hope you win, and get what you want. Of course, Koi. I almost ruined everything because I let petty jealousy blind me. Wake up, Ashley Dominic Miller. As if giving himself a hard slap across the face, he pulled on his gloves and prepared for the next period. His eyes burned with more determination than ever before. After the cheerleading performance ended, Koi hurried back into the dugout as before. He took his usual hidden seat, though this time it felt much better than before. Unlike during the first performance, he was finally calm. At least, he'd managed to sort out his feelings. He sincerely hoped Ashley would win. That was why he had given him his most precious treasure. And he didn't regret it at all. Koi's thought. Ash and Al are my precious friends, so it's okay. Koi steadied himself. After the game, Ash would probably be the first one to run to Al. As expected, once the third period began, Ashley's movements completely changed from the previous one. The crowd immediately came alive, cheering at his graceful yet ferocious performance. The cheer squad enthusiastically shouted, Buffalo, their fists pumped into the air. Koi watched the game nervously. Just then, Ashley was trapped between 2 defenders while carrying the puck. Koi's thought, Get out of there, Ash. He shouted in his mind. Then Ashley suddenly slammed one of them aside. Caught off guard, the defender stumbled backward. Ashley instantly took advantage of the opening and shot the puck forward. Bill, who had been waiting, picked it up immediately and passed it again. The arena erupted with screams. The net shook violently. The puck hit the back of the net. Another point. After 3 straight goals, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. We're going to win. We're going to win. While the cheerleaders shouted their encouragement, the boys roared even louder. Of course we're going to win. We've been cheering them on all day. That's right. Our team is invincible. Buffalo. Buffalo. Yeah. Even Ariel was screaming, wildly waving both arms. There wasn't much time left. The score was still close because the opposing team had narrowed the gap during the second period. They knew that too. Neither side intended to give up until the very end. Arg, the boy who had fought Ashley earlier, chased after the puck. Ashley immediately followed. Soon, the two of them faced each other one-on-one. The other boy smirked. Cotton-padded princess. Did that punch hurt? Compared to before, this taunt wasn't playful at all. Ashley smiled. Who's the one that got a nosebleed after being hit by the cotton bat? You just got lucky. Yeah, I guess that's why I ended up fighting a weakling like you. Lucky me, right? What? You little. Before he could finish cursing, Ashley stole the puck right in front of him. Then he burst forward. And you're stupid. Hey, bastard. Furious, the other player chased after him. A defender blocked Ashley's path. Ashley spun sharply and slipped past him. Bill. I've got it. Bill collected the puck and kept skating. There wasn't much time left. This was the final attack. If they failed to score, the game would go into overtime. And in overtime, the first goal would decide the winner. Ashley didn't want to leave it to chance. This had to end now. He sprinted with everything he had. Now, a player from the opposing team threw himself forward to stop him, but he couldn't keep up with Ashley's speed. He slammed into the boards instead. The goalkeeper stood before them. He had been praised as the best goalie from last season. Even today, he had blocked countless Buffalo shots. Every muscle in his body tensed as he tracked the puck. The goal looked completely sealed. Even Bill hesitated under the pressure. Then another defender rushed in. Just as he reached out to intercept the puck, Ashley charged forward. Oh, phew. Cries rang out from every direction. The puck skidded across the ice. Everyone's eyes followed it. The goalie dove forward to block it. Gasps of relief and disappointment mixed together. Then Ashley swung his stick. Crack. The sharp sound echoed through the arena. The goalie stretched out both arms in shock. The flat black puck soared through the air. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Woo! The net rippled. The horn blared. The game was over. The crowd leaped to its feet as the Stars and Stripes Forever filled the arena. Hey Ash. We won. We won. The girls on the cheer squad celebrated as they watched the ice hockey team cheer and embrace each other. Among them, Koi caught sight of Ariel's back. Then he looked toward Ashley again. Koi's thought. Hey Ash. Koi's thought. I really loved watching you play. His nose suddenly stung. He sniffled. Lowering his head for a moment, he looked up again. Someone was sprinting across the ice toward them. He's going to confess to Ariel. Of course, that's what Koi thought. A bitter smile spread across his face as he prepared himself. Soon, Ashley would confess to Ariel. He would ask her to date him again. Maybe. He would even kiss her. Koi's thought. Then I'll congratulate them. He waited, determined to see it through. Ashley ran at full speed. Ignoring the bench where everyone else had gathered, he vaulted over the barrier with one hand. Something was wrong. Ariel was over there. Koi turned in confusion. Then Ashley stopped directly in front of him and suddenly wrapped him in a tight embrace. What? Koi's eyes flew open in shock. Ashley released him just enough to lean closer. Before Koi could even process what was happening, their lips met. It wasn't just Koi who froze. Everyone around them stared in complete disbelief. Ashley pulled back only slightly, his face burning bright red. Looking straight into Koi's eyes, he said, I like you, Koi. Will you go out with me? Koi froze. No one spoke. Nothing else mattered to Ashley. The only thing that mattered was Koi's answer. Completely unaware of what had happened at the bench, the noise of the cheering crowd and the music from the stands continued to echo throughout the arena. Chapter 82. What's going on? Startled by Ariel's voice, Koi turned around. She frowned as her eyes moved back and forth between Koi and Ashley. Only then did the color drain from Koi's face as he noticed the members of the cheer squad and the ice hockey team standing in the distance, all staring at them. Following Koi's gaze, Ariel turned around as well. She gasped when she saw the countless eyes fixed on the three of them. Everyone, go get changed. We're having an after party. At Ariel's command, the vice captain blinked before hurriedly looking around. Come on, let's go. The Green Bell is the best place for an after party, isn't it? How about the Red Bell today? Is there even a Red Bell? I'm kidding, idiot. Just get moving. How about the Rainbow Bell? Ha ha. That's so funny. Rainbow Bell. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Laughing loudly, everyone headed toward the locker rooms. Even so, they couldn't help glancing back and whispering among themselves. After making sure the cheer squad had left in a hurry, Ariel turned back to Koi. You need to talk to me. Oh, what? Wait. Ashley stopped Ariel just as she reached for Koi's arm to drag him away. Ariel frowned at him. Caught between them, Koi looked from one to the other in confusion as each held one of his arms. Ashley looked straight at Ariel. Where are you taking Koi? Whatever you have to say it here. Why? Do you think I'm going to hit him? Instead of answering Ariel's sarcasm, Ashley simply narrowed his eyes. His silence was answer enough. Ariel didn't bother hiding her irritation. Ashley Dominic Miller. Either I talk to Koi first, or you wait 30 minutes. She stared him down. You'll give me 30 minutes. After that, you can have all the time you want with him. Ashley looked at her quietly before turning to Koi, as if asking whether it was okay. Koi hesitated, then nodded. I want to talk to Al. Ashley silently looked at him before slowly loosening his grip. The moment he let go completely, Ariel immediately pulled Koi away as though she'd been waiting for exactly that. Watching them leave, Ashley called after him. I'll be waiting right here, Koi. Without realizing it, Koi looked back. But by the time Ariel led him around the corner, he could no longer see Ashley's expression. Ariel led Koi to the far end of the hallway, near the locker rooms. The emergency exit connected there, and with so few people around, it was the perfect place for a private conversation. Now tell me. Once they were alone, Ariel finally spoke. What's going on? Koi looked at her awkwardly. With her arms crossed, Ariel frowned. She didn't look angry, but she certainly didn't look pleased, either. Koi nervously stammered. Actually no, it's nothing. The crease between Ariel's brows deepened. Koi hurriedly continued. I thought, if Ash won the game, he'd ask you to get back together with him. If he won, he'd get back together with me? Ariel blinked. Ash said that. Pressed by her question, Koi finally realized his mistake. No, he muttered quietly. He didn't. Then, Ariel frowned. Why did you think that? Koi was speechless. He didn't even know where to begin. Seeing him struggle, Ariel sighed before raising her chin. Just say whatever comes to mind. I'll listen. I'll decide for myself. Koi stumbled over his words again. He needed time to sort through everything. Ash told me that he liked me. Ariel paused. Unable to meet her eyes, Koi lowered his head. I couldn't believe it, so I thought I had misunderstood. And after today's game, I thought. His voice gradually faded away. Only now did he realize something. Ashley had never once mentioned Ariel. He had simply assumed everything. He'd convinced himself that once Ashley came to his senses, he would naturally go back to Ariel. But, Koi hurriedly defended himself. It was only natural for me to think that. You two used to date. I didn't know why you broke up. I fell for someone else. The forgotten memory suddenly resurfaced. Koi stopped speaking. His eyes widened. Come to think of it, Ash did say that. Which meant, it wasn't Ariel. Then why had I been so convinced it was? If it wasn't Ariel, then who was it? Silence settled between them. Koi couldn't speak. The words caught in his throat. No, it can't be. It can't. Finally, Ariel quietly said, it was you. At that moment, every forgotten memory came rushing back. I like you. At the restaurant. I like you, Koi. At the swimming pool. The hammock. Ashley calling his name. The look in his eyes. The countless times he'd said he liked him. Koi was completely speechless. No way. That's ridiculous. Ash is just nice to me. The tiny hope that had begun to bloom was crushed by reality. Koi instinctively rejected it. That couldn't possibly be true. Why? The word escaped his lips before he even realized it. He came back to himself at the sound of Ariel's voice. Blinking in confusion, he looked at her. She wore a serious expression. Why can't it be true? Koi hesitated. Because I'm Connor Niles. Ashley had told him never to put himself down. But it wasn't that easy. Ashley didn't know how pathetic and unattractive Connor Niles really was. Compared to Ashley, he was nothing. Ashley was too perfect. How could someone like him possibly like someone like me? Koi. Ariel spoke gently. Only Ash knows how Ash feels. You and I don't get to decide that. If Ash says he likes you, then that's how he feels. Koi remained silent. You can't deny his feelings. Ariel's calm voice continued. All you have to do is be honest about your own. If you deny someone else's feelings, you're ignoring them. I never meant to. Koi hurriedly shook his head. Ariel seemed to understand immediately. So, how do you feel? Koi said nothing. It doesn't matter whether Ash likes you or not. She looked him straight in the eyes. Just tell me how you feel. Do you like Ash? Or do you hate him? Koi couldn't answer. Ariel continued. You only need to be honest with yourself. Don't decide whether Ash likes you or not. That's not your decision to make. Okay. Embarrassment flooded Koi's face. Lowering his head, he murmured. But you. Ariel frowned again. Gathering all his courage, Koi finally asked. Did Ash confess to you while you two were still dating? Oh. Ariel quickly shook her head. No. She tilted her head thoughtfully. He confessed after we broke up. So what's the problem? Koi couldn't answer. How could he admit that accepting Ashley's feelings somehow made him feel like he was betraying Ariel? Seeing his hesitation, Ariel sighed. Koi, there's something I heard a long time ago. She spoke calmly. There are two things in this world that can never be reversed. She raised one finger. One is a river that's already flowing. Then she raised a second. The other is the heart of someone who no longer loves you. Koi stared at her blankly. Ariel's expression remained clear and composed. Ash and I are over. I don't know why you and my sisters refuse to accept that. But we're over. And neither of us has those feelings anymore. Koi still couldn't find any words. So, if you're refusing to be honest with yourself because you're worried about me, don't. It's honestly more troublesome that way. Having said everything she wanted to say, Ariel took a step back. I'm going to the after party with my sisters. As for you, she smiled faintly. Whether you go with Ash or not, do whatever you want. With those final words, she turned around and walked away. Koi stood there silently, watching her disappear down the hallway. Chapter 83. Hey Al. Koi called out just before Ariel disappeared. She stopped and looked back. Stammering nervously, Koi asked, there's one more thing. Can I ask you something? Ariel nodded. Koi hesitated before speaking. When someone buys things for a friend, it's because they feel sorry for them, right? Ariel frowned. If you're embarrassed by someone, you don't date them. Why would buying them clothes mean you pity them? Faced with her immediate response, Koi struggled to explain. Because we're friends. Ariel tilted her head. Buying a t-shirt once or twice is one thing. Koi lowered his eyes. He bought me a whole set. A whole set. How much did he buy? Koi searched his memory and counted them one by one. A shirt. A t-shirt. Pants. Oh, and a watch too. Ariel listened quietly. Then she frowned and sighed. That's not something you do for a friend. That's called flirting. Koi immediately shook his head. No. We're both guys. How could he? Koi. Ariel interrupted him firmly. Ash is rich and well-mannered. But that doesn't mean he spends money on everyone. Koi blinked in surprise. How does she know? Looking at his bewildered expression, Ariel rolled her eyes. You probably misunderstood what happened at Greenbell. You thought Ash always treated the gorillas like that. He doesn't. They always pay for what they eat. That day was a special occasion. She shrugged. Well, I did eat a lot that day after Ash said he'd pay. Shaking her head in disbelief, she added, and of course I never paid a cent when I was dating Ash. He always paid. Of course. Wouldn't anyone? Especially for Al. Seeing the unquestioning look on Koi's face, Ariel spoke seriously. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Before Koi could misunderstand again, she explained. That was dating. That's why he spent money on you so generously. Koi froze once again. Without giving him time to recover, Ariel continued. Koi, it sounds like you're desperately trying to find proof that Ash doesn't like you. But what do you gain from doing that? Koi couldn't answer. Ash is a good person, so don't keep putting yourself down. And don't bully someone who likes you. She was so completely right that Koi could only stand there silently. Seeing him lower his head again, Ariel finally gave him an ultimatum. If you keep acting like this, I'll really kick your jalapeno. And make you my little sister. What? Koi gasped, jerking his head up in shock. By then, Ariel was already halfway down the hallway. When Koi slowly returned to the rink, the stadium, which had been deafening only moments ago, was now eerily silent. The crowd had already left. Only silence remained. Carefully entering the dugout, he spotted Ashley in the distance, slowly gliding across the ice. Koi stood quietly by the boards, watching him. In his mind, Ashley's confession replayed over and over, alongside Ariel's stern advice. Why does Ash like me? Ariel was right. Only Ashley knew the answer to that. Koi's only responsibility was to be honest with his own feelings. And me? His heartbeat echoed heavily in his chest. Just then, Ashley turned around. Their eyes met. The gentle smile that immediately appeared on Ashley's face made Koi's cheeks burn. Even breathing became difficult. Koi waited silently as Ashley skated toward him. I thought you'd run away. Ashley smiled as he stopped on the other side of the boards. I almost did. Koi answered with an awkward smile. But Ariel had grabbed him by the ankle. Not literally. She'd refused to let him run. She'd practically shoved him forward and forced him to face this. She was right. Sooner or later, he had to confront it. Taking a deep breath, Koi smiled nervously. I don't see the rest of the hockey team. I told them to go ahead. I wanted to wait for you. Koi wondered how everyone had reacted. Ashley seemed to read the question on his face. They thought it was some kind of performance. I don't know whether they actually believed that or were just pretending to make things easier. But they left without asking questions. You really? Koi's voice caught in his throat. He coughed awkwardly. Silence settled over them again. The empty stadium was so quiet that even their voices echoed. Summoning all his courage, Koi looked up. Their eyes met once more. Ashley waited patiently. As always, he waited for Koi's answer. Koi tried to speak. Instead, a sigh escaped him. Only after several slow, unsteady breaths did he finally manage to say, Al told me that the two of you are completely over. That's right. Ashley answered without hesitation. He had long since accepted the breakup. So had Ariel. The only people who couldn't let it go were Koi and everyone around them. Lowering his head, Koi apologized softly. I'm sorry. I really thought that you'd get back together with her. Ashley was quiet for a moment. Then he asked, why did you think that? Even Koi thought it sounded ridiculous now. Trying not to hide from embarrassment, he answered honestly. I thought, if you won today's game, you were going to confess to her again. Oh, Ashley finally understood. So, you gave me your lucky bill because you wanted me to win. His voice rose slightly in disbelief. Koi hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. He looked at Ashley cautiously. I thought, that's what you wanted. That was one massive misunderstanding. Ashley said flatly. Yeah. Seeing Ashley's utterly dumbfounded expression, Koi could only apologize again. I'm sorry. Ashley stayed silent for a while. He rested both hands on the boards, leaning slightly closer across the barrier between them. Looking straight at Koi, he asked, I kept telling you I liked you. I kept saying that if I won this game, I'd settle everything. So why did you think I meant Al? Koi's face turned bright red. Ashley wasn't mocking him. He genuinely wanted to know. Koi hesitated before finally speaking. The person who wrote on the bulletin board was me. Yeah, I know. Ashley answered immediately. Koi continued with difficulty. You and I were friends. So, having feelings like that is strange. I even posted about it on the bulletin board. But then I buried it. Of course, I buried it myself. Ashley said nothing. He simply waited. Koi kept his head lowered. Seconds passed. Then even more. Ashley waited patiently. Until Koi finally spoke again. Why? Do you like me? Ashley answered immediately. Because you're the person I like. Koi slowly raised his head. Ashley smiled and added with a light laugh. I know you probably think I'm amazing, but try looking at it the other way. In my eyes, you're far more important than I am. Koi simply stared at him. There were countless things he wanted to say, yet none of them would come out. Ashley needed every bit of patience he had not to pull Koi into another kiss. Finally, Koi spoke. You shouldn't feel that way. His voice was quiet but firm. Ashley blinked before frowning. Why not? Because. Koi took a shaky breath. After another long sigh, he finally confessed. I know you only came to me because you pitied me. So, you can't do this. Chapter 84. Ashley was speechless for the first time. The words hit him like thunder. He had never imagined that this was what Koi had been thinking. His mind went completely blank. Who told you that? That can't be it. Then, everything suddenly clicked. So that's why you've kept rejecting me. Ashley grimaced. It all made sense now. Koi felt his heart sink. The expression on Ashley's face spoke for itself. Seeing it, the tiny hope he had secretly been clinging to finally disappeared. He had been foolish for hoping, even just a little. In that instant, he decided Ariel had been wrong too. You have someone you like. His voice broke on its own. So why? Why are you doing this to me if you already like someone else? Tears welled in his eyes. Ashley immediately answered. It's you. Koi stared at him through his tears. More seriously than ever, Ashley repeated himself. It's you. You're the one I like, Connor Niles. Disbelief filled Coy's face. Ashley silently cursed his past self. You're right. At first, I did feel sorry for you. How do I explain this? Ashley lowered his head. For the first time, he felt completely incapable of putting his feelings into words. After letting out a long sigh, he looked back at Coy. Coy was still staring at him in confusion. Looking down again, Ashley quietly asked, Coy, do you know that pity and love are two different things? Coy silently shook his head. I know. Ashley smiled bitterly. If this stupid hockey gear weren't so thick, you'd be able to feel how fast my heart is beating right now. Another frustrated sigh escaped him. Pressing a hand against his forehead, Ashley struggled to think. What am I supposed to do? How can I make him believe me? Is there really no other way besides dragging him away and locking him up? Coy quietly watched the distressed Ashley. He had never seen him like this before. Ashley looked nervous, confused, full of guilt. His emotions were all tangled together. Ariel's words suddenly echoed in Coy's mind. You keep trying to find proof that Ash doesn't like you. What's the point? Then another memory followed. Just be honest about your own feelings. Don't deny someone else's feelings. So, how do you feel? My feelings. Coy slowly raised his head. Ashley was standing there, his face filled with pain. My heart. I know. After a long silence, Coy finally spoke. Ashley looked up, lowering the hand that had been covering his forehead. Without saying a word, Coy gently took Ashley's hand and carefully placed it against his own chest. Through the thin fabric of his cheerleading uniform, Ashley felt it. Coy's small heart was pounding wildly. Ashley looked at him with wide eyes. The stadium remained silent. But to both of them, the sound of their racing heartbeats filled the entire world. In a trembling voice, Coy whispered, I like you, Ash. Tears spilled down his cheeks. Breathing unevenly, he repeated, I like you, Ash. Once wasn't enough. The feelings he had held back for so long overflowed all at once. They poured from his lips without stopping. Ariel had been right. The important thing was that he liked Ashley. That simple truth had always been there. No one could deny it. Not even Ashley's feelings. Hammock. Ashley tilted his head slightly. He leaned close enough for their foreheads to almost touch. I'm sorry. I hurt you. The apology came from the bottom of his heart. It didn't matter whether Coy knew the truth anymore. Ashley never should have said those careless words in the first place. He couldn't believe he'd talked so casually about feeling sorry for Coy, as if pity had been something noble, as if he had the right to stand above him. Coy had worked harder than anyone. Meanwhile, Ashley had been enjoying a life of privilege built on his father's wealth. It's my fault. He apologized once again. Coy simply blinked at him. Only then did he notice something different. Ashley's eyes. They looked different today. Those deep, violet eyes. Coy had never realized there could be such a brilliant shade of purple. For a moment, he couldn't look away. If someone became an astronaut and drifted alone through the endless universe, would the light they saw look like this? If I were surrounded by countless distant stars, would I feel like this? I like you, Coy. Ashley confessed softly. Only you. His whisper was warm. Yet the breath brushing against Coy's lips felt cool. A shiver ran down Coy's spine. His eyes slowly closed. Their lips met once more. Coy trembled, instinctively holding his breath. Stretching as far across the boards as he could, he clung tightly to the barrier. When Ashley finally pulled away, they remained only inches apart. Coy's lips trembled uncontrollably. His entire body was shaking. His heartbeat was so fast that he could barely think. Then Ashley gently brushed the tip of his tongue across Coy's tightly closed lips. The unfamiliar sensation nearly made Coy faint. Ashley let out a quiet laugh. If he hadn't slipped an arm around Coy's waist to support him, Coy might have collapsed right there. A helpless sound escaped Coy's lips. Embarrassed, he wanted to stop it. But he couldn't. Held securely in Ashley's embrace, he rested one hand against Ashley's chest while instinctively responding to the kiss. When Ashley gently pressed their lips together again, Coy squeezed his eyes shut, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar feeling. Then Ashley stopped and whispered, Coy, open your lips. Huh? Coy slowly opened his eyes, looking completely confused. He blinked at Ashley, clearly not understanding. After watching him for a moment, Ashley smiled helplessly. You're really going to keep them closed? Huh? Of course Coy didn't understand. Seeing his innocent expression, Ashley gently nuzzled against his ear before teasing him with a grin. This is your first kiss, isn't it, Koi? Yeah. Koi nodded honestly. Ashley had expected that answer. Still, knowing he was the beginning of every one of Koi's first experiences filled him with a strange satisfaction. At the same time, he reminded himself to be patient. Slowly. Take it slowly. Comforting himself with that thought, Ashley smiled. Hammock. Yeah. Koi answered happily. His ears perked up immediately. I'm hungry. Huh. Seeing Koi's puzzled expression, Ashley realized he'd spoken his thoughts aloud. He quickly changed the subject. Shall we go, Koi? Aren't you hungry? Oh, yeah. Koi nodded. Unable to resist, Ashley hugged him once more. Before letting go, he stole one last quick kiss. When Koi looked up at him again, his face was bright red. This time, Ashley loosened his embrace before he lost control of himself. He didn't let go completely. Instead, he took Koi's hand. Hand in hand, they started walking away from the boards. Hammock. Yeah. Koi looked up at the familiar call. His face was still flushed. He wore the biggest smile Ashley had ever seen. Every now and then, his ears twitched with embarrassment. Looking at him, Ashley smiled warmly. So, want to take a shower together? Chapter 85. Huh? Koi blinked in confusion. He had definitely heard Ashley's words. He just couldn't understand them. Ashley laughed at the blank look on his face. His smile only made Koi even more confused. Take a shower. Together. What? Koi finally managed to respond. Ashley lowered his head, looking strangely embarrassed. Let's take a shower. Then he leaned close and whispered into Koi's ear. Together. His warm breath brushed against Koi's ear. A shiver raced down his spine. Goosebumps spread across his entire body. Flustered, Koi instinctively stepped backward. Ashley immediately caught his hand. Koi only managed to retreat a single step. Still bewildered, he finally asked, What do you mean together? He was so nervous that he could barely get the words out. Ashley, however, remained perfectly calm. What do you mean? What do I mean? We can shower together. What's wrong with that? Then he frowned. We're dating now. Koi froze once again. Ashley immediately took advantage of his silence. Why can't you answer? You kissed me. You told me you liked me. And now you're going to tell me we're not dating? Koi, are you serious? And no. Koi frantically shook his head. No, that's not it. Of course we're dating. We just started dating. Really? Only then did Ashley smile brightly. Relieved to see that smile, Koi nodded. Yes. Ashley immediately asked. Then we'll shower together, right? Oh. Koi nodded automatically. Yeah. A second later, he paused. Something feels wrong. But before he could think any further, Ashley leaned down and kissed him, completely stealing his attention. Huh. Ashley led the way toward the ice hockey locker room. Koi followed behind, still dazed. Only after a while did he finally begin to regain his senses. Ashley opened the locker room door without hesitation and walked inside. For a brief moment, Koi caught sight of several members of the hockey team leaving. Soon afterward, the locker room fell completely silent. Looking around the empty room, Koi blinked in confusion. Ashley explained, Everyone's probably already gone to the after party. This is probably the only locker room that's still available. Besides, I figured you wouldn't want to shower and change in the women's locker room. Huh. Everything Ashley said sounded perfectly reasonable. And yet, something about the conversation felt completely different from what Koi had imagined. What's going on? Slowly replaying Ashley's words in his head, Koi finally realized. Oh, his eyes widened. So, we're just using the ice hockey locker room to shower. Yeah. Ashley nodded. Koi's thoughts finally cleared. So, there are individual shower stalls, right? One for each person? Ashley smiled and nodded again. Of course. Oh, only then did Koi let out a relieved breath. I see. That's fine then. The panic and anxiety instantly disappeared, along with the tiny expectation he refused to admit he'd had. Hammock, Ashley called to him. Now completely relaxed, Koi smiled and looked up. Ashley narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What exactly were you imagining? You weren't thinking of something weird, were you? What? Koi's startled reaction answered the question immediately. Ashley laughed. I've never seen this side of you before. You're a little naughty, Koi. Realizing what Ashley meant, Koi frantically shook his head. And no, I wasn't thinking anything like that. I really wasn't. He desperately defended his innocence. Ashley clearly didn't believe him. Instead, he smiled affectionately. It's okay, Koi. I like you even more when you're naughty. I'm not. Unable to take it anymore, Koi lightly smacked Ashley's chest. Ashley burst into laughter. The next moment, he wrapped Koi in another hug. Then he showered kisses over the top of Koi's head. His ear. His cheek. This time, it's going to be my lips. Koi obediently closed his eyes. But the kisses stopped after brushing against the tip of his nose. After waiting for a while with his eyes still closed, Koi slowly peeked one eye open. Ashley was simply looking down at him with a smile. Again, Koi's face instantly turned bright red, just as he wondered if Ashley was teasing him again. Ashley leaned down and softly kissed his lips. Koi's mind immediately went blank. His entire body relaxed. Ashley continued kissing him while holding him tightly. Koi's legs nearly gave out beneath him. Supported by Ashley's arms, all he could do was shyly return the kiss. Or at least, try to. Ashley wondered. Maybe I should teach him how to kiss. As he gently brushed against Koi's lips again, the body in his arms trembled. Ashley caught the tiny twitch of Koi's ears. He smiled to himself. Koi reacted so honestly to every touch. Only Ashley knew just how sensitive he was. Teaching him, little by little, that thought alone was dangerous enough. Ashley took several slow breaths to calm himself. Not now. If I rush things, I'll regret it later. The best things are worth taking slowly, one step at a time. Deciding to save everything else for another day, Ashley gently nibbled Koi's lower lip. Koi jumped in surprise. The reaction was impossible to miss. Looking at Koi's innocent expression, Ashley suddenly felt guilty. I almost scared him. Slowly lifting his head, Ashley looked at Koi. Koi still had his eyes tightly shut. Apparently, he had no idea the kiss had already ended. Just as Ashley almost leaned in to kiss him again, Koi cautiously opened one eye, as though he'd been waiting for exactly the right moment. Ashley couldn't help laughing. Koi looked at him in confusion. Is my boyfriend falling for me all over again? The thought amused him. Then Koi suddenly asked, You weren't wearing contact lenses today? Ashley blinked. The unexpected question caught him completely off guard. Koi quietly looked into his eyes. I noticed when we first kissed. But this time, I could see them clearly. Ashley smiled awkwardly. No, I wasn't wearing them. Nobody notices anyway. With his helmet on during games. And considering how rough hockey could get, it was safer not to wear contact lenses. Besides, no one had noticed his natural eye color today. Ashley smiled softly. You're the only one who noticed. Koi blinked. Then his face suddenly turned bright red. Lowering his eyes, he mumbled, That's because you kissed me. Ashley burst into laughter. Koi jumped slightly in surprise. Unable to resist, Ashley hugged him tightly again. That's right, Koi. He whispered into Koi's ear. My boyfriend. Koi's heart immediately began pounding so hard it felt ready to burst. Boyfriend. The word echoed endlessly in his mind. Fireworks seemed to explode inside his head. And me? Your boyfriend? Yeah. Ashley answered without hesitation. I'm your boyfriend. Koi stared at his smiling face in a daze. The word kept repeating in his head. Boyfriend. 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 After a long silence, he finally whispered, You're mine. The moment the words left his mouth, his entire body felt as though it might explode from happiness. Yeah. Ashley held him even tighter. And you're mine. Their lips met once again. This time, Koi closed his eyes the moment they kissed. And during that kiss, he finally learned to wrap his arms around Ashley's neck as he kissed him back. Chapter 86. Oh. A soft sound escaped Koi's tightly closed lips. Ashley wrapped one arm around Koi's waist and took one of his hands, pulling it across his chest before guiding it around his neck. This time, Koi moved on his own and wrapped both arms around Ashley's neck. Ashley smiled against his lips. As expected, Koi was a fast learner. Even so, he didn't try to deepen the kiss. He only brushed Koi's soft lips, gently nibbling them several times. Yet Koi kept his lips sealed tight, like an impenetrable fortress. Is he still scared? Ashley couldn't even remember what his own first kiss had been like. How had he learned to open his lips? Thinking about it, he leaned in once more. Suddenly, Koi pushed him away. Sorry. Ashley frowned in disappointment as Koi looked at him apologetically. I mean, we've been doing this for a while. Shouldn't we wash up and head back? They'll probably come lock the place soon. The locker room door had been locked after they entered, but if security discovered them, This peaceful moment would be ruined. Koi had a point. But Ashley wasn't happy. His head was still filled with thoughts of kissing Koi. Seeing Koi worrying about things like the door only irritated him a little. Without warning, Ashley slipped one hand under Koi's skirt and grabbed his, but through his underwear. Koi gasped in shock. Ashley immediately felt a little better. Koi instinctively let go of Ashley's neck and tried to pry his hand away with both hands, but Ashley's grip didn't budge. Instead, he gave Koi's backside another teasing squeeze. Your hips are small, Koi. They fit perfectly in his hand. Koi panicked. Grabbing Ashley's wrist with both hands, he cried, that's what a pervert does. I am your boyfriend. Ashley gave him another playful squeeze. Koi yelped again before hurriedly adding, even boyfriends shouldn't do this. Ashley frowned. Why not? He genuinely didn't understand. Why couldn't a boyfriend touch the person he was dating? Koi realized too late that he had trapped himself. It's. Ashley stared at him seriously. Feeling cornered, Koi finally blurted out, I have to take a shower, so, boyfriend, don't bother me. Oh. Understanding finally dawned on Ashley. A smile spread across his face. Only then did he let Koi go. Then let's go wash up. Huh? Koi blinked in confusion. Wasn't that why they were here? Because I'm your boyfriend, right? Ashley asked as if confirming it. This time, Koi was certain he understood. Ashley just wanted them to shower at the same time. Oh yeah? Okay. Still holding Ashley's hand, he nodded. Let's go shower together. Okay. Ashley smiled, leaned down, and gave him a quick kiss. This time, Koi instinctively kissed him back. Ashley lifted his head and smiled. Koi smiled too. Then, in the very next moment, Ashley gave his, but another quick squeeze. Ash, Koi cried out. Only then did Ashley finally withdraw his hand. Koi instantly clapped both hands over his backside, guarding it, as if protecting a priceless treasure. Ashley looked at Koi's vigilant expression. His eyes were full of determination now. The front's completely defenseless, Koi. He could have aimed somewhere else entirely. But he decided to let him off for now. Koi's head was already close to exploding from everything he'd experienced today. Instead, Ashley held out his hand peacefully. I won't tease you anymore, Koi. Let's really go wash up. Koi only looked suspiciously at the offered hand without taking it. Ashley frowned. You don't trust your boyfriend? What a magical word, boyfriend. The moment Ashley said it with that disappointed expression, Koi's defenses immediately crumbled. I trust you, Koi mumbled softly. Slowly, one hand left its defensive position behind him and hesitantly reached out. Ashley immediately clasped it and pulled Koi into his arms. Good boy, Koi. Koi answered without really knowing why. Ashley wanted to kiss him again so badly. Suppressing the urge with several deep breaths, he simply wrapped an arm around Koi's shoulders and walked with him toward the showers. Oh. Just as they were about to enter, Koi suddenly stopped. Ashley looked at him. Koi raised his head awkwardly. My bag, my clothes, everything's still in the cheer squad locker room. Really? Ashley answered easily. I'll go get them. They'll still be there, right? Huh? Yeah, probably. The girls hadn't left for the after party yet. Ashley nodded. Go ahead and wash up. Shampoo, soap, everything's in there. He pointed toward the shower room before leaving the locker room. Silence immediately filled the room. Left alone, Koi looked around nervously. Of course, there wasn't anyone else there. That's probably better. He slowly began undressing. It would have been so embarrassing if Ashley had changed clothes in front of me. Maybe Ash was being considerate. Thinking that made Koi's heart warm again. Maybe that's because he's experienced. His hand froze halfway through removing his underwear. How many girlfriends has Ash had? He didn't know. But judging by how naturally Ashley kissed him, compared to Koi, who panicked over everything, Ashley had been completely relaxed. That meant, Koi hurriedly shook his head. It's not right to dwell on someone else's past. He forced himself to stop thinking about it. The important thing was now. Now, Koi was Ashley's boyfriend. Boyfriend. Just thinking about that word made his heart melt. Did Ash feel the same way? His face burned. Carefully folding his clothes on a nearby chair, Koi stepped into the shower room. Each shower stall was separated by partitions, but they were surprisingly spacious. Considering the size of the ice hockey team, that made sense. The facilities were several times bigger and nicer than the showers in the cheer squad locker room. Well, the ice hockey team is the pride of the school. He'd always heard they received generous funding. Seeing it himself still felt strange. He carefully patted across the tiled floor on his toes before choosing a stall. The partitions only covered the sides. Since most of the ice hockey players were well over 6 feet tall, they could easily be seen from the shoulders up. Everything felt oversized, like he was a tiny person wandering through a giant's world. Koi turned on the shower. Cold water burst out first. He hurriedly dodged it while waiting for it to warm up. Just then, "Koi, I'm back." "Oh, okay." Ashley deliberately announced his return loudly before entering. He was probably changing clothes outside before coming in. Koi crouched down shyly. "I'll move to another stall after Ash starts showering." Just as he made up his mind, the hot water still refused to come on. Is it broken? He was considering switching stalls when the shower room door suddenly opened. Ashley walked inside. Koi shrank down even further in embarrassment. He didn't have the courage to walk around naked in front of him. Then, Ashley suddenly appeared right in front of his stall. Chapter 87. "Oh my God," Ashley asked casually after seeing Koi suddenly freeze. "What's wrong?" "And no, it's just. Aren't you supposed to shower somewhere else?" The words never left Koi's lips. Before he could say anything, Ashley stepped into the stall. Koi hurriedly tried to speak. "Hey Ash, over there. The water's too cold. Aren't you freezing?" Ashley interrupted. Koi, who had been helplessly fiddling with the faucet, stopped in surprise. Ashley reached past him into the stream of cold water. "Hold on." "Oh." Koi flinched again. Ashley casually grabbed the faucet and turned it. The handle, which hadn't budged despite all of Koi's effort, rotated effortlessly. Koi stared at it with wide eyes. For some reason, he felt betrayed. As he glared resentfully at the faucet, Ashley called to him. "Koi." "Huh." Koi instinctively looked up and met Ashley's eyes. Ashley had both arms braced against the wall, trapping him between them. Koi was completely cornered. Ashley stood in front of him. The wall was behind him. Ashley blocked both sides. Somehow, the spacious shower stall suddenly felt impossibly small. Koi couldn't even blink. He could only stare. The shower light shone down over Ashley's wet hair. His face was partly hidden in shadow beneath the light. Drops of water rolled from his damp hair. Koi unconsciously swallowed. His chest tightened. His fingertips tingled. "Koi," Ashley whispered. The moment he heard that low voice, a shiver raced down Koi's spine. His face instantly grew hot. Embarrassed, he hurriedly lowered his gaze. And then, he saw something he hadn't been prepared for. "Ah!" His startled cry echoed loudly through the empty shower room. Ashley frowned at the sudden scream. Looking down, he quickly realized why. Koi's wide eyes were fixed on his crotch. "Oh, so that's it." Ashley had often been teased by the rest of the ice hockey team while showering together. Asterisk, "You've got everything." Asterisk. Asterisk, "You're insane." Asterisk. Comments like that had become routine. He'd never cared much. Being proud of something you were simply born with seemed childish. Still, he couldn't help wondering what Koi thought. More than anyone else's opinion, Koi's was the only one that mattered. Sooner or later, they would share everything. His imagination immediately betrayed him. Ashley hurriedly interrupted his own thoughts. "Koi, what are you thinking?" Maybe he's thinking the same thing I am." If so, he wanted nothing more than to hold Koi right there. "No, we don't even have condoms. Why didn't I think of that? Idiot. If I planned to confess today, I should have brought some. No, I'd scare Koi. One step at a time. What an idiot. We could start from behind. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, that'll work." Ashley snapped out of his thoughts. Koi was speaking. "I've seen something like this before." Ashley frowned. "What?" "I've never taken nude photos." Had I? What kind of insane misunderstanding is this? While Ashley's thoughts spiraled, Koi continued with complete seriousness. "Elephants have something like that." Silence. Only the sound of running water filled the shower room. Finally, Ashley said flatly, "Koi, I'm a human." Koi shook his head. "That's not something humans have." His expression was completely sincere. Ashley was speechless. Out of every possibility he'd imagined, Koi replied absent-mindedly, as if he hadn't even heard him. Ashley rubbed his forehead. "Koi, listen to me. This was bad. At this rate, they would never get anywhere physically." Ashley silently cursed the very thing attached to his own body. "Koi, look." He tried again. "That's not an elephant." Koi simply stared back with obvious suspicion. "Then what is that huge thing?" Ashley searched desperately for an answer. It's... Then inspiration struck. "It's an anaconda." Koi frowned. An anaconda? Yeah. Ashley immediately committed to the lie. Think about it. An elephant doesn't point upward like that. An anaconda does. Oh, now that you mention it, that makes sense. It was a ridiculous explanation. Somehow, Koi accepted it. Meanwhile, Ashley's reasoning was entirely different. There was a huge difference. First, he absolutely refused to have his body compared to an elephant. Ashley Miller was a person. Second, being compared to a snake was still infinitely better. And finally, the elephant is much smaller than this, right? Ashley said earnestly. He desperately needed Koi to stop thinking only about size. If Koi ever imagined something elephant-sized, he'd probably run to the edge of the universe. Of course, Ashley would probably be arrested before then. Koi quietly considered everything. Ashley wisely stayed silent. If he talked any more, he'd probably ruin the progress he'd made. Worst case, he'd just knock Koi out, throw him into the car, and keep him locked up forever. I see. Koi nodded. I guess it's smaller than an elephant. Exactly. Ashley finally smiled in relief. Success. Next time, maybe he'd compare it to a meerkat or an eggplant. Would hypnosis be faster? For the first time in his life, Ashley genuinely questioned himself. Was he incredibly patient or simply hopeless? While he was still thinking, Koi spoke again. Shouldn't we hurry and wash up? We've already been here for a while. At least he'd changed the subject. Ashley withdrew his hands from the wall. You're right. Let's wash up. Koi secretly sighed with relief. Finally, Ashley would leave for another stall. That hope lasted exactly 1 second. Ashley picked up the bar of soap from the shelf. He rubbed it between his hands until it foamed. Then he smiled. Come here, Koi. Chapter 88. What? Koi exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring his reaction, Ashley continued. You said we should wash up and get out of here. So let's do that. Oh, right. Koi stammered awkwardly. In that unexpected situation, all thoughts of elephants and anacondas vanished without a trace. Right now, the most terrifying thing in front of him was Ashley standing there with a bar of soap. Ash, there are plenty of other showers. At last, Ashley frowned. Letting out a sigh, he spoke with a serious expression. Koi, have you forgotten that you said we'd wash together? Huh? Koi blinked blankly, then quickly shook his head. And no, that's not what I meant. Koi. Ashley's face became completely serious. How long are you going to stand there? Like you said, the security guard could come. Besides, I'm exhausted. Koi suddenly fell silent. He had forgotten that Ashley had played an entire game without a single substitution. Even with the 5-minute penalty, it was obvious that, as captain, Ashley had worked harder than anyone else, carrying both the offense and the defense. I'm sorry. Koi lowered his head, feeling like an inconsiderate boyfriend. Ashley simply brushed it aside. Then it settled. Turn around. I'll wash your back. Oh, okay. To his own surprise, Koi obediently turned around. Ashley stared for a moment at the pale back before him. I can't believe I'm the only one who gets to see this. For a brief moment, he silently thanked God. This felt like a gift greater than every birthday and Christmas present combined. Koi. Yeah. Ashley leaned close. I like you. Koi froze at the sudden confession. He couldn't see Ashley's expression, but he could feel his warm breath, the heat at the back of his neck, and the way his ears burned. Me too. Koi barely managed to answer before covering his face with both hands. Ashley struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to do much more. Maybe this wasn't a gift from God. Maybe it was the devil's temptation. How am I supposed to endure this? Still, he had to. No condoms, no condoms. Koi isn't an Omega. I can't let things go any further. Ashley pressed a palm against his forehead. Fortunately, Koi didn't notice, perhaps because of the rushing water or the pounding of his own heart. Taking a deep breath, Ashley lathered his hands with soap and gently began washing Koi's back. He could feel the slender body trembling beneath his palms. Lucky Koi isn't an Omega. If he were, the pheromones alone would have driven Ashley completely out of his mind. Thinking that, he felt both relieved and bitter. Why did I confess today? Maybe Koi doesn't understand how desperate this is going to be for me. Even so, it was better this way. If someone had to suffer, Ashley was glad it was him instead of Koi. His soapy hands glided smoothly across Koi's skin. Every touch made Ashley's lower abdomen grow warmer again. He slowly stroked Koi's shoulders before running his palms down the length of his spine. Following the curve of his narrow waist, His hands moved naturally toward his hips. As his fingers spread across the soft curves he had already teased before, Ashley tried to keep his breathing steady. Koi. Yeah. Even that simple reply carried unmistakable warmth. Ashley whispered softly, lean against the wall and spread your legs a little. Okay. Without imagining what Ashley meant, Koi obediently did as he was told. The moment Ashley saw him standing there with his palms against the wall and his feet apart, he couldn't help letting out a strained breath. Ashley gently rested a hand against Koi's hip. Koi inhaled sharply. Ashley lowered himself onto one knee. Koi's long legs stretched before him. For a moment, Ashley simply admired them. Are there any legs prettier than these anywhere in the world? Once again, he silently thanked God. Then he slowly ran his soapy hands over Koi's thighs. A quiet sound escaped Koi's lips, as though he were biting them to keep himself silent. Ashley continued washing his legs with gentle, unhurried movements. Every slow stroke along the inside of his thighs sent shivers through Koi's entire body. He had never imagined anyone touching him like this. His legs trembled so badly that he struggled to stay standing. Only then did he understand why Ashley had told him to lean against the wall. Otherwise, he would already have collapsed. Ashley noticed it too. Koi's legs shook like those of a newborn deer. Part of him found it unbearably adorable. Another part regretted how desperately Koi was clinging to the wall just to stay upright. If you fall, I'll catch you. I'll always catch you. Suppressing the urge to kiss the inside of Koi's thigh, Ashley continued washing him with slow, careful hands. His thighs were firm, yet unbelievably smooth. Ashley couldn't help imagining Koi still wearing those black stockings from earlier. The image alone made him take a slow breath. He reached around and rested a hand lightly against Koi's hip. Just then, a memory suddenly echoed through his mind. Elephants have things like that. Ashley froze. He could almost hear Koi's horrified scream all over again. And in that instant, his enthusiasm vanished completely. With a helpless sigh, Ashley stood back up. At this rate, I'm going to develop erectile dysfunction. It was becoming a genuine crisis. Trying to distract himself, Ashley gently took Koi's arm from the wall and pulled him upright. Standing behind him once more, he resumed washing him while holding him close. Koi immediately trembled again in his embrace. His reactions were always so honest. Ashley slowly moved his hands higher, resting them lightly against Koi's chest. The moment he touched him, Koi stiffened. Ashley deliberately pulled him a little closer. For a brief moment, a thought crossed his mind. At this point, isn't this basically torture? Holding Koi from behind while gently washing his chest felt almost cruel. But Koi didn't seem to realize it. He only let out another startled cry when Ashley's fingers brushed one of his nipples. Ashley noticed Koi trembling against him. Koi really is small, cute, and so easy to fluster. Maybe he's simply overwhelmed by everything. Ashley continued washing his chest with slow, careful movements. Each gentle touch made Koi's breathing grow more uneven. Ashley knew that if he pushed things any further, Koi would be completely overwhelmed. But Ashley himself was reaching his limit. He had been holding back for far too long. Koi, unable to stop himself, Ashley finally spoke. Why don't you touch my anaconda? Chapter 89. At first, Koi didn't understand what Ashley meant. His mind had gone completely blank, and all he could process was that he had heard something. Turning his head slowly, Koi met Ashley's gaze. Ashley's face looked unusually flushed. Am I blushing this much too? The thought made Koi's own face and neck burn even hotter. His skin tingled. Seeing him like that, Ashley let out a short breath. Koi. Yeah. Not knowing what else to say, Koi answered automatically. His thoughts had completely stopped. The only thing he could clearly see was Ashley's deep purple eyes, almost black. Ashley gently took Koi's wrist. Following his guidance without thinking, Koi let his hand move. Even then, he still didn't understand what Ashley intended. He only stared at Ashley's face in confusion. A strange feeling suddenly tugged at the edge of his awareness. Koi blinked. He looked at Ashley. Then he looked down. And looked again. His hand was being guided toward Ashley's erection. No sound came out. His eyes widened so much they almost hurt. For the first time in his life, Koi realized that when someone was truly shocked, they couldn't even scream. His entire body froze. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move. He could only stare at the unfamiliar sight before him. Ashley noticed immediately. Koi, There was unmistakable seriousness in his voice. He had never wanted Koi this much before. I won't go any further, he whispered. Just touch me once. Ashley gently guided Koi's hand forward again. But Koi instinctively resisted. This wasn't just a snake. How could something that seemed to lift itself proudly and move like that simply be called a body part? No, that can't just be part of someone's body. Koi swallowed hard. It looks alive. No, it's not alive. Seeing Koi completely frozen, Ashley spoke again, a little more urgently. Koi, I'm sorry. Panic suddenly overwhelmed him. His stiff lips finally began moving. I can't. Ashley stopped. Seeing the fear on Koi's face, reason slowly returned. Koi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Koi. But this is... Koi. Finally, Ashley released his hand. Instead, he rested both hands gently on Koi's shoulders. When Koi slowly looked up, Ashley met his eyes. It's okay, Koi. His voice was calm again. You don't have to do it. I'll stop. Koi stared blankly at him. He should have felt relieved. Instead, his chest tightened. Ashley would never force him to do anything. Koi had always known that. But, is it really okay to leave things like this? As the panic slowly faded, another thought took its place. Ashley must be suffering. Koi had never been that aroused himself, and he knew there was an obvious difference between them, but he was still a man. He could imagine how uncomfortable Ashley must feel. He swallowed. Should I at least try? He's my boyfriend. If he's hurting, maybe I can help. It's only with my hand. If I keep my eyes closed. Maybe. But then he immediately shook the thought away. No, that would only hurt Ashley more. If I'm this scared, he'll know. What if he thinks I don't like him? Koi. Ashley called his name. Looking up, Koi saw Ashley forcing a small smile. He was trying to reassure him. That only made Koi feel even worse. It's okay. Ashley spoke quietly. Why don't you go out first? I'll be out in a minute. Koi blinked. Only then did he understand what Ashley meant. The words, I'm sorry, almost escaped again. I'm sorry. I'll try. His own voice sounded painfully strained. Ashley had obviously noticed. What am I doing? Ashley interrupted him gently. It's okay, Koi. He added quietly. I can take care of it myself. So, please go. Koi. Ashley stopped him again. Please leave before I do something I'll regret. He wasn't smiling anymore. Koi could see that Ashley truly meant it. After hearing the word, please, he couldn't bring himself to argue. Slowly, he stepped back. As he was about to leave the shower, he stopped again. Without turning around, Ashley remained facing the wall. Koi looked at his back. Is there anything I can really help you with? His voice trembled despite his best efforts. He wanted to give Ashley one more chance. Ashley understood exactly what he meant. He stayed silent for a long moment. Then, still staring at the ceiling, he answered without looking back. Give me your cheerleader uniform. Huh? My uniform? Koi blinked in confusion. Still, he hurried out of the shower. His uniform had been folded beside the chair where he'd left his clothes. He grabbed it and rushed back. Ashley was standing with one hand braced against the wall. Koi quickly held out the uniform. Here. Ashley reached back without turning around. After taking it, he remained facing away. Koi hesitated. Do you need anything else? Ashley answered simply. Go outside and wait. His voice was lower than usual, and he sounded exhausted. Koi wanted to stay, but he had no choice. He looked back several times before finally leaving. Just before the shower door closed, he thought he heard Ashley let out a low groan. He wasn't sure. Ashley came out of the shower almost an hour later. Koi had changed into his clothes and spent the entire time sitting anxiously in a chair outside. Several times, he had nearly gone back in to check on him. Did something happen? Finally, just as he decided to wait 5 more minutes before going inside, Ashley appeared. Koi immediately stood up. But the moment he saw Ashley's face, he froze. He had never seen Ashley look like that before. He looked as drained as someone who hadn't slept for days. Oh no, he must be completely exhausted. Koi's thoughts immediately spiraled. Should I call 911? Would that expose his traits? No. Maybe I should call the coach first. Or the assistant coach. Wait, I don't have their numbers. Would the security guard know? Bill probably would. Ashley's phone. His emergency contact. Countless possibilities raced through his mind. Meanwhile, Ashley silently picked up a clean stack of towels and walked toward his locker. Only then did Koi snap back to reality and hurried after him. Ash. He was about to ask if he was all right. Instead, he became completely captivated. The statues and art books had always seemed beautiful to him, but the real person standing before him surpassed anything carved from stone. Ashley's tall body had been shaped entirely through years of training. Despite his massive frame, there was almost no excess weight. Only now did Koi finally understand how someone so large could move with such incredible speed. Why didn't I notice before? Thinking back, he had never really looked at Ashley's body. Even in the shower, he'd been too overwhelmed by everything else. Now that he had the chance to see him properly, he couldn't look away. Every muscle flowed naturally into the next. The smaller muscles blended perfectly with the larger ones, creating a body that looked almost unreal. Each time Ashley wiped himself with a towel, those muscles shifted and rippled beneath his skin. It was mesmerizing. As if sensing his gaze, Ashley suddenly turned around. He looked directly at Koi. What is it, Koi? Chapter 90. What? Caught off guard, Koi stuttered. Ashley frowned. Only then did Koi realize he had called Ashley's name first. Why did I call him? He had completely forgotten. Ashley tilted his head in confusion. Only then did Koi get a clear look at Ashley's face. His exhausted face was pale, and there were dark circles beneath his eyes. Oh, only then did Koi remember why he had called him. Ash, you don't look well. After hesitating, he added with difficulty, It's because of me, isn't it? The moment the words left his mouth, Koi became certain. It was all his fault. Ashley looked so worn out because he had rejected him. What if Ash doesn't like me anymore? I should have just done it. A wave of regret surged through him. It wasn't even that big of a deal. I only had to touch him for a second. Ash must have been so disappointed. When he needed me most, I turned him down. It was only touching. I should have just said yes. He blamed himself over and over, but nothing could change what had already happened. The mood had been ruined, and now all they could do was go home. Why am I so stupid? The tip of his nose tingled for no reason. He sniffled quietly. Then Ashley suddenly strode toward him. Koi, are you crying again? And no. Koi hurriedly shook his head. Ashley didn't believe him. He cupped Koi's cheeks with both hands and gently lifted his face. Looking at him seriously, Ashley asked, Koi, you're not regretting what happened or blaming yourself, are you? Huh. Caught off guard, Koi answered instinctively. Ashley continued, Is this because of what happened in the shower? Tell me honestly. We're dating now. We shouldn't hide things or lie to each other. We're dating. Hearing those words, the anxiety inside Koi melted away, replaced by confidence. Ash is right. Koi took a deep breath and nodded. I thought you were angry because of me. I'm not angry at all. Why would you think that? Ashley answered so naturally that there wasn't the slightest hint of doubt. Relief washed over Koi, followed immediately by guilt. Ash isn't that kind of person. Why did I misunderstand him? I'm sorry. Koi lowered his head. You didn't look happy, and you looked so exhausted. He hesitated before continuing. I know how painful it is to stay like that. As he spoke, the realization that he had hurt Ashley weighed heavily on him once again. I wish I had been a little braver. I'm sorry. Koi. Ashley softly called his name. Koi slowly looked up. Ashley was watching him with a serious expression. Don't say that. The mood was like that, and even if I wanted it, I would never do anything you didn't want. Koi couldn't answer. Ashley continued. If you forced yourself just because of me, if you ignored your own feelings, then I'd be no different from a rapist. You don't want me to become someone like that, do you? And no, of course not. Right? Ashley nodded. Then that's enough. Don't regret it. Be honest with yourself. It hurts me far more if you force yourself just to match my feelings. Those words struck Koi deeply. He slowly nodded. Yeah. This time, his answer came much more easily. I'll do that. Hearing his response, Ashley smiled. He leaned down and gently kissed Koi on the lips before lifting his head again. You don't hate this, do you? I like it. The words escaped before Koi could stop them. His entire face immediately turned bright red. Ashley laughed loudly. He kissed him once more before returning to finish getting dressed. It wasn't a bad feeling. As Koi watched Ashley pull on his shirt, something suddenly occurred to him. His body. Earlier, Ashley had looked uncomfortable even while walking. Koi anxiously spoke again. Ash. Ashley looked over while pulling his shirt down. How are you feeling? Are you okay? I mean, he hurried to clarify before Ashley misunderstood. You stayed in the shower for a really long time. What if you catch a cold? His concern was completely genuine. Ashley didn't answer immediately. After a brief pause, he replied, I don't catch colds anymore. Probably. Coy tilted his head, confused by the strange answer. Ashley simply picked up his bag without explaining further. There was only one reason. Ashley had presented as an extremely dominant alpha. The reason dominant alphas were considered superior to other secondary genders was because of their exceptional immune systems. Their unique pheromones, completely different from those of ordinary alphas, were produced in vastly greater quantities. Because of those powerful pheromones, dominant alphas were naturally resistant to illnesses, including the common cold. They also had remarkable resistance to alcohol and medication. It was extremely difficult for them to become intoxicated or develop drug dependence. If they lived without major accidents, their average life expectancy was also longer than that of ordinary people. Their physical and mental abilities surpassed normal standards in countless ways. In many respects, being born a dominant alpha was considered a blessing. But those extraordinary pheromones demanded a price. Their purple eyes were only the smallest side effect. The greatest problem was what the pheromones did to the brain. Normally produced in massive quantities, those pheromones gradually became poisonous as they accumulated. Scholars simply called it brain meltdown, but the actual symptoms varied widely. Memory loss was common. In severe cases, it could lead to insanity or dementia. To prevent that fate, dominant alphas had to periodically release the excess pheromones. One day, that day would come for Ashley as well. For the rest of his life, he would have to fight against the pheromones slowly consuming him from within, silencing the darkness that constantly threatened to devour him. Let's go. Ashley spoke first. He picked up Coy's bag from the chair and slung it over one shoulder. Okay. Coy snapped out of his thoughts and hurried over. Ash, let me carry my own bag. He felt guilty seeing Ashley carrying both bags after everything that had happened. You're exhausted. Coy looked at Ashley's face with concern. He looked a little better than before, but remembering how pale he had been when he came out of the shower made Coy worry again. Besides, Ashley had stayed inside for so long. What if he really caught a cold? Ashley gave the same answer as before. I'm fine, Coy. I mean it. He truly was. There was simply another reason he looked so miserable. Damn, it hurts down there. Ashley frowned inwardly. It had been a long time since he had masturbated so violently. In the first place, he rarely did it. There had never been much need. Occasionally he handled things himself, but only once or twice. He had certainly never rubbed himself so intensely that his skin felt raw. This time, though, it had been unavoidable. The cheerleader uniform Coy had been wearing. Nothing else could have excited him the way it did. He buried his face in it, inhaling every trace of Coy's lingering scent before finally using it to satisfy himself. Coy had no idea where the uniform had gone. Ashley, however, knew exactly where it was. Just thinking about the uniform resting inside the bag on his shoulder made warmth begin to stir inside him again. If it hadn't taken him an entire hour to calm down, his anaconda would already have been standing at attention again. Is this overwhelming desire really because of my pheromones? Don't be ridiculous. You wanted to lock Coy up long before any pheromones were involved. That's true. After all those filthy fantasies, what did pheromones have to do with it? For once, every voice inside him agreed. Reluctantly, Ashley admitted it was simply his own nature. Chapter 91. It was amazing that he hadn't realized it until now. He had suffered so much because of the anaconda that simply wouldn't calm down. If this keeps happening, I won't live very long. It's all because Coy is so cute. This time, Ashley blamed Coy. This overwhelming desire was entirely Coy's fault. Immediately, another voice inside him agreed. That's right. It's Coy's fault. Yeah, he's the cruel one. He left me masturbating for an hour without even touching the anaconda. Once again, every voice inside him reached complete agreement. Then the devil quietly whispered, "Then lock him up." F.O. for Coy, who had been walking beside Ashley, looked up in surprise. Oops. Realizing he'd spoken out loud, Ashley smiled as naturally as ever. I'll give your cheerleader uniform back later. It's still a little wet. He added the excuse reluctantly. Coy stared blankly for a moment before nodding. That's okay. You were in the shower. Of course it's wet. It never even crossed Coy's mind that Ashley had done anything with the uniform. The only thing that mattered to him now was Ashley's condition. He still looked exhausted, as though even walking took effort. You should go home and get some rest. Koi quietly studied Ashley's complexion. Meanwhile, Ashley's head was filled with one indecent fantasy after another. When they reached the parking lot, Koi visibly relaxed at the sight of the car. Ashley tossed both bags into the back seat before standing up again. Your bike is still here, isn't it? Huh? And no, it's okay. Koi hurriedly stopped him. We're not taking it today. No one's going to steal it. To Koi, letting Ashley rest was far more important. Ashley frowned. Standing beside the car, he leaned one arm across the roof and rested his chin on it. Then how are you getting to school tomorrow? Walking. Koi froze. He hadn't even considered that. That's true. What should I do? How long will it take to walk? Back when my old bike broke, I used to walk to school all the time. So I'll have to wake up 30 minutes. No, an hour earlier. The thought alone made him nervous. Humans really are adaptable. He had completely gotten used to Ariel's bicycle. Compared to his old one, it was in a completely different league. It rode smoothly, got him to school faster, and was comfortable. It can't be helped. It's only one day. After making up his mind, Koi looked up. Ashley was still quietly watching him. Remembering what Ashley had said earlier about being honest, Koi answered truthfully. I can walk. I've done it before. Ashley was silent for a moment. Then, wearing a resigned smile, he said, Then tell your boyfriend to pick you up. Oh. Koi let out a blank little sound. Ashley smiled again. It was too adorable. You're really going to walk all that way? You'll collapse before you even get to school. Why won't you use your boyfriend? The one who owns a car? Ashley already thought he knew the answer. Maybe it's because this is his first relationship. But after a long silence, Koi answered differently. But you're more important. Ashley stopped. Koi quietly continued. I wanted you to get home and rest sooner. The tips of Koi's ears glowed bright red beneath the streetlights. Ashley simply stared at him. How is it possible that everything Koi says makes my heart soar? He fell in love all over again. Every passing moment only pulled him deeper. Koi, if you keep saying things like that, I really might lock you up. Koi looked at him in confusion. Ashley simply gestured toward the passenger seat. Finally realizing how embarrassing his own words had been, Koi hurried into the car. Ashley climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. Want to get dinner? It's late, but aren't you hungry? Huh. Caught off guard, Koi hesitated. Then he asked carefully, I thought we were going to your house. This time Ashley was the one who echoed him. Turning toward Koi, a mischievous grin slowly spread across his face. You want to come to my house? You're pretty aggressive, Koi. Huh. Koi blinked blankly before finally understanding what Ashley meant. And no, that's not what I meant. My boyfriend is unexpectedly bold. That's not it. Koi protested, his face burning. I only said that because you looked tired. Before he could finish, Ashley leaned over and kissed him. The sudden kiss scattered every word in Koi's head. When Ashley pulled back, he smiled. I'd rather not go home today. Then he quietly explained. If I'm alone, I feel like I might force you to do something. Normally, Koi would have assumed Ashley was joking. But after everything that had happened in the shower, he couldn't laugh. If I asked him to come home with me now, he probably wouldn't be able to stop himself. Ashley respected Koi's wishes, but he wasn't sure he could keep turning himself away forever. More than anyone, Koi knew how badly Ashley wanted him. Even so, Ashley kept holding himself back, waiting until Koi was ready. Koi didn't want to carelessly tempt him simply because of his own curiosity. He nodded softly. I understand. Then let's go somewhere else. I'm fine with anywhere. After a small pause, he added, Let's eat whatever you want. You wouldn't say that if you knew what I wanted. Ashley stared quietly at Koi. Can he read minds? How can everything he says shake me like this? It wasn't surprising. Ashley's thoughts were completely consumed by Koi. If Koi casually mentioned that coral reefs looked beautiful, Ashley would immediately imagine Koi lying naked on one. I'm just glad Koi can't smell my pheromones. The entire car was saturated with Ashley's scent. That was how excited he still was. In the end, Ashley drove toward a restaurant his father had arranged for him. Dominic Miller had reserved tables at the best restaurants all over the city. He always claimed it was because his companions would enjoy them, even though he never knew whether he actually liked those places himself. He was a selfish man, yet strangely attentive to others in his own way. Ashley had been misunderstood because of that more than once. Perhaps that was why he understood his father's behavior a little. Maybe, if my father didn't exist, I'd be happy anywhere in the world. The thought quickly turned bitter. Of course, there was no such place. He had escaped from his father, but he would never truly escape him. Not until the day he died, and perhaps not even then. Thinking of Dominic Miller's cold expression, Ashley silently changed course and drove to a restaurant he had never visited before. Thank you for today, Ash. After dinner, Ashley pulled over at the usual place where he always dropped Koi off. Koi thanked him as he reached for the door. Ashley stopped him with a frown. I really can't walk you home. We're dating now. The argument was perfectly reasonable. Even so, Koi couldn't agree. He lowered his head apologetically. I can't. Originally, he hadn't wanted Ashley to see his rundown house. Now there was another reason. His father had already warned him not to see Ashley. If his father found out, anything could happen. Koi didn't mind being hurt himself. What frightened him was the possibility that Ashley might get hurt too. I'm sorry, Ash, but I want to go by myself. Huh? After hearing yet another refusal, Ashley merely sighed. Watching him, Koi hesitated before speaking. Ash, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Ashley instantly became serious. It was the first time Koi had ever asked him for something. Swallowing hard, Koi spoke carefully. Since we're dating now. Yeah. Koi swallowed once more before finishing. For now, could we keep our relationship a secret? Chapter 92. What? Ashley doubted his ears for a moment. Everything that had happened today replayed in his mind like a panorama. Koi in his cheerleader uniform. Koi giving him $2. The game they had barely won. Kissing and confessing in front of everyone. And finally, Koi accepting his feelings and agreeing to date him. Even if he ignored the last hour he had spent desperately taking care of himself in the shower, so much had happened today. And now Koi wanted to pretend none of it had ever happened? They had eaten together. They had held hands all the way here. Ashley, driving with one hand on the steering wheel while holding Koi's hand with the other, stared at him in disbelief. Are you saying we should break up? We haven't even really started yet. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Koi hurriedly shook his head. We're really dating. I know that. I just want us to keep it a secret. Why? Ashley asked, narrowing his eyes. Koi understood why Ashley reacted that way. If Ashley had asked the same thing of him, he would have felt hurt too. But he had no choice. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if his father found out they were dating. To be honest, Ashley had every reason to be offended. How miserable would it feel to be rejected by your partner's family? Ashley would probably be angry more than anything. Koi was afraid Ashley would break up with him. He didn't want to hurt Ashley. Most of all, he couldn't bear the thought of his father saying terrible things about someone as wonderful as Ashley. I don't want Ash to be treated like that. Koi gathered his courage and spoke again. I think it's better this way. Why? The conversation kept stalling. In the end, Ashley tried another approach. How are we supposed to keep it a secret? I kissed you and confessed in front of everyone. Well, Koi hurried to answer. No one will believe it was real. Ashley frowned even more. Why? Because. Koi hesitated before answering quietly. It's me. Ashley's expression darkened. Koi hurriedly continued. It's not self-deprecation. Just think about it realistically. If someone says you like me, nobody would believe it. It was always like that before. Maybe that had been true before, but not anymore. More importantly, Ashley wasn't ashamed of loving Koi. If anything, he wanted to announce to the whole country that he was Koi's boyfriend. He couldn't understand what was wrong. I thought we'd finally become one. Was I imagining it? It doesn't matter what other people think, Ashley said quietly. What matters is how you feel. Koi's feelings for Ashley hadn't changed. So what was the real reason? Ashley narrowed his eyes. Be honest with me, Koi. Are you embarrassed that I'm your boyfriend? What? Koi jumped in shock. Of course not. Then why? I'm not embarrassed that you're my boyfriend. After struggling to find the right words, Koi finally whispered. It's just, I'm not ready yet. Can you give me a little more time? Ashley frowned. What aren't you ready for? Koi lowered his head, unable to answer. Ashley immediately realized he was hiding something. Today had been perfect. Everything had been perfect until this moment. There had to be a reason serious enough to ruin such a perfect ending. This time, Ashley wasn't going to let it go. He had been patient long enough. If Koi wanted to keep their relationship a secret, he deserved an explanation. Tell me, Koi, if you keep hiding it or lying to me, I can't accept that. Ashley fell silent after that. Koi felt cornered. He wanted to tell the truth. He was just terrified of what Ashley's reaction would be. But if he lied, things would only get worse. Finally, he lowered his head and confessed in a trembling voice. My father. What? Koi couldn't lift his head. My father told me not to see you anymore. Ashley didn't answer immediately. He had dated before. But this was the first time anyone's family had openly rejected him. What? He asked again. Koi's voice trembled. My father said, because of your pheromones, I might present as something. He told me never to meet you again. If he finds out we're together, I'll be in serious trouble. Wiping away his tears with the back of his hand, Koi continued. I'm sorry, Ash. I like you too. I really, really do. But my father is terrifying. There's no telling what he'll do when he's angry. If he finds out we're dating. Only then did Ashley finally understand. His voice came out with difficulty. Koi, does your father hit you? Koi froze. Ashley immediately grabbed both of his shoulders. Koi, look at me. Tell me honestly. Is that why? Are you afraid because he'll hurt you? After hesitating, Koi slowly raised his head. The expression on his face made Ashley's body stiffen. Ashley had always despised his own father. He thought Dominic Miller was garbage. But Dominic had never laid a hand on him. There had never been any need. He had countless other ways to destroy people. Ashley knew abusive parents existed. But knowing and seeing it in front of him were two different things. And this was Koi's father. I'm okay, Koi whispered with a trembling voice. It's only bad when he's drunk. Lately, we've managed to avoid each other. The only thing I'm worried about is you. His eyes filled with tears again. I'm afraid. If you find out my father hates you, I'm afraid you'll end up hating me too. That's why. I couldn't tell you. Ashley finally understood everything Koi had been trying so desperately to hide. A wave of guilt washed over him. Why had he kept pressing? Why hadn't he simply respected Koi's silence? That should have been the most basic thing a boyfriend could do. Ashley's grip loosened. It's impossible for me to hate you. His voice became much gentler. Koi lowered his head again, tears falling freely. You're the only one for me. But what if one day you decide you don't like me anymore? Silence filled the car. Ashley looked at him for a long time. His anger toward Koi's father, his pity for Koi, and his overwhelming love for him, all tangled together until he felt dizzy. Finally, after a long silence, Ashley spoke. Then let's pretend you rejected me. What? Koi looked up in shock. Ashley smiled bitterly as he wiped away Koi's tears. I confess to you in front of everyone. That part can't be undone. If we suddenly say we were never dating, nobody will believe it. So this is the best solution. Let's tell everyone that I confessed. And you turn me down. No. Koi shook his head frantically. Who would ever believe something like that? People would sooner believe Connor Niles had kicked a lion than believe Connor Niles rejected Ashley Miller. There's just one condition. Ashley looked directly into Koi's eyes as he spoke. Chapter 93. Oh, okay. Koi stopped shaking his head and looked Ashley in the eyes. Ashley met his gaze and spoke firmly. If your father ever threatens you for any reason, call me immediately and come to my house. Promise me. This was something Ashley refused to compromise on. He needed a definite answer. Koi blinked for a long moment before finally nodding. Okay. Ashley continued to stare at him until Koi quietly repeated, I promise. Good. Only then did Ashley's expression soften. Koi felt relieved that he had finally reassured him, but he still couldn't accept the plan. Ash, but telling everyone that I dumped you. Ashley cut him off. That's the only option. If you don't like it, come up with a better one. Koi thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. What if you tell everyone you dumped me? I confess to you. The answer came instantly. Koi was speechless. Ashley smirked. If I confess to someone and then immediately dump them, I'd just look like an asshole. That's even worse. Now that he thought about it. Ashley was right. Koi lowered his head. I'm sorry. The sight of his blushing face was so adorable that Ashley leaned forward and kissed him again. When their lips separated, Koi looked up at him with wide, dark eyes. Ashley smiled and slowly licked his lips. Koi immediately squeezed his eyes shut, his whole body trembling. With Ariel, teasing had simply been fun, but now they were discussing pretending to break up. Even so, Koi's reaction made it completely worth it. You know, Koi, you're the only one I ever tease like this. Ashley bit his own lip to hold back a smile before becoming serious again. Koi, have you ever thought about reporting your father? Koi's expression immediately became solemn. After thinking quietly, he shook his head. If I do, I'll end up in a shelter. I won't be able to finish school. I won't be able to go to college. And most importantly, I'd have to leave you. Ashley could see exactly what he was thinking. He couldn't force the issue any further. The thought that the person he treasured most had to continue living in such a dangerous home filled him with frustration. If we were adults, I'd take you away right now. But no matter how capable he seemed, Ashley was still just a high school student. His father's wealth wasn't his. He had neither the power nor the legal authority to protect Koi. The only thing he could do was say, "Call me. Come to my house." Ashley hated how powerless he felt. "I'm sorry, Koi. I can't protect you." Koi immediately shook his head. "No." He looked at Ashley with complete sincerity. "I only need you." Ashley laughed softly despite himself. Smiling helplessly, he whispered, "Me too." This time, Koi closed his eyes first before their lips met. Ashley tried once more to slip his tongue between Koi's lips, but failed again. With a small sigh, he pulled back and gently wiped the moisture from Koi's lips with his thumb. "Koi, is your father the reason you can't smell?" He chose his words carefully. Koi shook his head. "No, it happened because of my father." Ashley wanted to ask more, but stopped himself. If Koi wasn't ready to tell him, he wouldn't ask. Maybe that was the deepest wound Koi carried. If Ashley hadn't exposed their relationship, if he hadn't insisted on pressing for answers, maybe Koi would have continued hiding it forever. He wasn't going to make the same mistake again. "You should go home now, Koi." After a brief silence, he spoke quietly. "If you're any later, your father might notice. And right now, you're covered in my pheromones." "Really?" Koi immediately lifted his arm and sniffed at his sleeve. After a second, he remembered that he couldn't smell anything and awkwardly lowered it again. "Then I'd better go." "Yeah." Koi looked at Ashley one last time before opening the passenger door. Ashley got out of the driver's seat as well. Koi stopped on the sidewalk and looked at him curiously. This time, Ashley smiled. "I'm going to watch you leave." Usually, Koi watched Ashley's car drive away. Tonight, it was the opposite. Koi hesitated before nodding. "Okay, Ash is watching over me." The thought alone made his heart feel lighter. "See you, Ash." "Bye, Koi." Ashley raised a hand and waved. Koi smiled brightly before turning away. For the first time in his life, he understood how comforting it felt to know someone was watching over him. Just knowing Ashley was standing there made every step feel lighter. After a few steps, Koi looked back. Ashley was still there, smiling at him. Koi smiled again before turning around. A few more steps later, he looked back again. Watching him, Ashley suddenly remembered a wildlife documentary. An injured wild animal had been released back into the forest. It kept looking back at the ranger who had saved it. Each time it looked back, the ranger smiled reassuringly, silently telling it to keep going. Ashley smiled the same way now. "Go on. You'll be okay." But this time, something changed. Koi suddenly stopped. After hesitating for only a second, he turned around and ran back. Ashley straightened up against the car. "Koi." Before he could finish asking what was wrong, Koi reached him. Without hesitation, he threw his arms around Ashley's neck and kissed him. Ashley froze. His eyes widened in complete disbelief. Koi had kissed him first. He had never imagined such a thing. Koi pressed their lips together for only a brief moment. His mind went completely blank. As soon as his feet touched the ground again, he stumbled backward. His arms fell away on their own. The two of them stood there in stunned silence. A moment later, Koi's face turned bright red. Only then did he realize what he had just done. Embarrassed beyond words, he turned to run away. Ashley caught his arm before he could take another step. He pulled Koi straight into his arms. Then he kissed him again. Ashley bent over him like a storm. Overwhelmed, Koi instinctively parted his lips. Ashley didn't miss the opportunity. A soft moan escaped between them. Their tongues met for the first time, slowly rubbing and exploring one another. Koi squeezed his eyes shut. His eyebrows trembled. Every muscle in his body tightened. The slippery warmth of mingled saliva left him completely overwhelmed. His breathing grew ragged. His chest rose and fell rapidly. Ashley gently circled Koi's tongue with his own, while one hand slid down to cup his backside. Koi's knees immediately weakened. If Ashley hadn't wrapped an arm firmly around his waist, he would have collapsed. "I love you, Koi," Ashley whispered against his swollen lower lip. His breath was as hot as Koi's own. Koi hesitated before timidly wrapping his trembling arms around Ashley's neck. The instant he did, Ashley hugged him so tightly it almost stole his breath. Another helpless moan escaped Koi as Ashley deepened the kiss again. Their tongues intertwined. Their lips fit together perfectly, pressed completely against Ashley's body. Koi lost himself in the kiss. So, this is what a real kiss feels like. Through his days, he finally understood. Until now, Ashley had always held back for his sake. If Ashley truly wanted to, he could completely overwhelm him. The realization sent a shiver down Koi's spine. Part of him trembled with fear. Another part, with anticipation. Chapter 94. Sigh? Sigh. Koi returned home, out of breath. He had lingered far too long, kissing Ashley over and over again. In the end, Ashley had finally forced himself to let Koi go, realizing that if they kept delaying, Koi's father would eventually become suspicious. Someday, they would have to reveal their relationship, but not yet. Koi, let me walk you home. Koi shook his head in alarm. Oh no, I'll go by myself. I can do it alone. It's because I don't want to say goodbye. Ashley admitted it honestly. He wanted to delay their parting, even if it was only by walking with Koi to the front of his house. Koi felt exactly the same, but reality wasn't that simple. It's embarrassing, you know. He confessed with difficulty. My house, it's terrible. I don't want you to see it. After finally saying what he had been hiding, Koi looked at Ashley with determination. I'll go by myself. This time, I'll really go. Suppressing the urge to throw himself into Ashley's arms one more time, Koi quickly turned around. This time, he ran at full speed without looking back. Fortunately, when he arrived home, his father hadn't returned yet. The trailer was dark. Koi hurried straight to the tiny shower room. Barely large enough for one person to stand inside, it was cramped and worn. He stripped off his clothes and immediately washed himself beneath the running water. He scrubbed his shirt thoroughly with soap before washing his pants and underwear. Even though he had already showered at school, he lathered his entire body twice and washed his hair again. Just as he finished, he heard the front door open. Someone entered. His father was home. Koi froze. Holding his breath, he listened carefully. Please, don't be drunk. Only then did he realize that in his panic, he had forgotten to bring a towel or a change of clothes. Looking around helplessly, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. They stopped right in front of the shower door. Koi pressed himself against the wall. He even forgot to breathe. His heart pounded wildly. His entire body became rigid with fear. At that moment, Koi squeezed his eyes shut and silently cried out from the bottom of his heart. Koi's thought, "Help me, Ash." A cough came through the thin shower door. Koi flinched. After a moment, his father finally spoke. Koi, are you taking a shower? Hearing his father's voice, Koi froze. It was such an unexpected question that his mind went blank. His father called again. Koi, why yes. Koi stammered, hurriedly opening the shower door while clutching his freshly washed clothes. His father stood a short distance away, waiting for him. Seeing Koi soaked from head to toe, he frowned. Are you okay, Koi? Why yeah. After giving the same answer again, Koi hurriedly added. I'm fine. I just finished washing. He quickly slipped past him, grabbed a towel from the drawer, and dried himself in a hurry. A chill had begun creeping through his body, so he hurried into his old sleeping shirt and shorts. Then he carried the wet clothes outside to hang them on the clothesline. Only after pinning them up did he finally realize something. I don't think he's drunk. Koi hesitated before slowly looking back toward the trailer. Inside the dimly lit home, he could see his father's silhouette moving. He swallowed nervously. Even so, he had no choice but to go back inside. Carefully, he forced his reluctant feet forward. His father stood silently in the darkness for a while before disappearing into the shower room. Now, Koi hurried into the trailer and immediately crawled into bed, pulling the blanket tightly over himself. His heart still wouldn't calm down. The sound of running water from the shower seemed unusually loud. His father didn't stay in there long. When he came out, he paused after noticing Koi curled beneath the blanket. He didn't say anything. He simply watched him in silence. The strange silence made Koi even more uneasy. Then, his father sighed quietly. A moment later, Koi heard the sound of bottles clinking. He had wondered why his father wasn't drunk. Apparently, he had only just started drinking. Even then, it didn't last long. His father, who normally drank himself unconscious, stopped after only 2 glasses before going to bed. Only after hearing him lie down did Koi finally relax. Are you all right, Koi? His father's earlier question resurfaced in his mind. It had felt incredibly strange. To his father, Koi had always been like air, something barely acknowledged. Whenever they crossed paths, his father was usually drunk and violent. That was why Koi always stayed out of sight, trying to exist as though he weren't there. He only wanted one thing: to grow up and become independent. Going to university was part of that dream. If he earned good grades, he could receive scholarships and financial aid. If I get good grades, I'll be okay. Thinking about his ruined entrance exam made him sigh softly. It's all right. I'll try again. I've saved quite a lot already. That money was entirely his own savings. University tuition was impossibly expensive, but it would at least be enough to rent a tiny, run-down apartment. Or maybe even buy an old used car. If he lived inside an old car while working, that would still be better. Then, I won't have to see my father anymore. There wasn't much time left before morning. Koi closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but as soon as he did, his thoughts drifted somewhere else. Ash, the name he had called earlier. His heart began beating faster again. Remembering how he had unconsciously cried out for Ashley while trembling alone in the shower made his chest pound. Before, there had never been anyone to call for. He had always endured his father's violence alone, waiting helplessly for it to end. But now, there was someone. Ash, Ash, Ash. The more he repeated Ashley's name in his heart, the faster it beat. He already missed him. They had only just parted. Yet he wanted to see him again. So this is why people live together with the person they love. Curling himself into a ball beneath the blanket, Koi felt his face burn. His entire body trembled with each heartbeat. Koi's thought, when I graduate, can I live with Ash? I need to marry Koi. Standing beneath the falling water, Ashley wore an unusually serious expression. Ever since leaving Koi, he had come straight home and headed for the shower. And during that entire time, only one thought occupied his mind. I should propose to Koi. That was the only way they could stay together without ever being separated. It was also the only way he could truly protect Koi. If they were married, Koi would never have to worry about being locked away or controlled again. After all, a wedding ring was simply another kind of handcuff. Koi would be completely mine. Just imagining it filled him with satisfaction. Helping Koi legally escape such a dangerous home was wonderful. But more than anything, he loved the thought that they would never have to part again. Together, from morning until night. The thought alone sent an intoxicating warmth through his entire body. Closing his eyes beneath the shower, Ashley smiled faintly. What a perfect institution. Marriage. He greatly appreciated this human invention. Since people had created it, he fully intended to make use of it. Before he realized it, he was already wondering where to buy a wedding ring, where they should spend their honeymoon, how the two of them would grow old together in a quiet two-story house in the countryside, raising a dog and a cat. With those peaceful thoughts filling his mind, Ashley eventually fell asleep. The next morning, Koi woke up and hummed softly to himself as he got ready for school. For the first time in his life, morning felt exciting. Everything he did, washing his face, changing his clothes, packing his backpack, filled him with happiness. His steps felt light. He couldn't stop smiling. Looking into the mirror, he noticed the faint blush on his cheeks. It embarrassed him, but he didn't dislike it. Just as he was about to leave the house, his father called out from behind him, "Koi!" In an instant, every trace of happiness disappeared. Only then did Koi remember. His father was still home. He froze. Slowly, he turned around. His father had pushed himself halfway upright on the bed and was quietly watching him. Silence filled the room. Chapter 95. His heart pounded with fear. It was the first time his father had woken up at that hour and called for him. Most of the time, his father was drunk and sleepy, or he would either ignore Koi and pretend to be asleep or go out to work. But why all of a sudden? Koi watched without saying anything. But his father, who was sitting on the bed and watching him, opened his mouth. Koi could not imagine what he was trying to say. The father closed his mouth again as he watched his son with obvious nervousness. There was clearly something he wanted to say, but he did not. Koi could not bear the tension. "Well, hey, it's just, I'm late. I'll be right back." After the awkward greeting, he hurried out of the trailer. His father simply watched as his son ran out, the door slamming shut with a thud. Koi ran a short distance from the trailer and stopped, looking back. The surroundings were quiet, and his father was nowhere to be seen. It did not seem as if he had followed. Only then did Koi let out a shaky breath. What was my father trying to say? He suddenly felt curious, but if someone had told him to go back to that moment and stay there until his father spoke, Koi would have flatly refused. After watching the silent trailer for a while, Koi turned away. He was walking to school when his cell phone suddenly rang. This morning, his face brightened rapidly. Wondering who it was, he checked the sender. Ashley was waiting for him on the shoulder of the road where they had parted the day before. Leaning against the car and humming a song, he soon smiled when he spotted Koi running from afar. Ash! Koi's face, as he shouted loudly, was full of laughter. Ashley smiled and spread his arms wide with joy, his own face flushed. Koi hesitated for a moment at the sight. His legs seemed to slow despite running at full speed, but they soon moved busily again as Ashley waited, unmoving, while Koi ran toward him. Ash! Ashley hugged Koi, who jumped happily into his arms while calling out his name. As soon as Koi's nose pressed against Ashley's neck, he caught the faint scent of meat. Ashley took a deep breath, inhaling Koi's body odor. Koi closed his eyes as well, breathing heavily while holding him tight. I've missed you, Ashley whispered. Koi gasped, feeling a chill from the hot breath against his skin. I saw you in my dream. Really? Ashley's voice was full of laughter. Wouldn't everyone be glad if their boyfriend saw them in a dream? Koi told Ashley, who naturally pictured a happy smile. Yeah, but it wasn't very good. Ashley did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, he looked at Koi. Because, scowling, Koi hesitated, then leaned in and whispered softly. It's much better to see you in person. Ashley's expression gradually softened, and a bright smile spread across his face. Unable to resist, he bowed his head. The sincere student hesitated for a moment before raising his own. Their lips overlapped gently. Ashley sucked on Koi's lower lip, then their tongues entwined again, dragging against each other. Koi followed the deep kiss he had learned the day before. Ashley could not resist his charm and hugged him tight, rubbing his tongue awkwardly against Koi's. Koi moaned softly between the kisses. It was never a moan of pleasure. If he did something wrong, he would break Koi's bones. Ashley managed to relax his arms, remembering the boy's much smaller frame. Lovely Koi, I like you so much. Returning to the kiss, Ashley reached down with one hand and grabbed Koi's bottom instead of wrapping both arms around him. Koi startled but remained absorbed in the kiss. Today, Koi was wearing jeans. The rough texture of the fabric was not enough to stop Ashley from wanting to reach inside Koi's pants and rub his bare skin. If I go that far, we won't be able to go to school. Despite taking care of it for a long time the day before, blood was once again rushing to the lower part of his body. It was said that the life expectancy of a dominant alpha was longer than average, but if this continued, he might become the first case of a short-lived one and create a new research topic. Ashley managed to part their lips, trying to contain himself. His hand was still on Koi's behind, but he held on. Take it easy, Ashley Miller. Don't be in a hurry. Imagining a future as an old couple with cats and dogs in a two-story country house, he suppressed his impulse. He would never rush their dream future. Shall we go, Koi? When Ashley asked, Koi nodded and answered, yeah. However, a longing look lingered on him. Koi loved kissing Ashley. It was so obvious that Ashley kissed him on the lips again. All the way to school, Ashley held the steering wheel with one hand and Koi's hand with the other. Sometimes, when he stopped at a sign or slowed down, he would grasp their entwined fingers, unfold them, and play with Koi's hand. Koi found it hard to hold his breath, for the hand in Ashley's big, hard palm seemed to mean everything to him. But the sweet moment ended too soon. Ashley, who had parked the car on the side of the road not far from the school, let out a short breath and opened his mouth. No one will see you here. Yeah. Koi nodded and prepared to get out. He did not really want to part, but he could not help it. It was Koi who had suggested hiding their relationship first. When he thought back on what had happened that morning, it was 100 times better this way. He did not know what his father had been trying to say, but it would never have been good if this got out anyway. It was for Ash. It did not matter if they hit him, but it was terrible to think that Ashley could be hit by his father. Ashley was not someone who should be treated like that. Because of his relationship with Koi, he was in unnecessary danger. Koi felt guilty and tried to pull his hand away. Then suddenly, Ashley grabbed it tightly and pulled him close. Ashley, who had been kissing the back of Koi's hand with their fingers crossed, looked at him. Once again, Koi's heart began to pound. Is it okay to pretend at school? Oh yeah. It would be strange to suddenly leave. Wouldn't that be nice? Koi decided to give himself a small reward. If he could not even do that, it would be very painful. Ashley smiled fondly at Koi's expression. Don't worry. I remember what you said, so nothing bad will happen. Yeah. It would be true if Ashley said so. Koi could believe anything he said. Ashley reached out with his other hand, grabbed the back of Koi's neck, and pulled him up. Koi closed his eyes first and waited for the kiss. This kiss lasted a little longer. After gently rubbing their mouths and licking each other's tongues, Koi opened his eyes wide with embarrassment. Ashley wiped the saliva from Koi's lips with a smile. Well, see you soon. Yeah. This time he nodded again and reluctantly opened the passenger seat door. Until the end, the two did not let go. Their hands, which had been clasped as long as possible, slowly separated. As Koi stood up, their fingers released at last. Ashley gave him a wry smile as he closed the passenger seat door. Koi said once more, see you soon, and closed the door. After dropping Koi off a 10-minute walk from the school, Ashley started the car first. It was probably to cope with the attention that would be poured onto Koi. Koi walked slowly toward the school, feeling infinite gratitude and guilt for that thoughtfulness. Ashley Miller had been dumped again. The rumor spread quickly, much faster than the rumors that Ashley Miller had confessed to and kissed a guy after the ice hockey game the day before. Chapter 96. The rumor spread so quickly that many people heard Ashley had been dumped before they even heard the rumor that he had confessed to and kissed Koi. Thanks to that, the entire school was buzzing with stories about Ashley. Did you get dumped again, Ashley Miller? Don't tell me it's another Miller breakup. I left him, and now this? No way. She broke up with him. Of course she'd reject him. He must have been devastated when I left him. I'm really surprised. Honestly, it's a little disappointing. Me too. I thought he was so cool. I'm disappointed. Ashley and the other members of the ice hockey team listened to the girls chatting nearby. Bill was the first to speak. Ash, don't you think you should explain what's going on? Everyone turned to look at Ashley. He gave a bitter smile and shrugged awkwardly. I confessed, but I got rejected. That's all. The other boys exchanged glances before one of them finally asked the question everyone was thinking. No. I mean, why did you confess to Koi? Yeah. How could you fall for another guy? Like most people, they had never really considered that someone could fall in love with a person of the same sex, regardless of whether they were an alpha, beta, or omega. Maybe it was because the person in question was Ashley Miller. Considering Koi had reacted the same way at first, Ashley figured this was probably the normal response. He had been able to accept his own feelings more easily because he'd grown up in a different environment. Sometimes he wondered, if his parents hadn't both been betas, would he have thought differently? It was a question with no answer, so he pushed it aside. It just happened. Feelings don't always turn out the way you expect. That's true. Bill nodded sympathetically. The others fell silent for a moment before smiling again. Well, we don't care who you like. Yeah, you're still our friend. Same here. Me too. The teammates who always stood together did exactly that once again, supporting Ashley without hesitation. Ashley smiled gratefully. Thanks. Come on. It's nothing. One of the boys proudly rubbed his nose before frowning. But why? Another immediately continued. Yeah. Why did he reject you? Dating another guy isn't common, but it happens. There are plenty of guys who'd like someone like you. Exactly. Who wouldn't like Ash? Ashley smiled bitterly as they all nodded in agreement. I'm sorry for lying to all of you, but I don't have a choice. It's for Koi. We'll invite all of you to our wedding someday. Silently apologizing to them in his heart, he answered. Koi doesn't even know that guys can date other guys. Oh my God. Seriously? Koi, you're really trapped. The room erupted with shocked voices. No one could believe that Ashley Miller, the star of the ice hockey team, had been rejected twice in a row. Ashley answered calmly. I guess I just haven't tried hard enough. His friends, who had been complaining about Koi a moment earlier, fell silent. Ashley slung his bag over his shoulder. I'll just keep trying. It'll be fine. His calm response left everyone speechless. Unable to tell whether he truly meant it or not, they could only stare blankly as Ashley spoke again. I've got another class. See you later. Oh yeah. See you later. They watched him walk away. Only after he disappeared did they begin talking again. Are they really like that? One of them sighed deeply. What do you mean, like that? Koi, Or Ash liking another guy? Both. Another boy nodded. I'm sure Koi was embarrassed too. Right? He probably thought they were just friends. And then Ash suddenly confessed. I always thought Ash had a soft spot for Koi. He used to say Koi was cute. We all said Koi was cute. Ash wasn't the only one. Yeah, but Ash definitely said it the most. Everyone fell silent. Then the same thought crossed all of their minds. Has he liked Koi ever since then? After another long silence, someone sighed. I still can't believe Ash likes guys. Another nodded. He must have been really shaken after breaking up with Al. Should we try getting them back together? Before anyone could agree, another teammate interrupted. Hey, AL's opinion matters too. Stay out of other people's relationships. His unusually serious advice made everyone nod. Still, we have to support Ash. Of course, he's our friend. So, who's supporting Koi? Everyone paused. Then someone found the perfect answer. Koi's already made up his own mind. He'll be fine. So we'll support Ash no matter what. That's right. Liking someone isn't a crime. It's not like he's going to kidnap Koi and lock him up. Everyone burst into laughter. Whatever anyone else thought, they were certain Ashley Miller would never do something like that. Unable to hold back the soft sound that escaped him, Koi squeezed his eyes shut. Ashley lifted his head before capturing Koi's lips again from a different angle. Another kiss followed immediately, leaving Koi completely dazed. They had skipped class together again. After exchanging messages, Koi had slipped behind a quiet building where no one would see them. Ashley had arrived soon after, pulled him into his arms, and kissed him without hesitation. As their lips finally separated, Koi let out the breath he'd been holding and rested his head against Ashley's chest. His legs felt too weak to support him on their own. Ashley's hands continued to stroke his hips. By now, Koi had almost gotten used to it. He always grabs but whenever he kisses me. Should I grab Ashley's butt too? The thought briefly crossed his mind, but he couldn't bring himself to move. That still required too much courage. Instead, he quietly leaned against Ashley, allowing him to hold him close. There was something else on his mind. They've been talking about you all day. Ashley answered casually. Really? His attention, however, remained completely focused on the boy in his arms. He only wanted to kiss Koi again. As he leaned closer, Koi stopped him. Doesn't it bother you? Everyone's making such a big deal out of it. Not really. Ashley smiled. I don't pay attention to things like that. His gaze drifted back to Koi's lips. Koi watched him nervously. I already told you, but he found it difficult to believe Ashley truly didn't care. Maybe he really didn't. Maybe the rumors didn't bother him at all. But they bothered Koi. You're such a cool, nice person, and it makes me angry when people say bad things about you. Ashley wanted to tell him he wasn't nearly as wonderful as Koi believed. What kind of amazing boyfriend deliberately spread terrible rumors just to protect the person he loved? Instead, Ashley simply smiled as Koi bit his lip in frustration. You only need to know one thing. Koi looked up hesitantly. Ashley stole another quick kiss before speaking. That I'm happy, as long as you're cute and kind. To Koi, no one in the world was cuter than Ashley, and no one ever would be. His heart overflowed with emotion. Gathering every bit of courage he had, he finally managed to whisper, You're really wonderful, Ash. Ashley smiled. Overcome with affection, he slipped his hand beneath Koi's waistband and gave his backside a playful squeeze at the shy confession. Chapter 97. Koi let out a startled cry as Ashley's hand slipped beneath his clothes and grabbed his bare skin. He immediately covered his mouth with both hands, staring at Ashley with wide eyes as if asking, What are you doing? Ashley paid no attention. Oh, I don't want to leave you. He reached in with both hands now, gently rubbing Koi's backside. The next class was about to begin. Koi looked at Ashley with a flushed face, completely flustered. He understood exactly how Ashley felt, but he couldn't think of anything to say while Ashley's hands kept wandering. Ashley frowned. Koi, don't you care? Koi cried out again as Ashley gave him another teasing squeeze. His hips tensed, and he trembled helplessly. Because me too. He struggled to answer through uneven breaths. I don't want us to part either. Really? Ashley's hands finally relaxed, though they never completely let go. Instead, he gently stroked Koi's hips and sighed. I wish we could stay together forever. Me too. This time Koi answered without hesitation. Me too. I want us to stay together, without ever having to separate. Ashley looked into Koi's eyes. Really? Koi nodded brightly. Yes, really. Koi hated saying goodbye just as much. He still remembered how empty and lonely he'd felt after they had parted the day before. Ashley gathered his courage. Hey, I've been thinking about something. He slowly withdrew his hands and looked up at Koi. Koi nervously continued. When we graduate. Ashley's eyes lit up. Koi, were you thinking about it too? Huh? Koi blinked in surprise. You were too. Of course. I see. Seeing Koi's face light up with overwhelming happiness made Ashley's heart swell. I can't believe we were thinking the same thing. Just like I thought. Our hearts really are connected. Ash, Koi. They spoke at exactly the same time. Let's get married. Let's live together. Both of them froze. Huh? They stared at each other. Koi blinked in confusion. Ashley frowned. A moment later, they finally realized they hadn't said the same thing. Get married? Koi's face instantly turned bright red. What? Ashley watched him, his own expression gradually falling. Koi was so shocked that he instinctively tried to pull away. Ashley immediately wrapped an arm around his waist and held him in place. Why? His voice sounded hurt. Don't you want to marry me? Koi frantically shook his head. It's not that. We're still in high school. His heart pounded wildly. And marriage, it's just too soon. Ashley looked even more upset. Too soon. His voice became quiet. So you don't want to marry me? And no. Koi shook his head even harder. That's not what I mean. He hurried to explain. I am not saying I don't want to. It's just, we're not in such a hurry. I was thinking, we could live together first. Ashley narrowed his eyes. So, if we had to, you'd break up with me? Koi, are you serious? And no, that's not it either. Koi was completely cornered. No matter what he said, Ashley found another opening to question him. This really was the ace of Buffalo High School's ice hockey team. Koi swallowed nervously. There was no escape. He didn't want to break up with Ashley. He wasn't against marrying him either. He had simply never thought that far ahead. Ashley looked at him serious. Ashley had actually proposed to him. Koi looked up carefully. So, you really want to live with me? For the rest of your life? Ashley frowned as though the answer should have been obvious. Of course. Didn't you already know that? His expression was completely serious. He had never sounded more sincere. As Koi realized that, his heartbeat quickened until it felt as though his whole body might burst. And me too. His voice trembled. I want to live with you too. For the rest of my life. The final words were almost too overwhelming to say aloud. Ashley's face immediately broke into a huge smile. He lowered his head and kissed Koi. Koi naturally closed his eyes, parted his lips, and wrapped his arms around Ashley's neck. Koi's thought, I love you, Ash. His fingertips trembled from overwhelming emotion. He clung tightly to Ashley, returning every kiss. Koi's thought, I love you. I love you, Ash. Class was about to start. Neither of them cared. To them, it was as though wedding bells were already ringing. Ashley kissed Koi again and again, silently repeating the promise he'd just made. Ashley's thought, I'll never let go of the little person in my arms, for as long as I live. Buffalo. After AL's shout, the cheerleaders cheered loudly and quickly rearranged their formation. Koi clapped along, cheering with them as everyone moved perfectly in time with the music. The homecoming performance ended without a single injury. Although the rumors surrounding him had spread throughout the school, the cheer squad continued supporting him. Of course, once the new members joined, Koi's role as a performer officially ended. However, Ariel and the other girls on the cheer team weren't ready to let him leave. We've got another job for you. Instead of performing, Koi was given a new responsibility. He organized the team's supplies, prepared the music, handed out equipment, and helped with anything else they needed before practice. Someone had to do those jobs anyway. Rather than assigning them to a new member, they chose the dependable little sister everyone already knew. It worked out perfectly for Koi as well. As long as he stayed with the club through the end of the semester, he would easily earn the activity credits he needed. Truthfully, anyone could have done the work. But they chose Koi because they understood his situation and genuinely cared about him. Grateful for their kindness, Koi happily accepted. After classes ended, he eagerly helped everyone prepare for practice. Okay, here's your water. He handed each cheerleader a chilled bottle of water. The exhausted girls gratefully accepted them. Thanks, Koi. I think you just saved my life. Koi smiled proudly as grateful voices filled the room. Homecoming was over. Now the regular season had begun. Buffalo High School was once again considered one of the championship favorites. Everyone was working harder than ever. Naturally, Ashley came to Koi's mind. Ever since they had started dating, everything had been going wonderfully. Almost too wonderfully. After cheerleading practice, the ice hockey team finished shortly afterward. Koi quickly cleaned up before hurrying to Ashley's car. Ashley, who had been leaning against the car while waiting, immediately stood up with a bright smile. Koi ran straight into his open arms without hesitation. Ashley hugged him tightly. Drops of water still clung to Ashley's hair. He had rushed through his shower because he couldn't wait to see Koi. "You should dry your hair before coming out. It'll dry on its own," Ashley answered before lightly kissing Koi on the lips. Koi happily returned the kiss. Happy. That was all he could think. "Come on." Ashley opened the passenger door. "Okay." Koi climbed into the car with a bright smile. Ashley started the engine. As naturally as breathing, he reached over and took Koi's hand in his own. Their everyday happiness had already become the most natural thing in the world.